In a world overrun by colossal monsters where superpowers dictate everything, Lin Shu is burdened with two cruel curses, branded as a powerless piece of trash, and forced to endure the agonizing stigma of being the son of history's greatest traitor, pushed to the absolute brink, brutally trampled upon and robbed of his late father's only keepsake. Lin Shu makes an insane decision. He swallows it whole, and in that very moment the ultimate comeback begins. The apex monster system awakens. Rising from the very bottom of society, he hatches Kui Long, an ancient progenitor beast wielding Pangu-level destructive power. From this day on, mercy is off the table. Leading an army of colossal beasts, Lin Shu ruthlessly crushes those who once tormented him, tears down the dark conspiracies of the ruling elite, and even merges his own DNA to transform into a raging half-dragon god of war. He will use Fang and Hellfire to clear his father's name and burn the rules of this world to the ground. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Strap in and hold on tight as we follow Lin Shu on a blood-soaked journey to turn the tables, wash away his false charges, and ascend to the absolute pinnacle as the ultimate monster master. Let's get into it. Under the pitch-black night sky, countless stars twinkled like glimmers in an endless void. In the vast darkness afar, a planet was faintly visible, Earth. The once peaceful and serene Earth suddenly began to tremble as an ancient energy, spiritual energy, started to reawaken. Influenced by this spiritual energy, a startling evolution swept across the globe, giving birth to terrifying creatures, monsters. In the heart of Tianhai City, a giant monster appeared. Its body was massive, covered in dense fur, and its sharp fangs glinted menacingly in the dark. Its gaping, blood-red maw looked as if it could swallow the entire world. Drones hovered in the air, broadcasting horrifying images of the creature, known as the ancient bristle beast. Loudspeakers blared across the city center. Residents in the vicinity, please evacuate immediately. A tank roared to life, its cannon loaded and aimed directly at the monster. Dazzling cannon fire tore through the air, striking the target. However, the ancient bristlebeast stood unshaken, completely unharmed by the ferocious assault. Could it be immortal? A panicked voice cried out. Conventional thermal weapons were useless against such a powerful monster. Humanity's only hope now lay with those known as the Awakened. Suddenly a figure appeared, clad in face-concealing armor, a brilliant light emanating from their hands. The face hidden beneath the armor burned with fury. The person roared, "This world has its Awakened and we are here to protect it." This was Earth's nirvana, an era of rebirth and battle. The scene shifts to Tianhai City First High School. On the school's towering walls, three striking scarlet banners bore imposing slogans: "Awaken a stronger ability, forge a glorious life, strive hard and ascend to new heights." After generations of evolution, the revival of spiritual energy had caused the probability of humans becoming awakened to skyrocket. Now, all youths who reach the age of 18 must participate in an awakening ceremony to discover their latent abilities. Batches of students, their hearts a mix of excitement and anxiety, filed through the school gates. Zhao Wu, a young man, clutched his chest, his face pale with nervousness. He muttered to himself, "I'm so nervous. What if I fail to awaken? Oh God, if I don't awaken anything, everyone will think I'm an idiot." Beside him, a blonde youth with a devil-may-care attitude draped an arm over Zhao Wu's shoulder and threw his head back with a laugh. Quote, "What's there to be nervous about? Last year's success rate was over 92. Not far away, a white-haired young man stood with a cold, expressionless face. He frowned slightly, his sharp eyes glinting with a determined light as he thought to himself, "HMPH, finally. I've waited long enough for this awakening ceremony." Tianhai City First High School, Class 153. Lin Shu stood at the very front of the line, a confident smile on his lips. He gently toyed with a gleaming necklace, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Today I will definitely awaken an incredibly powerful ability and shock the entire school," he thought. As he drew closer to the awakening room, his resolve hardened. Inside the brightly lit room, Zhao Wu had just completed the ceremony, his face beaming with relieved joy. "Yes, I awakened an A-rank flame ability," he shouted, his voice filled with elation. The awakening machine issued a cold confirmation. Zhao Wu, age 18, awakened ability, Flame, Tai Type A rank, realm initial blood condensation. Outside the door, Zhao Wu was immediately surrounded by three men, each trying to recruit him. One of them spoke enthusiastically, "Hello there. I'm a teacher from Baisheng University, here for special admissions." Another man pushed forward, not to be outdone, "I'm a teacher from Tianhai University. Young man, if you choose our university." Watching this scene, Lin Shu's lips curved into a slight smile, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Just as he thought the awakening ceremony was the one chance to defy fate with his own power, he yearned for a breakthrough. Just then, the teacher in charge of the ceremony turned around, his voice stern and calm. "Your next student. Please state your name, class, and student ID." Lin Shu stood up straight, his voice loud and full of confidence. "Class 153, Lin Shu, student ID 2023-621. A wave of whispers immediately rippled through the crowd. The students began to murmur, their curious and skeptical gazes fixed on him. "Is that him, the son of that legendary traitor? I heard his dad had a lightning ability. He probably didn't inherit it, right? So what if his dad had a lightning ability? He still ended up a traitor." The sharp whispers reached his ears, but Lin Shu stood his ground, his expression unchanging, as stoic as a rock in a turbulent river. He discreetly tightened his grip on the necklace in his hand, a resolute gleam in his sharp eyes. Suddenly he spoke, his clear and resonant voice echoing through the space. "That's right. I am the son of the traitor you're talking about. Tianhai City First High School Awakening Room." Thunderous applause and the continuous flash of cameras filled the hall. Under the spotlight, a white-haired man with a red sash over his shoulder stood tall, a symbol of hope. Lin Shu stood before the awakening machine and gently closed his eyes, memories flooding back as vividly as if they had happened yesterday. 7 years ago, held in his father's strong arms, Lin Shu had been the pride of the crowd, hailed as a hero's son. But the scene shifted, and a clear image of a small, injured Lin Shu slumped on the ground, his face streaked with tears, appeared in his mind. "Dad," he had cried out in despair. That was the day the ancient bristle beast attacked Tianhai City. Rumor had it that when disaster struck, his father didn't fight but fled in the face of battle, causing the city to fall into ruin and resulting in heavy military and civilian casualties. The figures of several strange men, who had callously barged into their home and confiscated everything they owned, were seared into his heart like a sharp knife. The little boy could only stand there helplessly, tears streaming down his face. From that moment on, the name "son of a traitor" followed him like a shadow, accompanied by the ostracism and contempt of everyone around him. Back in the present, Lin Shu stood before the awakening machine, his eyes firm. "Even so," he thought, "I persisted in studying here because my father's blood flows through my veins. I believe that in this ceremony I will awaken an ability powerful enough to change everything." The teacher in charge of the ceremony guided Lin Shu forward with a steady voice. "Place your left hand on the guidance instrument." Lin Shu nodded. "Yes, sir." He stepped forward, hope shining in his eyes, and slowly placed his left hand on the cold surface of the awakening machine. The machine's screen suddenly lit up, displaying a line of text. Lin Shu, male, age 18, awakened ability none. Ability rank none, cultivation realm none. Both Lin Shu and the teacher beside him froze, their eyes wide with shock. Lin Shu turned to the teacher, his voice trembling. "Teacher, what does the screen mean?" The teacher stammered, his face troubled, and slowly answered, "It means that according to the test you haven't awakened any ability." The color drained from Lin Shu's face, as if all the blood had been sucked from his body. He stood there stunned, a buzzing in his ears, unable to believe what he had just heard around him. Sounds of mockery began to rise, sharp as daggers. Look at his face, he must have thought he was going to soar to the heavens at the awakening ceremony. What a daydreamer. I can't believe he didn't inherit any of his dad's talent. Who says he didn't inherit anything? It's not a dragon begets a dragon. It's a traitor begets trash. The sarcastic words rained down. Weighing heavily on Lin Shu's shoulders, he clenched his fists, a flash of anger and helplessness in his eyes, but he remained silent. Hearing the taunts, Lin Shu spun around, gritted his teeth, and shot a glare as sharp as a knife at Zhao Wu. Startled by his hateful gaze, Zhao Wu quickly recovered and sneered contemptuously. "What, got a problem with me calling you trash? You don't like it?" Lin Shu took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming, but his voice remained firm and powerful, each word hanging in the air. "No, I accept it. But I'm telling you, my father was no coward and he was certainly no traitor." The teacher in charge frowned and pointed a stern finger at Zhao Wu. "All right, that's enough, causing a disturbance in the lab right after awakening your ability. You could have it revoked." He then turned to Lin Shu, his tone softening slightly but still firm. "There are no other classes today. Students who did not pass the awakening ceremony may go home." Lin Shu didn't reply. He simply walked through the crowd, his back straight and solitary, and headed for the door. Behind him, the awakening machine continued its methodical announcements. A cold voice echoed. "Huang Xier, female, age 18, awakened ability, mental interference, Liuran type. Zhang Tianshang, male, age 18, awakened ability, clairvoyance, Qimeng type. Xiao Hanzhang, male, age 18, awakened ability, Ice Spear, Tai type." Lin Shu pushed open the classroom door, but the sight before him made him stop in his tracks, a wave of panic rising in his chest. 5 well-built students were gathered around his desk, wrecking it with abandon. Lin Shu's desk, chair, backpack, and books were scattered on the floor, covered in scrawled abusive words. The blackboard was also filled with vicious curses aimed at him, each stroke like a sharp blade. Lin Shu stood there, his eyes slightly closed, the corners of his mouth turned down. He clenched his fist, trying to suppress the rage boiling inside him, and whispered to himself, "Dad, I'm sorry." Just then, Chen Hu, the son of Tianhai City's garrison general, turned around, a piece of chalk still in his hand, and sneered, Well, look who it is, isn't it young Master Lin who came back empty-handed from the awakening ceremony today?" A gleaming medal on Chen Hu's shirt shone brightly as if to deliberately flaunt his status. Suddenly a loud shout from the doorway broke the tense atmosphere. "Chen Hu!" Lin Shu's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking in shock on the shiny medal on Chen Hu's chest. He suddenly noticed a waterproof box that had rolled onto the floor. Inside it was his father's last possession, his hero's medal. Lin Shu's face turned ashen, and rage erupted like a volcano. He lunged at Chen Hu, grabbing him by the collar and roaring, "You're not worthy of wearing that, take it off now!" Chen Hu grinned, his face filled with disdain. "Young Master Lin, if you had inherited your coward father's lightning ability, I might have been a little scared of you." He easily grabbed Lin Shu's hand and with a simple flick, sent him flying. Not stopping there, Chen Hu followed up with a kick, sending Lin Shu sprawling forward until he slammed hard against the blackboard. Lin Shu clutched his face, his features twisted in pain. Chen Hu looked down at him, taunting, How ironic, you didn't even awaken a single ability. A traitor's son is nothing but trash after all. Chen Hu's cronies, one with blonde hair and one with black, chimed in. If you ask me, he should have been thrown in jail back then. Why does he even get to study at our school? And he couldn't even awaken an ability. What a disgrace to our school. Though in pain, Lin Shu struggled to prop himself up against the blackboard, slowly sitting up. His face was contorted with pain, but his eyes still burned with a defiant light. He looked straight at Chen Hu, his voice trembling but resolute. Chen Hu, my dad and your dad were once comrades. Do you really have to kick me when I'm down like this? Chen Hu sneered and roughly grabbed a fistful of Lin Shu's hair, yanking it hard. Don't you dare compare your father to mine. My dad is the general who protects Tianhai City. Your dad is just a traitor. Suddenly, Chen Hu paused and let out a contemptuous snort. He looked down, his gaze falling on the gleaming necklace around Lin Shu's neck. Now I remember. This is what your coward of a father left you, isn't it? He leaned in close, his hot breath on Lin Shu's face, and threatened. Since you're shameless enough to wear it, don't blame me for crushing it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hu gave a sharp tug and the necklace snapped. Lin Shu immediately fought back, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Give it back!" He threw himself forward, reaching for the necklace, determined not to let his father's last memento fall into his enemy's hands. Lin Shu resisted with every ounce of strength he had, his face turning beet red, sweat pouring down his temples. But somewhere along the line, Chen Hu's strength had become terrifyingly immense. In contrast, Lin Shu was keenly aware of his own weakness. Chen Hu, on the other hand, looked completely at ease. "So weak, and you still have the nerve to show your face," he sneered. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you." With a sudden forceful push, he sent Lin Shu stumbling to the ground in pain. Chen Hu straightened up and announced smugly, "I awakened my ability today. It happens to be Giant Strength." A nearby screen displayed a confirmation message. Chen Hu, male, age 18, awakened ability, Giant Strength, Keeman type ability, rank A realm, mid-blood condensation. Exhausted, Lin Shu sat slumped on the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Chen Hu clutched the necklace tightly, his fingers squeezing as if to crush the pendant. He curled his lip in disdain, but in Lin Shu's mind, memories came flooding back. He remembered the sight of his father holding the necklace with a solemn expression. That night, while Lin Shu slept, his father had gently placed the necklace around his neck, a gesture full of a reluctant tenderness. The image of a younger, weeping Lin Shu desperately clinging to his father flashed before his eyes, a heartbreakingly pitiful sight. Sitting on the floor, Lin Shu's face burned with fury, the corners of his eyes growing moist. He clenched his fists and thought, "No, that's the last thing my father gave me before he left." Chen Hu held the necklace tightly, his expression menacing as he looked down at Lin Shu. "Where'd all that tough talk go? If you want to save this thing your trash father left you, then get on your knees and beg for it, young Master Lin." His grip tightened, threatening to grind the precious memento to dust. Lin Shu lifted his head, his eyes burning with rage, and growled, "So what if I'm all talk?" He pushed himself off the floor with his hands, staggered to his feet, and then lunged at Chen Hu. Mustering the last of his strength, Lin Shu lipped and sank his teeth viciously into Chen Hu's hand. "All I've got left is this stubborn mouth, so what?" he snarled, his voice full of defiance. Crying out in pain, Chen Hu instinctively opened his hand and the necklace fell toward the floor. "Damn it, are you an animal? You're biting me?" he roared, clutching his hand. Lin Shu whipped his head around, his eyes locked on the falling necklace. He had only one thought in his mind, to get it back, swift as lightning. Lin Shu lunged forward, his hands outstretched, trying to catch the necklace before it hit the ground. Chen Hu immediately rushed over, grabbed Lin Shu's clothes and lifted him up like a small animal, growling, "You bastard, spit it out." A look of determination flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. "I'd rather swallow it than let you get it," he thought. Without hesitation, he put the necklace in his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Hu was shocked, but it was too late. Lin Shu swallowed the necklace, then exhaled, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Hey, not only can I bite, I can swallow things too." Veins bulged on Chen Hu's face. He gritted his teeth, his eyes looking as if he wanted to devour Lin Shu whole. Seething with rage, Chen Hu violently threw Lin Shu aside, roaring, "Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lin Shu's body flew backward, slamming hard against the ground. He was covered in bruises and racked with pain, but he still clenched his jaw and, trembling, used the edge of the blackboard to slowly pull himself to his feet. His eyes shone with a steely glint, his voice was weak but full of fortitude. "People like you, back then, you were all afraid of me just because I was Lin Longzhen's son. You trembled before me, trying everything you could to suck up to me." Lin Shu's face was devoid of expression as his gaze swept over the crowd of people who had been mocking him. "And now also because I'm Lin Longzhen's son, you're jealous and resentful, doing everything you can to humiliate me." He straightened his back, his body weak but unyielding, and continued through gritted teeth, "You're right. I'm just a piece of trash who couldn't awaken any abilities." Lin Shu's bruised face trembled slightly, his eyes moist, but his voice suddenly grew loud, filled with determination. "But even if I'm trash, I won't give up. One day I will prove to all of you that my father was no coward." Outside, thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning tore across the sky, as if echoing the fury in Lin Shu's heart. He walked steadily toward Chen Hu and his cronies, his voice firm and resonant. He did not flee in the face of battle. Suddenly, a dazzling red light erupted from deep within his body, coursing through his cells like molten blood. The necklace pendant he had swallowed abruptly cracked open, and a stream of crimson blood gushed out as the fissures on it widened. Lin Shu felt dizzy, as if the whole world were spinning. This feeling as he widened his eyes, his pupils contracting as the DNA chains inside his body violently vibrated and changed. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System notification, host blood verification successful. Initiating genetic binding with host, welcome to the Apex Monster System. Lin Shu was stunned, muttering to himself, a system, the Apex Monster System. But when did this happen? The memories in his mind rewound like a vivid film, from the moment his father gave him the necklace to Chen Hu snatching it away and threatening to crush it with a taunting tone, and then in his desperation, he put the necklace in his mouth, biting down so hard he drew blood. Lin Shu suddenly snapped back to reality, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. So Chen Hu, in his attempt to humiliate me, inadvertently helped me activate this amber my father left behind. Before Lin Shu's eyes, a glowing system panel materialized, radiating a mysterious light as the mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, on successfully binding with the Apex Monster System. The host may select a bonded monster as an initial reward." Suppressing his apprehension, Lin Shu took a deep breath and with a trembling hand pressed the confirmation button. "A bonded monster, what's that?" he murmured, his eyes fixed on the system panel. Suddenly, 4 information panels appeared before him, floating in the air. On the first panel, a line of text was clearly displayed. Number 1, King of Monsters, Kui Long. According to the classic of mountains and seas, this is a legendary Pangu monster that appeared in the East Sea's Liubo Mountain. It has 2 remarkable features. When it comes ashore, it spews a brilliant light from its mouth as bright as the sun and moon. Its roar is like thunder, capable of piercing through any line of sight. Kui Long is truly worthy of the title King of Monsters. On the second panel, the next piece of information appeared. Number 2, Tyrant Monster, Jin Tian. Also according to the classic of mountains and seas, this is a Pangu monster that slumbered in the west 200 million years ago. It has a majestic form, with wings as brilliant as the scorching sun. Jin Tian once fought a fierce battle with Kui Long but vanished afterward. Nevertheless, legends of its fiery power and imposing presence are still recounted to this day. Lin Shu stood before the system panel, his focused gaze scanning the flashing information. On the third panel, a line of solemn text materialized. Number 3, Queen of Monsters, Zhao Chong. According to the classic of mountains and seas, this is a Pangu monster that lay in wait on Pingfeng Mountain. It is an ancestral hymenopteron, colossal in size. The Zhao Chong Queen is regarded as the guardian and final refuge of all things in nature. Her supportive abilities are exceptionally powerful and have been lauded in countless legends. On the fourth panel, the final piece of information appeared. Number 4, Star-Crushing Monster, Silver Ape. According to the classic of strange tales, this is a Pangu monster that occupied a desolate island in the western wilderness, hidden deep within the earth. It is said to possess a single thick arm that holds astonishing, near-destructive power enough to shatter a planet. Lin Shu took a deep breath, his heart racing. Faced with the 4 choices, his mind was in turmoil. These are all monsters from the Pangu era. Does this mean if I choose one, the system will automatically generate the corresponding Pangu monster? He stood still, a resolute light shining in his eyes, knowing that this decision would determine his future path. The system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out, cold and clear. That is correct, however. Pangu monsters are in their infant stage at birth. The host will need to nurture them patiently to allow them to fully mature. Upon hearing this, a smile touched Lin Shu's lips, his eyes glinting with a mix of surprise and excitement. Excellent, a Pangu monster as a reward right from the start. This system is truly generous, he thought, imagining himself riding a mighty beast trampling Chen Hu and his gang underfoot. It was a Pangu monster that turned Tianhai City upside down back then. If I had one, wouldn't I be invincible? Suddenly, the system interrupted his thoughts, its tone urgent. 1 minute remaining. Please make your selection within the time limit or you will be considered to have forfeited your right. Lin Shu jumped in fright, panicking. Ah, he exclaimed, looking helplessly at the 4 information panels before him. 1 out of 4, how do I choose? Which one is the best? He mumbled, his gaze sweeping over the panel displaying the Zhao Chong Queen, but no matter how he looked at it, it just didn't seem right for him. He frowned, his mind racing. Suddenly, Lin Shu froze, his gaze fiery, fixed on the first panel. Kui Long, the King of Monsters. Isn't that lightning? He blurted out, his heart pounding as if he had found his destiny. Lin Shu clenched his fists, a determined smile on his lips, the fire of resolve burning in his eyes. Who says I can't inherit my father's lightning ability? Standing in the chaotic classroom, he shouted, "That's the one, I choose Kui Long." The system responded immediately, its cold mechanical voice sounding, "Confirmed bonded monster, Kui Long." Suddenly a violent vortex appeared and sucked Lin Shu in. He heard a mysterious voice. "What the hell is going on?" Lin Shu cried out in alarm, his body engulfed by the turbulent current which relentlessly pulled him into an unfamiliar space. In the rushing water, Lin Shu felt as if he were floating in an endless deep sea. He muttered to himself, "Has this place turned into the deep sea?" Lin Shu wondered. Suddenly a huge crimson and majestic eye appeared in the darkness, staring straight at him. A deep voice, like muffled thunder from the seabed, rumbled, "Foolish humans, your thunder crystal system is less than 10,000 years old, yet you dare to call yourselves masters of the world." A massive face of a Kui Long appeared before Lin Shu, radiating an overwhelming presence. When the true ruler descended, the entire world seemed to shrink at the feet of this eternal ancient beast, causing all living things to tremble. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Shu's forehead. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure from the Kui Long. "Is this the oppressive aura of an ancient monster?" he murmured, his voice trembling. Suddenly a surging current of water enveloped Lin Shu. "What is this?" he shouted. As the water splashed, a piercing scream echoed through the air, tearing through the sky. Beneath the water's surface a dark shadow loomed. A pair of green eyes gleamed with a cold light, and a blood-red mouth stretched into an eerie smile as it rose. A look of terror crossed Lin Shu's face as he realized he had landed on the Kuilong's back. The Kuilong's massive body stood tall like a mountain, letting out several earth-shattering roars. Lin Shu was stunned. He realized he was standing precariously on the monster's head. Suddenly he stumbled and lost his balance. "Ah!" Lin Shu fell into the abyss, his panicked screams echoing endlessly. "Ah!" Suddenly, Lin Shu woke up. He looked at the three people in front of him, feeling completely bewildered. Was that all just a dream? Just then, a glowing notification panel lit up before his eyes. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the initial binding installation mode and obtaining the bonded monster Kuilong." Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise, his heart pounding as the system suddenly activated. Before him appeared a brilliant egg floating in the mysterious space of the Apex monster system. He examined the dragon egg with a puzzled look, thinking, "But at this critical moment, all the system gave me is a dragon egg. What am I supposed to do with this? What happened to the invincible ancient monster?" he muttered, his voice a mix of disappointment and confusion. The system suddenly issued a cold notification, wishing the host success in hatching the bonded monster egg soon. Lin Shu leapt to his feet, shouting into the empty air, "Hey, don't go, at least tell me how to hatch this egg." But the only response was the emotionless repeated notification, "Hoping the host successfully hatches the bonded monster soon." Lin Shu stood there dumbfounded and bewildered, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Had the system really abandoned him? The black-haired guy next to him saw Lin Shu talking to himself, his face filled with curiosity and suspicion. "Lin Shu, you're talking so arrogantly," Chen Hu, standing nearby, interjected contemptuously. "Do you think just because you swallowed the necklace we can't do anything to you?" Chen Hu tilted his chin up, his eyes cold, and ordered his two lackeys, "Boys, go, pull young Master Lin's pants down for me." Hearing the order, the two immediately rushed forward and grabbed Lin Shu's hands without hesitation. "Chen Hu, what are you doing?" Lin Shu shouted, struggling. Chen Hu didn't bother to answer. He walked straight over, grabbed Lin Shu's pants and yanked them down. The pants slid off, revealing Lin Shu's underwear, which was printed with a comical banana pattern. "You can swallow the necklace and I can have someone pull it out from your backside," Chen Hu said, his lips curling into a provocative smirk. Hearing this, Lin Shu's face turned beet red. "Damn it, Chen Hu, you'd really do something like this? Fuck, are you even human?" he yelled, his voice trembling with anger and shame. A bizarre image flashed through Lin Shu's mind. He was squatting on a giant egg, and below him, Chen Hu was laughing sinisterly, cackling, "Gek gek gek. A grown man actually hatching an egg." Lin Shu shuddered and quickly said, "I can tell you the necklace has already shattered inside my stomach and turned into an egg just waiting for me to hatch it." Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the doorway, "Stop." Everyone in the room jumped and turned their heads in unison. A girl with cold, sharp emerald green eyes stood tall in the doorway. She held a notebook and pen, her fingers flying as she took notes. "Your actions have seriously violated school regulations. On behalf of the student council, I order you to release that student, hand over your student IDs, and prepare to be disciplined." Cold sweat broke out on Lin Shu's forehead as he thought, "It's just a girl." Chen Hu shot her a disdainful glance, pointed at Lin Shu, and then turned to the girl with a cold sneer. "What's the student council? This is none of your business. Get the hell out of here." The girl stood her ground, unflinching. She raised her hand and pointed to the conspicuous red armband on her sleeve, her voice firm and powerful. "None of my business. I'm on patrol duty. Your actions have violated Chapter 2, Articles 8 and 9, as well as Chapter 3, Article 13 of the school rules." While the girl was speaking, Chen Hu snatched the pen from her hand with lightning speed, a flash of triumph in his eyes. Chen Hu gripped the pen tightly, twirling it in his hand, his eyes sharp and full of provocation. "I'm being nice by telling you to get out. If I'm not nice, I won't let you walk out of this classroom." Suddenly, the corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly as she activated her ability. The pen in Chen Hu's hand abruptly glowed with a dazzling golden light, then broke free from his grasp and levitated in midair, its tip as sharp as a blade, pointed directly at his throat. Chen Hu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, pointed at the pen and sneered, "It's a pen tip. What kind of trick is this?" The girl frowned, her voice icy. "This is just a warning. Do not interfere with the student council's duties." Standing to the side, Lin Shu's eyes widened in amazement as he thought, "This girl can control school supplies?" Chen Hu, unafraid, let out a contemptuous laugh and grabbed the levitating pen. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be an awakened too." He stood opposite her, his eyes full of arrogance. "But I bet you didn't guess that the people here with me are also awakened." Chen Hu clenched his fist, snapping the pen in two, and said smugly, "And my ability is a rank giant strength." Before he could finish, the girl cut him off sharply. "So what?" Chen Hu pointed at the girl's face and said coldly, "So I advise you to mind your own business. Don't risk your life for a piece of trash." Seeing this, Lin Shu panicked and rushed toward the girl to intervene, but Chen Hu's two lackeys quickly pulled him back. "Chen Hu, you're despicable, bringing a group of awakened to bully a single girl," Lin Shu roared. Before the words were out of his mouth, one of the lackeys punched Lin Shu hard in the face. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and fell to the ground. "Shut your trap," the lackey growled. Chen Hu stood there smirking, looking down at Lin Shu with contempt. Do you think I need to bring a group of awakened just to beat a piece of unawakened trash like you? He slowly walked toward the girl, his fists clenched, red as fire. Or are you saying you want to test yourself against us awakened? The girl remained composed, showing no fear, her voice calm and sharp. All you do is talk about being an awakened. Then she raised her voice as if scolding him. Do you really understand what those words, the awakened, mean? The girl stood up straight, her expression serious, her eyes sharp, her powerful voice echoing. The awakened are humanity's last hope against the monsters in this nirvana age, not a label for you to show off and swindle people with. Lin Shu, sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide in astonishment, looked at the girl and thought, is she going to fight them? Completely surrounded by enemies, Lin Shu could hardly believe his eyes. He spoke in a daze. So is this how you felt back then in the secret realm when you faced the monsters? The girl waved her hand nonchalantly. And without a moment's hesitation, a broom lying quietly in the corner of the classroom suddenly vibrated, shot toward Lin Shu and hooked his jacket. A powerful force lifted Lin Shu off the ground. Hey, did you get the wrong person? He screamed, panicking as the broom dragged him along at a startling speed. Suddenly, with a bang, the broom slammed into the wall, pinning Lin Shu firmly against it. He was now in a sorry state, his body suspended in midair, his pants having slipped down, leaving only his underwear with a comical banana pattern exposed. Why are you coming after me? Lin Shu shouted, his face flushing red with shame. The girl answered expressionlessly in a calm tone, sorry, classmate, please hang there for a moment, it's a bit dangerous over here. Chen Hu could no longer keep his cool. With fury blazing in his eyes, he threw a punch at the girl, roaring, damn it, you're not taking me seriously, are you? Get her, boys. The girl simply waved her hands, composed as dazzling golden lights flickered in the air. It seems someone needs to teach you arrogant awakened a lesson. A pencil case on the desk suddenly began to shake violently. Rulers, compasses, pencils, and countless other metal stationery items flew up, charging forward like a tornado. Zhao Wu, who was standing nearby, turned pale and cried out in alarm. The ability to freely control metal, I think I've heard of it somewhere. The girl floated in the air, surrounded by a vortex of sharp metal, her voice resounding and powerful. I'll show you the true meaning of being awakened. Chen Hu was completely suppressed, able to only let out a few muffled grunts. The metal stationery had surrounded him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The girl warned him sternly, don't move or you'll get hurt. Lin Shu, still pinned to the wall, broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock. He thought to himself, she took down Chen Hu in an instant. Who is this girl? Zhao Wu cowered under a desk, his hands over his head, trembling. Surrounded by sharp metal objects that floated like the Grim Reaper's scythe, he shouted in panic. Boss, I remember now, this girl is bad news. She is? Zhao Wu swallowed and said with a tremble. The student council president, Su Lingyu. An image of Su Lingyu flashed in his mind. A genius girl who had been interviewed at the age of 14. You awakened an A-rank magnetic ability, a Tai type, at the awakening ceremony. Chen Hu was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Su Lingyu, he thought. Damn it, I was just trying to bully that kid Lin Shu. How did I end up provoking this monster? Su Lingyu walked forward, her eyes as cold as frost, her voice firm and powerful. If I apply just a little force, I can tear you to shreds in an instant. If you don't want that to happen, surrender now. Just then, a system panel flashed into view, completely different from the previous one. A dazzling golden light enveloped the notification. Su Lingyu, female, age 17, awakened ability, magnetism. Ability type, Tai. Ability rank, A cultivation realm, early spirit aperture. Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He recalled the ranking of the realms from lowest to highest, blood condensation, spirit aperture, celestial palace, void return, and the highest, saint ascension. He hadn't expected Su Lingyu to be an entire major realm higher than Chen Hu. However, Chen Hu stubbornly gritted his teeth and said fiercely, you wouldn't dare. My dad is Chen Baoliang. Su Lingyu didn't answer. She just waved her hand lightly and a sharp piece of metal sliced across Chen Hu's neck, drawing blood. Chen Hu's face turned pale, twisted in pain. He screamed in panic, I'm bleeding. Help! Su Lingyu floated in the air looking down at Chen Hu and said coldly, I'd advise you to give up on such childish ideas. And Awaken's abilities aren't safe. Accidents can happen. You could even die. She clenched her fist lightly, her eyes sharp. Besides, you were the one who wanted to challenge me. So even if I accidentally killed you, General Chen would have no reason to hold me accountable. Hearing this, Chen Hu burst into tears. I'll wait, I surrender, he cried, casting aside all his pride and begging for mercy. Su Lingyu just snorted coldly. HMPH, with a gentle wave of her hand, she deactivated her ability, and all the sharp metal objects immediately fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. She landed lightly and walked slowly toward Chen Hu, her eyes cold. Do you understand what an awakened is now? With one hand behind her back and the other raised, she continued. I hope you remember today's lesson. If you look down on others, being an awakened will get you killed. Su Lingyu reached out to Chen Hu and activated her ability. The metal on his chest suddenly vibrated and was pulled away by the magnetic force. This is not something for you to wear so casually, she barked, her voice full of authority, and it's not something for you to show off. The metal was now firmly in her hand, glittering in the light. Chen Hu looked down at his clothes, at the two empty, torn holes on his chest, his face pale. Su Lingyu's face was stern and imposing as she commanded, if you understand, hand over your student ID and then you can get lost. And don't forget to report to the office tomorrow morning for your punishment. Chen Hu was scared out of his wits. He stumbled back and fell to the ground, stammering, "Ah!" His cronies also scattered in panic, their screams echoing, "Ah, you brat, just you wait, ah!" Lin Shu watched the entire scene unfold, inwardly shocked. She took care of everyone in less than 3 minutes. He turned to Su Lingyu, his eyes still filled with astonishment. Everything had been settled so cleanly. Chen Hu's group was completely defeated. He gritted his teeth, a mixture of anger and complex emotions on his face. Though he hated Chen Hu, seeing his enemy in such a sorry state brought him no joy. He had been silent since the beginning, daring only to think, because the memory of his fight with Chen Hu over the necklace was still vivid. He knew all too well how powerful Chen Hu's giant strength ability was. Then Lin Shu recalled the moment Su Lingyu had effortlessly snatched the medal from Chen Hu's chest, just one realm higher, yet their strength was worlds apart. He thought to himself, his eyes constantly observing Su Lingyu. A strong resolve ignited in his heart. I must uncover the secret of his disappearance and prove that he didn't flee. But on this path, I don't know how many awakened with terrifying abilities I'll have to face. Su Lingyu slowly walked up to Lin Shu, her eyes sharp yet tinged with a hint of curiosity. Can I really handle them? She looked him straight in the eye, her voice firm and powerful. Are you Lin Shu? Lin Shu was still hanging in midair and he answered in a panic. So what if I am? Su Lingyu waved her hand lightly, activating her ability. The broom pinning him immediately loosened, and Lin Shu fell to the ground with a thud, landing on his butt with a sharp pain. Su Lingyu held the broom, her eyes scrutinizing him, and let out a cold snort. She looked Lin Shu up and down, and her gaze suddenly stopped when it swept over the bulge in his underwear. A faint blush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks, but she quickly turned her head away, saying nothing. Then she threw something at Lin Shu and said sternly, "Don't bring things unrelated to your studies to school." Lin Shu hurriedly caught it with both hands. It was the medal. He quickly pulled up his pants and stammered, "Thank you for getting this back for me." Su Lingyu walked to the door, paused for a moment and turned back to say, "The school let you go home at noon today for your own good." Su Lingyu glanced at Lin Shu, her gaze so sharp it felt like it could pierce through him. The awakening of abilities creates a huge gap. Since you haven't awakened yet, you'd better learn to stay away from the awakened. It could cost you your life. Lin Shu was stunned by her words, his eyes filled with confusion. He murmured, "Su Lingyu, you're right." He fell into a reverie, recalling the series of events from Chen Hu snatching the necklace to him accidentally activating the system, and the fantastical scene of him sitting atop the ancient monster Kui Long. As I am now, I really can't catch up to the awakened through conventional means, he thought. My father wasn't a coward, but I still had to rely on the necklace he left me to activate the system. If I can't become an awakened and face the monsters, Lin Shu pictured a magnificent scene. He was sitting on the head of the ancient monster Kui Long, standing on the edge of a cliff facing several awakened. He said to himself, "Then I will become the master of monsters and face the awakened head-on." Under the night sky, a few stars twinkled faintly. In Tianhai City First High School, one classroom remained brightly lit. A weary sigh was heard. "I'm exhausted." A splash of water was thrown onto the blackboard, followed by the swish-swish of wiping. "When is this cleaning ever going to be done?" A hand was vigorously wiping the blackboard. The clock already pointed past 8 in the evening. Chen Hu and his cronies were busy arranging desks and chairs, wiping away the abusive words they had written themselves. One of the cronies complained, "Boss, why do we have to stay at school and clean the classroom? Couldn't we just make that loser Lin Shu do it?" "Yeah, I have a cram school class at 9, another one chimed in. Chen Hu's face darkened, and he roared angrily, "Just do as you're told and shut up." Hearing this, the cronies dared only to close their mouths and get back to work. Chen Hu couldn't help but shiver, recalling Su Lingyu's stern and imposing face when she gave him the order. He muttered to himself, "I don't want to mess with that psycho Su Lingyu ever again." In the quiet night sky, a full moon hung high. A sudden scream pierced the silence. "Damn it!" At a desk piled high with books, Lin Shu, with beads of sweat on his forehead, clutched his head in frustration. It's been a whole afternoon and still no progress. He gripped his pencil tightly, racking his brain. There was very little information on ancient monsters, but that was hardly surprising. After all, in this world, Kui Long was the only ancient monster. The massive figure of Kui Long repeatedly appeared in Lin Shu's mind, but I definitely felt the unparalleled power hidden within Kui Long back then, he murmured, a determined fire lighting up his eyes. So I must find a way to hatch the Kui Long egg. Just then, the system panel flickered, displaying a notification. Ding, the host has initiated a system quest. Lin Shu focused on the system panel where the quest was clearly visible. Hatch the bonded monster egg as soon as possible. Reward, tameable. He leaped to his feet, his eyes shining, and shouted, "Ah, system, where have you been all afternoon?" In his excitement, Lin Shu rushed toward the system panel, only to pass through an ethereal light and slam his head into the desk, wincing in pain. The system replied coldly, "My apologies, Lin Shu. This system runs on the energy of the host bonded monster Kui Long. Kui Long is currently in its egg form, so the system can only operate in low consumption mode, activating only in critical situations. Please hatch the bonded monster egg as soon as possible." Lin Shu rubbed his head, his face scrunched up as he thought, "I was almost beaten to death this afternoon. Wasn't that a critical situation?" He turned to the system, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "But I've already looked through a lot of information. "There's no way to hatch an ancient monster's egg," the system replied in a flat, emotionless tone. "That is normal." The system panel flickered, displaying a diagram of human and ancient monster evolution. Humans have only evolved from ancient apes for 5 million years, but even the weakest ancient monster has a lifespan measured in hundreds of millions of years, with an incubation period of at least 5 million years. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes widened, and he shouted in panic, "5 million years? Are you kidding me? How the hell am I supposed to hatch that?" The system calmly explained. "Relying on natural incubation is indeed impossible, but since this system is called the Apex Monster System, it naturally has a method for rapid incubation." Lin Shu immediately grew excited and asked eagerly, "What method?" He imagined a monster with a sparkling blue gem embedded in its head. System notification: Monster Crystal Cores. Lin Shu was taken aback and muttered, "Monster Crystal Cores. The system confirms this. Monsters are born from spiritual energy, absorbing it to survive and grow. They condense this spiritual energy into a crystal core only about the size of a human fist." Before Lin Shu's eyes, the system panel displayed a vivid image: a small dragon curled up inside an egg with a spiritual core glowing mysteriously above it. The system continued to explain, its voice steady and clear. "Ancient monsters grow and develop slowly because the spiritual energy on the surface of Blue Star is too thin. By supplementing it with the spiritual energy stored in crystal cores, the incubation process can be greatly accelerated." Lin Shu rubbed his forehead, his eyes thoughtful, and murmured, "Well, at least it's not talking about a demon's inner core. But how do I get a monster's crystal core?" In Lin Shu's neat room, the banana-patterned bedsheets were particularly conspicuous under the light. The system replied, "Rest assured, this system has detected a monster crystal core in the host's home." Lin Shu's spirits immediately lifted, his fighting spirit ignited. "Really, you're not mistaken? Did my mom hide such a treasure from me?" The system panel flickered, displaying an image of the metal his father had left him. System notification: "This is it. After analysis, this metal is made from a megaton-class monster crystal core, containing enough spiritual energy to help the ancient monster complete its incubation process." Lin Shu's eyes filled with astonishment as his trembling hand touched his father's hero metal. He remembered the cutting curses he had endured since childhood. "Son of a traitor, son of a coward, son of a traitor, son of a coward." Those vicious curses, like sharp blades, were all aimed at an innocent boy. The metal, a symbol of his father's honor, had always been treasured by Lin Shu in a small box in his school bag. Ever since his father's incident, he had carried it with him, vowing to one day clear his name. He recalled the moment Su Lingyu returned the medal. "If Su Lingyu hadn't intervened this afternoon, I definitely wouldn't have gotten it back." A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Shu, and tears welled up in his eyes. He rummaged through his bag, his hand tightly clutching his father's hero medal. As he was now, he couldn't even protect this medal, let alone his father's honor. On the wall of Lin Shu's room hung a faded portrait of his late father. Lin Shu sighed softly, his gaze fixed on the painting. Then he turned to the system and asked, "System, tell me, how can I speed things up?" The system replied in a steady, clear tone, "The host's Apex Monster System cannot yet accommodate monsters, so you must first materialize Kui Long." Lin Shu frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, "What do you mean materialize?" The system didn't answer. Instead, it suddenly activated, and a gleaming metal cylinder materialized out of thin air, hovering in the center of the room. A laser shot out from the top of the cylinder, drawing a jumble of lines on the wall. Soon, the system proudly announced, "Success. The host can now directly place the monster crystal core into Kui Long's egg." Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes glued to the messy graffiti on the wall. He pointed at the scribbles and asked in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? My drawings were better than this when I was 7. The system seemed to be provoked and roared, "Put it in." Lin Shu hesitated, his face full of worry. With a trembling hand, he held the metal and slowly approached the wall. The moment the metal touched the wall, a powerful suction force pulled it firmly in. Lin Shu was shocked and tried to pull his hand back, but it was useless. The metal was completely swallowed by the wall. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently, and Lin Shu swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. Countless tiny cracks spread across the graffiti-covered wall like a spiderweb. Lin Shu cautiously stepped forward and gently touched a crack with his hand. "This is," he murmured softly, but immediately pulled back. He watched in horror as the cracks grew wider and deeper, until suddenly the wall could no longer hold. Large chunks of stone came crashing down. The entire room shook and the wall collapsed with a deafening roar. Lin Shu reacted instantly, leaping out of the danger zone, screaming his lungs out. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. Lin Shu fell to the cold floor with a thud, panting heavily. Through the swirling dust he vaguely saw a massive figure. His eyes widened in utter shock. From the ruins a fiery red dragon emerged. Its body was round and chubby, yet it exuded a sense of majesty. Lin Shu sat paralyzed on the floor, looking up at the creature before him and muttered in astonishment, "Is this the legendary Pangu monster?" The system immediately issued a notification. Kui Long, form, infant evolvable. Bloodline Overlord, class upgradable. Height 0.69 meters, weight 380 kilograms. Attack methods: close range ram, tail sweep. Initial skill: devour. Lin Shu couldn't help but recall the legendary image of Kui Long, a massive and ferocious creature that inspired fear. He turned to look at the small Kui Long before him, its round chubby body anything but majestic. He cursed in frustration. Damn system, the product in the picture and the real thing are worlds apart, the system immediately replied in a cold yet smug voice. HMPH, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system quest. The reward has been issued. Please check it in time. Lin Shu glanced at the notification panel floating before him, frowned slightly and then changed the subject. Alright, let me see. The system quickly displayed an image of the small Kui Long along with a detailed description of taming skill. By stroking the monster's chin, you can make it willingly submit and become the host's property. Hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes lit up with unconcealed excitement. He quickly confirmed, "Make the monster my own." Then he almost shouted, his voice filled with excitement. "Holy crap, you have such an awesome skill. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The system replied coldly. "Because this skill requires the level of the target to be no higher than the host's bonded monster." Lin Shu put a hand to his forehead and sighed helplessly. "I knew it was too good to be true," he muttered under his breath, his tone full of dissatisfaction. The system had promised him a Pangu monster egg in a critical moment, but now he had to hatch this Kui Long himself. Suddenly a sharp tug at his feet startled Lin Shu. The small Kui Long was biting his pant leg, pulling hard and refusing to let go. He looked down, frowning at the chubby dragon, and grumbled, "Hey, why are you always biting my pants?" Kui Long ignored him, happily running a circle around Lin Shu before suddenly charging forward. Its abrupt action left Lin Shu stunned, watching it blankly. The little dragon stopped by the rubble, opened its mouth and bit into a piece of its own eggshell, letting out a soft hee-hee sound. Lin Shu paused for a moment, then it dawned on him. He murmured, "Oh, I remember now. I read in an ancient book that many reptiles have the habit of eating their own eggshells to supplement their calcium." He nodded and said to Kui Long, "Alright, you can eat it." Hearing Lin Shu's command, the small Kui Long immediately sat down and began to munch on its eggshell with relish, making smack-smack sounds. Lin Shu walked over quietly and reached out to stroke the little dragon's round head, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "This little guy feels completely unreliable," he muttered to himself doubtfully, then turned to curse at the system. "Damn system, you're not going to tell me it'll take another 5 million years to raise it, are you?" Just then, Kui Long, who was enjoying its meal, suddenly stopped, its cheeks puffed out as if it were choking. Lin Shu panicked and quickly patted the little dragon's back, shouting, "You're choking, hey, you can't die on me, you're a monster. I traded my dad's memento for you." At that moment, the system suddenly issued a series of notifications. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a Kui Long eggshell. Evolution points 5. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a Kui Long eggshell. Evolution points 15. Lin Shu hurriedly patted Kui Long's back harder, trying to help the little dragon catch its breath. The round Kui Long was covered in sweat, struggling to make uck sounds. Meanwhile, the system continued to pop up notifications. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a Kui Long eggshell. Evolution points 8. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a Kui Long eggshell. Evolution points 10. Lin Shu looked up, staring in shock at the notifications floating before him. Did the system get a virus? He muttered in confusion. Suddenly, Kui Long's body erupted in a dazzling light and rapidly grew larger. Lin Shu screamed in terror. "Ah," the system continued to announce in a booming voice. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Your Kui Long has consumed 200 evolution points and completed its growth stage form." In the blink of an eye, the small Kui Long had transformed into a giant dragon, its massive body pressing down on Lin Shu, making it difficult for him to stand. The system displayed a status panel. Kui Long, form, growth stage evolvable, bloodline overlord class, upgradable. Height 1.28 meters, weight 960 kilograms, attack methods, close range ram tail sweep. Initial skill, devour. Lin Shu used all his strength to push the giant dragon away and roared at the system. "Hey system, what the hell is going on? Why did it suddenly get so big?" The system flickered, displaying Kui Long's evolution panel before Lin Shu's eyes, which clearly stated Kui Long, form, growth stage evolvable, bloodline overlord class upgradable, height 1.28 meters, weight 960 kilograms, attack methods, close range ram tail sweep. Initial skill, devour. Devour converts food into evolution points through consumption, providing energy for its own growth and evolution. Lin Shu was pinned to the floor, his face contorted by the weight of the massive Kui Long. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "System, did you make this panel with your feet? Doesn't it say this is Kui Long's initial skill?" He glanced up at the giant dragon crushing him and thought, with the Devour skill, Kui Long's growth rate is astonishingly fast. "Should I be glad I chose it?" he murmured, but then shivered as he felt the immense weight. He cried out, trembling, "No, wait, can you move your butt? You're about to break my back." Suddenly, Kui Long's whole body trembled and its round eyes looked toward the door. The door creaked and rattled as if someone were pushing it. Lin Shu's heart sank and he muttered in panic, "Oh no, is Mom back?" Sure enough, Lin Shu's mother walked in from outside, her anxious gaze sweeping across the room. Seeing Lin Shu pinned to the floor by the massive Kui Long, she froze and said, "Lin Shu, you rascal, what happened?" The teacher called and said, "You and a classmate." Before she could finish, she stopped abruptly, staring in disbelief at the giant dragon pressing down on her son. She stumbled backward, fell to the ground and screamed, "Ah!" Kui Long hurriedly waddled over and used its massive body to help her up. Lin Shu quickly reassured her. Mom, don't be afraid, this is my bonded monster Kui Long, I just bound with it, no, I made a contract with it. He turned to Kui Long and ordered decisively, hey, come over and say hi to my mom. Kui Long immediately stuck out its tongue and made an innocent hee-hee sound as if to say hello. Lin Shu's mother's face was pale and she felt dizzy from the bizarre sight. She swayed a few times and then fainted, collapsing to the floor. Lin Shu sighed and murmured, this is definitely not something that can be explained in a few words. He rushed forward, pinched Kui Long's face hard and roared at the system, System, can you put this guy into the apex monster space first? The system replied in a steady but slightly teasing tone, I already told you the host's apex monster space cannot store monsters yet. Lin Shu sighed and pushed Kui Long toward the window. There's no other way, I'll have to take this guy and leave first, then explain to Mom later, he muttered to himself, his eyes full of worry. Just then, Kui Long suddenly lifted its head as if it had remembered something. It looked at the crooked iron fence outside the yard, then unexpectedly slammed its claws down, shattering the window glass. Lin Shu was too shocked to speak, just staring blankly as shards of glass flew everywhere. Kui Long's eyes blazed with anger, and it didn't stop. It raised its claws and smashed Lin Shu's window frame, sending debris flying. Lin Shu was so scared that snot ran down his nose. He rolled his eyes and roared, what the hell did you do? The loud noise attracted the curious neighbors. Lin Shu's mother, still lying on the floor, was woken up. What's that sound? What happened? She murmured. The sound of alarms began to blare. Lin Shu grew even more frantic, sweat pouring down his face. Now the neighbors are all alarmed. He quickly pushed Kui Long outside. Let's go, we'll be discovered if we don't leave now, he shouted. Kui Long leapt out, letting out a low gurgle sound. Lin Shu quickly grabbed a blanket and threw it over himself, then looked back at his mother and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Mom. He quickly added, I'll explain everything when I get back. Before his mother could respond, Lin Shu and Kui Long rushed out of the room. From inside, his mother's angry shouts echoed, Lin Shu, you little brat, what are you up to now? She stood in the room, cursing her son in a rage. Lin Shu wrapped the blanket tightly around himself, turned, and quickly hid with Kui Long in the bushes outside the yard. He breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, That's my mom. She recovered so quickly, but seeing her like that, I'd better wait until she's cooled down before I go back. Sitting in the bushes, Lin Shu waved away the buzzing mosquitoes around him. Kui Long tilted its head, watching his movements with its round eyes. Lin Shu glanced at Kui Long and asked, But the system said you can keep leveling up by devouring things, right? Just then, the system flickered and displayed a notification. That's right, Kui Long can obtain spiritual energy by devouring things and convert it into evolution points, allowing it to continuously evolve and grow. Lin Shu jumped, his eyes wide as he stared at the lively Kui Long outside. Whoa, why are you so eager to come out now? He muttered. The system suddenly flickered, displaying several fragrant chicken drumsticks, and said in a steady tone, The host cannot communicate smoothly with the bonded monster yet, right? But rest assured, Kui Long will continue to evolve and grow quickly, and it can already understand your meaning. Lin Shu glanced at the system and sighed helplessly. Did you just pop up to tell me that? Kui Long's eyes sparkled with interest as it stared at the chicken drumsticks. Just then, the system flickered again, displaying a compass-like object, and continued to notify. Host, a declaration. This system solemnly recommends one of its important items. To successfully hatch Kui Long, you will need the mirror of many monsters. Lin Shu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seeing its master do this, Kui Long mimicked him, clumsily placing its claw on its chin. Lin Shu frowned and said skeptically, I'll believe you when I see it. I have a monster that still needs to be hatched and I can't even use its skills. Tell me, what is this mirror of many monsters? The system replied in a steady and confident tone. The function of the mirror of many monsters is simple. Just keep it by your side and the host will be able to sense spiritual energy. Whether it's a living creature or an object, it can be detected instantly. The mirror of many monsters can help the host detect nearby spiritual energy reactions and concentrations, thus assisting Kui Long in leveling up through devouring, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Lin Shu nodded, a flicker of interest in his eyes. That does sound pretty convenient, he said. Let me see. He held out his hand. He pointed to the dazzling red dot in the center of the mirror of many monsters. This biggest bright spot is Kui Long, right? He mused, then looked at the smaller scattered light dots around it. So these scattered dots behind Kui Long must be the leftover pieces of its eggshell. Lin Shu suddenly recalled the sight of Kui Long ravenously gnawing on its own eggshell, almost choking and letting out an embarrassed burp. The system confirmed, that's right, the brightness and size of the light dots represent the strength of the spiritual energy contained in the target. Lin Shu pondered, his eyes fixed on the mirror of many monsters. Wait, he murmured. So the mirror has a large arrow and some small red dots, but there's another huge red dot nearby, he pointed, his voice full of surprise. There's another light spot over here that's much bigger than those eggshells. He was suddenly startled, his eyes wide. Holy crap, this dot is even bigger than Kui Long. Lin Shu frowned and communicated with Kui Long through their bond, imagining it as a gluttonous worm devouring light dots to gain experience. But Kui Long seemed dissatisfied, pouting and glaring at him. Seeing this, Lin Shu quickly pulled out some pizza and bread to entice it. Kui Long's mouth immediately flew open, drool flying everywhere as it let out excited gurgle sounds. Lin Shu glanced at the dragon and shook his head helplessly. This guy really is the king of gluttons. A thought flashed through his mind. If he were a superhero, Kui Long would definitely be the ultimate devouring master. He climbed onto Kui Long's back and wrapped his body tightly in a blanket as a disguise. Hey, he commanded. Wrap it up tight like this so no one will spot us. Kui Long obediently and clumsily tightened the blanket, looking a bit strained. Lin Shu laughed and patted its back. All right, let's go. Kui Long let out an excited roar. Its face was beaming with joy, its eyes sparkling. It carried the tightly wrapped Lin Shu on its back and charged forward at high speed. Kui Long ran at an astonishing pace, leaving huge footprints on the ground with every step, kicking up dust. Sitting on its back, Lin Shu smiled smugly, thinking, I'm such a genius for coming up with this way to hide Kui Long. He focused on the mirror of many monsters and said, according to the mirror of many monsters, this should be the place. Kui Long stopped in front of a skyscraper, dust swirling under its massive claws, but the surroundings showed no sign of any monsters. Ahead, 2 security guards patrolled back and forth, their eyes cold. Lin Shu and Kui Long hid in a secluded corner. This apartment complex was very strictly managed. He murmured worriedly, should we go in? Kui Long lifted its head confidently and glanced at Lin Shu as if to say, watch me. It suddenly let out a low roar, gathered its strength and pushed off powerfully with its hind legs. Lin Shu panicked, his voice trembling. Hey, what are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. In an instant, Kui Long leapt into the air. Lin Shu, sitting on its back, held on tightly in fear. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Kui Long clung tightly to the wall of the building, its claws digging deep into the concrete. Lin Shu stared at the building's wall in astonishment. Although Kui Long's claws were dug in deep, they hadn't managed to crack the wall. He marveled to himself. It didn't even shatter, as expected of an earthquake-proof building. In the silent night, 1 person and 1 dragon scaled the tall building without a sound. With its extraordinary strength, Kui Long climbed nimbly, carrying Lin Shu on its back straight to an apartment balcony. He held on tightly, murmuring, here, do monsters live in high-end apartments? Kui Long landed on the balcony, and Lin Shu crashed into a clothes rack, sending clothes flying everywhere. He got down and looked around. Suddenly realizing the room was full of women's things, his cheeks flushed, his heart raced, and a sensational newspaper headline popped into his mind. Son of a traitor breaks into female student's room late at night after failing to awaken. He gritted his teeth and cursed the system. Damn system, what are you up to now? Why did you bring me to a place like this again? Kui Long, oblivious to its master's panic, sniffed the air, its eyes lighting up as it scented spiritual energy. It excitedly rushed toward the door, ready to barge in. Lin Shu shouted in terror, hey, don't just barge in on your own. How is anyone supposed to handle that? He weakly grabbed Kui Long's tail, falling to the floor as he tried to pull it back. Suddenly his eyes fell on a familiar jacket hanging nearby. This is, he murmured, recognizing the emblem of the Grand Arts Guild, a symbol of a forest filled with dangerous beasts. Lin Shu's eyes glinted as he thought about the secret realms. He knew that most of the spiritual energy on Blue Star was concentrated in alternate dimensions known as secret realms. Nourished by the dense spiritual energy, these realms produced countless precious resources and ferocious monsters, making them ideal places for the awakened to adventure and train. However, every country's secret realms were strictly controlled. Even the awakened had to pass a series of tests and reviews to gain entry. The gleaming silver Grand Arts Guild emblem on the jacket was the secret realm pass issued by the Sha Kingdom. It was said that every awakened could design their own emblem, making each one unique. Lin Shu and Kui Long stared intently at the emblem behind the glass. Behind it, the silhouette of a girl moved gracefully. Lin Shu froze, his cheeks flushed, and a nosebleed suddenly started. He quickly wiped it away with his hand, his heart pounding. So this emblem probably belongs to that silhouette, he murmured. Lin Shu suddenly cried out in terror. Su Lingyu, the image of the girl appeared clearly in his mind. He clutched his head and rolled on the floor, wailing, of all the places you could have brought me, you had to bring me here. With her around, even if there was a monster, she would have skinned and deboned it by now. Kui Long tilted its head, looking at Lin Shu in confusion, its mind filled with mountains of food. Lin Shu's face was flushed and he was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and cursed the system. Damn it, you stupid system, are you getting addicted to messing with me? Just then, the sound of water from the bathroom stopped. Su Lingyu walked out, wrapped in a bath towel that covered the essential parts. Her face was cold and water droplets still glistened on her skin, giving her an irresistible charm. She asked in an icy voice, who's there? Startled, Lin Shu looked up, his eyes filled with panic. He glanced at Kui Long, his lips pressed tightly together, imagining the dragon being cooked and served on a platter. But Kui Long remained carefree, its eyes shining, completely unaware of the danger. The ticking of the clock intertwined with the dripping of the shower head. Su Lingyu, fresh from her shower, was quietly thinking about what had happened that afternoon. Was I too harsh? Those who haven't awakened should learn to stay away from the awakened as soon as possible. Whatever, it was for his own good. As Su Lingyu dried herself off, she recalled Lin Shu's pitiful state that afternoon. He looked so haggard, claiming to be a hero's son yet so overconfident. She let out a soft cold snort and murmured, I shouldn't have had any expectations for him in the first place. Suddenly a loud crash came from outside like the sound of furniture breaking. Su Lingyu jumped, quickly tightened her towel and spun around, shouting, who's there? She opened the bathroom door but saw no one. The balcony door had been smashed open, and a flash of red light zipped past. Kui Long, with Lin Shu clamped tightly in its mouth, leapt off the balcony. Lin Shu's face was filled with panic as he struggled to hold onto the blanket wrapped around him, shouting, "Hey, this isn't the 4th floor of my house, it's the 40th floor." Kui Long plummeted straight down at an astonishing speed. It landed with an earth-shattering boom, sending dirt and rocks flying, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Lin Shu sat slumped on Kui Long's stomach, tears streaming down his face, clutching his head and shouting, "Ah, I'm still alive." Kui Long lay there, panting, and mumbled, "I'm hungry." Its mind was filled with mountains of food. Just then the system lit up and a notification sounded. Beep beep, congratulations to the host for successfully finding the source of spiritual energy and unlocking the second system quest. Lin Shu sat slumped on Kui Long's stomach, his face twisted in a grimace, and roared at the system, "Damn it, you have the nerve to show up? How could the monster light dot on the mirror of many monsters be a person?" Kui Long, underneath him, let out a resentful roar of its own. "Get out here." The system shamelessly defended itself. "I told you, the mirror of many monsters detects the concentration and reaction of spiritual energy, not the target species." It flickered, displaying an image of 2 figures in fierce combat, and continued to explain, "Besides, both the awakened and monsters were born from the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy, so the spiritual energy on an awakened is similar to that of a monster." Lin Shu still couldn't accept it, roaring through gritted teeth, "Like I need you to tell me that? Get lost." The system, as shameless as ever, continued to introduce the second quest. "The host will definitely love its reward. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" The system screen flickered, displaying the details. System Quest 2. Help your bonded monster Kui Long enter its growth stage as soon as possible. Reward, projection ability skill. Fuming, Lin Shu didn't even bother to look at the system and roared, "Damn it, I've only been bound to you for less than a day and you've already tricked me several times. I'd be an idiot to trust you again." Suddenly he paused, his eyes lighting up as he murmured, "Wait, what's this projection ability?" The system glowed, its tone steady yet with a hint of smugness. "In principle, the host can only look up a skill's description after obtaining it. But to motivate the host's strength, this system will make an exception and reveal a little." The system screen lit up, explaining clearly, "Projection. When used, you can summon any monster the host owns into the monster space. If you choose to fuse with the projected monster, the host will copy 30 of that monster's total stats onto themselves." Lin Shu and Kui Long both stared intently at the system panel, which showed the ability to copy 30 of a monster's stats to himself. Lin Shu turned to Kui Long, his eyes sparkling. "I can get 30 of this guy's total stats?" Kui Long lifted its head and whistled smugly. As if showing off its power, Lin Shu sat slumped on the ground, the image of facing that monster still fresh in his mind. He thought, "When I looked at that monster's data earlier, its light dot was about the same size as Su Lingyu's. If I could get 30% of her strength." At this thought, Lin Shu couldn't hide his excitement. "Doesn't that mean I could at least reach the mid-blood condensation realm?" The dragon beside him cheered up at his words, its eyes shining as if it saw a mountain of food. But it quickly shook its head vigorously, its cheeks puffed out, and held up 2 fingers in a scolding manner. Lin Shu looked at the scene and laughed. "Twice, once when Kui Long was eating its eggshell, and I had to push you out the window. The other time was when you were devouring spiritual energy, and I almost thought Su Lingyu was going to slaughter you." He wiped his face with a towel, clapped his hands, and forced a helpless smile. "Now's not the time to settle scores." Then he held up a delicate, gleaming emblem. "As the saying goes, it's better to rely on yourself than others. Look at this, I managed to grab this earlier. It's the Grand Arts Guild emblem, a pass to enter the secret realms issued by the Sha Kingdom." In front of the gate of an unfinished construction site, Lin Shu walked side by side with Kui Long, its small feet covered in mud. He stopped and scanned the desolate scene. "This is it. Secret Realm A86, the closest one to our home." Lin Shu held Su Lingyu's emblem tightly in his hand, its surface glittering. He held it up and said, "With this Grand Arts Guild emblem, I can take you into the secret realm for a big feast, though they'll all just be small fry. We'll take whatever we can get in there." Hearing this, Kui Long's eyes lit up and it jumped for joy. Lin Shu looked around and murmured, "This is just an E-rank secret realm. The security is really lax. I don't even see a single guard." Kui Long bounced through the gate. Lin Shu looked around. The scene before him resembled an abandoned construction site, overgrown with weeds. He thought, "Looks like there was a project here before," but everything stopped once the secret realm entrance opened. Suddenly, Kui Long dared its eyes, pointed ahead, and shouted, "Oh woo!" Lin Shu followed its gaze, and a brilliant blue light flashed before their eyes. He watched the entrance to the secret realm intently, his voice low. "Let's go in, Kui Long." Kui Long wagged its finger, disagreeing. "My dad went into a secret realm too." As Lin Shu and Kui Long passed through the gate, memories of the ability awakening suddenly flooded his mind. Lin Shu, age 18, ability awakening and cultivation realm, assessed as he thought. "Even if I didn't awaken a powerful ability, even if I lost everything my father left me," the image of his father handing him the necklace appeared clearly in his mind. "But no matter what, I've taken the first step." A determined light shone in Lin Shu's eyes. Kui Long stepped into the secret realm, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Shu pulled up his bandana to cover his face and observed his surroundings, exclaiming, "So this is a secret realm?" Giant insects were everywhere. He murmured, "Even though it's just the lowest level secret realm, the difference is huge." The massive, grotesque insects around him made him shiver. Kui Long laughed. Those creepy crawlies with lots of legs are huge too. Suddenly it sped up, chasing after a giant dragonfly. Lin Shu lost his balance and fell to the ground, crying out, "Out, don't run." But Kui Long was busy running and tripped over a small protruding rock. Face planting on the ground and kicking up dust, Lin Shu rubbed his head and walked over to Kui Long, frowning. "Come on, this is a secret realm. Can you be a little more reliable?" Kui Long lay on the ground, too ashamed to make a sound. Then it stood up, put its hands on its hips and panted. It took a deep breath, puffing out its chest. Kui Long exhaled with all its might, letting out a massive roar that shook the entire secret realm and startled all the creatures nearby. Lin Shu, standing beside it, couldn't take it and quickly covered his ears, shouting with a pained expression. "Why are you shouting so loud?" Kui Long pointed at him and roared. "Look behind you." Lin Shu, still covering his ears, murmured, "What now?" He peeked behind him and saw a giant bear with blood-red eyes and a long tongue hanging out, drool dripping down. A thin mist surrounded it, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The beast looked terrifyingly grotesque. Lin Shu fell to the ground and screamed in panic. A monster appeared. Suddenly, the system appeared, accompanied by his bewildered gaze. The text on the system was clearly visible. "With this system here, the host has no need to be afraid." Lin Shu lunged forward, hugged the system, and burst out laughing. "You've shown up again, right at a critical moment. Quick, tell me, what can I do?" The system calmly replied. "Host, what you're facing is not a monster, but an extremely ordinary prehistoric creature." But just then the beast lunged forward, its sharp claws raised high. Lin Shu screamed in panic as it charged straight at him, and luckily he dodged just in time. Unconvinced, Lin Shu roared, "You call this ordinary?" The giant bear charged, swatting an ancient tree and snapping it with a single blow that sent it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Shu's heart pounded with even greater fear. The broken trunk fell right in front of him. He let out a terrified cry. "Holy shit!" Staring at the shattered tree, Lin Shu's face turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out as he muttered, "If that had hit me, I'd have been turned into a pile of mush." He spun around, pointed at the system, and roared in fury, "Ordinary my ass, if I hadn't dodged so quickly, I'd be dead." The system immediately retorted in a calm tone, "The host has activated the monster index. Open it and you'll know." Right after, the system displayed an analysis of the giant bear. A short-faced bear weighing 1.8 tons and standing 4.2 meters tall, the largest bear species in history. It had exceptionally long limbs, reaching over 2 meters in height when standing. During the Great Cataclysm, some prehistoric creatures had accidentally entered the secret realm and survived. Having lived in the secret realm for a long time, they absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy, making them even stronger. Listening to the system's lengthy explanation, Lin Shu roared impatiently. "Damn it, can't you just get to the point?" The system quickly replied. "All right, the point is that while prehistoric creatures are massive, their strength is nothing compared to a monster's." Hearing this, Lin Shu grinned smugly, picked up the system panel and said, "The brightness of its light dot is even smaller than Kui Long's eggshell. So it's just a weakling." His eyes gleamed as he stuck his hands in his pockets and said confidently, "In that case, I won't hold back. Since this is my first time in a secret realm, I'll use you for a little practice." He pointed forward majestically and roared, "Go, Kui Long!" But what followed was an awkward silence that enveloped the scene. Nothing appeared. The giant bear stared at Lin Shu, who was frozen in place like a statue, a look of utter confusion on his face. He grabbed his hair and shouted at the system, "System, where's my dragon? The data says it's here." The system replied calmly, "Kui Long has its own consciousness. This system is also unaware." The giant bear let out an angry roar and charged forward, its eyes blazing red. "How dare you trick me?" Lin Shu clutched his head and watched in panic as the massive beast rushed toward him, shouting, "Kui Long, where did you go? If you don't come out, I'm really going to die." Suddenly, a flash of red lightning streaked across and Kui Long charged in like a thunderbolt. Just in the nick of time, it slammed its head into the bear's face, sending the beast staggering backward. Lin Shu stood frozen, sobbing. Wah, it wasn't over. Kui Long swung its tail, whipping it across the bear's face, making it howl in pain. Kui Long continued its assault, leaping into the air and pouncing on the giant bear, which was still dazed from the 2 heavy blows. It landed heavily on the bear, crushing the beast and making it open its mouth wide, tears streaming down its face. Kui Long showed no mercy, pressing down hard until a crack was heard. The bear's neck bone snapped. Finally, the bear was defeated, lying stiffly on the ground as Kui Long sat triumphantly on top of it, a victorious expression on its face. Standing nearby, Lin Shu witnessed the scene and couldn't help but recall the feeling of being crushed by Kui Long himself. He thought, one sit and it's game over. I was lucky to survive before. Kui Long jumped off the bear, its eyes greedy, its sharp teeth glinting and drool dripping from its mouth. Lin Shu smiled smugly and commanded, "Devour Kui Long." The system immediately notified Devour complete. Evolution points 2. An item called Projection appeared on the system panel. The system explained, when used it can project any monster the host owns from the monster space. If you choose to fuse with the projected monster, you can copy 30 of that monster's total stats. However, the projection ability can only be activated once Kui Long enters its growth stage. Lin Shu watched Kui Long as it eagerly devoured the short-faced bear. It tore at large chunks of meat as if enjoying a grand feast. The system's notification sound kept ringing. "Ding, congratulations, host, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a short-faced bear." Evolution points 1. Immediately, another notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a short-faced bear." Evolution points 1.5. 2 more similar notifications followed. Congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a short-faced bear. Evolution points 2. And congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a short-faced bear. Evolution points 1. Lin Shu looked at the system with a face full of doubt and muttered, just 1 or 2 points each time. You're not messing with me, are you? In the blink of an eye, Kuilong had eaten the giant bear clean, leaving only a pile of white bones. Kuilong, full and with a round belly, lay beside the skeleton, let out a long satisfied burp and then leisurely picked its teeth in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu sat nearby, looked at the system, and asked, System, let's see how many evolution points we got in total this time. The system replied in a steady tone, a total of 19 evolution points have been obtained. Does the host wish to consume 19 evolution points? Lin Shu answered without hesitation, yes. Suddenly, the Kuilong in front of him glowed with a dazzling light and began to evolve, but apart from growing 3 centimeters taller, there was no significant change. Lin Shu watched the scene with a frustrated expression and muttered, looks like the spiritual energy in this secret realm isn't everywhere. Just eating prehistoric creatures won't work. The system suddenly activated the monster compass and a compass appeared. Lin Shu watched it intently as a red dot flickered not far from his position. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed happily, there it is, a lot of light dots here. He waved his hand and shouted, Kuilong, stop chewing on those bones. Big bro's gonna take you for some real meat. In a flash, Kuilong had already carried Lin Shu to the designated spot. Looking at the compass, Lin Shu thought, it looked pretty far on the compass, but this guy runs really fast. But just then, 9 black dots appeared on the compass, forming a circle that surrounded his position. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, wondering what's with these light dots forming a circle. Kuilong suddenly stomped its foot and came to a halt. Both Lin Shu and Kuilong stared ahead grimly, ready for a fight. In front of them, dark figures gradually became clearer, pairs of blood-red eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Lin Shu's heart sank as he thought, are we surrounded? Out of the darkness, a pack of wolves with sharp fangs emerged. Their eyes filled with greed, looking terrifyingly gruesome. He cried out in panic, System, what are these things now? The system immediately displayed the data of the monsters before them. Mutant hounds, bloodthirsty, weighing no more than 1 ton, 1 meter tall, shaped like dogs but move like cats. Their senses are extremely keen, especially sensitive to ultrasound. They have short forelegs and long hind legs, prefer to move in packs, and have an extremely strong bite force. Sitting on Kuilong's back, Lin Shu sneered disdainfully, a bunch of skinny bags of bones. I'll treat this as grinding my teeth on chicken necks. He confidently raised his middle finger, looked straight at the pack of mutant hounds and roared, you think you can treat us as food? Come at me, all of you, if you've got the guts. The moment he finished speaking, one of them lunged forward, opening its mouth to attack Lin Shu. The rest charged at the same time, but they were out of luck. Kuilong, quick as lightning, caught one of the mutant hounds and swallowed it whole. Lin Shu smiled smugly as the system's notification sounded. Beep, congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 500. Another notification followed. Congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 1000. Lin Shu covered his face and shouted with joy. Holy crap, the evolution points from devouring 1 mutant hound are more than 26 short-faced bears. I never thought these damn bags of bones would be such a jackpot. Lin Shu made up his mind, if that's the case, let's keep going. Both his and Kuilong's eyes lit up as he pointed forward and shouted, charge, Kuilong, as long as you don't die from eating, eat them all. Eat until you reach the growth stage in one go. Kuilong charged forward at an astonishing speed, scaring the surrounding mutant hounds so much that they trembled and retreated. It opened its mouth and swallowed the mutant hounds one by one, sending the entire pack into a panic. The system's notifications kept sounding. Beep, congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 499. Then congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 510. And then congratulations, host. Your Kuilong has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 503. Lin Shu looked at the system panel and shouted happily, holy crap, I've got over 250 evolution points in the blink of an eye. Big bro is going to make you rich. He decisively ordered. System, use all these evolution points to evolve it. The system immediately notified, consuming 250 evolution points to upgrade size. Kuilong's body erupted in a dazzling light and visibly grew larger, causing Lin Shu to lose his balance and shout, ah. His face turned pale and he wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, that was close, I almost fell off. The system displayed Kuilong's new information panel. Form, Infancy Evolvable Bloodline, Overlord Class Upgradable, Height 1.8 meters, Weight 1.4 tons, Attack Methods RAM. Bite, Initial Skills, Dragon Tail Sweep, Devour. Lin Shu looked at the system panel and smiled smugly. I've only eaten a few and it's already at 50. He glanced at the pack of mutant hounds in front of him and calculated, if I devour this entire circle I can definitely activate the projection skill. This is the right way to explore a secret realm. Suddenly, a white mutant hound threw its head back and howled at the sky. Oh woo, the sound was like a command. Lin Shu observed it and muttered, that one's the leader. The moment the howl ended, the pack of mutant hounds became even more ferocious. Their eyes grew sharp, a stark contrast to their earlier cowering. He paused for a moment, thinking, what did it say to its underlings? Why do their eyes look so fierce now? Suddenly, a mutant hound charged over, opening its mouth wide to swallow Lin Shu in one bite. He shouted in panic, "Holy crap, why is this damn dog coming after me?" But just then, Kui Long blocked the beast in time. It took the opportunity to bite down hard on Kui Long's arm, making the dragon wince in pain. Lin Shu shouted with concern, "Kui Long?" Watching Kui Long's actions, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. It had just rushed out to protect him, regardless of the danger. Suddenly, another mutant hound shot past them. Lin Shu looked at the beast in front of him and muttered, "These guys are all coming after me." Again and again, the mutant hound pounced, biting hard into Kui Long's leg, drawing blood. Lin Shu was startled and cried out, "Could that have been the command from that damn leader? Use me to hold back Kui Long." Looking at the wound on Kui Long's leg, he thought anxiously, "We can't let this continue." Although the mutant hounds are only E-rank monsters, their sharp teeth can easily pierce Kui Long's scales. Sitting on Kui Long's back, Lin Shu observed the surrounding pack of mutant hounds and analyzed, "If they have the courage to swarm us all at once, the consequences will be unimaginable." He opened the system to check the quest progress and said impatiently, "Damn it, I'm just 30 away from completing the system quest." Turning to the pack of mutant hounds, Lin Shu sneered, seeing them as if they were smiling smugly. He roared, "But these damn dogs clearly aren't going to give me the chance. HMPH, holy crap, you guys are really boring," he said contemptuously. "No matter where you go, you only know how to use this trick, ganging up on the weak." A memory suddenly flooded Lin Shu's mind. The arrogant faces of a group of school bullies ganging up on him appeared clearly. One of them stood before him, his eyes disdainful, a smug smile on his face. Holding Lin Shu's necklace in his hand, he gritted his teeth and roared defiantly, "But you're wrong. Maybe I don't have any awakened abilities and I am weak, but I won't let you bully me like this." Back in the present, Lin Shu placed his hand on Kui Long's head as if to encourage it. He pointed at the tree in front of them and commanded, "See that tree? Find a way to make that tree fall." Following the command, Kui Long let out a roar and their gazes locked onto the same target. Lin Shu shouted, "Go!" He and Kui Long charged forward together, ignoring the pack of mutant hounds chasing and attacking from behind. Lin Shu calculated in his mind, "This method is risky, but I want to give it a try." The image of Kui Long attacking the short-faced bear appeared in his mind, intertwined with a fervent idea. "If they like to bully the weak, I'll give them the chance. Now that Kui Long and I are separated, we can split the mutant hound's attention, without me as a burden. Kui Long can go all out. I believe with its gluttonous nature it won't take long for it to eat enough to level up." A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Shu. The only thing that made him uneasy was how long he could last under the siege of the mutant hounds. Kui Long stopped, the wound on its leg from the beast bite still bleeding. Sitting on its back, Lin Shu looked up at a high branch and thought, "I used to play on the horizontal bar at school. This height shouldn't be a problem." He stood up abruptly, leapt into the air, and grabbed the branch. Kui Long saw its master's risky move and moved closer, letting out a roar. The roar was filled with extreme worry. Lin Shu clung to the branch with one hand, made a gesture with the other, and cursed loudly. "Kui Long, you idiot, go eat. Why are you following me?" Kui Long turned its head, licked its lips, and looked sharply at the approaching pack of mutant hounds. Lin Shu climbed up the tree, observed the situation below, sneered, and raised his middle finger, taunting loudly, "If you've got the guts, have your buddies come after me." But when he looked down, he was stunned. A pack of mutant hounds had already gathered under the tree, waiting. He burst into tears and wailed, "Holy crap! How did so many of them gather in such a short time?" The pack of mutant hounds roared and swarmed forward, violently ramming the tree trunk, causing the large tree to shake violently. Lin Shu fell from the high branches screaming, I'm so scared I'm about to lose my mind," he shouted for the system. "System, quick, use all the evolution points to upgrade me now." The system immediately appeared, notifying him that 2,100 evolution points had been consumed. He was still falling, yelling in a panic, "It's too late. If he fell into this pack of dogs, he'd surely be torn to shreds." The system executed the command swiftly, using up all the evolution points. A notification sound rang out. Beep, 2,182 evolution points have been consumed. Kui Long size upgraded. Followed by beep, congratulations host. After the size upgrade, Kui Long has entered its growth stage, measuring 4 meters long and weighing 3.5 tons. And finally, beep, congratulations host. Kui Long has successfully evolved to its growth stage, but Lin Shu was still falling, and he cursed in fury, "Damn system, my ass is on fire. Can't you be any faster? Give me the reward for System Quest 2. The system immediately displayed, "Congratulations host on successfully completing System Quest 2. The quest reward has been issued. Please check it in time." A dazzling light enveloped Lin Shu. System notification, projection ability. When used, you can project any monster the host owns from the monster space. If you choose to fuse with the projected monster, you can copy 30 of that monster's total stats. A short dark object fell into Lin Shu's hand. He looked at the thing in his hand and asked blankly, "What is this dark thing? Could it be Kui Long's materialized egg?" The system replied, "That's right, it's a projection lens. Using the monster projection lens is very simple." The system began to instruct. First, the host needs to bring the end of the projection lens close to their eye. Lin Shu did as told, pressing the bottom of the lens firmly against his eye. The system continued to the next step. Turn the knob on top of the lens to find the monster you need to project. Before Lin Shu's eyes, a colorful monster panel appeared. The system concluded, the last step is to press the projection button to project. Lin Shu stared at the lens, a blank look on his face. Suddenly he slipped and fell, his head hitting the tree trunk hard. He roared in fury, "Simple my ass, why make a skill so complicated? Are you trying to get me killed?" He gripped the lens tightly, accidentally triggering the function. A dazzling light shot out, hitting Lin Shu and revealing the mark of Kui Long. The pack of mutant hounds, as if provoked, charged at him, roaring ferociously. Lin Shu was still on the ground, unable to get up, and watched the charging hounds with burning anger. He shouted, "Ah, damn it!" He sprang to his feet, lifted an ancient tree, and hurled it at the pack of beasts, roaring, "Come on if you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one." He looked down at his arm and was shocked to see it had changed. It had turned into a claw just like Kui Long's. He exclaimed, "This is..." Watching the approaching pack of mutant hounds, he gritted his teeth. "You damn dogs, do you think I'm a pushover?" He placed his hand on a nearby tree, his voice filled with rage. "You think I'm a sick cat just because I'm not showing my claws?" Around Lin Shu, streaks of red lightning burst forth, dazzling and brilliant. He sneered contemptuously. "Looks like I'll have to open your eyes today." His sharp claws pierced the hard tree trunk, and with just his hands he lifted it. Lin Shu roared, "I'm a tough nut to crack." Without hesitation, he threw the trunk straight at the pack of mutant hounds, shouting, "Go to hell." But unexpectedly, the pack of mutant hounds nimbly dodged, darting past the trunk like the wind. Lin Shu was stunned and blurted out, "Damn, they're so agile, looks like I'll have to fight for my life." Lin Shu stood alone, facing the pack of mutant hounds, and got into a fighting stance. Suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps was heard. The massive Kui Long appeared behind the pack of beasts. Its giant shadow made the mutant hounds tremble and retreat. In one bite, Kui Long's sharp teeth clamped down on 3 mutant hounds. They struggled wildly, but it was useless. The system's notification immediately sounded, "Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 53. In an instant, the 3 mutant hounds were swallowed by Kui Long. The system continued to notify, "Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 499. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant hound. Evolution points 510. The 3 mutant hounds were devoured by Kui Long, not even a bone left. Lin Shu watched the scene before him and cried out in astonishment, Kui Long?" He stared in disbelief at the giant creature before him, chewing with great might, filling his heart with emotion. Before Lin Shu, the system flickered, displaying Kui Long's detailed information panel, which clearly stated, "Form growth stage, evolvable bloodline, overlord class, upgradable height 4 meters, weight 3.5 tons, attack methods, ram, bite, dragon tail, sweep, initial skill, devour." Lin Shu was stunned. He looked up at the massive Kui Long and blurted out, "It's so huge just after entering its growth stage. This growth rate is truly worthy of a Pangu monster." He stood before the giant Kui Long, a chill running down his spine, but he forced a calm expression. "How about it?" he said. "I said I'd treat you to a big meal and I kept my word, didn't I?" Kui Long exhaled forcefully, letting out a low roar that made Lin Shu shiver, thinking so fierce. The giant dragon lowered its head, its bright eyes looking at him, and a huge claw rested on his shoulder. Lin Shu was bewildered, his voice trembling. What do you want?" In an instant, Kui Long lifted him up and gently placed him on its massive arm. Lin Shu shouted in panic, Hey! Suddenly a cold voice came from nowhere, piercing through the space. "Why did you leave here on your own?" Lin Shu was startled, his eyes darting around, his body tense as he called out warily, Who's speaking?" Kui Long glanced at him, its deep voice sounding, "It's dangerous to fall off me." Hearing his own monster speak, Lin Shu was stunned, his mouth wide open in disbelief. "Holy crap, it can talk, it's a monster." The system immediately flickered, its tone accusatory. "What's so strange about Kui Long being able to talk? What's all the fuss about?" The massive Kui Long appeared on the screen, holding the entire Blue Star in its claw. The system continued, "Host, you don't think that the Pangu monsters who have ruled Blue Star for billions of years are just a bunch of large, simple-minded, low-level creatures, do you? They have survived in the long river of life and evolved extremely high intelligence. For them, mastering human language is not difficult." Lin Shu was still in shock, staring at the system. Kui Long turned its head, its eyes sharp, and said, "You are weak. Don't take risks." Lin Shu retorted with a pout, "Didn't you use me as bait to catch that short-faced bear just now?" Kui Long lifted its head, and replied proudly, "That's different. I'm strong and I was confident." Lin Shu sat on Kui Long's shoulder, looking at it unhappily. "That's a lame excuse. I was confident too. Besides, if I hadn't made a quick decision, we might have been torn to shreds by that pack of dogs." Kui Long looked at Lin Shu unhappily, its pupils flashing as if scolding him. Lin Shu suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this guy really be worried about me? He clutched his stomach, chuckled, and patted Kui Long's back gently. All right, whatever the case. This was our first time in a secret realm, and this partnership can be considered a successful first battle." He thought for a moment and continued, "What we should do now is go back as soon as possible, and while it's still dark, return the emblem to Su Lingyu." Lin Shu reached up to touch his neck, suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he realized the emblem was gone. He shouted in panic, "Crap, the emblem is gone!" The scene from earlier flashed in his mind and he murmured, "Did it fall off the tree during the fight just now?" He quickly climbed down from Kui Long's shoulder and said urgently, "Quick, we have to find the emblem, or we won't be able to get out of the secret realm." After a while, despite searching everywhere, Lin Shu still couldn't find the emblem. He grabbed his hair, looking dejected, and sighed, "Damn it, I've already searched the battle site, but it's not here. I'm screwed this time. Kuilong beside him suddenly twitched its nose, having scented something. It lifted its head, its voice low. This scent, a dog has been here. Lin Shu stood aside, his eyes wide in disbelief. I've only heard of crows stealing shiny things for their nests, not dogs. Lin Shu activated his projection ability, gaining Kuilong's keen sense of smell. His nose twitched and he was suddenly startled, blurting out, "Wait, this is the scent of a mutant hound and Su Lingyu's scent. The monster's projection ability can also enhance my sense of smell." After following the scent for a while, Lin Shu and Kuilong stopped in a hidden corner. Kuilong nodded, its voice low. "This is the place." Lin Shu pointed forward and said decisively, "Let's go check it out." The two began to search. Kuilong used its claw to flip over a large wooden plank. Lin Shu's eyes lit up and he shouted happily, "Found it, the emblem is here." Under the plank, 3 ferocious-looking small mutant hounds were growling at the sparkling emblem. He took a step back and murmured, but from the looks of them, they won't give it up easily." The system flickered, displaying an analysis. Mutant pups, weight 330 kilograms, height 30 centimeters, E-rank. Characteristics: small, live in packs, well-developed teeth, extremely strong bite force, fierce and aggressive, follows the principle of knowing no fear, only attack. Lin Shu looked at the dogs, frowned, and asked the system, "Are mutant pups the young of mutant hounds?" The system replied in a helpless tone, "Are you face blind? They don't look alike. So how could you mistake their family?" It continued to explain. "Mutant pups are a type of small monster that evolved from puppies under the influence of spiritual energy." Suddenly, the 3 mutant pups pounced, sinking their sharp teeth into Kuilong's leg. The system flickered, adding, "Although they are small and not very strong, they are aggressive. Once they gather in a pack, they become fearless." Meanwhile, on the balcony of an apartment about 45 minutes earlier, a figure stood quietly, gazing at the city view. The student council president, Su Lingyu, wearing a thin nightgown, leaned against the railing, pondering with her chin in her hand. Able to sneak in from the 45th floor but couldn't leave safely. Could it be a Keeman-type physical enhancement awakened who climbed up inch by inch? But could a human have made such a huge crater? She looked up and suddenly noticed a strange object. She squinted, her voice a little puzzled. There's a ragged cloth hanging on the railing of the neighbor upstairs." The cloth fluttered in front of Su Lingyu and she watched it intently, then jumped in fright, shouting in panic, "Is this Lin Shu's?" Su Lingyu carefully examined the pattern on the cloth, sighed softly, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "There's probably no one else with such bad taste, right?" She stood up straight, her sharp gaze fixed on the cloth, and then spoke decisively. "This afternoon during her patrol, Lin Shu was being bullied by Chen Hu's group and awakened the Apex monster system." Su Lingyu clearly remembered that moment. During her patrol, she had suddenly felt a peculiar aura emanating from Lin Shu as he awakened the system. For a moment, that mysterious monster aura sent a shiver down her spine. Following the trail of the aura, she went straight to the classroom where Lin Shu was being bullied. But when she arrived, she only saw a group of boys making a mess, with no signs of anything unusual. Afterward, Su Lingyu carefully investigated the backgrounds of the bullies, Chen Hu, Zhao Wu, and the others. She checked the student roster and found that their abilities were all of the common type, completely in line with regulations. After the investigation, she found nothing suspicious among the bullies. She murmured to herself, her gaze still on the cloth, her heart full of doubt. Su Lingyu was lost in thought about Lin Shu, the one who was bullied. She frowned, thinking, assuming that moment wasn't a hallucination, then the nominally unawakened Lin Shu is the most suspicious person. After finishing her recollection of the afternoon, she walked into the apartment elevator, the display flickering first floor. Su Lingyu crossed her arms, her eyes thoughtful. But is it possible that the awakening machine made a mistake? I've never heard of an ability to control monsters or a Leorin-type mind control. She slowly walked out of the elevator, still pondering, if Lin Shu was really hiding his strength, why didn't he use it this afternoon when he was being bullied so badly? I can't figure it out at all. Suddenly, a look of clarity crossed Su Lingyu's face and she murmured. She bent down and picked something up from the crater at the apartment entrance. But one thing is certain. If Lin Shu has awakened some kind of ability to control monsters, then the strange things that happened today can be explained. Suddenly, a new question popped into her mind. She frowned, her voice filled with doubt. But there's another new question. What was that guy doing at my place in the middle of the night? And how did he know I live here? Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Beep, 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 breaking the silence. Su Lingyu hurriedly took out her phone from her pocket and glanced at the screen. A glaring red emergency notification from the A86 Secret Realm Management Center popped up. She frowned and murmured, "An E-rank Secret Realm is issuing a red emergency alert. What happened?" Meanwhile, in the A86 Secret Realm, Lin Shu raised his hand to stop Kuilong from pouncing on the group of monsters in front of them. He shouted, "Wait, spare the dogs." Kuilong's eyes gleamed fiercely, and it roared indignantly, "You said you'd keep your word. This is the third time you've stopped me from eating." Lin Shu pointed at the flashing radar map in front of him, his tone firm. "The light dots of these little guys aren't much bigger than the short-faced bears. You'll only get a few evolution points for eating them, so you might as well leave them to me." The system flickered, displaying new information. Skill, tame. The host can make monsters submit and become their property by stroking their chins. Lin Shu's eyes gleamed and he turned to Kuilong excitedly. "Let me try the tame skill. I just got this skill and the requirement is that the target's level can't be higher than the host bonded monster. Now's my chance to use it, right?" He recalled the moment he first got Kui Long, when it was just a small creature that came up to his knees. He thought to himself, when I got the tame skill back then, I wondered if there were any monsters weaker than this guy. Lin Shu looked at the enormous Kui Long before him, a smile playing on his lips as he chuckled inwardly. But it's only been an hour or two and it's already grown into such a behemoth. As expected, the potential of a big eater is limitless. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted. 3 mutant pups lunged forward, sinking their sharp teeth into Lin Shu's hand. He jumped in fright, shouting in panic, "Ah, help!" But strangely he didn't feel any pain. Lin Shu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, it doesn't hurt at all. I didn't expect the projection ability to have this effect." The system's voice suddenly cut in, interrupting Lin Shu's excitement. "However, I must remind the host that the duration of the projection ability is almost up. If you cannot shake off the mutant pup's attack before the time limit, the host will be seriously injured." Hearing the warning, Lin Shu jumped, breaking out in a cold sweat. He looked at Kui Long in a panic, and shouted, "Aren't you going to help me?" Kui Long clutched its belly and laughed gloatingly. "I'm not going. I'm afraid I'll hurt your pet." Kui Long's words immediately reminded Lin Shu that he had stopped it from eating this pack of mutant pups precisely to test his tame skill. His eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "That's right, if I tame them." Lin Shu shot to his feet, the mutant pup still clinging tightly to his hand, hanging there like a ripe carambola. He looked it straight in the eye and said gently, "Come here." The pup seemed to be using all its strength trying to leave a loving bite mark on Lin Shu's hand, but it was clearly too difficult. As it stubbornly bit down, Lin Shu gently reached out with 2 fingers and stroked its chin. The pup's fierce eyes gradually softened, turning into a sparkling gleam, like a shimmering lake. The system suddenly sounded, its voice steady yet filled with excitement. "Beep, congratulations, host, on successfully taming the monster mutant pup." The mutant pup immediately let go of Lin Shu's hand and nimbly jumped to the ground. It turned around and started barking woof 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 at the other 2 pups that were still tightly biting Lin Shu's legs. Hearing the barks, the other 2 immediately looked up. "Oh," they responded, as if to say, "What are you calling me for? Are you stupid?" Seeing the newly tamed pup's behavior, Lin Shu was stunned, a stiff smile on his face. Turning around to bite someone, that saying is really true. He glanced at the pup and saw a smug smile and a look of pride on its face as if it were waiting for his praise. Lin Shu laughed out loud and declared, "As expected of my loyal dog." He continued to stroke the chins of the other 2 pups, taming them one by one. The system's notification sound kept ringing. "Beep, congratulations, host, on successfully taming the monster mutant pup." "Beep, congratulations, host, on successfully taming the monster mutant pup." Kui Long glanced at the scene of Lin Shu playing with the 3 mutant pups, bored. It lay on the ground, its claws tapping rhythmically on the stone slab. The system's voice sounded again, crisp and clear. "Beep, a reminder to the host, based on the current level of your tame skill, you can have a maximum of 5 monsters. You currently have 4. Lin Shu's happy face suddenly fell. He angrily threw the 3 pups into the air, turned to the system and roared, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? I only have 5 slots in total." "Why would I tame these 3 mutant pups?" the system replied calmly. "But weren't you having a lot of fun playing with them just now?" "But the host doesn't need to worry. This system has a way to solve this problem." The system panel flickered, displaying a new quest notification. The 3rd system quest appeared on the panel. Obtain the crystal core of a monster overlord and upgrade to level 2. Reward monster space skill. Lin Shu rubbed his chin, his tone full of doubt. "I thought you had some other method, but it turns out to be another system quest, and this time you're asking me to level you up?" The system replied patiently. "The host may not be aware, but upgrading the Apex monster system has many benefits. Not only the tame skill, but all of the host's current skills will have a chance to be enhanced." Lin Shu curled his lip, his eyes full of disdain. "That's easy for you to say. Do you think monster crystal cores are easy to come by? I had to give up my dad's metal just to hatch the Kui Long egg. There's no way I can get one in this E-rank secret realm, right?" He glanced at Kui Long, his resolve wavering as he thought about giving up on upgrading the tame skill. He muttered, "Forget it. The most important thing is to return Su Lingyu's emblem before she finds out. Quickly returning her emblem is the most important thing." Lin Shu bent down, picked up the mutant pup wearing Su Lingyu's emblem and smiled gently. "Good boy, give the emblem back to me." But the pup responded by enthusiastically licking his face. Lin Shu was stunned. As the pups continued to show their excessive affection, his face was full of helplessness, feeling as if he had been bathed in saliva. He roared in frustration, "You guys get a hold of yourselves." Seeing Lin Shu surrounded by the 3 mutant pups being licked so much he couldn't break free, Kui Long lay on the ground looking helpless. "You can't even handle 3 of them?" Lin Shu furiously grabbed the emblem on the neck of the mutant pup that was pinning him down, turned to Kui Long and roared, "Who asked you to butt in? Watch me." He gave a hard tug and the pup flew off him. The emblem also flew off its neck, rolling a few times on the ground before stopping. When it fell, the emblem popped open. Lin Shu was still entangled by 2 pups with one on his head. He stumbled toward the emblem. He bent down to pick it up, and when he saw the photo inside, his eyes suddenly widened. He exclaimed in a rather loud voice, "This emblem was designed as a locket." Lin Shu's face turned panicked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Inside the emblem was a photo of a white-haired man who bore a slight resemblance to Lin Shu, smiling confidently. Lin Shu stared at the emblem intently, his heart filled with doubt, and murmured, "How did Dad's photo end up in Su Lingyu's emblem?" A thought flashed through his mind, filling it with a scene straight out of a Korean drama. He imagined, could it be that while Mom was eating skewers, Su Lingyu was exploring a secret realm? He clutched Su Lingyu's emblem tightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, his voice trembling as if he had just discovered a world-shattering secret. Could I have stumbled upon the truth of my father's disappearance by accident? Lin Shu's distant, almost dreamlike thoughts were shattered by the violent ringing of his phone in his pocket, as if it would explode if he didn't answer it immediately. Lin Shu quickly took out his phone, glanced at the screen, and saw an unknown number. He frowned, thinking, who would be calling me at a time like this? He pressed the answer button, and Su Lingyu's voice came through, as loud as a gale force wind, completely different from a normal person speaking voice. Lin Shu's hair was blown back by the explosive sound on the phone. Su Lingyu's voice boomed like thunder. Full of anger, Lin Shu, you little brat, did you sneak into my house tonight and steal my Grand Arts Guild emblem? Just as he broke free from his hazy thoughts, Lin Shu was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He saw an unknown number and thought he'd listen to see who it was. He pressed the answer button and Su Lingyu's fierce, gale-like voice startled him. Recognizing it was Su Lingyu, Lin Shu gave an awkward laugh and said obsequiously, President Su, what are you talking about? But his heart was in a panic, cold sweat dripping down his back. And he thought, crap, did she find out the emblem was stolen? Through the phone, Su Lingyu's stern voice shouted, HMPH, stop playing dumb. Are you in the A86 secret realm right now? On Lin Shu's end, Su Lingyu's voice rang like an alarm bell. She continued, her tone tense. 15 minutes ago, a monster reaction of over 2 tons was detected in the A86 secret realm. Hearing there was a monster over 2 tons, Lin Shu was stunned, his mouth hanging open. He stammered in response, a monster over 2 tons. The system confirmed. Su Lingyu replied with a conclusive tone, that's right. A86 is an E-rank secret realm and the monsters are usually under 1 ton, which is why it's used as a training ground for the blood condensation realm. A monster over 2 tons would have at least spirit aperture realm strength, making it very dangerous. Her words made Lin Shu a little confused and he murmured, wait, 10 minutes ago, a monster over 2 tons. He recalled 10 minutes ago when he was smugly sitting on Kui Long's back as it devoured other monsters, gaining 502 evolution points and drastically increasing in size. Could the monster over 2 tons Su Lingyu is talking about be Kui Long? Lin Shu looked at Kui Long with worried eyes, and the two exchanged a tense glance. On the phone, Su Lingyu's voice sounded urgently again, Lin Shu, did you hear me? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Shu scratched his head, his voice trembling with fear. Could the monster over 2 tons be Kui Long? Crap, I'm in big trouble. His mind was in a mess. He had been so focused on leveling up that he had forgotten this was a secret realm. Such a high-level monster would definitely be strictly monitored. He had to get out of here before things got out of hand. He tried to stay calm and said to Su Lingyu in a worried tone, it sounds like the situation is indeed urgent, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. On the other end, Su Lingyu held the piece of cloth with the banana pattern and sneered, is that so? Well, what comes next might have something to do with you. Did you know that secret realms not only have guard systems and communication networks, but also comprehensive security measures? She continued in an icy tone. Right now, the Countermeasures Bureau's special forces have probably already arrived. They are conducting a search in the A86 secret realm. Just then, several figures in white uniforms holding gleaming weapons entered the A86 secret realm one after another. The thought of the Countermeasures Bureau terrified Lin Shu to his core. His eyes almost rolled back in his head and snot ran down his nose, making him look no different from a prisoner about to be sent to the guillotine. Lin Shu's mouth hung open, his voice trembling. The Countermeasures Bureau, I'm in big trouble this time. On the other end, Su Lingyu stood in front of the crater Lin Shu and Kui Long had made at the apartment entrance, her eyes cold. Noticing Lin Shu's panicked reaction, she let out a satisfied chuckle and said, this reaction is much better. It seems you finally understand the seriousness of the situation. The emergency notification has been sent out, so you'd better watch your own back. If you and your accomplice can leave the secret realm safely, you must contact me. She paused for a moment, her voice turning stern. Remember, I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my emblem yet. Su Lingyu's voice coming through the phone was as fierce as a gale force wind, blowing Lin Shu's hair back. He thought, what does this woman know? The image of the emblem and his father's photo appeared in his mind. He said to himself, I have to find a chance to ask her about this. Pushing these questions aside, Lin Shu turned to the system panel, quickly browsing through it, looking for something. He murmured, but for now the most important thing is to escape this secret realm first. Kui Long lowered its head, looked at Lin Shu curiously and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Lin Shu finally found Kui Long's information on the system panel. A line of text appeared on the screen. Kui Long, form growth stage, bloodline overlord, class evolvable, height 1.8 meters, weight 3.5 tons, attack methods, ram, bite, initial skill, devour. But right after, the system panel displayed a map of the secret realm. Lin Shu looked at the map, his brow furrowed, his voice heavy. The situation is a bit bad. Your existence has alerted the Countermeasures Bureau. They're setting up a net to search for and capture us. Hearing this, Kui Long either didn't understand or was pretending to be dumb. Its eyes lit up, drool dripping from its mouth, looking as if it were starving. delicious food is coming to our door. Hearing his dumb beast's words, Lin Shu jumped up and slammed his fist on Kui Long's head, raising a large bump. Lin Shu roared angrily, eat your head, hurry up and help me think of a way to escape the pursuit, besides they're mainly after you. Kui Long, hit so hard it was dazed, it didn't understand what it had done wrong. Suddenly a mutant pup rushed over, bit tightly onto Lin Shu's pant leg, and pulled hard. The other two pups also barked loudly, trying to get his attention, as if they wanted to lead him somewhere. Lin Shu looked at the three pups' strange behavior and thought, what's wrong with these three? Kui Long, still with a large bump on its head, lowered its head, its expression serious as if it understood their meaning. Seeing Kui Long's attention, the pup immediately wagged its tail happily. Lin Shu observed Kui Long's actions, his eyes lighting up as he thought excitedly. Could Kui Long understand their language? After listening to the three pups, Kui Long turned to relay the message to Lin Shu, its voice low. They said there's a cave ahead, big and deep enough for us to hide in. Lin Shu sighed, half joking. Hiding in a cave, I feel like I'm turning into a monster myself. He squatted down, stroked the head of the leading pup and praised with a smile, good boy, good boy. While rewarding the pup, Lin Shu asked the system hopefully, System, can hiding in that cave conceal the monster's spiritual energy? The system replied, its voice steady. I don't know, but I didn't detect these mutant pups earlier. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately grew excited, his eyes shining. He thought, I just wanted to test the tame skill, but I didn't expect them to be so helpful at a critical moment. Lin Shu hugged one of the pups tightly, pointed at the other two running ahead and laughed like a landlord after a good harvest. Since there's no other way, let's give it a try. The group of one person and four beasts moved quickly, heading toward their hiding place. On the way, Lin Shu looked at the scattered pits of various sizes, his heart full of doubt. I thought the terrain here was strange before. Could there be caves under all these rocks? Kui Long replied, its voice low. They said there's a bigger cave ahead, big enough for all of us to hide in. Lin Shu and his group stopped in front of a huge pit which was emitting steam and looked very suspicious. Kui Long nodded. We're here. Lin Shu slid off Kui Long's back and walked to the edge of the pit. Looking at the dark cave ahead, he frowned and murmured, This cave is so big and dark, I really don't want to go in. Kui Long pointed at the pit and said in a conclusive tone, I'll go down, you wait here, don't move, before Lin Shu could protest. Kui Long and the three mutant pups had already leapt into the cave. Lin Shu stood at the edge of the pit, chasing after them with a panicked shout, Hey, wait for me. Kui Long and the three pups nimbly slid down the cavern, following the deep veins of rock into the cave. Lin Shu stood helplessly at the entrance, sat down cross-legged, and asked the system, System, help me see if this cave can conceal the monster's spiritual energy. The system immediately responded in a steady tone, As you wish. To avoid wasting time, the monster aura scanning panel appeared before his eyes. System notification. As the host can see, the monster's spiritual energy reactions have been greatly weakened. Lin Shu squinted at the display panel and murmured, This cave does weaken the spiritual energy reaction, but it's not enough to completely hide Kui Long. He decided to risk it, jumped into the cave and chased after Kui Long and the others. I have to tell Kui Long to go deeper, he thought. Inside the cave, Kui Long suddenly sensed something above its head. It looked up just in time to see Lin Shu falling from the entrance and quickly reached out to catch him. Seeing Lin Shu, it roared angrily, I told you to stay up there, why did you come down? Held in Kui Long's arms, Lin Shu awkwardly scratched his face and said with a smile, You didn't hide well enough, so I came down to tell you. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lin Shu turned serious and said to Kui Long, This cave is wide and deep and it can conceal spiritual energy, we're really lucky. Kui Long looked at Lin Shu, its voice low. You're celebrating too early. It pointed at the cave wall. Look here, there are signs of digging. Lin Shu followed Kui Long's finger and observed the marks on the rock wall, his mind racing. After a moment of thought, he frowned. You mean this big complex cave was dug out by someone? Kui Long nodded in agreement. Yes, and its width worries me. It continued with a serious expression. Animals never dig holes that are much larger than their own bodies. Hearing Kui Long's words and looking at the astonishing width of the cave, Lin Shu felt uneasy, his voice trembling slightly. Are you saying there's a monster in here even bigger than you? He shook his head, unwilling to accept reality, and forcefully slapped Kui Long's leg. No way, right? This is just an E-rank secret realm. If there was a monster that big, it would have been discovered long ago. Kui Long turned its head, its voice low. But didn't we come down here because this cave can conceal spiritual energy? Suddenly, Kui Long twitched its nose, catching a scent from afar. Seeing the sudden change in its expression, Lin Shu asked worriedly, What's wrong? Kui Long's eyes remained fixed on the path ahead as it answered, Lin Shu, there's something powerful up ahead. Kui Long and the three pups suddenly charged forward without a word. Finding himself left behind, Lin Shu hurriedly chased after them, reaching out and shouting, Hey, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Upon reaching a certain spot, Kui Long suddenly stopped. Lin Shu, panting, caught up and stood beside it. He looked up at the scene before him, stunned, and blurted out, What on earth is this? In front of Lin Shu and Kui Long were piles of monster carcasses, stacked upon the white bones of other monsters, creating a bizarre and hair-raising sight. What the hell is this? Lin Shu blurted out in terror. But Kui Long, being a monster, wasn't scared at all. Instead, its eyes lit up and it drooled, looking extremely excited. In a thrilled tone it said, A mountain of animal bones, and the ones on top seem to be fresh. Lin Shu glanced at the drooling Kui Long beside him, his tone filled with contempt and helplessness. "So this is the powerful thing you were talking about. Are you planning to eat the entire cave? Can't you let me have more than 1 minute and 59 seconds of peace?" Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire cave. Lin Shu shouted in panic, "Another earthquake! Is this cave unstable? Is it going to collapse?" Amidst the tremors, a giant pink monster emerged from the jumble of bones and animal carcasses. It was still chewing on something. The flesh of the monsters from the bone pile. The monster looked like a bizarre but much uglier combination of a domestic pig and a rhinoceros. Its skin was covered in pimple-like pores, exuding an indescribable sense of horror. The newly appeared monster was identified by the system as Fengshi. The information panel displayed detailed information. Savage beast Fengshi, form, infant, bloodline, beast, general class, length, 8 meters, weight, 5.4 tons. According to the records of Strange Tales, this was an ancient savage beast, lazy and greedy by nature, that rarely moved on the surface. It preferred to live in the large pits it dug, which were soft and damp, waiting for prey to fall into its trap. The monsters that fell into this cave were all victims of the trap set by the Fengshi. Suddenly, Lin Shu heard a miserable whimper from deep within the cave. He was startled. Realizing something, he looked up and was stunned to see a white wolf lying painfully on the ground, surrounded by several other wolves. "No way," Lin Shu blurted out in surprise. "Wasn't that the leader of the pack of mutant hounds that attacked us earlier?" The moment he finished speaking, the pack of mutant hounds turned in unison, their eyes burning with rage. They growled, baring their teeth, and advanced on Lin Shu and Kui Long, ready to attack. Watching the pack of mutant hounds draw closer, Lin Shu grew a little panicked, his voice trembling. "I think they misunderstood. They think we're the ones who dug the pit to trap them." Kui Long let out a threatening roar, its eyes cold. It stopped the pack from getting closer. Lin Shu's expression was grim. He suddenly spoke. "Wait, what if they also fell in by accident while trying to escape?" At this thought, he quickly waved his hand, signaling that it wasn't what they thought, and then shouted, "Hey, now is not the time for us to show off." Beside him, Kui Long held its head high, crossed its arms, and looked at the pack of mutant hounds with contempt. Lin Shu pointed at them, trying to win them over. "The enemy of my enemy is—" Before he could finish, the leader of the mutant hounds suddenly panicked. Looking behind it in terror, behind the pack, the Fengshi opened its blood-red maw. It lunged forward. In front of this savage beast, the pack of mutant hounds was like an appetizer. Before they could even resist, they were swallowed whole by the Fengshi so cleanly it was like they were just extras getting written out of the script. Witnessing this happen in an instant, Lin Shu forced a smile and said haltingly, "All right, just a side dish." The Fengshi let out a terrifying growl from its mouth, whether it was its own sound or something from inside. Looking at the terrifying beast, Lin Shu instinctively placed his hand on Kui Long and said in a low voice, "So fierce." The 3 mutant pups were all dead in the blink of an eye, not even giving him a chance to win them over. It seemed he would have to deal with this himself. Having just swallowed the pack of hounds, the Fengshi now turned its greedy gaze toward Lin Shu and Kui Long like a landlord from the old days. It let out a piercing hee-hee-hee roar and charged forward with a surprising speed that completely belied its bulky frame. Lin Shu's face turned pale with fear as he thought, "Is this a 5-ton super monster? This is terrifying." The Fengshi's attack was completely artless. Kui Long blocked it with its body, and the immense impact sent Lin Shu flying, landing him on the ground. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, Lin Shu thought he saw the Fengshi flash a cunning smile, glancing at Kui Long, who was blocking its way. The ground beneath Kui Long's feet sank into a long, deep gouge from the sudden, overwhelming attack. Compared to the Fengshi, Kui Long's body looked much weaker, and Lin Shu, under the beast's massive shadow, seemed so small he was about to be swallowed. His mouth hung open in terror, unable to close. As he watched Kui Long tremble from blocking the Fengshi's blow, suddenly Kui Long turned to the few mutant pups and barked, "Woof woof woof." Standing aside, Lin Shu blurted out in a daze, "Is Kui Long barking like a dog?" A mutant pup responded with a loud bark as if answering Kui Long, creating a bizarre scene in this life-or-death moment. Realizing Kui Long's intention, Lin Shu was startled and thought, "No, it's trying to communicate with those pups to find a way to escape." Suddenly, a mutant pup bit Lin Shu's collar and forcefully dragged him backward. Another one stood at a distance, barking loudly as if leading the way, while the third watched from behind. Lin Shu was startled, instantly understanding that Kui Long had told these 3 to pull him away. Just then, the Fengshi noticed the escaping Lin Shu. It roared in anger, its piercing hee-hee-hee echoing, and then, with astonishing strength, it flung Kui Long aside. Seeing Kui Long thrown, Lin Shu realized with terror that the Fengshi had now turned its attention to him. "It's charging this way," he thought. In a panic, Kui Long shouted, "Don't worry about me, run deeper into the cave." The savage Fengshi opened its mouth, trying to bite Lin Shu, letting out an unintelligible, threatening hee-hee-hee-hee sound. Lin Shu turned and fled for his life. Running so fast his pants were about to fall off, the 2 pups beside him kept barking, urging him to run faster before it was too late. Lin Shu used all his strength, scrambling on all 4s deeper into the cave, shouting as he ran, as if the louder he yelled, the faster he could go. The savage Fengshi charged in to chase after Lin Shu, but its fat body became an obstacle. A loud bang echoed as if the entire cave was about to collapse. The Fengshi's head got through, but its massive body was stuck outside. It let out a dissatisfied na-na-na roar as if venting its anger. Seeing that the Fengshi was stuck, Lin Shu stopped, his hands on his knees, panting heavily, not daring to sit down. He thought, "Even if I don't get eaten by the monster, I'm going to have a stroke." Before he could catch his breath, he muttered, "It's stuck." But the fengshi didn't let Lin Shu relax for more than 3 minutes. It opened its mouth, bit into the clay layer of the cave wall and tore off a large chunk, making a na-hee-hee-hee sound just like before. The sheer force of this bite sent the few mutant pups tumbling. Lin Shu, who thought he could take a breather, was horrified by this scene, his eyes almost popping out of his head. He shouted, "This monster can bite through the entire clay layer outside the cave with just one bite." After being thrown aside, Kui Long took advantage of the fengshi being temporarily stuck in the cave and charged forward. It bit down on the fengshi's neck with all its might, but the beast's thick flesh was like rubber. Kui Long's teeth only sank in, not even creating a wound, as if it were just scratching an itch for its opponent. Realizing its bite was ineffective, Kui Long grew a little panicked, cold sweat beading on its forehead. The fengshi, feeling the attack from outside, immediately gave up trying to force its way into the cave. It backed up, freeing itself from where it was stuck. Seeing this, Kui Long abandoned its tearing attack, leaped back and raised its head high, its eyes glowing green. It roared, "Its hide is too thick to break." Then it used all its strength and charged at the fengshi, slamming straight into it. The fierce impact made a deep dent in the beast's thick flesh. Unwilling to give up, Kui Long turned and used its back as a pivot. It continued to ram the fengshi. But this savage beast was not gentle. It let out an angry hee-hee-hee sound, opened its mouth to reveal massive teeth larger than Lin Shu himself, and drooled. The fengshi glanced at Kui Long and, without giving its opponent a chance to react, charged forward with astonishing speed, its mouth letting out an incomprehensible, threatening na-hee-hee-hee-hee sound. Kui Long was rammed hard by the fengshi and let out a pained howl. "Oh woo!" Lin Shu watched the fierce battle between Kui Long and the fengshi from inside the cave. Kui Long was clearly at a disadvantage, struggling to hold on. Seeing this, a question flashed through Lin Shu's mind. Kui Long's attacks just now didn't seem to cause any wounds. How could that be? He recalled the times Kui Long had easily defeated other monsters, his mind racing. This was the first time Kui Long's fierce attacks had failed to penetrate an opponent's defense. Although Kui Long's level was lower than the fengshi's, it shouldn't be this powerless. Suddenly, Lin Shu was startled, a possibility flashing through his mind. "Wait, this is exactly like when I used to play games," he murmured. "In this situation, the monster must have a special defense, and attacks are only effective if they hit a weak spot." He carefully observed the fengshi and noticed its most obvious weak spot was its bulging belly underneath. Having confirmed his plan, he thought, "I have to find a way to tell Kui Long." Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Beep, host, it's midnight. Would you like to check in?" Lin Shu paused, asking blankly. "Check in?" The system replied to his naive question in a steady but slightly teasing tone. "That's right, the host can obtain evolution points, items, props, and even skills through checking in." Hearing such enticing benefits, Lin Shu's face lit up with a grin. Check in right now," following his excited agreement. The system's voice sounded one after another. "First day check-in, reward Kui Long's exclusive skill, Bursting Breath. Condense all your energy and shoot a beam of astonishing destructive power from your mouth. Please use it well, this is the strongest cannon in history." Seeing the reward was the Bursting Breath skill, Lin Shu covered his mouth and let out a cunning smile. He imagined the scene of the fengshi being hit by this new skill and couldn't help but shout excitedly, "The monster's weak spot plus an ultimate skill, hey, fengshi, just wait to be turned into braised pork evolution points." With that, he burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the cave. The system suddenly threw a bucket of cold water on Lin Shu, snapping him out of his out-of-control laughter and telling him to stop being foolish. The system said in a serious tone, "Host, please calm down and read the skill description first." Then the system explained in detail. Bursting Breath is Kui Long's ultimate skill, and its power is extremely terrifying, but because of this, the skill requires Kui Long to gather all its energy, which takes a long preparation time. Host, do you think Kui Long is in a state to do that right now? Looking at Kui Long, who was being fiercely attacked by the fengshi and couldn't even catch its breath, Lin Shu awkwardly scratched his head. "It does seem a bit difficult. I need to get Kui Long out of this disadvantageous situation first." He stroked his chin, thoughtfully looking at the few mutant pups, and murmured, "But the only monsters I can deploy right now are these 3. What should I do? I need a few monsters with half of Kui Long's strength." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Shu's mind. He paused, his eyes shining, and said excitedly, "Wait, although it's difficult, maybe I can handle it." Looking at his own hands, Lin Shu felt a surge of excitement and laughed out loud. "A monster with 30 of Kui Long's strength? That would be me." Lin Shu happily turned to the system and excitedly stated his idea. "System, if I can check in, does that mean the projection ability has also been reset?" The system replied with a conclusive tone, "Yes, host, you can use it at any time." Hearing the affirmative answer, Lin Shu's smile grew wider, his confidence soaring. He thought, "I've got this. Using the projection ability, I can have 30 of Kui Long's total stats. With this, I can totally charge out and distract the fengshi." A clear plan to defeat the savage beast formed in his mind, filled with confidence and wisdom. Lin Shu said, "As long as I can keep the fengshi tied down for a while and prevent it from focusing on Kui Long will have a chance to unleash its bursting breath and hit its weak spot. So the key to the plan is how to distract the fengshi for long enough." Lin Shu crouched down, looked at the 3 mutant pups, and said in a low, decisive voice, "Hey, listen up, I have a plan." The 3 mutant pups listened intently to Lin Shu's instructions. Watching them, Lin Shu stroked his chin and thought, "These guys seem to understand what I'm saying, though I don't know to what extent." He pulled a tree branch out of nowhere and drew the battle plan on the ground to make it easier for the pups to understand. Lin Shu pointed to each line, his tone firm. After we charge out, you two need to find a way to draw the Fengxi's attention and cover me for a surprise attack. As for you, run directly to Kui Long and find a chance to relay my plan. I'll hide on the wall and wait for the right moment to catch this wild boar off guard. After explaining the plan, Lin Shu looked at the pups and asked in a serious voice, "Understood?" The three little dogs immediately stood up straight like soldiers and replied in unison, "Yes sir, yes sir." Seeing their reaction, Lin Shu nodded, thinking these little guys seem pretty reliable. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar made him jump. Looking back, he realized it was Kui Long. Kui Long opened its massive maw, pounced on the Fengxi and viciously bit into the thick flesh of its snout. After being bitten, the Fengxi's face turned red with fury, and it roared in anger. The Fengxi gathered its strength, backed up, and then, with a violent swing, flung the tightly biting Kui Long into the air, sending it crashing heavily against the wall. The motion exposed the Fengxi's bulging belly, revealing a sparkling green crystal core at its center. Seeing Kui Long in danger, Lin Shu shouted anxiously, "Kui Long!" He immediately turned to the mutant pups and said decisively, "This is our chance. Begin the rescue plan. Operation Rescue Kui Long." The flames of determination lit up in the three pups' eyes, and they answered in unison, "Yes." Lin Shu pointed at the savage beast, the Fengxi, and shouted, "Go!" The pups roared and charged toward the Fengxi, strictly following the plan. After getting close to the beast, it quickly split up. Two rushed forward to create chaos and draw its attention, while the other ran toward Kui Long to report the plan, looking as professional as well-trained soldiers. The Fengxi glanced at the two pups, a flicker of confusion in its eyes when one of them suddenly bit its hand. Pinned down by the Fengxi, Kui Long lifted its head, looking slightly surprised to see the mutant pup running over. Once it was close, the pup let out a series of barks, woof 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 woof, clearly conveying the battle plan. Kui Long responded to the mutant pup with a few decisive woof 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 barks. Over on the Fengxi's side, the two mutant pups kept harassing it, sending the savage beast into a rage. For the first time, the Fengxi uttered a clear sound, roaring so annoying it violently thrashed its neck up and down, trying to shake off the pups clinging to its head. On the wall, Lin Shu observed, his eyes lighting up as he praised them. "Well done. You were worth using my precious tame skill on. Now it's my turn to shine." Lin Shu hoisted a rock larger than himself, charged menacingly toward the Fengxi and shouted, "Ugly pig, take this." Sensing an attack, the Fengxi quickly retreated, dodging the rock Lin Shu had thrown. The rock's trajectory was right, but it missed its target. It didn't hit the Fengxi. Instead, it smashed directly onto Kui Long's head. Kui Long took the full force of the blow as if it had just mastered the iron head technique, and a large bump swelled on its head. Seeing his main teammate seriously injured by his own hand, Lin Shu was utterly panicked, his face pale. He thought, Kui Long's teammate doesn't seem any smarter than me. In the hazy mist, giant beast Fengxi let out a terrifying hee-hee-hee sound, like the echoing laughter of a phantom. Its blood-red eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Lin Shu. Watching the Fengxi's massive figure approach, each step shaking the ground, Lin Shu trembled, his voice changing pitch due to fear. It's coming this way." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and said to himself, "Calm down, don't be afraid. Even if I'm the only one left, I still have the support of the projection ability." But as the Fengxi stood majestically before him, drool dripping from its mouth, making an ECH, 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 ECH sound as if to declare there was no escape, Lin Shu's heart felt like it was being squeezed tight. His mind raced. "Since I chose to enter the secret realm, I have to face life and death battles with monsters. Weak mental fortitude is a fatal weakness. I must stay calm." But even as he admonished himself, the fear lingered. He murmured, his voice trembling, "But that's easier said than done." The image of the Fengxi's attack flashed in his mind, sending a chill down Lin Shu's spine. "These monsters are even bigger and more ferocious than I imagined. Just standing in front of them makes my mind go blank. The projection ability is useless. Forget fighting, even turning to run takes every ounce of courage." Lin Shu fell backward, his face pale, his breathing rapid. An image of his father, Lin Longzhen, facing a terrifying monster appeared in his mind. "Dad, were you fighting things like this all along?" He flailed his arms and legs, trying to shoo the Fengxi away, and shouted in panic, "Stay away!" Seeing the Fengxi still approaching, a dazzling red light flashed under its feet. Lin Shu was extremely nervous, but a thought flashed through his mind. He seized the opportunity, the timing, the location, the cooperation. Took a deep breath and shouted, "Fire!" Hearing Lin Shu's shout, the Fengxi was startled and spun its head in alarm. "What?" It scanned around, searching for Kui Long, but the legendary monster had vanished, dissolving into thin air. The Fengxi roared, looking at Lin Shu with displeasure. "Where did Kui Long go?" Lin Shu's face no longer showed panic. Instead, a fierce smile played on his lips, his eyes as sharp as a villain's. "You think it's strange, right? Let me tell you, you're not the only one who knows how to dig a pit and set a trap." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Shu leaped backward, leaving the Fengxi looking bewildered, not yet understanding what had happened. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from beneath the Fengxi's feet. Lin Shu shouted, bursting breath. The beam of light from Kui Long's bursting breath skill, carrying astonishing power, launched the Fengxi into the air. The immense force pushed the giant beast out of the cave. In that moment, the skill seemed to destroy something mysterious hidden deep within the Fengxi. Far away, a patrolman holding binoculars observed with a tense gaze as the Fengxi's massive figure was thrown into the sky, falling along a clear trajectory. He hurriedly reported, his tone urgent. "Captain, a large object has been spotted falling in the 2 o'clock direction. Based on its trajectory, it's presumed to be a monster, about 8 to 10 meters long. It may be searching for a target." A man with an imposing air stood nearby, clearly the captain of the patrol team. After hearing the report, his face darkened and he gave a decisive order. "Go check it out." Inside the cave, after Kui Long's astonishing strike with bursting breath, a large crater appeared, clearly imprinted with the feng-shi shape. The morning sun shone through the cracks in the rock, illuminating the space and heralding a new day. The longest and darkest night of Lin Shu's 18 years of life was finally over. Lin Shu stood there, haggard and pale, his eyes tired yet glinting with a hint of pride. He murmured, his voice hoarse, "Is this the ultimate power of trash talk?" At his feet, the pit dug to ambush the feng-shi remained proof of the audacious plan. Beside it, Kui Long appeared in the form of a mutant pup, lying on its back and panting heavily, clearly exhausted as well. Lin Shu glanced at the pup, reached out to gently stroke its head, and a smile touched his lips. "My battle plan was to pretend to miss Kui Long, making the enemy lower its guard, then launch a sudden attack to draw all its attention," he thought to himself, a cunning glint in his eyes. As if he had just passed a life-or-death test, Kui Long secretly circled around underneath, using the opportunity to prepare a surprise attack. Lin Shu stood aside, mocking himself with a wry smile. "I was just boasting about my battle plan earlier. What a clown." Kui Long suddenly sat up, its deep voice sounding with a hint of regret. "It's a shame I didn't get to see you attack the feng-shi in the end." Hearing this, Lin Shu awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and let out a soft HMPH, not daring to say more. He was afraid that if he kept talking he would accidentally reveal the embarrassing moment when he had been frozen in fear, unable to move. Suddenly, as if a fuse had been lit, Lin Shu leaped to his feet, his face flushed with anger, and shouted, "Nonsense, what else could I do? That's a 5-ton monster. It's as tall as a 3-story building when it stands up and the ground shakes when it runs. I could only stand still. My brain shut down instantly. Forget attacking, I didn't even have the courage to run. It's already amazing that I remembered to call you out in the end." Lin Shu's angry outburst was suddenly interrupted by the system's cold voice. "Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant pup. Evolution points 476. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a feng-shi. Evolution points 520. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a short-faced bear. Evolution points 31. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured." Lin Shu snapped his head around, his eyes wide with shock as if he had just realized a serious problem. "What happens if Kui Long eats too much?" he shouted, his voice filled with panic and annoyance. "Why are you eating again? Have you forgotten why we crawled into this damn hole?" He mentioned the Countermeasures Bureau and the patrol team outside, his anger flaring. Lin Shu roared even louder. "The Countermeasures Bureau is setting up a net to search for us outside. They might already be nearby. Do you have a death wish?" But before he could finish, because he was standing too close to the edge of the pit, Lin Shu's foot slipped and he fell, his miserable cry echoing. "Ah!" He landed hard on his butt in extreme pain. He looked up, rubbing his head and muttering, "That hurts." Beside him, Kui Long was still eating intently. It glanced at Lin Shu, its eyes looking as if it were watching a clown perform. Suddenly, right next to Lin Shu, a stone glowing with green light appeared, catching his eye. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Holy crap, could this be?" Kui Long, who had been focused on chewing, also froze. Its gaze fixed on the sparkling green stone. Both Lin Shu and Kui Long stared intently at the stone as if mesmerized. Lin Shu spoke first, his voice trembling. "The legendary monster crystal core." "Ahem." Kui Long, still chewing, let out a questioning hum. Just then, the system's cold voice sounded, providing the answer. "That's right, this is a monster crystal core. Although it's just a fragment, it's enough to upgrade the system to level 2. Hearing the words crystal core, Kui Long's eyes lit up like car headlights and drool streamed from its mouth as if it had been starving for a year. Seeing Kui Long's covetous look, Lin Shu quickly grabbed the crystal core from the ground, held it tightly in his arms, and warned with his eyes, "This isn't for you to eat, it's for upgrading the system." The system immediately responded. An information panel appeared, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "The host simply needs to place the monster crystal core into the portal below the light screen." Lin Shu carefully placed the crystal core in the spot designated by the system. In an instant, the shiny stone was sucked in, disappearing in a dazzling flash of light. Lin Shu's eyes widened, both surprised and excited, and he blurted out, "Ah!" It absorbed it. Kui Long, seeing the crystal core it coveted being swallowed by the system, let out a dissatisfied HMPH, its puppy-like eyes filled with resentment. Then the system's cold voice sounded, "Beep, congratulations, host. The Apex monster system has been upgraded to level 2. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully completing System Quest 3. The reward has been issued. Please check it in time." Lin Shu paused and murmured, "Huh." He looked left and right, his gaze warily searching for the reward. Suddenly, a blue backpack appeared behind him, floating as if summoned from the void. Lin Shu picked up the backpack and examined it, his face showing disappointment, even a hint of disdain. "This is the monster space, it's so ugly." Hearing Lin Shu's complaint, the system immediately spoke up, its tone tinged with annoyance. "Host, don't underestimate this backpack. Once you step inside, you will find a whole new world. This is the entrance to the monster space, a miniature space-time that guarantees the host absolute privacy. the system continued to explain, ignoring Lin Shu's skeptical expression. The main part is a 30 square meter cubic space that can store the host monsters and items. No one can see or detect it from the outside, ensuring absolute secrecy. After listening, a light gradually began to shine in Lin Shu's eyes. He gripped the backpack tightly, as if starting to realize the true value of this reward. Lin Shu's eyes shone with excitement. He snatched the piece of meat from Kui Long's mouth and said cheerfully, "I can put monsters inside without anyone finding out. With such a great skill, why are we still staying in this cave? Stop eating this. Big bro will take you outside to eat something better." At the cave entrance, Lin Shu stood beside the Fengxi. The massive monster was lying on its back unconscious. He stroked his chin and murmured, "Found it. This guy fell pretty far." His gaze suddenly stopped on a huge sparkling green stone on the Fengxi's belly. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out in surprise, "Is a piece this big also a monster crystal core?" The system immediately answered, its mechanical voice crystal clear, "Yes, and judging from the cracks, the crystal core fragment the host just picked up fell off from this piece." Lin Shu frowned and asked, puzzled, "But aren't monster crystal cores usually in their heads?" The system answered, its voice still cold, "Under normal circumstances, yes, but this situation is quite special. Host, please take a closer look at the edge of this monster crystal core." Lin Shu climbed onto the Fengxi's massive body and carefully observed as instructed by the system. He murmured, "The edge looks like surgical sutures. Could someone have put it in deliberately?" He continued to ask, his tone full of suspicion. "But why would they do that?" The system hesitated for a moment, as if processing information. "Host, please wait a moment. The Apex monster system is loading the level 2 monster index." Lin Shu stood there, his eyes filled with curiosity and tension, knowing that the answer to come might unveil a shocking secret. After loading the data, the system's cold voice sounded, explaining clearly, "The creature known as Fengxi, due to its unique living habits, has evolved a special ability. While digging caves and building nests, they secrete saliva containing a special component that has the function of concealing spiritual energy. In ancient times, people raised Fengxi to collect spiritual energy, which helped them cultivate and upgrade their ability containers." After hearing this, Lin Shu looked incredulous and murmured, "Raising Fengxi to cultivate and upgrade ability containers." Suddenly, Kui Long, in its puppy form, poked its head out of the blue backpack, frowned, and growled in a low voice, "HMPH, that's just like those foolish monkeys thinking they are the masters of the world, trampling on other lives at will." Hearing Kui Long's words, Lin Shu didn't mind being called a monkey, but he was angry that Kui Long had dared to poke its head out, risking being discovered by the Countermeasures Bureau. He quickly reached out, pushed Kui Long's head back into the backpack, and snapped, "Why are you always popping up? Get back in there. You're not allowed to come out without my permission, not even to poke your head out." After stuffing Kui Long back into the backpack, Lin Shu let out a breath and fell into a daze, lost in thought. What is the key to this? Who would dare to raise an ancient savage beast right under the nose of the Countermeasures Bureau? He clenched his fists, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a world-shattering secret. Suddenly the system panel flashed with a dazzling red light, accompanied by a rapid alarm. "Warning, warning, a high concentration of spiritual energy is approaching." Lin Shu jumped, his face pale, and he stammered in panic, "It must be the Countermeasures Bureau. I have to get out of here." He quickly jumped down from the Fengxi's massive body and was about to flee, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the huge sparkling crystal core on the monster's belly. Lin Shu clicked his tongue, his tone full of regret, but leaving this monster crystal core here would be such a waste. Greed like a demon grew in his heart, making him disregard the danger of being discovered by the Countermeasures Bureau. Lin Shu rushed back, climbed onto the Fengxi's body, and grabbed the crystal core with both hands, pulling with all his might. But the crystal core seemed to be stuck with superglue, holding on tightly. Trembling, Lin Shu gritted his teeth and used all the power of his projection ability, roaring, "This thing is really tough." He clenched his jaw and shouted with all his might, "Ah!" Finally, he pulled the crystal core out, and the immense recoil almost made him fall. At the same time, the roar of wheels was heard in the distance. The Countermeasures Bureau's convoy appeared, stopping in front of where the Fengxi had fallen. A team of people quickly spread out surrounding the unconscious monster. In the crowd, a tall man in a white uniform holding an M134 minigun approached the Fengxi. He looked at the monster, then turned to a person with their hands behind their back and said with certainty, "Captain, this must be it. You can't mistake that head." Lin Shu, clutching the crystal core, froze in place, his heart pounding like a drum. He knew he was on the edge of life and death. The leader, with a majestic air, gave a decisive order. "Da Zhuang, take your men and check if the monster is still alive. You use the detector to search the surrounding area." The two men assigned the tasks immediately responded, "Yes, sir," and quickly took action. Meanwhile, Lin Shu hid in a nearby bush, secretly observing everything. He let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Phew, that was close." He looked haggard and exhausted, murmuring, "That was too dangerous just now." He looked down at the blue backpack containing the monster crystal core and was filled with emotion. "For this crystal core, I almost had to face the Countermeasures Bureau head-on." Suddenly, the system popped up, its mechanical voice sounding, "Host, it was worth it. The spiritual energy in this crystal core is enough to upgrade the system to level 3. Lin Shu frowned and immediately retorted, "This monster crystal core isn't for you, it's for Su Lingyu. We were only able to enter this secret realm because of the emblem she gave us, so of course the spoils of war should go to her first. Besides, I don't want to be indebted to that cunning woman." Just then, a member of the Countermeasures Bureau suddenly shouted in panic, "Captain, a strong monster spiritual energy reaction has been detected nearby." Lin Shu jumped, his heart racing, a flicker of nervousness in his eyes. He knew danger was closer than ever. Hearing the shout, Lin Shu was startled and quickly turned his head. A huge black shadow had appeared behind the team member who had just reported. The man turned around, saw the Fengshi's ferocious appearance and screamed in terror, "Ah, it's still alive!" Hiding in the bushes, Lin Shu was full of doubt and asked the system in a low voice, "System, didn't you say the power of bursting breath was infinite? How could it not even kill the Fengshi?" Before the system could answer, Kui Long in the blue backpack roared in anger, "You dare to question me?" Its voice echoed as if to crush all of Lin Shu's doubts. The system immediately spoke up, its mechanical voice explaining clearly, "The power of bursting breath is indeed infinite, but this attack happened to hit the monster crystal core, which absorbed most of the energy, so the Fengshi was lucky enough to escape with its life." Outside the bushes, the Fengshi suddenly woke up, and the people from the Countermeasures Bureau were thrown into chaos like headless flies. Chaotic screams erupted, fall back, get out of here!" The captain of the Countermeasures Bureau's Special Operations Team, He Bai, stood at the brink of life and death, observing the situation with a grave expression, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. Lin Shu hid in the grass, clutching the backpack tightly, his heart pounding like a drum. He knew things were getting more and more dangerous. The captain of the Countermeasures Bureau's Special Operations Team, He Bai, with a calm face but sharp eyes, said, "This is unexpected." He took off his jacket, his tone serious, "But it's nothing to be afraid of. Monsters and the awakened are both products of spiritual energy." A team member hurriedly brought over a table and placed He Bai's just-removed jacket on it. Next to the jacket was a large cloth printed with a comical banana pattern, which made another team member a little unhappy. "Captain, if you put it here, don't get it dirty." Hiding in the bushes, Lin Shu saw the cloth with the banana pattern, his face turning ashen as he whispered in panic, "Holy crap, isn't that my family's curtain?" His mind was in a mess, his thoughts racing. "It must have fallen off after I dealt with the short-faced bear and they picked it up. I'm doomed, this is solid evidence. I'm going to get yelled at by my mom when I get back, and now there's another thing." Back outside, He Bai slowly walked toward the Fengshi, his voice low as if analyzing. "The difference is, humans use spiritual energy to evolve and wield their abilities at will, whereas monsters, they use spiritual energy to construct their own flesh and blood." Lin Shu hid in the grass, clutching the backpack tightly, his heart pounding like a drum. He knew the situation was getting more and more critical, and a bigger secret seemed to be gradually unfolding before his eyes. The members of the Countermeasures Bureau reminded him worriedly, their voices full of concern, "Captain, be careful, that monster is at least level 5 or higher." The Fengshi was surprised by its opponent's boldness. Seeing that He Bai not only didn't run away but was walking straight toward it, it was stunned for a moment. After creating the necessary distance, the captain of the Countermeasures Bureau suddenly erupted with fiery orange-red spiritual energy which swirled around his body. He said in a low, mocking voice, "But among humans there are also guys like me who are stubborn, boring, and have no dreams, who only know how to use spiritual energy to strengthen their muscles." After the spiritual energy surged in, He Bai's body seemed to be inflated with air, his solid muscles bulging. He lifted his head, looked straight into the Fengshi's eyes and curled his lip. "HMPH, I'm the most suitable opponent for you." The system immediately displayed the information. He Bai, male, age 45, awakened ability muscle enhancement devourer type, ability rank A cultivation realm late Chenfu. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Holy crap, what the hell is with all those muscles?" The Fengshi glanced disdainfully at the guy in front of it and suddenly opened its mouth trying to swallow He Bai in one bite, but the captain of the Countermeasures Bureau showed no fear. Quick as lightning, He Bai raised his hand and with a victor's gesture tightly gripped the Fengshi's chin, forcing its mouth shut. Despite being at a weight disadvantage, He Bai had the upper hand, and the power he unleashed made even this giant monster shrink back. The captain of the Countermeasures Bureau, He Bai, focused all his strength into his steel-like arms. His movements were decisive, and he turned to deliver a fatal blow. The giant monster, the Fengshi, had no time to react. Blood splattered like ketchup and its pupils contracted in excruciating pain. In less than 5 minutes, He Bai had taken down the general-class Fengshi. He held the still-dripping head in his hand and coldly threw it aside. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Shu was dumbfounded, a mix of awe and astonishment. He murmured, with just one palm, recalling how he and Kui Long had struggled to deal with the Fengshi. Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh. Even Kui Long was helpless against the Fengshi, severed in two, head from body. A Chenfu realm awakened is truly a monster. He Bai turned around, looked at the Fengshi, which still had a trace of consciousness, and said coldly, "Don't hate me." The Fengshi's face was covered in tears and snot as it cried miserably. He Bai curled his lip. "Go on, my rule is to fight. This is how I show respect to my opponent." In front of him, the members of the Countermeasures Bureau pointed their guns at the Fengshi, ready to fire at any moment. He Bai glanced at them, then turned to the monster and said, "It's better than those guys who just shoot from a distance, right?" He casually put on his jacket, his expression calm yet full of authority. A member of the Countermeasures Bureau with the serious expression of a soldier stepped forward to report, the surrounding area has been checked. No other spiritual energy reactions have been found. Captain Hebai nodded, his voice steady. Prepare to pull out. Tie that monster to the truck and take it back to the base. All the members of the Countermeasures Bureau quickly got into their vehicles and left the secret realm, dragging the Fengshi's massive corpse behind them. Lin Shu hid in the bushes, quietly watching the convoy's figures gradually disappear. After a moment of suffocating tension, he relaxed and sat down on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. That was close. They've confirmed that the Fengshi was the target of the alert. When the people from the Countermeasures Bureau returned to inspect the Fengshi's nest, Lin Shu also secretly returned. He sat on a pile of monster skeletons and sighed. Phew, I'm finally back in the Fengshi's cave. No more hiding. Lin Shu held up a huge leg of meat and proudly placed it in front of Kui Long. See this? This is all your task for today. Kui Long, in its puppy form, crossed its arms, its face full of disgust. You're making me eat this again. Lin Shu's eyes widened, and he immediately replied. The Fengshi has been captured, and now all that's left is its leftovers. We fought so hard to defeat this boss. How can we give up such a great opportunity to level up? He stood on his tiptoes and deliberately brought the meat closer to Kui Long's mouth, coaxing, Eat up. Lin Shu continued to press the leg of meat against Kui Long's mouth, almost stuffing it in, his eyes twinkling with mischief and determination. The moment the leg of meat was stuffed into Kui Long's mouth, the system's cold notification sounded immediately. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant pup. Evolution points 467. Lin Shu was delighted. He sat down with a plop, hugged the blue backpack, and began to clear out all the food in the cave, stuffing it into the monster space. He murmured smugly, I can't be idle while this guy is eating. The system observed the host's behavior and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Host, what are you doing? Lin Shu immediately replied, his eyes shining. I'm guessing Kui Long can't eat this much in one go. I can't let it go to waste, so I'll pack it up to go. Hearing Lin Shu's plan, the system immediately objected, its tone full of dissatisfaction. Host, this is the monster space, not a takeout box for a monster's food. On the other side, Kui Long was still eating intently, full of enthusiasm, its belly bulging as if it were 8 months pregnant. Accompanied by its smacking and chewing sounds, the system's notification sound kept ringing. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant pup. Evolution points 420. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a Shanshengza. Evolution points 480. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a short-faced bear. Evolution points 26. Beep, your Kui Long has successfully devoured. After a feeding frenzy that cleared out everything around, Kui Long was now as round as a pufferfish, rolling around like a ball with none of the majesty of a Pangu monster left. Lin Shu looked at the system panel, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out in surprise, Wow, it already has 3,283 evolution points. If I use all these points to evolve it, I wonder what it will become. He gripped the backpack tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity, as if he were at a turning point that would decide his fate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu gave a decisive order. System, use all the evolution points to evolve Kui Long. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Kui Long's body. Lin Shu and a few mutant pups looked up, their jaws dropping in amazement. Lin Shu shouted, Holy crap, it's getting so big again? Kui Long's body gradually expanded, enveloped in golden light like a burning torch in the cave. The system panel displayed new information. Kui Long, form growth stage, evolvable bloodline, overlord class upgradable, height 11.8 meters, weight 9.6 tons, attack methods ram, bite, dragon tail, sweep, initial skills, devour, bursting breath, stars. Lin Shu stood up, slung the backpack over his shoulder and murmured, all right. Since we've eaten our fill, it's time to go home. We've been dawdling here for so long it might already be daylight outside, but before we leave, he paused, a serious look in his eyes. There's one more thing to do. Lin Shu carefully built a small mound of earth, placing a small piece of the Fengshi's crystal core underneath. He stood before the mound with a pious expression while Kui Long and a few mutant pups poked their heads out of the backpack, their faces full of question marks. Lin Shu began to speak, his voice low but sincere. Fengshi, although you are an ugly and messy wild boar, cunning, greedy, and annoying, but no matter what, in this secret realm you saved us 3 times. First, the cave you dug allowed us to escape the search of the Countermeasures Bureau. Second, your crystal core gave my monster a monster space to hide in. Finally, at the critical moment, it was also you who drew the attention of the Countermeasures Bureau. He lowered his head as if paying his final respects to his fallen enemy, then turned to leave the secret realm. As dawn broke, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the treetops. Lin Shu stood before the exit of the secret realm, blinked. He waved goodbye to the small mound of earth for the Fengshi, his voice low. If there's an afterlife, I hope you can live freely in a high-level monster secret realm. He stretched, his whole body aching, and sighed, finally out. This one night felt like several lifetimes. Lin Shu held up Su Lingyu's emblem, a flicker of regret in his eyes. It was a shame he had to return it today. He wondered if he would have another chance like this. If I do, I hope I can get my own emblem. He put the emblem in his backpack, took out his phone and murmured, Right, I arranged to return the emblem to Su Lingyu this morning. Looking at the chat interface on his phone, Lin Shu was nervous and troubled, completely unsure of how to start. Recalling what he had done last night, he sighed. He had taken her emblem, and he had to return it. But if he admitted he had the emblem, wouldn't that be admitting to breaking into her house? And she would definitely ask him what he was doing in the secret realm. She seemed to already know he had a monster, but he didn't know to what extent. Lin Shu gripped his phone tightly, a mix of worry and determination in his eyes, as if he were about to face a challenge no less dangerous than the secret realm he had just left. Lin Shu felt dizzy, as if the whole world were a tangled mess he couldn't unravel. He clutched his head, his hair a mess, his eyes dazed, trying to sort through his chaotic thoughts. "This is a complete mess, I can't untangle it at all," he murmured, his voice full of helplessness. In his confusion, Lin Shu suddenly thought that perhaps he could only rely on this monster crystal core. He hoped that when Su Lingyu saw it, she would be so happy she would forget about those tricky questions. However, a thought flashed through his mind. If the system could help him level up 3 times in a row, wouldn't it all be worth it? Just then, the phone in Lin Shu's hand vibrated, and a new notification lit up the screen. Su Lingyu had replied. A smiley face emoji, followed by a line of text. "Okay, but the student council has an event this morning, so I'll be at the gymnasium. If it's convenient for you, you can come find me there." A moment later, at Tianhai City's most prestigious high school, Lin Shu ran across the campus panting as he carried the huge crystal core. He arrived in front of a building. He slowly slowed down, gasping for breath, then looked up and around. "Here it is," he murmured. But a flicker of doubt immediately crossed his eyes. The campus was empty. "But why does it look like there's no event here?" he thought, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Shu pushed open the door, carefully poked his head in and called out, "President Su, are you in there? I'm here. Can you come out for a moment?" The inside was dead silent. With no response, he froze, a sense of unease creeping over him. And images of ghosts flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. "It's almost dawn. Why is it so dark in the gymnasium?" he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Just then, the phone in Lin Shu's hand vibrated, the screen showing a message from Su Lingyu. "I'm a bit busy, I can't come out. Just come straight in." After reading it, Lin Shu frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He blurted out, his mind full of questions. "This is too strange. It's so dark in the gymnasium. What could she be busy with?" Despite his doubts, he said to himself, "Since I'm here, I'll apologize to her first and just do as she says." After making up his mind, Lin Shu took a deep breath and resolutely walked into the gymnasium. As he walked in, he said, "President Su, I'm here. I do have your Grand Arts Guild emblem, but it's really a misunderstanding." As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut behind him with a bang, making Lin Shu jump, his heart pounding. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a blurry figure in the darkness of the gymnasium. The scene before him stunned him, and he blurted out, "What's going on?" From a dark corner, Su Lingyu slowly walked out, her bright red boots particularly conspicuous in the dim light of the first floor. She smiled, her tone full of meaning. "Surprised, right? This was all specially prepared for you." Lin Shu took a step back, his eyes showing a mix of fear and embarrassment. "Su," he stammered, but before he could finish, her face suddenly turned cold, her eyes as sharp as if they could kill. "You peeping Tom, you pervert, you're also an emblem-stealing thief," she snapped, her voice full of contempt. Lin Shu hurriedly raised his hand, trying to explain. No, this is a misunderstanding, you have to hear me out first." But Su Lingyu gave him no chance, moving as fast as lightning. She reached into Lin Shu's pocket and pulled out the emblem. "A misunderstanding," she sneered, her tone mocking. Lin Shu looked down and saw his torn pants pocket, his face turning pale. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, she got it." Su Lingyu held up his family's curtain and the stolen emblem, her eyes triumphant. "The evidence is right here, what else do you have to say?" Looking at the things in her hand, Lin Shu could only give a wry smile, his mind in a mess. It was that damn curtain he had used to hide Kui Long. This time he was really caught red-handed. Su Lingyu stepped closer, her voice cold. "Since you see it now, I've set up an inescapable trap in this gymnasium. There's no way you can escape like you did last night, so you'd better confess." Lin Shu was extremely nervous, sweat beading on his forehead. "What?" he blurted out, his mind racing. "There's no other way, I'll have to risk it." He quickly bowed 90 degrees, his tone sincere. "I'm sorry I trespassed and took your emblem without your permission last night." Then he fawningly held up the huge sparkling crystal core. "But I found a huge monster crystal core in the secret realm last night, and I'd like to give it to you as an apology." Whoosh, an iron rod shot out, piercing straight through the crystal core. The core shattered instantly, fragments scattering all over the floor. Lin Shu was stunned, and before he could react, a surge of anger flared in his chest. "Su Lingyu, what are you doing?" he roared, his eyes wide. Su Lingyu frowned, her face full of impatience. "Cut the crap and get to the point. Tell me, how did you sneak into my house last night?" She waved her hand, her ability bursting forth, and the levitating iron rods buzzed menacingly, ready to attack at any moment. She said coldly, "Remember, no hiding, no lying. Otherwise, the next thing to be blown apart will be your head." Lin Shu trembled, his face turning pale, his lips quivering. "Damn it, you can't be serious, right?" Looking at the threatening levitating iron rods, he thought, "I just borrowed the emblem. It's not a death sentence, is it? Besides, how am I supposed to explain this? Do I tell her I've bound with the Apex monster system and it was the system that brought me to her house? That a Pangu monster carried me up?" In the monster space, the pack of mutant pups angrily wanted to charge out. Kui Long roared in Lin Shu's mind, "Let me out to deal with her." Lin Shu quickly turned around and hissed, "Deal with your head, this is a school, shut up." Su Lingyu looked down, observing his strange behavior, her brow furrowing slightly. Is he talking to his backpack, she thought, a look of confusion on her face. Lin Shu imagined the scene of Kui Long appearing on campus, which would definitely cause a massive commotion. He shook his head in annoyance and murmured, "This Kui Long. If I let it fight here, wouldn't it tear down the entire school?" But after thinking about it, he still couldn't find another way. Lin Shu stroked his chin and murmured, "I've already used today's monster projection." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, his eyes lit up and he blurted out, "Wait, monster projection." Su Lingyu suddenly spoke, interrupting him coldly. "It seems I can't count on you to speak up yourself." But just then, Lin Shu suddenly raised his hand, pointing the light from the device in his hand at Su Lingyu. "Take this," he shouted, a cunning glint in his eyes. Su Lingyu was startled, her eyes wide, and before she could react, she hurriedly waved her hand to control the iron rods to shoot at Lin Shu. Whoosh, the iron rod stabbed into the floor right next to him. Lin Shu screamed in fright. His face turned red with anger and he pointed at Su Lingyu and cursed, "Su Lingyu, you're not human for attacking someone who hasn't awakened." Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, glad that he had reacted quickly and thought of using the monster projection. He said to himself, "I circled behind just now and had the system give me the projection lens. This time I can finally escape." The system's cold voice sounded in Lin Shu's mind. "Host, I must remind you, this morning's Kui Long projection has already been used. Now only the mutant pup projection is left." Mutant pup, weight 130 kilograms, height 30 centimeters. Characteristics: small, lives in packs, well-developed teeth, extremely strong bite force, fierce and aggressive, follows the principle of knowing no fear, only attack. After hearing the introduction, Lin Shu shook his head in frustration and murmured, "Doesn't this projection just lower my stats instead of raising them?" Back in the present, Lin Shu suddenly shot a blinding light from the device straight into Su Lingyu's face, making her stagger, her eyes tightly shut from the intense light. He sneered smugly, his tone full of arrogance, "How's that? Your eyes are used to the dark. They definitely can't handle this bright light, right? So I'll run now." With that, he turned and ran, rushing out like the wind. But Lin Shu was panicking inwardly, cold sweat dripping down his back. He had just wanted to return the emblem and apologize, but he never expected it to turn into this. He thought, "Anyway, I've returned the emblem, apologized, and given a thank you gift. I'll just slip away first." Meanwhile, Su Lingyu was still dizzy from the sudden attack. One hand covering her eyes, the other controlling the group of threatening, levitating iron rods. She gritted her teeth inwardly. This kid is really cunning. No wonder he could endure being bullied so badly yesterday afternoon without using his real abilities. Today I will force you to show your true colors. Lin Shu ran for his life with a group of sharp iron rods chasing closely behind. He had only one thought in his mind: "I'm almost at the door. As long as I get out, I'll be fine." But things were far from simple. The group of iron rods suddenly swooped down, stabbing into the floor and blocking the exit. Lin Shu slammed on the brakes, his gaze quickly scanning around, and saw the gymnasium's gleaming railings. Su Lingyu had even dismantled the railings, turning them into weapons. Seeing this astonishing scene, Lin Shu's eyes widened, and he wailed inwardly, "Hey, doesn't the school rules clearly state that we must protect public property? Why did you dismantle the entire venue? You even punished Chen Hu for this yesterday." Su Lingyu skillfully controlled the railings and iron rods like a master. She jumped onto a railing, using it as a mount, and held a sharp iron rod as a weapon. Watching her skilled movements, Lin Shu was dumbfounded and blurted out, "Holy crap, you can do that? You're ruthless." Su Lingyu leapt off the railing and charged at Lin Shu with astonishing speed. She attacked mercilessly, each blow as if to take his life. If Lin Shu hadn't dodged, by rolling on the ground in a sorry state, he would have probably gone to meet his maker long ago. In the end, he fell to the ground limp and powerless, gasping for breath. Su Lingyu walked slowly toward him, her eyes as cold as frost. "Since you don't want to tell me how you snuck into my house last night, I'll ask another question. This time you must answer honestly. Who was your accomplice, and where are they now?" Lin Shu's mind was in a mess, and he thought, "Accomplice?" He recalled that when Su Lingyu had notified the Countermeasures Bureau to search, she had specifically emphasized something, right? Su Lingyu had also mentioned it on the phone. So she wasn't angry because her emblem was stolen or because she was spied on. She had set up this trap just to force me to summon Kui Long. Recalling the scene when he had just entered the gymnasium, Lin Shu awkwardly muttered to himself, "If she deliberately set up a trap to deal with me and went to such great lengths, she's really cunning. This woman is terrifying." Lin Shu gripped the projection lens tightly, snorted coldly, his tone full of provocation, "HMPH, I won't let you succeed." Su Lingyu frowned, her tone mocking. "What, you can use it twice?" She raised her hand, her ability instantly erupting, sensing Lin Shu's every move. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, deciding to risk it all. He activated the mutant pup projection skill. An array of light enveloped his body. With this skill he dodged Su Lingyu's fatal blow, but in that moment Lin Shu's appearance completely changed. He was no longer human but had turned into a half-human, half-dog creature. His whole body covered in fur, constantly roaring, "Oh woo woof woof woof." Lin Shu's current appearance stunned Su Lingyu, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Holy crap, what the hell is this thing?" she blurted out, her voice full of astonishment. Lin Shu, in his half-human, half-beast form, leaped onto the gymnasium ceiling, clinging tightly to the wall like a gecko. His bizarre appearance was both strange and comical, completely devoid of any majesty. But Su Lingyu didn't let her surprise affect her judgment. She waved her hand, controlling the group of sharp iron rods which shot toward the Lin Shu clinging to the wall. Lin Shu let out a series of loud barks. Woof 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 woof. He leaped from one wall to another, trying to pry something open, but it was too sturdy. Damn it, I can't open it, he roared, sweat beading on his forehead behind him. Under Su Lingyu's control, the group of iron rods was still chasing relentlessly, as if about to tear through space. Looking at them, Lin Shu gritted his teeth and muttered, "Crap, here they come again." Bang, the iron rod slammed into the wall, shaking the entire gymnasium as if trying to crush Lin Shu into tofu pulp. With his agile movements he dodged the attack, making Su Lingyu frown, a look of displeasure on her face. "So annoying," she shouted, her tone vexed. She didn't stop, continuing to control the group of iron rods, forming them into a huge iron cage. The iron cage whistled as it descended, aimed straight at Lin Shu. Busy dodging, he lost his balance and fell from the wall, his backpack also flying off. Bang, the iron cage slammed down, trapping Lin Shu firmly inside. The iron cage hit the floor and dust filled the entire gymnasium. Inside, Lin Shu was unconscious, his breathing faint. Su Lingyu walked over proudly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the backpack that had fallen to the floor. She snorted coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve, but this time you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings." Suddenly, without any external force, the backpack began to move on its own. Su Lingyu was stunned and blurted out, "Is this the backpack Lin Shu mentioned earlier?" Inside the backpack, Kui Long and the others were tossed about, the monsters crammed together in a chaotic heap in the small space. Kui Long roared in anger, Hey, can you hear me? Get up and I'll swallow that woman for you." The mutant pups also barked enthusiastically, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Oh, Su Lingyu bent down and picked up the backpack, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "He wasn't carrying this bag yesterday. Is there something strange about it? Are there monsters hidden inside?" But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. "Impossible, I've already searched that crater. It's at least 2 meters deep. How could it fit into such a small backpack?" Despite Su Lingyu's, he lay motionless in the iron cage. Kui Long gritted its teeth in fury and roared, "Get up, get up, get up!" The mutant pups joined in, their barks echoing thunderously. Woof 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 whoa. Finally, their efforts seemed to pay off. Lin Shu stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering, and he mumbled deliriously, "Mom, stop hitting me, I'll get up right now." Hearing this, Kui Long froze as if startled into silence. Lin Shu shot up, rubbing his head as his consciousness gradually returned. He murmured, "Right, I activated the mutant pup projection just now." Being chased by Su Lingyu, recalling it, he remembered the moment he used the mutant pup projection. How strange. That projection not only weakened my strength, but it felt like my IQ dropped too. I remember now, I think I fell from the 2nd floor, and then, suddenly seeing Su Lingyu holding his backpack, Lin Shu gripped the bars of the cage tightly, thinking in a panic, "That's my backpack." He flushed red with anger and shouted, "That's my backpack, give it back." Lin Shu reached through the bars, roaring, "Give it back." Su Lingyu, instead of returning it, jumped back. She held the backpack up in front of him, a teasing glint in her eyes. She smiled, her tone confident. "HMPH, judging by your reaction, I think I've found the right answer. Your accomplice is hiding in this backpack, right?" Lin Shu was in a panic. Though he was acting, his voice trembled. No, hurry up and give the backpack back to me. This is no joke. The guy in that backpack is really strong and I don't have the ability to control it. If we fight here, the whole school might really be leveled." But Su Lingyu was as stubborn as an ox, not wavering in the slightest. She replied coldly, "Since it's such a dangerous item, I have all the more reason to open the bag and check it. I hope you'll cooperate." Lin Shu gripped the bars helplessly, thinking, "She doesn't believe a word I'm saying." "Su Lingyu is opening the backpack," he murmured, filled with worry. But just as Su Lingyu unzipped the backpack, a fiery red dragon shadow shot out. She was so startled that she dropped the backpack and shouted, "What just happened?" From the backpack, several small mutant pups poked their heads out, each with a different expression from fierce to cunning. Looking at the chaotic scene, Lin Shu could only sigh, and said helplessly, "All right, do as you please, just be careful not to tear the roof down." Su Lingyu's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. "Say that again, be careful with the roof." Kui Long emerged from the backpack, its eyes glowing as it stared covetously at Su Lingyu, looking just like a movie villain. Drool dripped incessantly from its mouth, splashing everywhere and drenching Su Lingyu. Realizing the danger, she quickly backed away and shouted in a panic, "Lin Shu, tell me honestly, what the hell did you bring into the school?" Lin Shu sighed, his face a picture of helplessness, as if to say, "I told you so, but you wouldn't listen." He scratched his head and replied, "Its name is Kui Long. It's a Pangu monster. It's just past its infant stage." Su Lingyu, far from being scared like a normal person, showed unusual excitement, her eyes sparkling. "A Pangu monster. Hey kid, you've gotten your hands on something pretty amazing, haven't you?" she said, full of excitement. Lin Shu was panicked and shouted, "Holy crap, big sis, you're not thinking of fighting it, are you?" Su Lingyu showed no signs of backing down. She controlled the group of railings to fly over, then leapt onto one, riding it like a horse and laughing loudly. Of course, the chance to fight a Pangu monster doesn't come along very often. Lin Shu shouted, almost in despair, "Don't do anything reckless. I'm not responsible for anything that happens." But Su Lingyu just curled her lip and replied, "Don't you worry, it's just getting bigger, right? I can do that too." She waved her hand, her ability erupting. and the levitating iron rods quickly combined to form a giant iron hand gleaming with a threatening metallic luster. Su Lingyu controlled the giant iron hand to charge straight at Kui Long, her eyes blazing as she said provocatively, "How's that? With this, am I qualified to fight your monster accomplice?" Watching the scene before him, Lin Shu's eyes widened in shock and a cold sweat broke out. "Holy crap," he shouted, quickly turning to instruct Kui Long. "Kui Long, she's not an enemy and she's not food. Devour bursting breath and any other skills from the system are off limits." Kui Long let out a low growl and replied, "Got it. I'll just use a little bit of my strength." Hearing the satisfying answer, Lin Shu gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. "That's my boy Kui Long," but Su Lingyu was furious. "Damn it, you two are really not taking me seriously, are you?" she roared, controlling the iron hand to smash down on Kui Long. Kui Long paid it no mind, just snorting lightly from its nose. When the iron hand came down, it swung its tail and shattered the entire metal block into pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. Under the iron cage, Lin Shu quickly pulled the small mutant pups inside and said urgently, "Quick, you'll be dead if you get hit by those steel fragments." Just when he thought it was all over, Kui Long's huge arms stretched out, blocking the falling iron rods and saving Lin Shu in the nick of time. Lin Shu cheered happily, his voice full of excitement. "Kui Long, I'm saved." He climbed onto a pile of books and stood majestically. He shouted triumphantly, "HMPH, where's Su Lingyu? Did she get hit by the high jump stand?" But just then he suddenly saw a strange sight, his eyes widening as he blurted out, "President Su." Su Lingyu was trapped on the basketball hoop, suspended in midair. The small mutant pups were in a chaotic mess below, barking incessantly. Su Lingyu's face was flushed with anger and she shouted, "Damn it, get me down, and then these 3 dogs are yours too, call them off." Lin Shu looked up at her, curled his lip and said with a cold smile, "All right, no problem, but since I've answered President Su's questions, could you please answer one of mine? Why is my dad's photo in your medal? What's your relationship?" Hearing this question, Su Lingyu's face turned crimson with shame, and she glared at Lin Shu. "You perverted hooligan, what right do you have to go through my things?" she shouted, her voice a mix of anger and embarrassment. But after a moment of panic, she took a deep breath, regained her composure, and explained, "Lin Shu, you know this, right? 7 years ago, the Pangu monster Zhulong attacked Tianhai City. Zhulong destroyed more than half of the city. And in that disaster, my mother was crushed under the rubble." The young Su Lingyu was in tears, clutching a person's arm and sobbing, "Mom, I'm here to save you." Her mother was pinned under a huge block of concrete, her breathing faint, and she shouted, "Run, don't worry about me, just run." Su Lingyu shook her head, her voice choked with sobs. "No, I want Mom to come with me." But just then, the ferocious Zhulong approached, opening its mouth to attack the mother and daughter. Seeing the danger approaching, Su Lingyu's mother shouted again, "Run." Su Lingyu cried even harder, shouting in despair, "No, if we're going to die, we'll die together." In her mind, the plea for help echoed like a sad refrain. "Damn it, someone save us, damn it, someone save us. Who will save us?" Suddenly, a majestic figure appeared. The person threw a punch at Zhulong. This move was called the Thunder Iron Fist, a unique skill of Lin Shu's father. The powerful punch sent the monster flying, making it stagger back. Lin Shu's father, Lin Longzhen, stood majestically in front of Su Lingyu and her mother. He turned his head, gave a bright smile and a thumbs up, praising them. "Awesome." Su Lingyu stopped crying, but tears and snot still covered her face. She looked up at the man in front of her, thinking, this person is so strong, back in the present in the gymnasium. Su Lingyu looked at Lin Shu, her voice low and full of emotion. "And just like that, he saved me and my mom." Hearing this, Lin Shu excitedly threw punches in the air, his face beaming. "I knew it, my dad wasn't a deserter. I can't believe he even punched that Zhulong. That's so cool." Su Lingyu looked down at her hand, her eyes a little dazed. "Yeah, I've always hoped to be able to throw a punch as powerful as his," she said, pausing for a moment. Recalling the moment her attack was easily deflected by Kui Long, she sighed, "But I never thought that after years of hard training my punch couldn't even withstand a single blow from a Pangu monster in its infancy." Su Lingyu turned to Lin Shu, her eyes curious. "Where does it usually stay, your house? Do you keep it in your backpack all the time?" Lin Shu thought, "I can't tell her, I just got Kui Long yesterday." He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and mumbling, "Oh, something like that." Su Lingyu didn't mind and turned to chat with Kui Long, her voice full of excitement. "By the way, little guy, do you want to live at my place? That way we can spar every day." Kui Long let out a serious low growl. "Who would be stupid enough to be your punching bag?" Su Lingyu curled her lip, a cunning glint in her eyes, as if she had thought of a plan. "I forgot to mention, my house is in a secret realm. It's a huge place and you can eat as much as you want," she said temptingly. Hearing this, Kui Long's eyes lit up like car headlights. It roared with excitement. "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing Kui Long being tempted by just a bite of food, Lin Shu was so angry that he pointed at Su Lingyu and scolded, "Hey, don't you dare try to poach a monster right in front of its master." Realizing she had gone a bit too far, Su Lingyu scratched her head awkwardly and said with a dry laugh, "Sorry, I almost forgot about you." She paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, you're welcome to come too." Lin Shu was stunned, pointed at himself and stammered in response, "Me too, what does that mean?" Under the dim light, Lin Shu and Su Lingyu fell into a heavy silence. Lin Shu crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, and tilted his head slightly, breaking the silence with a question, "But what happened later, my dad and Zhulong?" Su Lingyu was pensive, her eyes sad as if lost in painful memories. She replied softly, "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened after that. My mom and I were rescued by the people from the Countermeasures Bureau, but because her injuries were too severe, my mom passed away not long after, and I was adopted by my current foster father. Recalling the days after being rescued, Su Lingyu continued, her voice low and clear. Later, my foster father took me to the Countermeasures Bureau where they were giving out commendation flags, and that's when I learned his name was Lin Longzhen. It was also from that time that I started hearing some bad rumors about him, things that were hard to ignore. Listening to Su Lingyu's account of the past, Lin Shu couldn't help but clench his fists, an uncontrollable anger welling up inside him. The insults about his father that had echoed in the school corridors flooded his mind again. It made him grit his teeth and think, HMPH, those rumors, wait, that's not right. A light flashed in Lin Shu's mind. He frowned, realizing something unusual in Su Lingyu's words. According to her, there should have been quite a few people at the Countermeasures Bureau who witnessed my father's battle with Zhulong. Then why are there so many malicious rumors about my father everywhere? Su Lingyu noticed Lin Shu's tense expression. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and said, "What are you thinking about? Don't get distracted. The important part is next. I came to find you today for this matter." Su Lingyu sighed softly, her eyes sad as she recalled the past. "I didn't know Uncle Lin's whereabouts, so I could only go back to the ruins of my home to pay my respects." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the empty space as if searching her memory. Suddenly, she looked down at the medal lying in the dust, her voice trembling. "This is Uncle Lin's Grand Arts Guild emblem. Did something happen to him?" But she immediately shook her head, dismissing her own thought, her tone firming up. "Impossible, he's so strong." Hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes sharpened, and he quickly asked, "Was there anything else at the scene?" Just then, the system suddenly flashed a dazzling red warning accompanied by a line of cold text. "The Mirror of Many Monsters has detected a suspicious spiritual energy reaction near the host." Lin Shu frowned and murmured to himself, HMPH, a red alert again. Su Lingyu didn't notice the change in Lin Shu's face. She lowered her head and rummaged through her backpack, her tone serious. "So today I wanted to give this—" Lin Shu suddenly interrupted Su Lingyu, his tone urgent. "Wait, I think there's a situation." He quickly gave an order to the system in his mind. "System, open the Mirror of Many Monsters." He stared intently at the Mirror of Many Monsters. Besides the familiar light dots of his own side, there was a suspicious light dot flickering. Lin Shu analyzed inwardly, his heart full of doubt. This suspicious spiritual energy reaction, isn't that just a bunch of big and small mutant pups? The system is really getting more and more surprising now. He was so scared his face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down and his thoughts were in a mess. Wait, according to the position on the mirror, could this guy have already entered the gymnasium? Is it right behind us now? The system immediately confirmed, its mechanical voice sounding affirming Lin Shu's thought. Correct. The target is behind the host, but it's invisible, so the host cannot see it, it continued to explain in a confident tone. However, it cannot escape the eyes of this system. This system will now analyze the target's identity. Monster, evil eye, form, detached male body, bloodline, battle beast class, length 25 centimeters, weight 100 kilogram, description. A detached male creature that can act and hunt independently from the main body and can turn invisible among other males, and communicates with the main body through spiritual energy fluctuations. The pack of mutant pups began barking wildly at a corner as if they had discovered something unusual. Lin Shu sneered, thinking, HMPH, they seem to be able to smell the evil eye's presence, right? These dogs have a keen sense of smell. Haha, evil eye, you've really met your match this time. Full of confidence, Lin Shu immediately roared a command to the mutant pups. You guys go sniff it out and drag it out for me. Su Lingyu noticed Lin Shu's strange behavior and frowned, her tone full of doubt. Lin Shu, what on earth is going on? Lin Shu's expression immediately changed to a confident smile. There's an invisible thief in the gymnasium, just watch me. A sudden idea struck him, his eyes shining as he thought, wait, don't I have someone right here who's an expert at setting up inescapable traps? How could I have forgotten about her? Lin Shu danced with excitement, looked at Su Lingyu and said decisively, President Su, if you please, create a right angle in each of the four corners of the gymnasium right now and open the iron cage. Without hesitation, Su Lingyu quickly did as Lin Shu asked. Seeing everything was ready, Lin Shu roared majestically, you guys hurry up and drive the evil eye into the cage. He turned to Su Lingyu and ordered decisively, now close the iron cage. The heavy iron door slammed shut, trapping the invisible evil eye and several mutant pups inside. In the cage, a mutant pup suddenly leaped up and bit hard into the evil eye's wing, forcing it to reveal its true form. Lin Shu observed a flicker of surprise in his eyes and murmured, this monster looks like a camera. The system immediately interjected, its voice steady yet informative. Actually, it's not just a resemblance. They are also very similar in function. After the female and male evil eyes separate, they transmit information to each other through a type of spiritual energy fluctuation. This fluctuation can even penetrate the barrier of a secret realm. Therefore, in some places, this monster is indeed used as a listening device that can cross secret realms. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Shu frowned, his voice low and his face showing displeasure. So you're saying someone is actually spying on us? Lin Shu pondered, his sharp gaze sweeping across the iron cage, and thought, and of all times, this happens just as my dad's emblem was mentioned. Could it be a coincidence? He sneered, a cunning smile on his face, his tone full of provocation. But to dare use a monster to spy on me, the apex monster master, no matter who you are, you're dead. Su Lingyu watched Lin Shu's words and actions from the side, a bewildered look on her face as if her head were full of question marks. She raised her phone, and as she was about to take a picture, her eyes lit up and she murmured, "Is this an evil eye? I've seen it in my dad's books before, but I've never seen a live one." After taking the picture, Su Lingyu quickly posted it to her moments, muttering to herself, "Right, I have to tag my dad." In an instant, her phone began to vibrate with an incoming call. She turned to Lin Shu and said with a bright smile, "As expected, the call came right away, just a moment." She happily answered the phone, her voice excited. "Yes, that's right, it's that one. Dad, don't worry about how I caught it, I just want to find out who sent it." Lin Shu watched Su Lingyu from the side, thinking, is it really okay to ask so directly? Suddenly, his gaze accidentally fell on the keychain hanging from her phone. He paused for a moment and murmured to himself, was this also a gift from her dad? A memory suddenly flooded Lin Shu's mind, taking him back to his childhood. The young Lin Shu naively pointed at a doll and said in a childish voice, "Dad, why did you sew such an ugly doll?" His father held a dinosaur doll in his hands, his eyes gentle as he smiled and replied, "Look, this little monster is so strong, brave, and powerful. Dad is giving it to you, hoping that no matter what difficulties you face, you can be as brave as it is and move forward without fear." Lin Shu recalled that memory, a sense of pride welling up in his heart. He thought, "Dad, just watch me. I'm the apex monster master now, even more powerful than a monster." Then he gave a mental command, "System, how many empty slots do I have for my tame skill now?" The system immediately replied, its mechanical voice crystal clear, "After the upgrade, the host tame skill can accommodate a total of 7 monsters. There are currently 3 empty slots." On the other side, Su Lingyu was on the phone with her father, her tone curious. "Is it difficult?" The person on the other end answered in a steady voice, "First, you must find the precise organ that emits the spiritual energy fluctuations and then release the spiritual energy, collect it, and then analyze and process it." Hearing this, Su Lingyu turned to Lin Shu and sighed helplessly. "Well, it seems there's no way. Although it's theoretically possible, the actual operation is very complicated, and the success rate is extremely low." Hearing this, Lin Shu just smiled brightly, holding the already tamed evil eye in his arms. He winked, his tone confident. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." Under the dense forest, a gloomy villa exuded a mysterious aura hidden by the messy bushes outside the window. A strange figure, half-human and half-bird, stood there, and a low voice sounded, "Dr. Shui, the Countermeasures Bureau has taken the Fengqi, but the crystal core was stolen." "But why do you care so much? We have more than one of them." Inside the villa, a cold and majestic voice replied. It was Dr. Shui, standing next to a giant evil eye, his eyes sharp. "Come and see this and you'll understand." The half-human, half-bird girl did as the doctor said and walked in, her gaze fixed on the large screen in front of her, which displayed an image of a majestic Kui Long. It made her gasp. "This monster is," Dr. Shui slowly spoke, his tone full of meaning, "I sent a male evil eye to the entrance of the A86 secret realm tonight, but it lost contact. This is the last image it sent back." He pointed at the Kui Long on the screen and continued, "The monster detected by the Countermeasures Bureau is probably this one, but this one looks to be only a few tons at most." Suddenly, Dr. Shui sneered, a cunning smile on his face. "If the Countermeasures Bureau wasn't stupid enough to get the key information wrong, then there's only one possibility. Yes, this monster grew from just a few tons to this size in a single night." Hearing Dr. Shui's words, the bird girl beside him covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling with shock. "How is that possible?" Dr. Shui turned his sharp gaze to the giant evil eye and slowly counted the eyes on its body. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, he gave a sinister smile and violently plucked the eyes one by one from the main body. The plucked eyes immediately turned into male evil eyes floating in the air. He gave a majestic command, "Go, keep a close watch on this monster. I want to know every detail about it." Suddenly, the giant evil eye emitted a dazzling purple light. On the screen, Lin Shu's image clearly appeared. The bird girl Ling Chen shouted in panic, "Dr. Shui, look!" This female evil eye had automatically connected the call, transmitting all the information back through a projection. On the screen, the 3D images of Lin Shu and Su Lingyu appeared vividly. Their voices echoed clearly. "It seems to be connecting. Lin Shu, don't mess around, be careful not to get killed." Lin Shu and Su Lingyu's conversation reached the ears of the man known as the mad scientist, Dr. Shui, and the harpy, Ling Chen. Both wore looks of confusion, their eyes glued to the screen. Suddenly, Lin Shu leaned his face close to the projection and said in surprise, Is this the CR headquarters?" Hearing this, Ling Chen panicked, her face pale, while Dr. Shui was stunned, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Ling Chen blurted out in a panic, "Holy crap, he hacked in." She pointed at the screen where Lin Shu's 3D image was clearly visible on the screen. He frowned and roared angrily, "It's you two who sent this big eye to spy on us, right?" Hearing itself being called Big Eye, the giant evil eye lifted its head and looked at Lin Shu curiously. After a moment of silence, Dr. Shui burst into laughter, his tone full of meaning. "Big Eye, you mean the male evil eye? You've controlled it, not bad." Lin Shu's 3D image raised a hand as if trying to reach through the screen to touch Dr. Shui, his tone sharp. "Don't change the subject. Why are you spying on us?" Dr. Shui still wore a fake smile and answered calmly, "Actually, I just want to make a deal with you." Lin Shu frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. "What deal?" Dr. Shui moved his hand slightly and a new projection panel appeared, displaying the image of the majestic Kui Long. he said slowly. I want you to bring your monster here and let me take some of its genes. Lin Shu leaned his face closer, his tone full of provocation. Let you take its genes? On what grounds? Dr. Shui didn't answer immediately, just smiled cunningly and manipulated the projection panel to display another image. Lin Shu looked at it, his eyes widening in shock, just as the doctor had expected. He blurted out, "This is..." Dr. Shui began to speak, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. 3,000 li from Tianhai City, on the sea, there is an island called Jiuan Island. He pointed at the video playing on the screen, his voice low. This is the scene sent back 64 years ago by a survivor of a scientific expedition team from Jiuan Island. This monster single-handedly destroyed the entire expedition team. Unable to suppress his excitement, Dr. Shui's body trembled slightly. He continued in a mesmerized tone. To obtain information about it, I spent a full 12 years searching and researching on Jiuan Island. In the end, I discovered that it had vanished 20 years ago. But who would have thought that now in Tianhai City, I have found an identical monster. Lin Shu stared intently at the two images on the screen, Hui Long and the monster from Jiuan Island. He frowned, his tone full of doubt. Identical? Seeing the expected reaction, Dr. Shui sneered, a strange smile on his face. He put his hands behind his back, slowly turned, and said in a tempting tone, "My life's research goal is to create a paradise for monsters, and for that I have collected and cultivated tens of thousands of them. But my collection is nothing compared to the monster you possess. I just want to take some genes. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Moreover, if you are willing, I can provide some interesting intelligence as a reward for you." Lin Shu suddenly fell into a memory, recalling his days in the A86 secret realm. He pondered, thinking, those monsters, just like the Fengshi, had beast cores embedded in their bodies to absorb spiritual energy. It's disgusting. This guy feels like a giant parasite. He lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the projection created by the evil eye, and asked seriously, "What kind of intelligence can you provide?" Su Lingyu stood aside, her tone worried and uneasy. "Lin Shu." Dr. Shui raised his hand and an image of a man immediately appeared. He smiled sinisterly and said slowly, "I know your name is Lin Shu, and I also know you've been searching for your father, Lin Longzhen's whereabouts. I believe I have some interesting news about him." He began to entice, his tone full of persuasion. "The monster of Jiuan Island disappeared 20 years ago. Your father also moved to Tianhai City 20 years ago. And you possess a monster identical to the one on Jiuan Island. Do you think these are just coincidences?" A cunning expression appeared on Dr. Shui's face. He held the documents about Jiuan Island and shook them slightly, as if showing them off. "Everything is related to Jiuan Island, and I happen to have 12 years of research materials from that island in my hands. How about it? Want to cooperate?" Lin Shu was silent, his eyes downcast, his mind racing. All of this certainly couldn't be explained by coincidence alone. He thought to himself, trying to piece together these mysterious fragments. Seeing Lin Shu fall silent, Su Lingyu placed a hand on his shoulder in concern and said urgently, "Lin Shu, don't be fooled. I just remembered who he is. His name is Shui Mu. He was originally a genius in the fields of monster studies and biochemistry, but he was put on the Countermeasures Bureau's wanted list for researching strictly forbidden projects like body modification, monster genetics, and breeding. Despite his identity being exposed, Dr. Shui didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, he showed an excited smile, a hint of madness in his eyes. Information about him appeared on the screen. Shui Mu, male, age 40, awakened ability, Keeman organ-breaking art, ability rank, S-class, cultivation realm, peak spirit aperture realm. Lin Shu suddenly shook off Su Lingyu's hand, stunning her, seeing his strange action. Su Lingyu called out worriedly, "Lin Shu." He turned around, gave a reassuring smile, his tone gentle yet firm. "You don't have to tell me. I don't want to cooperate with this annoying guy either. Besides, if I can steal it, why should I negotiate with him?" Su Lingyu looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant. "Steal?" Lin Shu didn't answer immediately, just sneered, his eyes sharp. He pointed and decisively ordered the evil eye. "Big eyes 2, 3, 4, and 5, get them for me." Lin Shu's sudden action stunned Dr. Shui. He frowned and thought, this kid should only have one male evil eye. Suddenly, a pile of documents on the table was swept away by an invisible force. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile smugly. The bird girl, Ling Chen, immediately rushed out, trying to stop the evil eyes that were carrying away the documents. She shouted in a panic, "Dr. Shui, we've fallen into a trap. I don't know what trick this kid used, but he's even controlled the female in the lab. Now even the 4 males you plucked are being controlled by him." Dr. Shui was not flustered at all. He forcefully pressed a button on the remote in his hand and took out a mysterious object. He replied coldly, "What's there to be afraid of?" As soon as the remote was activated, the giant evil eye suddenly expanded and then exploded with a boom, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. A horrifying scene. Dr. Shui sneered and said smugly, "The female is actually easier to deal with." On Lin Shu's side, the signal from the male evil eye was suddenly cut off, accompanied by a few abnormal crackling sounds. Seeing the monster's strange signs, Lin Shu shouted anxiously, "Big Eye, what's wrong with you?" He angrily held the evil eye in his arms and roared at Dr. Shui, "What did you do to Big Eye's mom?" Hearing Lin Shu call it Big Eye's mom, Dr. Shui paused, thinking, Big Eye's mom, Does he mean the female evil eye? How strange. He curled his lip, a cunning smile on his face, his tone full of mockery. HMPH, you can make my monster rebel, but you don't know how I control them? Dr. Shui answered his own question, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He curled his lip, his tone full of conceit. What I awakened is the Keeman organ-breaking art. I can remove or transplant any organ from an animal at will. I use this ability to extract beast cores from monsters and implant chips inside them. With these chips I can remotely control the beast cores to absorb spiritual energy, control their growth, or convert spiritual energy into an electric current to punish disobedient monsters. He pointed at the evil eye, his eyes cold. Or, like now, instantly detonate the entire energy of the beast core. Have you ever seen a balloon being popped? Witnessing this, Lin Shu gritted his teeth, a sense of anger and helplessness welling up inside him. He shouted in a panic, "Stop!" Seeing Lin Shu's angry face, Dr. Shui smiled even more smugly, his tone mocking. Want me to stop? It's simple. Just give up your control over this evil eye. Lin Shu gripped the male evil eye tightly, silent, his eyes heavy. He thought, but I only know how to tame, not how to give it back. Dr. Shui seemed to see through his dilemma, curling his lip, his tone full of temptation. HMPH, what do you think? Changed your mind and want to cooperate with me? You only have a little time left before this traitor breathes its last. The male evil eye hadn't yet transformed into an independent individual and was curled up on the ground, trembling violently. Dr. Shui coldly stepped on it and said in a domineering tone, the spiritual energy fluctuation has been cut off. If you don't answer, you won't be able to command this pack of male evil eyes anymore. Beside them, Ling Qin, the bird girl, smiled sinisterly, letting out a sharp hee-hee sound. Without the spiritual energy transmitted from the female, this pack of males will immediately reveal their true forms. Let's see where they can run. A pack of male evil eyes scurried around in a panic. Lin Shu lowered his head, his eyes heavy, and said softly, "All right, I understand." Su Lingyu thought Lin Shu was about to give in, but he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze burning as he stared at the projection screen. "I refuse," his voice erupted in anger, echoing through the space. "Even if I never find my dad for the rest of my life, I will never cooperate with a freak like you. You don't see monsters as living beings at all." Su Lingyu stood aside, both helpless and surprised, and blurted out, "Monsters are living beings." Lin Shu was not swayed by her slightly mocking words. He roared, his eyes firm. "Forget Kui Long's genes, I won't even give you back the big eyes." Su Lingyu quickly hugged Lin Shu, trying to stop him from charging at the projection screen, and said urgently, "Lin Shu, calm down. That's just a projection." Lin Shu was still furious, shaking off her hand and roaring, "Su Lingyu, even if it's a projection, I'm going to punch him. If I can't hit him, I'll spit on him." Just then, Kui Long walked up from behind and let out a low roar. Both Lin Shu and Su Lingyu, who were arguing, turned around at the same time and asked in surprise, "Kui Long, what are you doing?" Over on Dr. Shui's side, when Kui Long's majestic figure appeared on the projection screen, he instinctively took a step back, a flicker of terror in his eyes. The bird girl, Ling Qin, trembled all over, her voice changing pitch. What the hell is in its mouth? She stared intently at Kui Long, thinking, is this the Jiuan Island monster the professor has been obsessed with? It's just a projection. Why is it so scary? Kui Long gritted its teeth, its eyes burning as it glared at Dr. Shui and roared, "Say that again, are monsters toys?" But Dr. Shui completely ignored Kui Long's words. He burst into insane laughter, his voice distorted with excitement. "Fantastic, as expected, of the super monster I've been searching for 12 years. Dr. Shui reached out and touched Kui Long's projection, his tone full of provocation. "What, you want to bite me? Come on." Hearing this, Kui Long's eyes burned with contempt and it roared in reply, "No one would eat a disgusting guy like you, but I'm going to show you what a monster's wrath is." The moment it finished speaking, Kui Long activated its King's Roar skill, and the majestic roar shook the entire gymnasium. Lin Shu quickly shouted, "Kui Long, stop roaring, it's just a screen, it's useless to get angry." But Su Lingyu suddenly spoke, her tone full of surprise. "No, Lin Shu, look." Over on Dr. Shui's side, Ling Qin clutched her head, her face contorted in pain from the impact of the King's Roar. Meanwhile, Dr. Shui seemed completely unharmed, his eyes even more excited as he laughed loudly. Such a massive and powerful body, this King's Roar is truly perfect. At the same time, in an experimental tank, a monster suddenly opened its eyes and woke up immediately after. Many other monsters began to respond to Kui Long's roar. Witnessing this, Lin Shu thought, these monsters are responding to Kui Long's roar. With the support of so many monsters, could this be the power of a call to arms? Su Lingyu observed the scene, her tone full of surprise. "Hey, didn't you see? That's the effect of spiritual energy. Kui Long is transmitting a large amount of spiritual power over there through the evil eye's spiritual energy fluctuation." The system immediately interjected, confirming with its mechanical voice, "Correct. The male evil eye and the main body use spiritual energy fluctuations to transmit information, so they can also carry spiritual energy. The big evil eye on Dr. Shui's side is trying to reconnect the severed spiritual energy line, buying time for Lin Shu and this pack of male evil eyes." Su Lingyu continued, her eyes lighting up. "The weak monsters in the research lab received Kui Long's spiritual energy, which is why they woke up and were invigorated." On the other side, Dr. Shui ignored the commotion and said smugly, "To be able to think of such a method, it's worthy of the monster I've taken a fancy to." But behind him, the containers holding the experimental monsters began to crack. The monsters inside woke up, roared, and broke out of the containers, attacking all the creatures around them. Seeing a monster charge over, the bird girl Ling Qin shouted in a panic, "Dr. Shui, watch out!" She quickly lifted Dr. Shui into the air, but it was too late. The monster's claws slashed down, instantly tearing off half of Dr. Shui's body. Lin Shu's eyes widened, and before he could react, Su Lingyu's soft hand covered his eyes. Her voice was cold, but with a hint of a smile. "This isn't a scene you should be watching." While covering Lin Shu's eyes, Su Lingyu decisively ordered the evil eye on Dr. Shui's side. "Big Eye 3, get out of there now and come over to us." With his eyes covered, Lin Shu's cheeks turned crimson, and he stammered, He was a little shy, but he couldn't help but wonder, why is Big Eye listening to her? The system immediately sounded its mechanical voice explaining clearly, "The system has sent a radar positioning signal to Big Eye 3, the male evil eye. After receiving the location, it immediately took flight, carrying the documents it had stolen from that guy." Ling Qin stood in the chaos, her head bowed in remorse. "I'm sorry, Dr. Shui, it was my negligence that caused the monsters you spent years cultivating and collecting to." Although that guy was only half a body and seemed to be finished, he was still alive. He looked at Ling Qin coldly, his tone devoid of blame. "It's not your fault." He stretched his remaining hand toward his missing half and commanded, "Come here." On that half of his body, many brown cocoons suddenly appeared, shimmering slightly, as if incubating something disgusting. From inside, ugly fiery red monsters crawled out one by one, writhing in the pool of blood and crawling toward Dr. Shui. At the same time, red threads extended from the cocoons on his body, intertwining with each other, forming a horrifying scene of union. Dr. Shui's eyes were cold as he curled his lip. "This side is nothing. We've already obtained the intelligence on the Jiuan Island monster. Compared to that monster, these things I've cultivated before are nothing but experiments." Seeing Dr. Shui so calm even in this situation, and even able to say such things, Ling Qin couldn't help but feel flustered, her heart full of unease. In the research lab, Dr. Shui's cold and majestic voice sounded again. "I'm done, you can come in." Ling Qin walked in, her voice trembling with worry. "But Dr. Shui, that kid also stole the research materials on Jiuan Island that you've been searching for years." At this moment, Dr. Shui's half-body had miraculously recovered. He stood up, a faint smile on his lips. "Let him take it. Those materials are like bait, enough to hook that kid. He can't escape my sight. Besides, the Jiuan Island of today is not a place that can be easily challenged by human strength." Dr. Shui's words echoed like a warning full of deep meaning. In the shadows of the villa, a larger conspiracy was gradually unfolding, drawing Lin Shu into a dangerous vortex he couldn't escape. On the other side, Tianhai City. Suddenly, Lin Shu's panicked shout echoed through the space, Kui Long, what's wrong with you?" In front of him, Kui Long lay motionless, as if it had lost consciousness, unresponsive. Extremely worried, Lin Shu turned to the system and asked, "System, what's wrong with Kui Long?" But as usual at the critical moment, the system was silent, as if it had run out of power. Lin Shu sighed and muttered in frustration, "Useless system, always disappearing at critical moments." He turned to Su Lingyu, who had been leaning against the wall in silence, and said urgently, "President Su, come and take a look." As soon as the call ended, it became like this. "Did that guy named Shui do something?" Su Lingyu held a small evil eye in her arms and slowly spoke, her voice calm. "Kui Long's condition is probably related to Dr. Shui. This is a phenomenon of spiritual energy asphyxiation." Lin Shu frowned and asked in confusion, "Spiritual energy asphyxiation?" Su Lingyu nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately bent down, intending to give Kui Long artificial respiration, and muttered, "In that case I'll have to use this trick." But his foolish action made Su Lingyu feel helpless. She quickly shouted, "Stop, the spiritual energy asphyxiation I'm talking about isn't that kind of asphyxiation." Su Lingyu sighed and began to explain patiently, as if trying to enlighten Lin Shu, her eyes both serious and a little amused by his naive appearance. Su Lingyu continued to explain, her voice steady yet sharp. "Spiritual energy asphyxiation refers to when an awakened uses a large amount of their ability on the surface of Blue Star. After consuming spiritual energy, if they can't replenish it in time, they will fall into a state similar to asphyxiation. The reason is that the spiritual energy on the surface of Blue Star is very thin and unstable, unable to provide sufficient replenishment. For monsters, this pressure is even greater than for the awakened. Because their bodies are a fusion of flesh and blood and spiritual energy, even their basic physiological functions rely on spiritual energy to maintain." Kui Long's roar just now, to put it bluntly, was no different from a suicidal act, like a person doing strenuous exercise on a high plateau with a lack of oxygen. After hearing this, Lin Shu looked stunned and murmured, "I had no idea about any of this." Su Lingyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Yes, you don't seem to be able to sense spiritual energy, but that dragon knew very well, yet it still did it without hesitation." Lin Shu glanced at the painfully unconscious Kui Long and murmured in confusion, "Deliberately, do you think Kui Long would push itself so hard?" Su Lingyu sighed, waved her hand, and comforted him. "But you don't have to worry too much. Luckily the situation isn't too serious right now." She held up a bottle of blue potion that shimmered with a strange light and continued, "Besides, I happen to have a spare potion. This potion can suppress the excitement of the spiritual vein system, helping the spiritual energy to contract and condense within the body. Take it and give it to Kui Long." Lin Shu took the potion, a flicker of hope and nervousness in his eyes. He gripped the bottle tightly, preparing to save the critically ill Kui Long. Lin Shu carefully poured the blue potion into Kui Long's mouth, then looked up at Su Lingyu and said sincerely, "Thank you. From yesterday until now I feel like I've been getting your help all along." Su Lingyu stood there quietly watching Lin Shu and Kui Long, thinking he can't feel spiritual energy. So this kid probably hasn't awakened his ability yet. What kind of ability did he get? Suddenly, outside the door an evil eye appeared. It was the one that had just flown back from Dr. Shui's place. The evil eye in Su Lingyu's hand immediately flew over to reunite with its companion. Su Lingyu's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly, "The male evil eye is back." She happily took the documents the evil eye brought back, turned to Lin Shu and said smugly, "See, the USB drive with the GUN Island documents is in my hands. We've won this round completely." The two evil eyes were reunited, and shed tears of joy, but Lin Shu saw that only two had returned and frowned, asking, "Only two?" Su Lingyu sighed and replied, "The other two have perished, but we can still consider this a complete victory." She handed the USB drive to Lin Shu, her eyes shining with anticipation. But Lin Shu looked sad, holding the USB drive with no interest. He let go, letting the drive fall to the floor, his voice low. "What kind of victory is this? We just caught them off guard, stole something and ran, and the losses were so severe." He stepped on the USB drive, his eyes full of exhaustion. Su Lingyu frowned in surprise. "Lin Shu, what are you doing? This information was hard to come by. Don't you want to find out the truth about your father's disappearance?" Lin Shu still looked sad and shook his head. "This time our success was just a fluke. Dr. Shui won't die so easily. He can communicate with monsters, I'm sure of that. He'll show up again. Who knows if this USB drive is the start of his next trick?" Lin Shu frowned, looking at his own hand, his voice low and thoughtful. "If it weren't for this situation today, and we had to fight head-on, the situation could have been worse. We had no chance of winning at all. I can't let my monsters take that kind of risk." He fell into a memory, recalling everything Kui Long and the pack of monsters had gone through and the sacrifices they had made. Lin Shu sighed, his eyes firm. "They were willing to sacrifice themselves to complete the mission, truly entrusting their lives to me, so I must protect them." He turned around, gently stroking the uncomfortably lying Kui Long beside him, and continued, "As for those documents, when I have the strength, I'll collect them myself." Listening to Lin Shu's words, Su Lingyu thought, what kind of shock did this kid go through from last night to now, to change so much? Just yesterday afternoon he was being bullied, all tough talk and bragging. But now maybe he's really someone to look forward to. She rummaged through her bag, pulled out a piece of paper, handed it to Lin Shu and called out, "Hey." Lin Shu turned to look at the paper, his expression immediately returning to its usual indifference. He took the paper and muttered with a hint of sarcasm, "Just how narcissistic do you have to be to carry your own portraits and posters everywhere?" Su Lingyu pursed her lips, and immediately replied, "This is a promotional poster for the Grand Arts Guild's membership qualification exam. The slogan is on it, 'The 14-year-old awakened genius martial artist Su Lingyu. Do you want to fight alongside me in the arenas of Tianhai City?" She looked at Lin Shu, her gaze serious yet sparkling with anticipation, as if waiting for a fated answer from him. Su Lingyu continued to persuade, her tone full of passion, "Consider taking the Grand Arts Guild's membership qualification exam. No matter what your plans are for the future, you'll inevitably have to enter secret realms, and having an emblem will make things much more convenient. Besides, this quarters exam is next month, so you still have plenty of time to prepare. How about it?" Lin Shu looked down at the promotional poster, his resolve wavering slightly. The Grand Arts Guild's emblem was indeed very appealing, but unfortunately he still wasn't an awakened. He sighed, his heart full of regret. Suddenly a powerful force pulled him from behind, making Lin Shu jump. It was Kui Long, now awake, grabbing his clothes with its claws. It roared, its tone full of pride. "He'll take the exam. I've decided for him." Lin Shu was lifted up by Kui Long, suspended in midair, and he struggled, shouting, "Hey Kui Long, don't just make decisions for me." Kui Long lowered its head, its eyes gleaming, and its deep voice sounded, "Ever since the fight started you've been so hesitant. What's there to change? I'll just eat whoever gets in our way." Still hanging, Lin Shu frowned and retorted, "It's not that simple. And why are you smoking?" Just then, Kui Long suddenly froze, as if it felt something strange in its body. Lin Shu looked at its expression and shouted with concern, "Hey, the smoke is getting thicker. You should lie down and rest." The smoke from Kui Long's body grew denser, billowing like dark clouds and obscuring Lin Shu's vision. The surrounding space became hazy, as if heralding a major change. Lin Shu coughed violently. Cough, cough. He looked at Su Lingyu and asked in a panic, "President Su, what's wrong with Kui Long?" Su Lingyu replied calmly, "The potion is taking effect. The spiritual energy in Kui Long's body is contracting and condensing." The thick smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a tiny Kui Long looking like an infant version. Dozens of times smaller than before, Kui Long looked at its own body and roared in a panic. "Ha!" Witnessing this, Lin Shu was even more shocked than Kui Long. He fell to the floor and shouted, "Holy crap, Su Lingyu, did you give me the TX-4800 shrinking potion?" His sharp cry echoed outside. Ah, just then a clear voice came from the public broadcast. Today is the day the Grand Arts Guild's exam results are announced. Lin Shu turned his head and asked in confusion, but Kui Long hasn't received its results notification. Kui Long stood behind him and roared unhappily. Hey, Kui Long is talking to you, what's wrong? Lin Shu hesitated, thinking, so Kui Long only just noticed me this morning. He looked at Kui Long, who proposed seriously, let me borrow your phone to check some information. Lin Shu handed over his phone, his eyes full of suspicion. Check information, it's been 2 months, has it still not given up on Jiuan Island? Kui Long stared intently at the phone screen, gritting its teeth and muttering, I'll fight them to the death. Lin Shu was stunned and shouted, holy crap, big bro, you're not playing a game, are you? He moved closer, looking at Kui Long with concern, wondering what this guy had discovered. Kui Long was still glued to the screen, gritting its teeth. I'm watching a match. But this position is a bit big, it's probably just as I expected. Lin Shu pursed his lips, his tone full of sarcasm. Defeated in 1 move as expected. Kui Long, still smoking, replied unhappily, this is the 26th loss already. Hearing this, Lin Shu roared in anger. Holy crap, you've been gaming all morning? Not to be outdone, Kui Long brought the phone to its mouth and spat out a small puff of flame as if venting its anger. Lin Shu clutched his head and shouted a reminder. Losing is losing, don't take it out on my phone. Kui Long gave a thumbs up and tried to play it cool. I'm showing you the true power of bursting breath. I'm just simulating how to use the skill in actual combat. Lin Shu immediately saw through it, his eyes sharp. A high-level way to cover up your weaknesses, huh? Holy crap, why are you trying to act cool? Give me back my phone. He lunged forward, grabbed Kui Long's neck and roared. Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Lin Shu's mother strode in menacingly and shouted, Lin Shu, you little brat, what are you doing bullying Kui Long for no reason? Lin Shu was stunned, and quickly replied, Mom, can't you knock before coming into my room? His mother completely ignored him and replied matter-of-factly, why should I knock? I'm not here to see you. She put down a huge fragrant platter of food and turned to Kui Long with a gentle tone. Come on, don't mind that little brat. Auntie made these skewers especially for you. Kui Long gave a happy cry, its eyes shining. Witnessing this, Lin Shu muttered in dissatisfaction, Mom, you're so biased, your son hasn't eaten anything this morning. Lin Shu's mother heard her son's complaint and replied righteously, biased about what? Didn't you say Kui Long needs to eat a lot to grow? Then we have to let it eat more. She handed Lin Shu 2 slices of toast, her tone gentle. If you're hungry, have these 2 slices of bread to tide you over. You can eat a proper meal later. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, Mom, what's for lunch? She replied calmly, last night's leftovers. I'll just heat them up for you in the microwave. Lin Shu gnawed on the bread and wondered aloud, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Why does it get to eat meat while your son only gets to gnaw on bread and eat leftovers? Lin Shu's mother glanced at him and retorted, then why don't you ask why Kui Long is here studying hard every day, while all you know how to do is lie around like a corpse? She pointed at Kui Long, who was sitting upright, completely absorbed in reading a book. HMPH, you're lazy yourself, yet you blame others. Lin Shu stared in horror at the scene before him and muttered, good heavens, when did you two get so in sync? He recalled how he had initially worried that his mother wouldn't accept Kui Long. He never thought that now he would be the one who felt like an outsider. Lin Shu cried silently in his heart, never expecting that he would be the odd one out. Lin Shu's mother crossed her arms and asked sternly, stop playing the victim here. Tell me, how was your exam? Did you get your results? Lin Shu answered honestly, his tone a little dejected. Not yet. They said they would notify us of the results in the morning, but it's already past 10 and I haven't gotten a single call. Hearing her son say this, Lin Shu's mother grew angry and complained, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Look at you, you suddenly said you wanted to take some exam, and I fully supported you. You know our family's situation. To register you, I spent all my savings, which were meant for you to buy a house and get married in the future. If you don't pass HMPH, you can just wait to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Just then there was a knock on the door. Before anyone could react, Su Lingyu kicked the door open and walked in, shouting, Is Lin Shu here? The Grand Arts Guild's exam results are out. I've been calling you all morning but you didn't pick up, so I had to come and notify you in person. Lin Shu turned to Kui Long, his eyes full of suspicion. What's going on? Did you turn off my phone? Seeing Kui Long's guilty expression, he muttered with even more certainty, HMPH, it must be this guy, but I have no proof. Recalling Kui Long's earlier promise, Lin Shu thought unhappily. It told me to focus on the exam and that it would handle everything. And I was even moved, thinking it was so reliable. He rushed forward, raised his fist at Kui Long and roared, Holy crap, you big liar. Lin Shu's mother quickly rushed in to stop him, shouting, How dare you mess around like this with a guest here? Kid, you've gotten bold. Seeing the tense situation, Su Lingyu quickly closed the door and muttered, Did I come at a bad time? But Lin Shu's mother quickly handled the situation, her tone professional. This is just a small matter, can't you two handle it? When Lin Shu's mother saw Su Lingyu, her face immediately broke into a wide smile. Oh my, isn't this Su Lingyu? Auntie sees you speaking on stage every time there's a parent-teacher conference. Su Lingyu gave an awkward laugh, scratching her head as she replied, Ha, Auntie, you're here too. Didn't you go to open your skewer shop today? Lin Shu's mother waved her hand, her tone hearty. Aren't the results being announced today? To register this kid, Auntie took out years of savings. Now I just want to hear how he did. Su Lingyu's eyes sparkled and she announced happily, "Auntie Lin Shu did very well, he got first place in the written exam." Hearing this, Lin Shu's mother happily slapped her son's shoulder. "Ah, that's my boy, with first place he'll definitely get into the Grand Arts Guild." But she suddenly noticed their tired expressions and asked, "What happened? You two don't seem very happy." Su Lingyu sighed and explained, "The written exam only tests basic knowledge of secret realms and monsters, so it's not too difficult, but the last two parts are the real challenge. The second is a physical fitness test where the pass rate has been less than 10 for years. The third is a practical combat assessment, and the content changes every year, but usually everyone fails." Lin Shu's mother's expression immediately turned serious, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Seeing his mother like this, Lin Shu quickly reassured her. "Mom, don't worry, your son will definitely pass." He clenched his fist, his tone full of determination. "Even if I haven't awakened my ability yet, I have other skills. Besides, this awakening ceremony is different from before. I'll be fully prepared." Su Lingyu stood next to Kui Long, gave an encouraging smile, and hesitated before speaking. "I actually came here today for this matter. I'd like to propose that Lin Shu come to my house for a month of pre-exam special training. The remaining three, Lin Shu." His mother and Kui Long were all stunned. Lin Shu was the first to react, his tone full of surprise. "President Su, this is so sudden. I'll need to pack some things, right?" Su Lingyu thoughtfully replied immediately. "Pack what? I have everything you'll need there." Hearing this, Lin Shu's mother sighed, her tone full of emotion. "My son has really grown up and can't be kept at home anymore." She looked at the lavish spread of food on the table and muttered, "I was going to surprise him with a celebration, but now I'll have to eat it all by myself." She turned around, placed her hand on Lin Shu's shoulder, and said to Kui Long, "No wonder this kid suddenly wanted to take the exam. It turns out he's killing two birds with one stone. He's really gotten capable." After eating his fill, Lin Shu followed Su Lingyu out. Standing in an unfamiliar place, he looked up and asked in confusion, "President Su, where are we? Didn't you say we were going to your house?" Su Lingyu smiled and replied, "That's right, this is my house." Lin Shu was startled, his eyes widening. "Wait, is your dad Su Tiankai the famous monster doctor at the Monster Research Center?" He walked up the stairs still in disbelief, and continued to ask, "Your house is in the research center?" Su Lingyu shook her head and explained, "Not exactly. To be precise, the entrance is in a secret realm in the research center's parking lot." Lin Shu shouted in astonishment, "Holy crap, it's really in a secret realm?" Su Lingyu was pensive, her eyes shining as she explained, "Well, my dad often studies monsters from their physiological behaviors to biochemistry, so being in a secret realm is extremely convenient." Hearing this, Lin Shu gave an awkward laugh, his tone full of confusion. "I don't think convenience is the issue here." Su Lingyu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You don't know. Secret realms can be leased by individuals." She began to explain, her tone steady but captivating. "In this world, all countries follow the first-come, first-served principle for secret realms. In Washa, the task of finding, surveying, and developing secret realms is all handled by the Grand Arts Guild. Therefore, the Grand Arts Guild controls the usage rights to almost all secret realms in Washa. But managing so many secret realms requires a huge amount of manpower and resources. So they lease out some of the safe and stable ones. For example, the A86 secret realm you went to before is leased by the Countermeasures Bureau for Blood Condensation Realm Awakened to train in. As long as you're a member of the Grand Arts Guild, you're eligible to be a lessee." She concluded, her gaze sharp. "In short, as long as you pass the Grand Arts Guild's exam, you'll also be eligible to apply to lease a secret realm." Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes shining. "My own secret realm," he began to imagine, saying excitedly, "That way I can let Kui Long, Little Ball, and Big Eyes out to live happily together. That's the kind of treatment a true monster overlord deserves." Tianhai City Monster Research Center. Lin Shu looked up and asked doubtfully, "But doesn't it feel weird to have to pass through an office like this every time you go home?" Su Lingyu smiled and replied, "Actually, there's a more direct entrance. We just came this way to pick up a friend." She pointed to a monster lying in a treatment room, her tone gentle. "After 2 months of treatment, your evil eye has fully recovered. You can take it with you." Lin Shu looked at the monster, his eyes lit up, and he shouted happily, "Big Eyes Mom, you're alive." But he suddenly stopped, observed it carefully, and muttered, "No, you're not Big Eyes Mom, you're Big Eye number 1, right?" He turned to Su Lingyu and continued to ask, "Are number 2 and number 3 here too?" Su Lingyu's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Holy crap, you can tell them apart so clearly?" Lin Shu looked at her and asked in confusion, "President Su, what exactly is going on? Why did Big Eye number 1 become Big Eyes Mom?" Su Lingyu sighed and patiently explained, "You can give each one a separate name, but in fact they are a single, complete life form. The so-called male bodies are just organs that can detach from the main body and act independently. But when the female body is severely injured, one of the male bodies will transform into a new female body, forming a complete evil eye individual." Lin Shu nodded in understanding, and murmured, "So that's how it is. No wonder taming just one male body could control the entire evil eye swarm back then." Su Lingyu smiled playfully and praised, "Sorry for making you sad for a while, but you looked pretty cool just now when you swore to protect the monsters." Lin Shu glanced at her helplessly and muttered, "Big sis, do you always enjoy watching a good show?" He opened his backpack, breathed a sigh of relief, his tone light, "But no matter what, it's a happy ending." Su Lingyu was looking around for something, constantly glancing left and right. She turned to Lin Shu, who was urging the evil eye to get into his backpack, and said, "Hurry up, wait here for a moment. I'm going to make a call first." Suddenly, an excited voice came from behind. "Wow, what a cute little dragon." Lin Shu instinctively turned around and saw a little girl with shining eyes looking at him with a face full of admiration. "Big brother, are you an awakened? How can you have such a cute monster with you, so cool?" Lin Shu looked at the little girl, thinking, where did this kid come from? The little girl walked closer and asked excitedly, "Big brother, this is a rare opportunity. Can I shake hands with the monster?" Lin Shu smiled generously and nodded readily. The little girl happily thanked him. "Thank you, big brother. I've never shaken hands with a monster before. I won't wash my hand for half a month." Lin Shu's joy was short-lived as he thought, "I got happy for nothing. Turns out she wasn't talking about shaking hands with me." Just then, Kui Long extended its small claw to shake hands with the little girl, but in that instant, Kui Long's body suddenly trembled. Lin Shu looked at its expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Kui Long trembled and said in a panic, I can't pull it out." Lin Shu was curious and frowned. Could this be some kind of ability? The little girl heard this and burst out laughing, humbly waving her hand. "You're giving me too much credit. It's just a small trick." The little girl smiled and introduced confidently, "This is called Bajiquan, a martial art that excels at using the opponent's strength against them." Kui Long was still whimpering in discomfort. The little girl explained, her eyes shining brightly, "The harder you grip the hand, the stronger the countershock your body receives." Kui Long nodded honestly, its voice weak. "It's so heavy." The little girl revealed a dangerous smile, and in Kui Long's surprised gaze her eyes lit up, and with a sudden flick of her wrist she sent it flying far away. She spoke, her tone full of challenge. "How does it feel to be thrown by your own strength?" Witnessing this, Lin Shu was puzzled. Although Kui Long had taken Su Lingyu's potion and weighed less than before, its strength was still immense. How could it be thrown so easily? Unwilling to admit defeat, Kui Long roared and charged at the little girl. The little girl shouted, "HMPH, still trying to use tricks to defeat me?" She answered calmly, her lips curling up, "I'm not that naive. If you hadn't shown a weakness, how could I have exploited it?" A sphere shimmering with a strange light appeared in the little girl's hand. She quickly threw it at Kui Long, and billowing white smoke rose, enveloping the space. In the smoke a small figure moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant a dagger was already pressed against Lin Shu's throat. Lin Shu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it," the little girl spoke with cold eyes. "Many awakened like to use flashy moves to threaten their opponents, purely to put on a show and make the other person feel their life is in danger. But actually a fruit knife is enough. The more commotion the better, it's unnecessary." She glanced at the thing in Lin Shu's hand and coldly demanded, "When a person feels their life is threatened, they will subconsciously grab onto a lifeline. Hand it over." Lin Shu asked warily. "Who are you?" The little girl, Fang Tianji, waved her hand, her voice calm yet full of authority. "Don't worry, if I really wanted to kill you, I've had 4 chances since I walked in. Hand over what's in your hand." "Yes, that's a good boy." She smiled and introduced herself. "Sister Su specially instructed that you can enhance your abilities with this thing, right?" "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the coach Sister Su hired for your special training this time. My name is Fang Tianji." Su Lingyu walked in from outside, her eyes a little helpless. She looked at the two and said, "Looks like you two know each other without my introduction." She turned to Lin Shu and explained, "Lin Shu, this is the coach I specially found for you to prepare for this Grand Arts Guild exam." Su Lingyu praised her, her tone full of pride. "She has qualified for the Grand Arts Guild assessment 10 consecutive times, so you could say she's extremely experienced." Fang Tianji glanced at Su Lingyu and frowned. "How did you introduce me? It sounds like I failed the exam 10 times. Lin Shu heard this, snorted, and asked doubtfully, "Isn't that the case?" Fang Tianji roared in anger, "Of course not. I participate to accumulate combat experience to temper myself through 100 battles." She pointed at Lin Shu and said contemptuously, "Sister Su, is this the dark horse you have high hopes for? This guy is completely useless. From his reaction speed to his combat experience, he's lacking in every aspect. Taking the exam would be a pure waste of the registration fee." Hearing the provocation, Kui Long roared in anger. Fang Tianji looked at it and provocatively pursed her lips. "HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. The little monster wants revenge. I'm so scared." She stood behind Lin Shu pretending to cry. "Big brother, your monster is going to eat someone. Are you going to do something about it?" But then she turned to Kui Long and said provocatively, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Shu turned to Su Lingyu doubtfully. "Sister Su, is this person you found reliable?" Su Lingyu's face darkened, filled with a murderous aura, and she roared, "That's enough, you two." She impatiently punched Lin Shu and pointed at his head, scolding, "How did you get infected with her foolishness?" Then she grabbed Fang Tianji's clothes and said seriously, "Fang Tianji, be serious. Did I invite you here to be a freeloader?" Fang Tianji immediately obeyed, but still couldn't help but glance at Lin Shu and mutter, "This kid is too weak, I'm really not interested." Unwilling to back down, Lin Shu immediately retorted, "Me neither, I don't need someone like her as a coach." Su Lingyu sighed and thought helplessly, These two, it's a good thing I was prepared." She rummaged through her bag and took out a tempting proposal. "In that case, let's make a bet." She held up a bag of sparkling crystal cores and said excitedly, Fang Tianji, if you can make Lin Shu admit defeat and beg for mercy, this entire bag of monster crystal cores is yours. Fang Tianji's eyes lit up and she immediately answered, drooling, I want it. She caressed the bag of crystal cores, looked at Su Lingyu and laughed loudly. Sister Su, you're so generous, and this kid is playing for high stakes too. Lin Shu scratched his head, a flash of understanding in his eyes. This seems to be. Su Lingyu continued, her tone certain. That's right. It's the Fengshi crystal core you brought back from the A86 secret realm. Lin Shu asked curiously, his tone full of doubt. But is a shattered monster crystal core still valuable? Fang Tianji raised an eyebrow at him, a look of suspicion on her face. You don't think monster crystal cores are like diamonds, the bigger the more valuable, do you? She explained, her tone steady. In this Nirvana era, monster crystal cores are like coal or oil, providing energy for industrial machinery and weapons. Their value only depends on their purity and has nothing to do with size. Lin Shu turned to Su Lingyu. His eyes lit up. Sister Su, so you shattered the crystal core because you already knew this? Su Lingyu shrugged and replied nonchalantly. It was a gift to me, so I have the right to do whatever I want with it, right? She changed the subject, her tone full of challenge. As for the other half of the bet, if you can't make Lin Shu admit defeat, you have to design a complete special training plan for him. Fang Tianji pointed at Kui Long and asked, Is this guy participating too? Su Lingyu shook her head. Kui Long is not participating. You just have to make Lin Shu admit defeat. Fang Tianji sneered, her tone mocking. HMPH, Sister Su. How much do you have to spoil him to propose such a condition? Admit defeat. As long as he's stubborn and refuses to give in, I really can't do anything to him. She paused for a moment, an idea flashing in her eyes. How about this? His enhancement item is in my hands. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can snatch it back, he wins. How about it? Lin Shu pondered, his mind racing. He recalled the scene of Kui Long being easily thrown aside by Fang Tianji earlier. He thought, with my current speed and strength, how can I possibly get close to her? Just then Kui Long spoke angrily, roaring with dissatisfaction. HMPH, 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 fight me. Su Lingyu immediately stopped it, her eyes sharp. No, you can't participate, she said decisively, her tone firm. With your size and weight, just showing up at the exam site would be enough to cause a riot. So anyone can participate except you. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the key point in her words. And a thought flashed through his mind, making him excited. Anyone can participate except you. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. That's right. Although Kui Long can't participate, I have other companions in my backpack. Standing aside, Fang Tianji frowned in confusion and turned to Su Lingyu. Is this kid always so eccentric? Su Lingyu smiled and answered truthfully, yes, this is his unique way of thinking and conversing. Lin Shu didn't hesitate, already prepared to act. He nodded, his eyes shining with determination. All right, we'll do as you say. Who's afraid of whom? Hearing this, Fang Tianji pursed her lips and said arrogantly, Kid, do you think I'm some knife-wielding villain? Still using a girl's self-defense technique. To deal with you, I don't need a dagger. With that, she took out the enhancement item from her pocket, her movements agile and confident. At the same time, Lin Shu charged toward Fang Tianji. He suddenly threw his jacket and shouted, Take this. Fang Tianji sneered. Just a feint. She waved her hand and easily flicked the jacket aside, but right after, Lin Shu's backpack suddenly flew over. Fang Tianji quickly caught it and smiled confidently. Lin Shu, haven't you figured it out yet? This monotonous throwing exercise, no matter how many things you throw, is no challenge for me. But she suddenly paused, her gaze sweeping around. Wait, where are you? The backpack in her hand suddenly shook violently. From inside, a pack of small dogs burst out, roaring incessantly. Roar! Fang Tianji's eyes widened in shock and she shouted, Damn it, there are dogs in the backpack. She hurriedly pushed aside the chaotic pack of small dogs and shouted angrily, A secret operation, this kid is quite clever, thinking he can control me with just 3 dogs. You're underestimating me. Let's see how I deal with you. Just then, Lin Shu suddenly emerged from behind, a smug smile on his face. Ha ha, actually, I've been in this backpack all along, just waiting for this moment. Fang Tianji was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Damn it, is your backpack a bag of holding, Doraemon? Lin Shu laughed triumphantly, his eyes twinkling with cunning. Ha ha ha, just waiting for this moment. Hand over the projector. Fang Tianji still hadn't recovered from her shock and shouted, Damn it, how can you fit yourself into such a small backpack? As fast as lightning, Lin Shu snatched the projector, a brilliant smile on his face. Got it, he cheered. Fang Tianji immediately rushed over and roared in anger. Damn it, you dare to trick me. Her hand shot out and quickly grabbed Lin Shu's collar, but in that instant her pupils suddenly dilated and she let out a piercing scream. Ah! A dazzling light flashed, so bright that Fang Tianji had to raise her hand to shield her face in an instant. Lin Shu's body transformed agilely and charged straight at her. In just a moment, Fang Tianji was firmly pinned to the ground. Lin Shu showed a victorious smile, his eyes shining with pride. This bet I win. Although Fang Tianji was pinned down, she couldn't hide her admiration. It seems so. The series of tricks and your reaction in an emergency situation are worthy of praise. Hearing this, Lin Shu lifted his head, not hiding his smugness. Haha, are you well behaved now? Let's see who's wasting the registration fee. I'm warning you, the me now can't be threatened by a mere fruit knife. Even a mutant hound's teeth can't pierce these scales. Fang Tianji raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eyes. You're so confident just because you've transformed? She suddenly kicked a treacherous foot at Lin Shu and said cunningly, Then how about we try this? Lin Shu's face immediately turned pale and contorted with pain. He clutched his lower body and screamed to the sky, "You've killed someone." Fang Tianji smiled cunningly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "He have a taste of my power." Lin Shu gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, his voice hoarse. "Ah, damn it, I won't let you go." The trick was too sinister. Fang Tianji stepped back a few steps and laughed triumphantly. He. Su Lingyu and Kui Long watched from a distance and sighed in unison. Su Lingyu shook her head in disappointment. "Who told you to get complacent so early?" Lin Shu's eyes were cold and he gritted his teeth. Damn it." He raised his hand, determined to erupt, and shouted, "This time I'll definitely show you my power. Take my fist." Fang Tianji stood motionless, smiling calmly. "Right, actually, Sister Su asked for me for another reason, because just like you, I'm not an awakened." Lin Shu was stunned. His raised fist stopped beside her, just a punch away. He murmured, his tone full of confusion. "Not an awakened." Then he roared in annoyance. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost hit you." Fang Tianji smiled and replied softly, "It's not too late to say it now. Isn't this a misunderstanding?" Su Lingyu observed from the side and couldn't help but frown, thinking Lin Shu's punch just now was no less powerful than her previous martial arts, at least reaching the spirit aperture realm. Lin Shu's hand trembled slightly, whether from anger or surprise. Fang Tianji gently stood on her tiptoes. Leaning close to his ear, Fang Tianji's tone was teasing. "Why are you trembling so much? Are you still scared? Do you think that because I'm not an awakened I definitely can't take your punch? If a punch like that landed on an ordinary person, they'd surely end up with shattered limbs and mangled flesh." Lin Shu frowned, his tone dissatisfied. "You're wrong." He cleared his throat, his gaze sharp as he looked at Fang Tianji. "A trick? Are you that capable?" Fang Tianji smiled faintly and replied calmly, "No, what I mean is, even if most awakened took that punch, they'd suffer the same fate." Lin Shu was stunned, a look of confusion on his face. "Ha," Fang Tianji calmly explained. "What's so strange about that? Didn't I tell you when we first met? A fruit knife is all you need to make your opponent feel like their life is in danger. Although the spirit and body of an awakened are much stronger, they are still within the confines of a physical body." Lin Shu looked down at his own hand, his eyes filled with doubt. "So this punch must never be used on a person?" He shook his head and turned to leave, his steps heavy. Fang Tianji called out from behind him, her tone sincere. "I lost this match. As we agreed, I will create a special training plan for you," she confessed. "First of all, since you've already shown your strength, I won't hide it anymore. I am indeed a member of the Grand Arts Guild." Lin Shu whipped his head around, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Didn't you also take the Grand Arts Guild exam 10 times in a row?" Su Lingyu interjected from the side, her tone indifferent. "I forgot to mention it was as a judge." In the cable car, Fang Tianji and Kui Long were excitedly looking at the scenery outside. Su Lingyu glanced at her, her tone cold. "Fang Tianji, this isn't your first time at my house. Why are you pretending to be so curious?" Lin Shu frowned. "I still haven't figured it out, but can I ask a question? Are you really not awakened?" Fang Tianji nodded, her tone full of confidence. "That's right, guaranteed, or 10 times your money back. I have no special abilities, so I can guarantee that my special training plan will definitely get you through the Grand Arts Guild's assessment." She calmly explained the process. The Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment is divided into 3 parts: a written exam, a physical fitness test, and a practical combat assessment. As long as you achieve a comprehensive passing score in these 3 assessments, you can obtain the qualification. Unlike the awakening ceremony, these 3 assessments do not test for any special abilities. Lin Shu frowned, his eyes full of curiosity. "Then why do people say that even for an awakened, getting a Grand Arts Guild emblem isn't easy?" Fang Tianji calmly explained, her tone placid. "Of course it's because of the 3rd part, the practical combat assessment. Only 10 people can pass the Tianhai City Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment each time, but there are hundreds of participants. Moreover, the vast majority of these hundreds are awakened, which shows how brutal the elimination process is in the practical combat section." She paused for a moment, her gaze sharp as she affirmed, "So as long as you win in the practical combat assessment, you'll pass safely." Lin Shu nodded but was still worried. "But the practical combat assessment is very difficult, right? I heard the content changes every year." Fang Tianji smiled and proposed a plan. "Even if the format changes a lot, the nature of it remains the same. After all, the center's goal is elimination, so during this period of strengthening, why don't we just proactively eliminate all the other participants?" Su Lingyu, who was at the side, nodded after hearing this, her eyes lighting up. "That's right, why didn't I think of that? With the punch Lin Shu just threw, eliminating the other participants within 15 minutes would definitely be no problem." Fang Tianji suddenly burst out laughing and shook her head. "Sister Su, you're thinking too simply. It's impossible for this guy." Su Lingyu frowned in surprise and asked, "Why?" Fang Tianji showed a mischievous smile and leaned close to Lin Shu's face. "You should ask him if he dares to punch someone with that fist." Lin Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. "To get the Grand Arts Guild qualification, I can do it." Fang Tianji leaned close to his face, her tone teasing. "You can do what?" She patted his shoulder and sincerely comforted him. "It's no good for a person to go against their own heart. It will only become an unstable factor in the tactical plan. So I won't force you to punch people, don't worry." Fang Tianji looked at Lin Shu, her eyes sharp as she concluded. "So the goal of our special training this time is to help you find a way to quickly incapacitate your enemies without seriously injuring them." the cable car slid across the sea. Lin Shu jumped, his gaze fixed on the notification panel as a line of bright red alarms appeared. Warning, warning. The mirror of many monsters has detected a strong spiritual energy reaction near the host. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out in disbelief. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me, he quickly spoke up, his tone filled with worry. Bad news, it seems like some strong spiritual energy is approaching us. Fang Tianji showed no signs of panic, instead revealing an excited smile. With a monster attacking at a time like this, the few of us are like fish in a tank. Lin Shu was stunned and shouted in astonishment, big sis. Can you even see your own happiness? Su Lingyu remained calm and explained composedly. Don't worry, although this is said to be a C-rank secret realm, it has comprehensive safety measures. Both cable car lines are equipped with ultrasound to repel flying monsters, so it's very safe. What you're feeling is probably the shrimp in charge of guarding the house below. Lin Shu looked down at the sea, his eyes wide with astonishment. How they use shrimp to guard the house, he exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. That's so badass. And they look delicious. Kui Long stood beside him, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Are you crazy with hunger? You can eat this too. Lin Shu turned around and excitedly said to Kui Long. In just a moment Kui Long's demeanor completely changed, its eyes filled with greed as it roared. I want to eat, I want to eat. It licked the cable car's glass, howling madly. Awoo, 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 awoo. Lin Shu was stunned, and before he could react, Su Lingyu urged him anxiously, her tone filled with worry. Lin Shu, hurry and control Kui Long. Its body is in a state of frantic excitement right now. If it absorbs the spiritual energy in the air like this, I'm afraid it will. Fang Tianji laughed happily, her eyes shining with excitement. The dragon blows up like a balloon in one puff. How interesting. Lin Shu worriedly and urgently asked, did the medicine suddenly wear off? Su Lingyu glanced at Kui Long, who was currently roaring incessantly. I want to eat. I want to eat. She calmly explained, no, this is a secret realm and the spiritual energy is dense, so even if it took the medicine to compress and condense the spiritual energy in its body, as long as its body remains in a state of excitement, Kui Long can continuously absorb and replenish spiritual energy from the air. Lin Shu was panicked, his eyes wide. If this continues, the cable car won't be able to bear the weight and will fall. Su Lingyu frowned, her tone reproachful. It's all your fault for talking about food with a foodie. Kui Long was still repeating, its tone filled with excitement. I want to eat, I want to eat. Fang Tianji wasn't worried at all, and even enviously praised the balloon dragon. So cool. Su Lingyu suddenly frowned, her tone suspicious, but this cable car can only hold a maximum of 6 people. How much does Kui Long weigh? Lin Shu awkwardly scratched his head and replied, 9.6 tons. Su Lingyu shouted in astonishment, holy crap, that's 20 times the weight limit. It'd be a miracle if it didn't fall. Just then, the head of the cable car detached from the cable above. It quickly went out of control, free falling. The 3 people in the cable car screamed at the same time, we're done for, it's really falling. If it weren't for Kui Long, we might have been saved. Ah, jumping from a plane, how exciting. Suddenly, Kui Long rushed out of the cable car. Its huge body grabbed the cable and held on tight, gradually stabilizing the cable car and stopping its descent. It slowly and safely landed on the surface of the water. Lin Shu let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat on his forehead. We're alive. Su Lingyu forcefully maintained the balance of the cable car, her tone serious. Don't get happy too early. This is a cable car, not a boat. Lin Shu looked at the water below, his eyes filled with surprise as he blurted out, the water is already up to our feet and there are even small fish and shrimp. Su Lingyu hurriedly urged, her tone tense. Hurry up, I'll stabilize the car, you two go down first. In an instant the 3 of them climbed onto the roof of the cable car with lightning speed, but at that moment the water surface below suddenly bubbled violently. A monster suddenly emerged behind Lin Shu. He whipped his head around and screamed in terror, spicy crawfish. Leviathan shrimp, form, growth stage, bloodline, beast, general class, length 6 meters, weight 4.9 tons. Its eyes are as big as basketballs, its mouth is like a bathtub, its teeth are sharp, and its pair of claws possesses devastating crushing power, making it a terrifying hunter in the water. Fang Tianji reacted like lightning, forcefully pulling Lin Shu to escape. Su Lingyu threw the cable car at the lobster. In an instant the cable car was crushed to pieces by the huge claws. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out in astonishment, what kind of heaven-defying crushing power is this? It can even crush a cable car. He suddenly noticed that Su Lingyu had no weapons in her hands. Although I don't want to use it, this is the last resort. Lin Shu gritted his teeth and cast the spell, shouting, projection mutant pup. Fang Tianji rushed over, her tone urgent, hurry up and call it. Woof 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 woof. Su Lingyu was stunned, thinking blankly, this is that time. Fang Tianji didn't hesitate, forcefully pulling her and shouting, stop dawdling. She rode on Lin Shu's back and urged, let's go. Woof 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 woof. The 3 of them rushed out like the wind, shouting in unison, ah. But from high above a one-eyed monster suddenly appeared, emitting a hair-raising alarm. Watch out, watch out. The giant lobster from underwater has already caught up and is getting closer and closer. Lin Shu used all his strength, running at top speed, trying to shake off the giant lobster from underwater. Spiritual energy erupted and he shot a dazzling beam of light at the water's surface. Su Lingyu shouted, her tone urgent. Hit it now, then quickly hide underwater. Fang Tianji, even in the face of a crisis, still smiled and exclaimed in admiration, the shrimp can even blow bubbles, the shrimp king is mighty. Woo 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 woo. The three of them rushed into the water, just in time to dodge the monster's bubble attack, but the huge monster suddenly emerged from the water, its massive body pressing down on the three of them. Su Lingyu hurriedly shouted, "Look over there!" The monster opened its huge mouth as if to devour them. The monster's mouth gaped wide, ready to swallow Lin Shu, Su Lingyu and Fang Tianji in one gulp, its huge tongue wrapped around them, coiling tightly. A low voice sounded, "Danger, don't move." Su Lingyu was stunned, immediately recognizing Kui Long's voice. Lin Shu, squeezed in the narrow mouth, struggled to speak. "Where is it?" The three of them were squeezed into a ball, letting out miserable cries. It turned out that Kui Long had swallowed them into its mouth to protect them. The scene shifts to Su Tiankai's house. He was lost in thought, recalling Su Lingyu's question, "Dad, can I bring 2 classmates here for special training?" He glanced at the clock and murmured, "I think she said they would arrive at noon, but it's already evening." Su Tiankai frowned, thinking worriedly, did something happen? At this moment, Kui Long had already moved far away from the giant lobster. It emerged from the water and shouted urgently, "Hurry up and get on!" The three of them fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Phew 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 phew, I was about to suffocate. Although Fang Tianji was exhausted, she still reached out and pulled up Su Lingyu from below. "Sister Su, hurry up." Kui Long turned to Lin Shu and instructed, "You go first, take them and leave." Lin Shu answered seriously, his tone resolute, "Yes, sir." But seeing Fang Tianji take off her jacket, he stammered, his face as red as an apple. Hey, what are you doing?" Fang Tianji glanced at him and replied calmly, "When you encounter great danger, you should travel light." Lin Shu looked down at the weapons that had fallen on the ground and blurted out in horror, "A trick. Big sis, what are you carrying on you?" Fang Tianji counted on her fingers, her tone calm. "Just a few small items for self-defense. A dagger, a straw, and poison," Kui Long roared, urging them, "Hurry up." The three of them immediately climbed up the nearby iron pillar, their movements agile. Kui Long turned around, its voice low and confident, "Well done, leave the rest to me." It charged straight at the giant lobster. The monster was not to be outdone and charged forward ferociously. Kui Long skillfully circled, exploiting the weakness of arthropods, although arthropods' eyes have a wide field of vision. But the image is not as clear as that of vertebrates. The reflected image the lobster received was blurry. Kui Long opened its mouth to attack, viciously biting the lobster's body. A memory of Lin Shu's introduction of delicious lobster flashing in its eyes, Kui Long bit the lobster with astonishing strength, then decisively threw it into the air. With a loud bang, the lobster was seriously injured. Its body changed color, and it fell heavily to the ground. Kui Long returned to pick up the three of them, and they all cheered, their eyes bright. "Your cannon is really useful." One blast and it got used to it, and finally came back. "My head feels much clearer." "I'm hungry." Kui Long glanced around, its nose twitched, and it detected a tempting aroma. The scent was coming from over there where the lobster, just cooked by the battle, was lying. The three of them's eyes lit up like car headlights, and they blurted out in unison, "Wow!" Kui Long pointed at it, its tone full of doubt. "But it's so hard, how do we eat it?" Lin Shu volunteered, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Leave it to me. When it comes to eating lobster, I'm the best. I've eaten at least 8,000 if not 10,000 lobsters." In just a moment, he had neatly cut up the giant lobster, with each piece of meat carefully categorized and arranged like a work of art. Kui Long looked at the pile of meat and exclaimed, "This huge lobster is so delicious." A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Fang Tianji, her eyes bright. She smiled, her tone full of excitement. "I've already thought of the fastest way for you to pass the assessment. Instead of using your fists, why not use electricity? That way you don't have to punch through the enemy's body and you can still quickly paralyze their muscles. Right, just like your dad's old thunder iron fist." Lin Shu looked down at his own hand, his eyes filled with doubt. Just like his father at Su Tiankai's house, he sat alone, murmuring to himself, "We played until it was dark." The door was suddenly pushed open and Su Lingyu walked in with a group of people, her voice announcing, "We're back." A moment later, she brought out a fragrant platter of food and placed it on the table. "Everyone try my cooking while it's hot." Fang Tianji sat next to Lin Shu, pouring juice and inviting him warmly. "Here, have some more. Special training starts tomorrow." Lin Shu frowned, his tone filled with suspicion. "Why does that sound like you're sending me off on my final journey? What are you planning now? Also, can you wipe the leftover meat from the corner of your mouth first?" Fang Tianji burst out laughing, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Don't be scared, it's not hard. I've already decided. For this month's special training, I'll arrange for you to go catch lobsters." Fang Tianji calmly spoke as she broke off a lobster claw. "Don't underestimate this lobster. In terms of physical hardness alone, it's much stronger than your average awakened. As long as you can find a way to incapacitate it, like breaking its legs. Crack and it's all taken care of." Lin Shu gave a dry laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Big sis, coming from you, that's truly bone-chilling." Su Lingyu frowned, interrupting to remind them, "Tianji, stop joking with him. Time is tight, the task is heavy, just tell us your plan." Fang Tianji quickly nodded, her tone teasing, All right. Sister Su is so fierce." Lin Shu looked at her blankly while Fang Tianji tapped on the lobster shell, an idea sparkling in her eyes. "Can't you withstand your own punch that would shatter others? Anyway, this lobster shell is thick and can't be broken through, so it's perfect for you to practice the thunder iron fist." Lin Shu frowned, his tone filled with doubt. "But how do you use the thunder iron fist?" Fang Tianji calmly explained the theory. "First, you practice the punch. Once you've mastered it, the more you practice, the more you get used to it, and once you're used to it, you'll be skilled." Lin Shu sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. Don't you think it's possible that before I've even mastered the punch, I'll already have been killed by this shrimp and crab? In his room, Lin Shu sat alone, shining a light on himself, his gaze pensive as he murmured, his tone full of disappointment. What kind of special trainer? Not reliable at all. As expected, at critical moments I can only rely on myself. He placed his hands on the floor and began to do push-ups, sweat dripping from his forehead. Kui Long, who was sleeping soundly, was startled awake by the vibrations. The ground cracked slightly, and it looked at Lin Shu in confusion, roaring, "So it's you. What kind of acrobatics are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lin Shu puffed out his chest, looking like an expert, and declared, "I'm practicing the Thunder Iron Fist. You wouldn't understand. The more you practice, the more you get used to it, and once you're used to it, you'll be skilled." Kui Long pursed its lips, its tone full of contempt. "You don't think you can shoot a bursting breath just because you have a big belly, or throw a Thunder Iron Fist just because you have thick arms, do you? How naive." Lin Shu's face contorted, his tone pained. "Then what should I do? No one is teaching me." Kui Long snorted and rolled its eyes at him. "Use your brain and think. How do you use your monster projection?" Lin Shu was stunned, a look of realization on his face as he murmured, "How do I use it?" He recalled, his tone suddenly clear. "I wanted to smell the scent in the air, so I projected onto your sense of smell. I wanted to attack the mutant hounds, so I projected onto your claws." Kui Long nodded and explained clearly, "That's right, the projection just lets you borrow the attributes I've copied through the system. It has nothing to do with your own abilities." Lin Shu's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, "So you mean I can also project onto your thunder energy?" Kui Long directly pointed out the core issue. "Yes, you just don't know how to control the thunder energy." It glanced at him leisurely, its tone teasing. "Now you know who to ask, right?" Lin Shu immediately hugged Kui Long's leg and begged, "Hurry up and teach me." Kui Long shook its head, walked outside, its tone blunt. "I don't want to deal with you at all. Get out." In her room, Su Lingyu was casually applying a face mask, her tone skeptical. "Are you really making Lin Shu go catch lobsters? He's just asking for a death wish if he goes now." Fang Tianji frowned, replying unhappily, "HMPH, if you're so worried about him, why don't you just keep him in your mouth?" Su Lingyu's expression turned serious, her tone earnest. "I'm not joking with you. Just because his dad knew the Thunder Iron Fist doesn't mean he will too. That's too careless." Fang Tianji smiled calmly and comforted her. Don't worry. That kid was born with a princess's fate. You're not the only one watching over him." Su Lingyu looked down and suddenly frowned. "Didn't you hear how loud it is down there? Lin Shu and Kui Long, what are they doing? I have to go see." Fang Tianji sighed helplessly and murmured, "Those two." At this moment Lin Shu was crouched low, his feet on the ground, beads of sweat on his forehead. Kui Long stood by, observing and instructing, "Lie on the ground, focus your attention on the power in your body and condense it into a single point." Lin Shu's body was as stiff as a stone, his tone awkward. "This position is so strange." Su Lingyu walked over, looked at the scene and chuckled teasingly. "Are you practicing taking a beating first because you're afraid you can't beat the lobster?" Kui Long's eyes flashed, ready to ask, "Are you ready?" It began the ritual of guiding the thunder ability. Decisively kicking Lin Shu in the butt, he shouted in supplication, "Thunder, please grant me strength." But then Lin Shu whipped his head around and roared a question, "What are you doing? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Kui Long smiled brightly, its tone cheerful. "Don't mess around, keep lying there. The ceremony isn't over yet." Lin Shu roared angrily. "This doesn't seem reliable at all, does it?" Kui Long didn't care and continued to whip his butt with its tail, muttering, "Bless my fist, may it be as heavy as the 5 thunders." It stopped as if probing and asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Lin Shu panted heavily and roared, "A trick. All I feel is you playing tricks on me." Su Lingyu shook her head, her tone firm as she denied it. "No, I can already feel it. Spiritual energy is indeed gathering in your body." Lin Shu frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. "You two are in this together, aren't you?" Kui Long calmly explained, "Feel it carefully. To control the thunder energy, you need to focus your mind and feel the energy within your body. It flows through your limbs and then gathers at a single point." Lin Shu looked down at his palm, his eyes filled with doubt. "Now that you mention it, I do seem to feel a trace of heat in my body. Is this how my dad learned it back then?" Su Lingyu gently patted his head and said with a smile, "Impossible." Kui Long quickly covered Lin Shu's mouth and reminded him, "Don't spit it out. If you spit it out, it'll become a bursting breath." It instructed seriously, "Focus your mind and guide the energy into your hands." Kui Long beckoned to Su Lingyu. "I have to hold this kid down, come and help." Su Lingyu nodded decisively. "All right." She released a force from her hand, instantly materializing a giant fan. Lin Shu screamed in bewildered terror, "Wah wah 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 wah." Su Lingyu fanned with all her might, then suddenly realized, "Oops, I used a bit too much strength and accidentally blew him away." Kui Long looked into the distance and replied calmly, No, the effect is just right. Look." Su Lingyu's mouth dropped open and she exclaimed in admiration, "He swims so fast." But then she grew worried. "Oh no, that water is very dangerous." Kui Long quickly jumped into the water, its tone reassuring. "It's fine, I'll follow him." At the same time, Lin Shu's arm had already transformed, shimmering with energy. He opened his eyes, looked at his own body and said in a surprised tone, "Energy is constantly pouring out of my body." This is Lin Shu focused on his palm, his eyes shining with joy. As Kui Long said, "If I focus my mind and try to feel it, I can really feel a powerful energy flowing through my limbs." Is this the true form of Kui Long's projection? It seems like before it only enhanced a part of my body. Underwater, he swam nimbly, secretly assessing, in this state, my body's strength, speed, and other attributes are significantly enhanced. I can even breathe directly underwater, Lin Shu pondered, a flash of confidence in his eyes. Maybe I can really defeat the Leviathan shrimp with a single punch. Across from him, the Leviathan shrimp shot a force from its mouth straight at him. Lin Shu skillfully dodged, his movements as light as flowing water. The me now can face a giant monster like the Leviathan shrimp and still remain calm. But he suddenly grew suspicious and said to himself, "Is it really because I'm so skilled?" Then he shook his head, denying it to himself. No, maybe it's not entirely because of the change in strength. Back then, the mutant hound's projection also brought a similar feeling. It seems like my personality and way of thinking were also affected, he laughed smugly, his voice filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected of the king of monsters, not just the attributes but even the mind and heart have been strengthened by a level. Lin Shu simplified his thoughts, his eyes sparkling with determination. With these attributes, catching a lobster, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As long as I approach it from behind, it'll have no power to resist. He charged over, tightly wrapping around the lobster's body, and shouted, "Take this, you have nowhere to run this time, right?" Lin Shu murmured to himself, focusing his mind and recalling, "Next, I just have to focus all my mind, feel the energy circulating in my body and concentrate on my right fist." He leaped back lightly, dodging the giant claw the Leviathan shrimp swung at him, but he didn't expect it to clamp onto his stomach with great force. Lin Shu groaned in pain, his voice changing pitch. His body was thrown out of the water, flying through the air. The Leviathan shrimp continued to spew astonishing power. Although Lin Shu was in pain, his eyes flashed with excitement. The thunder energy has appeared, he thought. Could it be that the pain caused the power in my body to gather? That lobster rushed toward him at high speed. Lin Shu raised his fist and shouted with joy, "Just what I wanted." The two forces collided violently, and a heaven-shaking explosion echoed, shaking the water's surface. Lin Shu smiled smugly. "I did it," but then his body suddenly fell into the water. He struggled to the surface, gasping for breath. "Ah!" He slightly opened his eyes and shouted in terror, "Damn it, it's not working, it's coming again." He observed the lobster, surprised, and guessed, "It seems to be cooked." Lin Shu lifted it up and laughed proudly. "Ha ha, I did it." But he didn't expect the lobster's body to sink. He was startled and realized, oh no, the monster projection's time is up. Lin Shu immediately returned to his original form, tightly clamped by the lobster claw on the shore. Su Lingyu shouted worriedly, "Lin Shu." Kui Long was as fast as lightning, grabbing Lin Shu and lifting him up, its tone mocking. "So weak, yet you love to cause trouble." Fang Tianji crossed her arms, her sharp gaze observing, "As expected, you have to use force with this kid. Next, as practice makes perfect. Let him master the Thunder Iron Fist." 10 days passed, then 12 days, and then 30 days. Every day everyone enjoyed fragrant grilled lobster. Su Lingyu stopped Lin Shu, her tone excited. "In your Kui Long projection state, your strength is now no less than the Spirit Aperture realm. I didn't expect you to master the Thunder Iron Fist in just a month." Lin Shu's eyes sparkled, and he cheered happily. "Really? In the lab?" Su Lingyu thoughtfully analyzed. "Considering that most of the participants in the assessment are rookies in the blood condensation realm, with your strength, passing the assessment shouldn't be a problem." She paused, her tone becoming cautious. "But there's another possibility." Lin Shu glanced at a photo on the table and suddenly said loudly, "This is," Su Tiankai calmly explained, "Shui Mu. He was once my student. I heard from Lingyu that you two have already met, right?" He frowned, his sharp gaze judging. "He's a very stubborn person. And he'll do anything to achieve his goals, not to mention Kui Long, which he's been searching for 12 years. He let you get the information on Jiuan Island, probably to set a trap for a big fish in this Grand Arts Guild qualification assessment. I'm afraid he has a conspiracy." Lin Shu interrupted, his tone full of doubt. "Wait, if we know this, why are we still participating in this Grand Arts Guild qualification assessment?" Su Lingyu answered seriously, "Because Shui Mu is already targeting you, and I'm afraid he already knows your identity. So after careful consideration, we thought it would be better to use this opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole," Kui Long interjected, its tone confident. "Don't worry, I'm here. But isn't it dangerous for you to use your powers on the surface?" A discussion came from the crowd outside. "Did you hear? Su Lingyu from the poster also signed up for this assessment." A person murmured doubtfully, "Really? Doesn't she already have an emblem? Is she here to assist the judges?" Another person fantasized, his eyes shining, "I wish I had a chance to talk to her." But he was immediately interrupted by the person next to him, who dashed his hopes. "No chance." Lin Shu glanced at the crowd, secretly surprised, not expecting Su Lingyu to have such a great appeal and fame. He looked up and saw Su Lingyu leaning against the wall, having waited patiently for a long time. She waved her hand, her tone cheerful. "Lin Shu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for almost an hour." Lin Shu was startled and murmured, "Big sis, I was on time." The passers-by heard this and immediately pointed fingers, blaming him. "Look at him, he's so ordinary, yet he made the goddess wait for him. Is this kid the one from the rumors?" "What rumors?" Su Lingyu gently pushed Lin Shu and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Since you're here, hurry up and go in." Lin Shu reminded her softly, his tone a little awkward, "Big sis, can you pay attention to your image? Don't you see the looks around us like they want to eat me?" Suddenly, Chen Hu and his group walked over. Seeing Lin Shu, he cleared his throat, his tone full of provocation. "Yo, look who's here." Lin Shu recognized Chen Hu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Su Lingyu spoke coldly, "Get out of the way, don't block the road." Chen Hu grinned, mocking, I didn't expect you to sign up for this assessment too. Are you trying to get in through the back door? You got beat up by me last time and were too scared to come to school for a month. You really are your father's son. Hearing this, Su Lingyu's eyes turned cold and she warned, it seems like what I said to you last time was like playing a lute to a cow. Chen Hu laughed loudly, his tone boisterous. No, President Su, I've always kept your teachings in mind. To repay you, I'll also give you a reminder. According to the exam regulations, candidates who use their abilities to fight privately in or around the examination site will be disqualified. Chen Hu glanced into the distance, his tone full of provocation. See, there are so many pairs of eyes patrolling inside and outside the exam site. Even if you don't care, this is Lin Shu's first time. He turned to Lin Shu, pursed his lips and proposed, how about it? Want to try using your abilities for a 2-on-5? Lin Shu was calculating in his mind, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Kui Long has to be saved for the exam. Can the mutant pup Speed handle this? Suddenly a strong hand pressed down on Lin Shu's and a figure flashed past like lightning, charging straight ahead. Lin Shu was startled and blurted out, Fang Tianji. Fang Tianji struck decisively, her movements as swift as a wildcat. She gripped Chen Hu's hand tightly, making him cry out in pain, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Chen Hu was terrified, thinking his arm was about to break, his strength completely suppressed. Lin Shu immediately recognized this move. It was the one she had used on Kui Long before. Fang Tianji looked at the trembling Chen Hu and coldly responded to his request. We've tried. 1-on-5 without using abilities. Anything else? The surrounding crowd immediately grew noisy with discussions breaking out. Damn, where did this girl come from? She's so tough. Here we go again. That's Fang Tianji, the top student who has passed the qualification assessment 10 times in a row. Coming to the exam site is like coming home for her. Fang Tianji turned around, a brilliant smile on her face, and asked for Lin Shu's opinion. Brother Lin Shu, seeing as this guy is on his knees repenting, shall we let him go? Lin Shu was stunned by being called Brother Lin Shu, his mind a complete mess. The men in the crowd grew even more excited, their tones full of envy. Seriously, I wish I had 2 beauties like that protecting me. This kid must be the one from the rumors, no doubt about it. Lin Shu became confused again, his tone full of puzzlement. HMPH, the one from the rumors again. Standing at the entrance, he asked, by the way, I've been hearing people mention some rumor since this morning. Do you two know what's going on? Fang Tianji gave a mysterious smile, her eyes twinkling. HMPH, you don't know. The rumor has spread everywhere, she continued happily. The once-in-a-millennium genius beauty has volunteered to be an assistant judge, all because she discovered a once-in-5 millennia wonder of a man and wants to recruit him for her adventure team. Lin Shu clutched his head and shouted in panic, damn it, who spread that? Isn't it obvious they're trying to mess with me? Fang Tianji giggled and admitted, I spread it. How was it? I'm pretty good at making things up, right? The effect is great, isn't it? She said vaguely, her tone playful. Just you wait and see. Lin Shu's face fell and he thought, this feeling is completely humiliating. Just then, Kui Long appeared, its voice low as it reminded him. Something strange over there. Fang Tianji tilted her head curiously and asked, hey, what are you looking at? Lin Shu looked ahead and frowned. Are you talking about Chen Hu? Kui Long shook its head in denial. No, it's the spiritual energy over there. It feels very familiar, it said vigilantly. In a serious tone, let's not talk about the spiritual energy for now. That man from the A86 secret realm and Chen Hu have some kind of secret. It's very suspicious. Lin Shu immediately gave an order, his eyes lighting up. Quick, let's go see. On the other side, a man walked over, gestured toward a car and invited Chen Hu to get in. Chen Hu opened the car door and got in. The man invited, please have a seat. In the front seat, a woman turned her head and reassured. Don't be afraid, young Master Chen. Director Chen asked us to come and help you. Get in the car first and we'll talk in detail. Chen Hu frowned and shouted, hey! The scene shifts to the central square of the examination. The atmosphere is lively, and the sound of footsteps echoes. After a hem cough, the man standing on the high platform spoke in a resonant voice. My name is Ding Dao and I am the person in charge of the Tianhai City Grand Arts Guild's examination site. I don't need to tell you, everyone knows that the Grand Arts Guild has a history of nearly 100 years, he explained, his tone full of pride. The name Grand Arts is to remind every member. Since you wear the emblem and step into the secret realms, you must never forget the mission of eliminating the 6 evils and bringing peace to the people. Ding Dao paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then announced, today for you newcomers, I don't ask you to create legends, but at least show the will to save the world and bring peace to the people. He laughed loudly and shouted, come on, let me see your determination. Below, everyone raised their hands in unison, their shouts echoing through the sky. Yeah? At the same time, as instructed by Lin Shu, Big Eye hid in a corner and secretly observed. When it saw a figure walk out, it hurriedly hid. A staff member saw Chen Hu and urged, student, are you also here for the exam? The pre-exam mobilization is happening now, why aren't you there? Chen Hu waved his hand and answered briefly, I'll be right there. His body suddenly changed, and he swaggered toward the central square. The Grand Arts Guild's autumn qualification assessment officially begins. Lin Shu hesitated and muttered, damn it, this is bad, he shouted. "This is too unfair." The other candidates around them all used their special skills, rushing forward at lightning speed. Lin Shu suddenly recalled his conversation with Su Lingyu the day before. She had said seriously, "Tomorrow you'll take the second and third exams in one go. The second is a physical fitness test, and the third is a practical combat assessment." Lin Shu had been full of enthusiasm at the time, raising his fist and confidently declaring, "I'm very confident in my physical fitness. I haven't slacked off this year. I've been exercising every day." Su Lingyu's expression was serious as she raised her index finger and reminded him, "Don't be careless. This isn't a school PE test. In the Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment, you're allowed to use your abilities in the physical fitness test." Now, standing in front of the pull-up test, Lin Shu looked miserable while the other candidates did it with ease. He remembered Su Lingyu's words and thought, "Luckily, an awakened only has one ability." Looking at the candidate in front of him who was holding a ball preparing to throw, he trembled all over, and Su Lingyu's words echoed in his ears again. "Most of them are specialized, so as long as you maintain an average level in each event, you probably won't be eliminated." Lin Shu's expression became more serious than ever before. Entering the ball-throwing test, he gripped the ball tightly and got into position. Using all his strength, he threw it forward with a powerful thrust. The ball flew far, and the examiner shouted, "Result 18 meters." Lin Shu thought, "I can definitely pass the second test with my own strength." A hand handed a notification slip to Lin Shu. On it was clearly written, "Lin Shu ability, Thunder. 59th place, passed." A person spoke, "This is your report card. A total of 60 people passed the second exam. You're second to last." The person holding the notification slip was none other than Fang Tianji. She held up the paper and said with a smile, "The pass rate for the second exam has been increased from 10 to 20 this time. Otherwise, with this score, you could have packed your bags and gone home." Lin Shu stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the paper. Fang Tianji stroked her chin, her tone playful. "I really don't understand how you did so poorly. If you had used your brain a little and used the projection or a monster, it wouldn't have been so bad." As she spoke, she thought of the small mutant pups, running, dodging, and dribbling the ball nimbly. Lin Shu sat on the ground with a thud, looking at Fang Tianji with a face full of dissatisfaction. "Do you think I'm like you, unscrupulous to achieve my goals?" he continued, his tone firm. "To become an awakened, I have never stopped working hard for decades. Although I didn't awaken in the end, I still want to use this opportunity to test my own achievements." Su Lingyu stood aside, hiding the paper behind her back, quietly watching Lin Shu, thinking, "Lin Shu, Lin Shu." He suddenly changed his expression, his eyes burning with excitement. He pointed a thumb at himself and declared, "Besides, the third exam is the key, right? I'm saving all my trump cards for the most important moment." The scene shifts to a wide examination area, the tense atmosphere heralding the start of an intense battle. A pink-haired girl holding a tablet pursed her lips and handed the device to the man beside her. "The results of the second exam are out." The man reached out and took it, his gaze focused. The girl put her hands on her hips, her tone excited. "There are quite a few outstanding talents in this exam." The tall man with sunglasses and a cigarette in his mouth was Ding Dao. He stood with his hands on his hips, swiping through the tablet, and nodded. Let me see." The pink-haired girl remembered a candidate. Her eyes lit up and she continued, "For example, Zhao Wu from the 10th grade who just awakened the Tai-type fire ability. I hear he's now a talent that all the major schools and the Countermeasures Bureau in Tianhai City are fighting for." Then she remembered another person who was covered in vines and holding a water bottle, and continued, "And Mu Ran, a Tai-type plant ability user, extremely rare and always highly praised. It's a pity he's so weak and sickly, he gets eliminated in the physical fitness test every year. Luckily, they expanded the enrollment this year, so he barely passed." Ding Dao was still staring at the tablet, his fingers swiping up and down, focused. He then said, "Not only that, there are also two big shots. Lin Long's son Lin Shu and the Countermeasures Bureau Director Chen Keilang's son Chen Hu." Ding Dao finally spoke, holding the tablet, his voice low. "I've looked at the information for both of them." He scanned the information and murmured as if to himself, "Lin Shu's performance in the second exam was mediocre. I wonder how his practical combat ability is." Then he turned to another information sheet and continued, "As for Chen Hu, he ranked first in the second exam, even surpassing the perennial top scorer Fang Tianji. Moreover, he's very suited for the Keeman-type giant strength combat ability." Ding Dao's gaze shifted to the competition field, his tone full of doubt. "But the problem is, the son of the Countermeasures Bureau Director is actually participating in the Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment." He continued to observe Chen Hu while saying, "I wonder what that old fox Chen Kailing is planning, but no matter what, I'm afraid his plans will come to nothing, because the content of the third exam is..." Before he could finish, a man walked up to Chen Hu, a wide smile on his face. "Young Master Chen, that's Zhao Wu." Zhao Wu held a can of water, his face radiant. "Congratulations on your victory, taking first place in the second exam. You've been busy all morning. This is some water I specially prepared for you." Before he could finish, the can of water was snatched away by Chen Hu. Just then, a notification sounded, its voice clear. "The third exam for the afternoon is about to begin. All candidates, please assemble in front of the examination hall." Zhao Wu was stunned, a look of confusion on his face, thinking, is it really necessary to be so arrogant just because you got first place? The notification sounded again. The third exam for the afternoon is about to begin. All candidates, please assemble in front of the examination hall. Su Lingyu waved her hand, turned to Lin Shu and the others and urged, Lin Shu, the afternoon exam is about to start, let's go. The group stood up and walked toward the examination hall. Ding Dao stood on the stage and shouted, quiet, quiet. He cleared his throat and announced, now I will announce the content of the third exam. In this exam you have 90 minutes to find the hidden monster crystal cores in the examination hall behind me. Lin Shu blurted out in surprise, find monster crystal cores? A green-haired man in the crowd immediately shouted, isn't it a practical combat assessment? What's the point of finding monster crystal cores? It's not like we're kids playing house. Another guy chimed in, shouting, exactly, exactly. What the hell? Ding Dao, standing on the stage, clenched his cigarette and roared in anger, so noisy, all of you shut up. His roar was deafening, making all the candidates below clutch their heads and cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Ding Dao continued to smoke, thinking smugly, HMPH, you dare to compete with me in volume? As the person in charge of the Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment, male 34 years old, awakened with the Keeman-type lion's roar ability. Reaching the late Chenfu realm, he is famous for his astonishingly loud voice. Lin Shu, standing below, blurted out in surprise, the sound waves are so strong. Su Lingyu beside him responded, her tone certain. Of course, everyone in the Tianhai City Grand Arts Guild knows about his loud voice. Ding Dao turned around, waved to the candidates below and said in a loud voice, stop standing around talking nonsense, hurry up and follow me in. The group walked in. Lin Shu shouted in surprise, amazed. Ding Dao nodded in confirmation, that's right, there are many monster crystal cores hidden here. After 90 minutes you will be ranked based on the number of crystal cores you find. As for the method of finding them, there are no restrictions. If you understand, then begin. Fang Tianji was overjoyed, her eyes shining. So they spent so much effort preparing this game. No wonder they doubled the pass rate for the second exam. Su Lingyu was pensive, thinking no restrictions on the method of finding them, so in the end it will definitely turn into, Lin Shu interjected smugly. As expected, with this group of monsters I can accurately pinpoint the location of the monster crystal cores. He clenched his fist and confidently declared, I've got this in the bag. Everyone entered the maze one after another and the gate slowly closed. Ding Dao shouted, the third exam begins. By the way, all the monster crystal cores found in the exam belong to the finder. The big screen displayed a notification. Time remaining 1 hour 29 minutes and 58 seconds, remaining participants 60. Hearing the notification, the crowd erupted, shouting excitedly, awesome. Another person excitedly chimed in, so cool. Lin Shu stared blankly at the radar device in his hand and muttered, the exam has already begun. Suddenly a burst of static sounded. He asked in confusion, what's that sound? Looking at the radar again. Lin Shu thought, the most important thing now is to rely on the monster's accurate positioning. By connecting the monster crystal cores from far to near, I can design a route. He looked down at the panel and pressed the confirmation button for the nearest route. Immediately, Lin Shu rushed into the maze, running and thinking, I have to find them as soon as possible before everyone else does. After entering the maze, he observed his surroundings and thought, although I can use the radar to determine the exact location of the crystal cores, but finding them quickly in this maze isn't easy. If only I had a floor plan of the maze. As soon as he thought that, he rushed forward, murmuring, maybe this is the right way. Just as Lin Shu was focused on finding a way out, a man in red quietly followed behind him, observing his every move. The man formed a hand seal and said in a low voice, following him is definitely the right choice. That person was Lian Nan, age 28, awakened ability, Shinobi Step, a Keeman-type ability. Ability rank B class, Cultivation Realm, Early Blood Condensation Realm. Lin Shu was still staring at the radar, murmuring, I've arrived just as the radar indicated, he shouted, his eyes shining. There it is. Lin Shu walked over, picked up the blue crystal core and cheered happily, just as I expected. This is the first step to becoming a member of the Grand Arts Guild. The moment he finished speaking, a figure shot past like the wind, rushing straight at him. It was Laya. He slammed into Lin Shu and the crystal core flew from his hand. Lin Shu cried out and fell to the ground. He slowly got up, his face red with anger, thinking, what the hell? Laya held the crystal core and quickly ran off, laughing smugly. This monster crystal core is mine. Lin Shu sat there, cursing. Then he suddenly remembered Ding Dao's words, there are no restrictions on the method of finding them. Realization dawned on Lin Shu and he gritted his teeth. So that's what he meant? He shouted angrily. Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. Over with Fang Tianji, she shouted. Sister Su, stop him. Suddenly a dazzling golden rope appeared and tied Lin Shu up tightly. He roared in surprise and anger. Su Lingyu, what are you doing? That guy up ahead stole my monster crystal core. And instead of catching him, you're tying me up? Lin Shu fell to the ground again, shouting, ouch, that hurts. Fang Tianji walked over, squatted down beside Lin Shu and said calmly, what could you do even if you caught up to him? Use your monster projection to fight him. Calm down and think. Acting rashly in this situation is the most dangerous thing you can do. It's better to ambush your prey than to expose yourself by attacking proactively. Meanwhile, Laya was running at top speed, tightly clutching the blue crystal core, when the ground suddenly shook violently. He looked back and saw, to his horror, countless vines slithering toward him, wrapping tightly around him. Laya cried out in pain. Ah, a cold voice sounded. Hand over the crystal core. Laya roared back angrily. Who's ambushing me? He had no choice but to let go of the blue crystal core. From among the vines a figure appeared, their voice gentle yet apologetic. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, he continued. I have a weak constitution. The doctor has forbidden me from any strenuous exercise. This was the plant-type ability user Mu-Ren. He held the crystal core, his eyes firm. But I have a reason I must get a Grand Arts Guild emblem. I've shamelessly participated in the exam 10 times already. Laya was still bound by the vines. He listened as Mu-Ren continued. This time I barely managed to pass the second part, so please give this chance to me. According to the data, Mu-Ren, male, age 23. Awakened ability, plant, a Tai-type ability. Ability rank, A class. Cultivation realm, mid-blood condensation realm. Laya, still bound, roared angrily. It's every man for himself. There's no giving anything. Have you ever heard of an egg trying to smash a rock? Mu-Ren was holding the crystal core when he suddenly saw smoke rising behind him. He turned around and shouted in panic, "Oh no!" The flames spread over, burning the vines around him. The person behind him was Zhao Wu. He walked forward, his fists ablaze with roaring flames, and sneered, "Brother Mu-Ren, I secretly looked up the data on all the contestants. Although we're both Tai-type, when it comes to a fight it seems I have the upper hand." Back with Lin Shu, Su Lingyu spoke, her voice calm. "Look at the information board yourself. Time remaining, 1 hour and 6 minutes. Current number of contestants 37. Lin Shu was shocked. The exam has already been going on for over 24 minutes. I have to hurry. He suddenly stopped and blurted out, "Wait, it's not just the countdown, the number of contestants is also decreasing." Su Lingyu nodded and explained, "That's right, although the awakened can see spiritual energy, finding monster crystal cores in such a chaotic space is still mainly down to luck. Since there are no restrictions on the method, snatching them from others is obviously faster." Realization dawned on Lin Shu, his eyes sharp. "Because you figured that out, you've just been standing here waiting, right?" Fang Tianji patted Lin Shu's shoulder and smiled confidently. Relax, relax, I've actually already made arrangements." After saying that, she held up a bag full of blue crystals, winked and said, "With this, what's there to be afraid of?" Lin Shu shouted in surprise, "Holy crap, big sis, you're not planning to just use these to pass, are you?" The scene switches to the battle between Mu-Ren and Zhao Wu. Mu-Ren's vines have already been burned to ashes by the flames. Zhao Wu walked forward and said smugly, "So, hand over the monster crystal core, will you?" Mu-Ren collapsed to the ground trembling and reluctantly handed over the crystal core, saying in despair, "It's hopeless this time. Passing the second exam was useless." Zhao Wu laughed loudly, flaunting the crystal core. "As long as I get the Grand Arts Guild's emblem, I'll be able to enter secret realms and make a fortune." Just then, Chen Hu walked over. A voice came through his earpiece. "You've confirmed the location of the monster crystal core in that kid's hand," Chen Hu replied coldly. "Understood." He walked forward, looked at Zhao Wu and said sternly, "Kid, you have a monster crystal core in your hand, don't you?" Zhao Wu jumped and shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, Chen Hu transformed into a terrifying form, his neck stretching out, bringing a hideous face close to Zhao Wu. The voice came through his earpiece again. "That kid has one monster crystal core in his right hand." The kid mentioned was Zhao Wu, male, age 18, awakened ability, fire, a Tai-type ability. Ability rank, A class. Cultivation realm, early blood condensation realm. Zhao Wu was sweating profusely, looking at Chen Hu, his voice trembling. "Young Master Chen," a voice came through Chen Hu's earpiece. "According to the data, this kid is Chen Hu's classmate. Just one of his underlings. A simple threat should be enough to easily take that monster crystal core." Chen Hu narrowed his eyes, his face threatening, and said sternly, "Zhao Wu, hand over the monster crystal core now. It's me, Chen Hu. You wouldn't dare to disobey me, would you?" Zhao Wu hesitated, his face pale, and stammered, "You?" He was terrified and continued, "Giant strength ability." Chen Hu coldly cut him off. "Just obey. Without me you're nothing. What can you do on your own?" In an instant, countless iron chains shot out and wrapped tightly around Zhao Wu. He shouted, "Young Master Chen, didn't you say that because my family is poor I should take the Grand Arts Guild exam and work hard to earn money to support them?" Chen Hu ignored him and continued to press, "Hand over the monster crystal core." Zhao Wu gritted his teeth, thinking, "Even if it's young Master Chen's order, I don't want to hand it over." He thought of his family, of those years of suffering, and his eyes gradually grew sharp and fierce. It took so much to get this sliver of hope, he thought. My younger siblings are counting on me to join the Grand Arts Guild and earn money. I can't bear to give this hope to someone else. But the chains had already tightened, binding his entire body. Zhao Wu thought helplessly, I can't beat young Master Chen at all today. He seems like a different person, both strange and powerful. How could I possibly win on my own? But even so, now that I have this chance, I will absolutely not let go. His determination ignited. Zhao Wu unleashed his move. Raging flames burned through the chains binding him. He charged out, full of momentum, heading straight for Chen Hu. Raising a burning fist high, he shouted, I'm sorry, young Master Chen, but I've decided not to give you the monster crystal core. Zhao Wu continued firmly, You're right, you are strong and I am weak. His eyes grew sharper than ever before as he roared, But you overlooked one thing. The rules of this exam will turn the tables on the strong and weak, he shouted, because the stronger a person is, the sooner they become everyone's target. Come on, Brother Laya, Brother Mu-Ren, let's take him down together. How about we split the monster crystal core? Chen Hu walked forward and said mockingly, Are you talking about them? Zhao Wu turned around in surprise, stunned to find that Laya and Mu Ren had already fallen at some point. In his disappointment he cursed. "Damn it, you two are even more useless than me," Chen Hu sneered and said sternly, "You're overestimating yourself." Zhao Wu's expression changed instantly. He fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Young Master Chen, spare me the monster crystal core. I'll give it to you. I have an 80-year-old grandmother and 2 8-year-old younger siblings." Chen Hu completely ignored him, opened his mouth wide and roared, "Go to hell, I'll swallow you. You can talk inside my stomach." Zhao Wu panicked and fled, shouting, "Mommy?" Suddenly a golden sword fell from the sky like a flash of lightning, chopping off Chen Hu's head and stopping him from chasing Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face. He looked back and blurted out in surprise, "That's..." He remembered and murmured, "President Su." The giant bug beside them fell and Lin Shu walked forward saying, "That takes care of it." But the radar in his hand beeped, displaying a notification that the aura inside that bug hadn't weakened. "And I finally remember, I've felt this kind of aura before from that disgusting guy." Zhao Wu watched in horror as the pile of chains slowly retreated. Lin Shu shouted, "Hey Zhao Wu, get away from there, that thing isn't dead yet." Hearing this, Zhao Wu turned around, but instead of running immediately he bent down. Lin Shu asked in confusion, "What is this guy doing?" Su Lingyu urged loudly, "Hurry up and run, don't waste any more time." Just then Chen Hu revived. The severed head moved and then he jumped up looking utterly horrifying. Zhao Wu quickly ran in another direction. Lin Shu murmured, his tone full of surprise, "Although the usual Chen Hu is disgusting enough, this is too much." Fang Tianji interjected, her voice low. "Then I regret to inform you there's actually something even more disgusting," she shouted. "There's more than one Chen Hu like this in the exam hall." Lin Shu was stunned and blurted out, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Su Lingyu shook her head, her eyes confused but firm. "I don't know, but I'm certain that's not Chen Hu. Maybe these monsters mimicked Chen Hu's appearance and snuck into the sealed exam hall." She quickly picked up a walkie-talkie and urgently reported the situation. "I need to contact the examination center immediately." Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. "You even brought a communication device into the exam hall?" Fang Tianji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "It's a judge's privilege." The pink-haired girl nearby gripped her walkie-talkie as Su Lingyu's urgent voice suddenly came through the device. "Emergency report. Multiple monsters have appeared in the exam hall. The targets have already caused several contestants to be injured. Requesting immediate deactivation of the exam hall's lockdown system. Open the exits to rescue and evacuate the contestants." Ding Dao jumped, his voice frantic with panic. "What happened?" The pink-haired girl was trembling, sweat on her forehead. "There's an emergency in the exam hall. Quick, look at the monitors." The group hurriedly turned on the device and the image that appeared made them all cry out in alarm. Ding Dao was practically roaring, his eyes glued to the screen. "What the hell is going on? Hey, what the hell are these things with human faces and bug bodies crawling around? Why are there monsters invading the sealed exam hall?" He stopped, his breathing ragged, and then suddenly realized something. Wait, the faces on those bugs belong to the contestant Chen Hu. Could this incident be related to Chen Hu? The pink-haired girl quickly took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed. "Regardless, we have to contact the technical team immediately, deactivate the lockdown system first and arrange for the contestants' escape." Ding Dao waved his hand, his tone annoyed but still trying to stay calm. "No need for that trouble. It's just an iron door. One roar from me will take care of it." Suddenly, the screen in front of them switched, and a blue-haired woman appeared, a cold, mocking smile on her face. "Don't waste your energy." The two were stunned, their gazes fixed on the image of the blue-haired woman. It was Ling Qin. Her voice was filled with arrogance. "This chaotic space, the entire control system of the exam hall is now in our hands. Thank you to the Grand Arts Guild for creating such a perfect opportunity. You're like fish in a barrel ready for us to slaughter. Bugs, go and finish them." Su Lingyu clenched her fists, her voice low but full of determination. "That's the situation. The exam hall's control system has been taken over. The examination center is trying to figure out a solution now. In any case, until they're ready, we're on our own in here." She turned around, her sharp gaze fixed on Fang Tianji. "Fang Tianji, stop joking around. Now is the time for the judge to step up and protect the contestants here." Fang Tianji's lips curled up in a half-joking smile. "Protecting people, I'm not good at that. I'll leave it to you, Sister Su. Lin Shu and I will stick to the TC battle plan." Lin Shu nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement and challenge. "It's still about gathering the opponents and defeating them quickly within 15 minutes. It's just that the opponents have become contestants with bug bodies. They're not easy to kill, which is a perfect chance to test the power of the Thunder Iron Fist." The group immediately plunged into battle, the scene as chaotic as a surging tide. The clang of weapons and the shouts of battle rose and fell. For the first time in the history of the Grand Arts Guild's qualification assessment, monsters had infiltrated the exam hall. This sudden turn of events shook both the Countermeasures Bureau and the Grand Arts Guild. The pink-haired girl in charge of guiding the contestants was worked up, glaring at He-Bai. "Captain, what is the meaning of this? You've surrounded the entire exam site. This is the Grand Arts Guild's territory. You were only sent here to maintain order at the exam hall." He-Bai was unshaken, his voice as sharp as a blade as he replied, 15 minutes ago we received a distress call saying a dangerous situation had arisen inside the exam hall. And just at that moment the hall's lockdown system happened to malfunction and couldn't be shut down, so they needed rescue." The pink-haired girl frowned, thinking, news travels fast with this group. her lips curled up, her eyes twinkling with a smile as she looked at the chaotic scene at the examination center. Chen Hu was bound tightly, his mouth gagged, his hands cuffed behind his back, only able to make muffled sounds. MMMPH, MMMPH. The people from the Countermeasures Bureau stepped forward, their eyes sharp, their tone full of authority. The Countermeasures Bureau has evidence, and we just found young Master Chen in the restroom. According to him, the one impersonating him in the venue right now is a rather dangerous monster. Ding Dao held a cigarette, a smug smile on his lips, looking somewhat nonchalant. Ha ha ha, has your Countermeasures Bureau forgotten what our Grand Arts Guild does? He was powerfully built and didn't seem to take anyone seriously. He waved his hand, his tone confident. Whether it's monsters or a system malfunction, we have much more experience in handling these things than you do. We already have countermeasures in place, so we won't trouble you. Bai was not to be outdone, retorting with a voice as sharp as a blade. Your so-called measures are to forcibly destroy the examination hall's main gate. The Countermeasures Bureau will absolutely not allow this. He strode forward menacingly, his tone firm. Carelessly destroying the gate could lead to monsters escaping into the city, endangering the surrounding residents. Bai's face was grim. He held up a piece of paper, his eyes sharp. This is an order personally signed by Director Chen. The area around the examination site will be temporarily taken over by our Countermeasures Bureau. We will first complete the lockdown to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents, and then begin rescuing the candidates inside the examination hall. With overwhelming authority, Bai loudly ordered his team, there is strength in numbers. If you have no other objections, then don't obstruct our official business. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Ding Dao and the pink-haired girl stood there as if frozen, both angry and helpless, unable to say a word. Ding Dao roared, his eyes so angry they seemed to burn through the other person. Chen Kaliang, that old fox, makes it sound so nice, but he doesn't actually want to save anyone. The pink-haired girl clenched her fists, her expression serious and determined. But even so, now is not the time to argue with the Countermeasures Bureau. The top priority is to find a way to rescue the candidates trapped in the examination hall and avoid casualties. With no other choice, she quickly took out her phone to report the situation to Su Lingyu. The area around the examination hall has been forcibly taken over by the Countermeasures Bureau, and they're dragging their feet, not letting us go in to rescue them. After hearing this, Su Lingyu frowned slightly, her tone surprised. The Countermeasures Bureau, why would they? Lin Shu, standing beside her, his face grim, suddenly spoke, his voice full of indignation. The Countermeasures Bureau, it must be that guy Chen Kaliang. He's definitely targeting me. Su Lingyu was a little dazed, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Chen Kaliang, Uncle Lin's old comrade in arms, had now become the focus of conflict. The pink-haired girl in charge of protecting the candidates continued to soothe them over the phone. But you don't have to worry too much. We'll find a way to open a breach and get in as soon as possible. But for now, we can only trouble you and Fang Tianji to do your best to protect the candidates inside. Also, if there's a chance, it would be best to gather the candidates together. The scene inside the examination hall was as chaotic as hell. Giant worm-like monsters writhed, making horrifying sounds that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Su Lingyu frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. The examination hall was a maze. And now it was crawling with monsters. The candidates were running around like headless chickens to gather them all. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something. 3 steel bars suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the body of a giant bug. She murmured, her tone pensive. Wait, those steel bars. Su Lingyu observed intently, her gaze fixed on the pile of metal. For a moment she seemed frozen, then suddenly smiled confidently. She picked up the walkie-talkie and reported to the pink-haired girl in a clear voice, "Don't worry, I think I have a way," in front of her. The monsters extended their tentacles, tightly wrapping around the candidates and making them scream in panic. Su Lingyu took a deep breath, her voice like thunder overpowering the noise. Attention all candidates, monsters have suddenly invaded the examination hall. The situation is extremely critical, but please rest assured, the center's staff is launching a rescue operation. Mu Ren's eyes were dazed, but he finally looked up and listened intently. Su Lingyu continued, her tone firm, but until they arrive we need to rely on our own abilities to keep casualties to a minimum with our own strength. She manipulated the steel plates, making them levitate, then placed them in the center of the examination hall. She called out in a tone both soothing and resolute, "Therefore I implore everyone here to follow my command. You must try to move toward the center of the examination hall. At the same time as you move, please form groups as quickly as possible, help each other and overcome this crisis together." Ling Qin levitated in the air, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. That ability to control steel just now, could it be that girl's? She pursed her lips, a smug smile on her face. HMPH if 3 isn't enough. What about 30? It's a waste of effort. The breathworms are immortal. Mu Ren's face was pale. Hearing this, he lost all hope, his tone full of suppression. Easier said than done, not to mention this is a maze. If a monster like that targets you, you can't move freely at all in front of him. A huge monster with a gaping maw roared wildly. Mu Ren could only shout in despair, "It's impossible, what a pity. If I had known earlier, maybe I should have tried harder in the previous exams." He closed his eyes, sinking into despair. Suddenly a low voice came from a distance. "Hey, it's too early to give up now. A bug with Chenhu's face suddenly took a heavy punch. Its face was distorted, its teeth knocked out, and it collapsed as if hit by a hammer. The other monsters didn't fare much better, successively falling into a sea of fire, staggering and flying around. A giant with tall green hair appeared, smashing through the wall in front of him. On his shoulder was Zhao Wu, his body engulfed in flames. Mu Ren's eyes widened and he blurted out in surprise, "It's you? What on earth is going on?" he asked urgently, his tone full of confusion. "Why did you save me?" Zhao Wu laughed, his eyes bright. "I was saved by someone too. Since it's a favor from our benefactor, shall we escape together?" Although his mind was still in chaos with the monsters chasing closely behind, Mu Ren had no choice but to follow. Zhao Wu pointed ahead, his tone laced with humor. "Look behind you, don't forget to add some humor and give a thumbs up. President Su has set up a pillar in the center of the maze, we just have to keep running in that direction. What do you say, want to go together?" Mu Ren had no choice but to follow silently, watching the dust and rubble fly everywhere. The giant with tall green hair smashed through the stone wall and led the charge as if being chased by a ghost. Mu Ren suddenly realized and murmured, "Now I get it, so you just charge straight through like this?" A giant bug was crushed under the giant's foot, flattened on the ground and roared in anger, "You piece of trash." It charged over wildly, its body heavy but surprisingly fast, roaring, "I won't let you go," Mu Ren observed. A sharp glint in his eyes, he immediately unleashed his power, summoning vines. Trouble! Instantly the vines shot up from the ground, growing rapidly, and tightly wrapping the bug into a ball. Mu Ren pursed his lips, his tone contemptuous. "Ha, what's the use of being able to regenerate? Go get your brain fixed first." Ling Qin levitated in the air, gritting her teeth in anger, helpless against the group of foolish bugs. She flew higher, ordering in a sharp voice, "Form groups of 2 or 3 and surround them. Don't let them get a step closer to the center." While the bugs were doing their best to block them, Su Lingyu was focused on predicting their movements. "If we go this way," she murmured, her eyes sharp. Ling Qin, with a cunning smile, launched her attack, her tone full of challenge. "You brat, still dare to fight back?" Su Lingyu walked lightly on the iron frame, gently raising her hand to give a signal. Now, a small figure swooped down like lightning. Ling Qin was still stunned, not understanding what was happening when Fang Tianji had already landed lightly, her feet on her back. "Didn't expect that, did you, old hag? Haha, I finally lured you over." Fang Tianji suddenly pinched her mouth, her legs clamping Ling Qin's chest, her tone full of admonishment. "The people below are all walking through the maze. It's too cheap for you to support those bugs from the air." Ling Qin gritted her teeth, her face contorted with anger. "What?" she roared, her expression terrifying. "You think you can control me with this little strength?" Fan Tianji, with a playful smile, answered fearlessly, "Of course not." In the chaotic sky, Ling Qin's face turned pale. The young girl climbed onto her, holding a bottle of golden liquid. "So I specially prepared something better for you." Successfully infuriating Ling Qin, her eyes were so sharp they could kill. "Disgusting, go to hell, what did you splash on me?" she roared, her tone full of contempt. "Don't underestimate me. Just a mere harpy dares to be so arrogant, but have you ever heard of a firework called a skyrocket?" Fang Tianji just pursed her lips, a glint of challenge in her eyes. "You dare!" Ling Qin roared, trying to shake her off. But suddenly the ceiling above shook violently, instantly cracking open, and dirt and stones rained down. The two held each other tightly, looking at each other in the chaos. Fang Tianji, as fast as lightning, seized the opportunity to flip over and escape. Such a reckless action only Ding Dao, that loudmouthed guy, would dare to do. "Haha, if I can't break the door, I'll break the roof," he roared, his voice echoing, calling out, "Everyone come here, all candidates." As the ceiling collapsed, Ling Qin was hit by a large piece of debris, lost her bearings, and crashed straight into the wall. She twitched as if stuck by glue, her wings wrapped tightly around her body, unable to break free. Sitting in the ruins, she frowned, her eyes wide, and roared in anger. "Damn it, little girl, where did you fall just now? How dare you trick me like this? I'm going to tear her to pieces." Although Fang Tianji was small, she was resourceful, still standing proudly on the levitating iron frame, raising her hand and revealing a playful smile. "Ha ha ha," Ling Qin roared, her eyes sharp, planning to attack while it was chaotic. "You have nowhere to run this time, right?" She stood tall, struck a pose, her resonant voice echoing, "This move of mine is called Dovewind Island." But she didn't expect to be tricked. Ling Qin was stunned in midair like a bird with a broken wing. Fang Tianji laughed happily. "Haha, although it's a bit of a shame I couldn't light the fire. But didn't you ever think that oil has another use? A bird's feathers are protected by wax, so although they don't get wet, they do absorb oil." She even added a special reminder, her tone full of meaning, "So until the oil dries, you can forget about flying." Ding Dao shouted from below, his voice loud, overpowering the entire space. "Stop chatting. All right, Fang Tianji, hurry up and come up." He turned to look at the crowded scene. The space in the examination hall was too small, the retractable platform couldn't be opened, so he could only use this for now. Fang Tianji nodded, putting the collective interest first. "I can handle things here. Go help the candidates below first." Below, giant bugs surrounded the iron tower, their mouths open as if to devour the candidates. A candidate panicked and almost fell into their sharp teeth. Although Ling Qin was covered in oil, she stood there nonchalantly and sneered. "You think you can handle me like this? That you can resolve the crisis on the scene? It's a good thing your escape plan has gathered everyone together, so they can eat their fill without my command." Fang Tianji showed a confident smile, her sharp gaze sweeping over her teammates. "You'd better watch closely. The real show is just about to begin." A figure walked over lightly, holding something sparkling in his hand. Lin Shu appeared, his tone heroic. "I've lured them over. Chen Hu, rare crystal stones, first come first served. As expected, the group of bugs was attracted by the precious light. Unable to resist, 3 giant bugs, their eyes shining with greed, roared, "Hand it over now." Zhao Wu stood aside and reminded him worriedly, his tone tense. "Brother Lin Shu, be careful, that's not Chen Hu." Lin Shu pursed his lips and answered nonchalantly with a sarcastic tone, "Do you think I would obediently hand this over to you? You seem to have forgotten what happened a month ago." He tossed the bag of crystal stones into the air, not forgetting to taunt, "Even if I haven't awakened any abilities, I won't give you anything." Chen Hu was stupid. The group of bugs frantically pounced on each other, their tentacles tangled in a chaotic mess. One opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the bag of crystal stones. Lin Shu acted according to plan, cursing loudly, full of hatred. "You ugly bugs, you're even stupider than Chen Hu." Just as a bug was about to bite the bag, Lin Shu transformed, and a heavy punch landed squarely on its chin. He jumped to the ground, his eyes shining, ready to watch a good show. The other two crashed into each other, their tentacles breaking and flying everywhere. Just then, the bag of crystal stones fell amidst the chaotic scene. Lin Shu coolly caught the bag and sneered, "If you want something for nothing, all you'll get is a beating." Lin Shu was silent, his eyes pensive, concentrating on the system's analysis of the breathworm. Form: adult bloodline, beast, general class, height 15 to 50 meters, weight 3,000 to 9,000 kilograms. Characteristics: deep red skin, wrinkled surface, moves by writhing, usually appears in groups. Multiple breathworms can combine into a single giant organism, mimicking the form of other creatures. When attacked, as long as one breathworm survives, they will quickly reproduce and reform into their original state. Lin Shu scratched his head and muttered hesitantly, "Although I hate Chen Hu, punching that stupid face still gives me some psychological pressure." Suddenly, Zhao Wu, standing beside him, seemed to realize something and murmured, "So this kid was just pretending. No wonder Su Lingyu took a fancy to him." He remembered how he had once insulted him and called Lin Shu a loser. Ding Dao watched from a distance, pursed his lips and thought, "This kid's not bad either." Suddenly, the breathworm's tentacles began to writhe, multiplying and surging forward like a dark red tide. Lin Shu turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on the 3 and their underlings, a ferocious smile on his face. "Revived?" The pink-haired girl stood by, laughing smugly. "I told you, the show is just getting started." The breathworms coiled into a huge brown mass, their conspiracy laid bare. From behind Lin Shu, a dark hole opened, and before he could react, he was swept in by the massive tentacles. Everyone panicked, their screams echoing. "Is he dead?" Ding Dao, a cigarette in his mouth, turned to the pink-haired girl, his tone flat. "This kid is in danger and he's asking us for help. I think I'll just let him blow it up." The pink-haired girl quickly stopped him, her tone sharp. "No, it's too dangerous. At this angle, even the candidates on the Iron Tower will be blown away." Ling Qin laughed wildly, unable to close her mouth, her sharp voice sounding, "Ha, you stinking brat, I finally got you." The breathworms were coiled like a rice ball, rolling around as if in mockery. Ling Qin raised her hand, transformed, and pointed at Fang Tianji in the sky, shouting to Su Lingyu, "Quick, block the hole in the ceiling." Su Lingyu didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Give me 10 seconds. She immediately took action, causing the black hole to gradually fill up. Not only the candidates but even Ding Dao was startled, standing there dazed, his head full of question marks, murmuring, "What is she doing?" A look of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces, their mouths forming O's and A's, screaming. Zhao Wu's tears were about to fall, and he roared, "What are you doing?" Another person clutched their head and tore at their hair, shouting, "Why did you seal the exit? How are we going to escape this time?" Another voice was even sharper. "Are you crazy? That hole won't hold for long. It keeps shaking like this." Amidst the chaotic cries, Lin Shu was already burning with rage, unapproachable, and roared in terror. He transformed into a half-human, half-dragon, his power erupting, and tore through the breathworm's tentacles like paper. Finally, he stood majestically, his tone full of pride, displaying the power of the Kui Long monster within him. Lin Shu unleashed astonishing power, and scattered the swarm of breathworms. The monsters with Chen Hu's face could only stare blankly, blurting out in unison, "How is that possible?" Billowing dust filled the entire space like a layer of fog, obscuring everyone's vision. In the thick fog, Lin Shu's agile half-human, half-dragon form and his muscular body were faintly visible, exuding an overwhelming aura. He secretly marveled, and Kui Long proudly said that this power was truly astonishing. "I told you not to mess with me because I'm like a raging fire." He stood majestically, his voice like thunder challenging them. "The ceiling has been blocked. The Grand Arts Guild and the Countermeasures Bureau haven't found you yet. So come on, you swarm of breathworms, come at me together." From behind, 2 breathworms stood up, their faces identical to Chen Hu's, and screamed, "Looks like you want a taste of my foot. You're just a little stronger, don't get too happy." Lin Shu just pursed his lips, his gaze contemptuous. With a stomp of his giant dragon claw, the ground cracked and the building shook violently. The 2 breathworms charged together, viciously biting the ground and frantically gnawing on the dirt and rocks, fearless. But when they realized Lin Shu had disappeared, they were stunned. He moved as fast as lightning, sweeping through like a wave, leaving only an aftershock of power that shook the space. In an instant, Lin Shu turned 360 degrees at astonishing speed and charged straight at the swarm of breathworms. Before they could see clearly, their figures were sent flying and scattered. He said coldly, "Pathetic." The battle was not yet over. but the two commentators in the distance had already begun to discuss. The purple-haired person exclaimed, his tone full of surprise, as expected of a talent that comes once in 5,000 years. The green-haired person nodded and added, that pretty boy Su Lingyu has her eye on is really something. Zhao Wu's face was tense, and he interjected, his tone full of doubt, something's not right. While everyone was sleeping, I secretly looked up the information on all the contestants. Lin Shu has a Tai-type thunder ability. He's half human, half dragon, and in a blink of an eye he sent that swarm of breathworms flying. It's unbelievable. Tai-type abilities are supposed to control nature. Only Keeman-type abilities can enhance the body. Why did Lin Shu turn into this strange form? The swarm of breathworms went from arrogantly wanting to beat people up to trembling all over. A guy with Chen Hu's face shouted in panic, don't come any closer. Lin Shu was burning with rage, gritting his teeth and cracking his knuckles, and provocatively twisted his neck. He roared, his aura menacing, I've spent my life dealing with rebels like you. Come here, I'll tear you to pieces. Like a street racer he sped over, frightening the swarm of breathworms into a panicked retreat. The breathworms' bodies were slimy like caterpillars, and they easily climbed up the iron pillar, writhing their way up, their mouths emitting a mocking laugh as if to say, come and get us if you can. Lin Shu pursed his lips, his sharp gaze accepting the challenge. He extended his dragon claws, the sharp claws gleaming, and grabbed a breathworm, slashing it violently and making it scream in pain. Give it to me. Outside, Zhao Wu and Mu Ren couldn't help their expressions, shouting in panic, damn it Lin Shu, don't bring the monster up here. One is enough to make the tower tilt. This iron tower isn't sturdy. The swarm of breathworms slithered from one side to the other, almost reaching the top of the tower. Zhao Wu frowned and shouted at Su Lingyu, President Su, the iron tower is about to collapse, hold on a little longer. Su Lingyu was using all her strength to support the iron pillar and said impatiently, shut up, I'm working on it. She was as anxious as an employee afraid of missing a deadline, sweating profusely. Suddenly, from underground, countless tentacles intertwined to form a giant mouth. Everyone was stunned and blurted out in unison, what is that? A cold voice sounded. It was none other than Dr. Shui, laughing maniacally. Long time no see. Miss Su and the great hero Lin Longzhen. Su Lingyu used all her strength to support the iron pillar, her sharp gaze thinking, as expected, Shui Mu, he really came. Although Zhao Wu was Lin Shu's good friend, he couldn't help but panic, shouting and rushing over. Lin Shu and Mu Ren then came to their senses and murmured, why does that name sound so familiar? So he's Lin Longzhen's son. Dr. Shui smiled, his tone cunning. Didn't we already agree on the terms? Since you've obtained the intelligence, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Even though Zhao Wu was panicking, he was now trembling, thinking, oh no, if this continues, this tower is really going to collapse. Seeing a contestant about to fall, he reached out and shouted, here, give me your hand. Dr. Shui opened his mouth wide like a giant mousetrap, wanting to swallow everything. A strong wind blew from his mouth, making Zhao Wu and the swarm of breathworms on the other side grit their teeth, their eyes bulging, noses twitching. Zhao Wu was stunned for a moment before he dared to look down. Seeing that the breathworm had fallen before he could rejoice, he was startled by the strange sight before him, his eyebrows shooting up. He thought, what the hell is this giant face growing out of the ground? This guy is really greedy, not afraid of breaking his teeth, and he's already taken the entire iron tower into his mouth. Ling Chen, the bird girl, stood by, a proud expression on her face as she sneered, looks good but it's useless. Then she turned to Dr. Shui, her tone fawning, Dr. Shui, I'm so sorry. You've done very well, luring them up the tower. You must see Sister Wei often so you don't know what fear is. Dr. Shui glared at the pile of steel and the nutrients he had obtained from the swarm of breathworms and roared arrogantly, Lin Shu, you have nowhere to run. Hand over the Jiuan Island monster to me. Lin Shu was burning with rage, gritting his teeth and thinking, damn it, he wants to swallow the entire iron tower. Before he could react, Kui Long was already glowing, its aura erupting, and it roared in response, HMPH, arrogant for what? I'm coming down, we'll see who eats whom, Lin Shu hurriedly shouted, trying hard to control Kui Long and prevent it from climbing onto his head and sitting there. He observed carefully and shouted, hey, stop sticking your head out randomly. Be careful, everyone, find a safe exit immediately. The situation grew more tense, with monsters surrounding them from above and below, and the iron tower shaking violently. Lin Shu gritted his teeth and thought, does this guy still want to use the right-hand rule on Mu Ren? Dr. Shui pursed his lips, his tone full of cunning mockery. Young Master Lin, but the monster below seems to want something of yours. If it's not important, you might as well give it to him. You can't escape from us here. You can touch anyone but mess with me. Zhao Wu stood by, gritting his teeth, his aura menacing, flames igniting in his hands, ready to burn this guy who dared to speak so recklessly. He roared, his tone full of anger, you vegetable who spouts nonsense for future generations to learn from. Whose side are you on? Believe it or not, I'll burn you, you bastard. He's already timid enough and he likes to show off. He almost ended up in the hospital. What else could I do? How was I supposed to know the practical combat assessment would be so dangerous? Suddenly a guy with messy hair, looking like he just stepped out of Dragon Ball, rushed over at astonishing speed. Zhao Wu was stunned, thinking, trapped on this iron tower, there's no way to escape. Just then a fat guy, as agile as Pigsy, flew up and landed directly on Zhao Wu. The guy with slicked back pencil-like hair sneered. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's Lin Shu's classmate. Of course he's going to help him. Dr. Shui took advantage of the situation and immediately interjected, his tone full of conspiracy. Everyone's made a very good point. If you want to listen to others' opinions, Lin Shu, this is not good. Lin Shu was burning with rage, throwing his backpack on the ground, his eyes burning with fury. Damn it, to use such a despicable method. He pursed his lips, a cold smile on his face, thinking, I've already prepared a response. Lin Shu opened his backpack as if taking out something from Doraemon's magic pocket and said decisively, You guys, get out here, climb the iron tower. Big Eye nimbly grabbed both sides of the backpack and stayed inside. Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes sad, and murmured, Kui Long, are you really sure you can handle such a big monster? Kui Long's aura surged, and it roared in response, Such big words. Since it has spoken, no one dares to object. Stop dawdling and let me down, it's just a beast general class. I've eaten plenty. Below, Dr. Shui's giant mouth was wide open like an abyss about to devour everything. Although Lin Shu was trembling, he still gritted his teeth and let Kui Long down, saying softly, All right, it's all up to you. Kui Long rushed down, its eyes as sharp as blades, roaring a declaration. I won't even spare the young family generals. It charged straight into Dr. Shui's mouth. In the chaotic pile of steel, its reckless action stunned everyone. The red-haired girl, the messy-haired guy, and the big guy with the slick-back hairstyle were all stunned, not understanding what was happening. Zhao Wu, Mu Ren, and the big guy all had their mouths wide open, roaring in unison. Damn it, what the hell is this? Cold sweat poured down. But Zhao Wu still kept his eyes wide open, observing and murmured, This monster looks a lot like Lin Shu's transformation. Look at that half-human, half-dragon form. It's exactly the same. Could this be related to Lin Shu's ability? Mu Ren then realized how terrifying it was and said softly, This monster feels like it weighs at least a ton. The messy-haired guy was stunned and interjected, That kid is actually raising a monster. The big guy with the pencil-like hair laughed happily, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Looks like this new monster is on our side. Kui Long's aura surged and it shot down like an arrow, roaring incessantly as it charged straight into Dr. Shui's giant mouth, the Iron Tower. The candidates discussed among themselves, Is there going to be a monster battle? Dr. Shui thought he had victory in his grasp, opening his mouth wide and waiting for Kui Long to fly in. But Kui Long was as fast as lightning, flashing past and only giving him time to let out a cry of surprise, his smug smile frozen on his face. Zhao Wu, Mu Ren, the messy-haired guy who looked like he had been electrocuted, and the pencil head were all stunned, their noses twitching. Unable to say a word, the pencil head's hair stood on end and he stammered, It's over so quickly, the messy-haired guy roared. Luckily it didn't destroy anything just now. Otherwise we would have all been swallowed. Lin Shu was scared out of his wits, his mind a mess, thinking, Kui Long, you've already cashed in your chips so quickly, big bro. Didn't you say handling a beast general class was a piece of cake? You just let him swallow you. How are we supposed to play now? He shouted like a village crier, but suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. Wait, I still seem to have Kui Long's ability projection on me. So in theory, Kui Long should still be alive. Below, Dr. Shui's face was twisted like a pair of flip-flops and he laughed smugly, I finally got you. The monster of Jiuan Island. He turned to the group of candidates, his tone full of mockery. You frogs in a well, you still dare to shout for me to spare your lives. The person you should be giving to, hurry up and fulfill your promise and let us out. Another guy interjected, his voice trembling, Yes, let us out. But his appearance was as rotten as his name and his words were incoherent. Dr. Shui pursed his lips and said cunningly, Fulfill the promise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that I did indeed promise that person. But his mouth opened even wider as if to swallow the entire Iron Tower. He deliberately revealed, his tone full of conspiracy, As long as that person helps me sneak into the examination hall, I will help him take care of all the candidates participating in the exam. The Iron Tower shook violently, on the verge of collapse, making everyone panic. The group of candidates shouted in despair, We're about to meet the King of Hell. Help, help, someone save us, I don't want to die yet. Su Lingyu used all her strength and shouted a warning, her voice echoing like thunder, Damn it, it's no good, get off the tower, it's dangerous. Lin Shu immediately flew up, clearing the distance in just a few leaps, luckily. Everyone was still on the tower, so there was still some time for a rescue. He had just reached the beam, but before he could get a firm grip, a strong gust of wind hit him. It was that madman, Dr. Shui, his mouth gaping open as if to swallow the entire Iron Tower. Lin Shu tilted his head and roared in anger, Damn it, I'm a step too late, it looks like they're about to be devoured. These useless guys, their spiritual energy is abundant, but all they know how to do is scream and panic. The only reason we're still up here is thanks to a few of Mu Ren's vines which are keeping them suspended in midair, another guy pleaded in a trembling voice. Lin Shu, hurry and save us. His treasure is gone, how is he supposed to save us? Zhao Wu interjected nervously. How dare you ask if he's okay? Are you such a fair-weather friend? And who was it just now that told him to hand it over? Go apologize to Lin Shu and save some energy for escaping. He turned around and roared in frustration, Shut up, who's still stepping on me? Mu Ren, with the weight of several people on his shoulders, trembled and shouted, Don't come any closer, I can't hold on much longer. That pencil-head guy is useless. He only knows how to look out for himself. Quick, tell President Su to hurry up and work with that electrocuted hair guy to open the ceiling so everyone can escape. Su Lingyu was speechless at the sight of this group, her cold gaze turning upward. Lin Shu gripped the beam with one hand and decisively gestured with the other. Zhao Wu suddenly saw 3 mutant pups running swiftly along the maze walls outside, a flicker of hope in his eyes. The pink-haired girl in charge of protection suddenly noticed Sanding Media's drone hovering in the air. Her face turned pale and she said urgently, "This is bad. The media is already paying attention. If this gets on the trending list, it's going to be hard to handle. This has to be resolved as quickly as possible." Although Ding Dao was furious, he still took a drag from his cigarette and sighed. "I don't care about any trending list. The key now is to save people." Su Lingyu's eyes were cold, as if she intended to close the ceiling and create a heaven-shaking explosion. The pink-haired girl sensed the situation and blurted out in worry, "It must be chaotic inside. The cannon's power is too great, it could easily harm our own people." Suddenly, the entire area shook violently, as if in an earthquake. Ding Dao gripped the pink-haired girl's hand tightly, trying to keep his balance, and roared, "This commotion is no less than my cannon." The pink-haired girl was drenched in sweat and murmured, "What on earth is happening in there?" A chaotic scene appeared. A swarm of breathworms pierced through the gymnasium ceiling, their tentacles writhing out. The scene was captured by the drone and broadcast live. The sensational news spread like wildfire. "Monsters have appeared at the Grand Arts Guild examination site. This is not a drill, this is not a drill." Another voice sounded, full of excitement. "Parachute jump successful. Emergency alert. Wow, the first time seeing a giant monster, it's really like in the books, no exaggeration." A staff member from the Countermeasures Bureau received the news, and immediately reported, "Emergency alert. Emergency alert." He turned to Captain Hebai, his tone tense. "It's already on the trending list. Are we going to keep waiting?" Hebai remained unmoved, disregarding the lives of the candidates and the threat of the monsters. He announced coldly, "We are official personnel, we only follow the orders of our superiors." Just then the phone rang. Hebai answered, and Chen Kailang's voice, full of deep meaning, came through. "The encirclement is complete, we can close the net." The signal was captured instantly. Hebai didn't hesitate and decisively ordered, "All units, charge in with your weapons." Ding Dao could no longer bear it. He gritted his teeth and drew his weapon. Made from 1,000-year-old ice, he channeled all his energy and slammed the ice blade into the ground, causing the stone slabs to crack and shake. But something made Ding Dao frown, and he bit down on his cigarette, blurting out in worry, "Something's not right. Is it on fire? Why is there smoke?" He panicked and prepared to rush in, but suddenly saw one of Lin Shu's mutant pups sacrifice itself, its body trembling as it squeezed out its last essence. Witnessing this, Zhao Wu came up with a bold idea. He covered his nose with his clothes and used his flame power to light the pile of feces, muttering, "I never thought I'd have to use my powers for something like this." He forced his mouth open and shouted, "President Su Lin Shu, it's ready. Let's start." Suddenly, Chen Kailang's face appeared, his cunning eyes revealing his true nature. He sneered, "The encirclement is complete, move out." Chen Hu asked, still confused, "Dad, did you know all along that the Grand Arts Guild's assessment would be a mess?" Dr. Shui shook his head, took a sip of tea, and said in a conspiratorial tone, "The Fengshi I raised myself in the secret realm was defeated 3 months ago. I tracked the opponent and found it to be a red dragon. And the place I found it, guess where? In your school's gymnasium." He paused and sneered, "And it was there at the same time. Guess who else?" Chen Hu's face darkened, unable to accept the truth. The person he had once despised was now shining brightly. He murmured, his tone full of doubt, "Really? Could it be Lin Shu?" But then he stubbornly assured his father, "How is that possible, Dad? I guarantee Lin Shu hasn't awakened any abilities, he's just an ordinary person." Suddenly the monster arm of Chen Kailiang, the director of the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau, shot out and gripped Chen Hu's face tightly. His face showed helplessness at his son's foolishness, and he roared, "I told you to get the emblem Lin Longzhen left for his son." The sturdy monster arm extended, lifting Chen Hu up until he touched the ceiling. Chen Hu trembled all over, still wearing his heart-patterned shorts, and stammered, But what did I do?" Chen Kailang's eyes were cold as he berated him. "He is Chen Kailang, the director of the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau. You've already instructed Hebai to handle it." Chen Hu's eyes were filled with tears, his mouth squeezed shut, only able to make muffled sounds, MMPH, 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 MMPH. Chen Kailang didn't waste any time and threw Chen Hu to the ground, making him land hard on his butt. "Ah?" Then he threw a notebook at Chen Hu and said coldly, "Here's this back." Chen Hu's face was full of embarrassment, cold sweat dripping, and he murmured, "There must be some secret hidden in here. This is your diary." Chen Kailang turned around, a faint calculating smile on his face, having likely planned this conspiracy long ago. "It's normal for young men to be attracted to pretty girls, but don't forget your business because of it." Chen Kailang pursed his lips and threatened in a cold tone, "Chen Hu, one mistake of yours could cost hundreds of lives." Chen Hu trembled and the notebook fell to the ground. From inside, photos of Su Lingyu scattered everywhere. Back to the chaotic scene at the examination site, the swarm of breathworms wriggled their tentacles, creating a living nightmare. The Countermeasures Bureau's special forces hurriedly broke down the door, but when thick black smoke billowed out, they were all stunned. Hebai remained calm and spoke. After the bamboo dragon invasion, all earthquake-resistant buildings were equipped with fire suppression systems, which awakened is pulling this trick. Inside the gymnasium, Zhao Wu was drenched in sweat and urged, "President Su, all the candidates from the ceiling have left the examination site. Why don't we leave too? We can leave the rest to the Grand Arts Guild and the Countermeasures Bureau." Su Lingyu, as usual, glanced at Lin Shu and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Shu was silent, his eyes firm. He said in a low voice full of trust, "Kui Long won't lose. The fact that I can still transform is proof." Suddenly, a flash of light scattered everywhere, as if the ceiling and walls had been painted with a strange, brilliant new coat of paint. Dr. Shui. That madman sneered. One minute he was laughing, the next it was someone else's turn. But then he coughed up blood and screamed in pain. "Didn't expect that, did you? MMPH. The bird girl Ling Qin stood by, laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Hee hee, still smug. "Even though you were flattened by Fang Tianji, your ace has been shattered, right?" "Huh?" Lin Shu was a little worried, standing there speechless. Suddenly a huge object rose from the floor of the arena, moving as if it were alive. He widened his eyes, both despairing and expectant. As expected, Kui Long proudly tore open the outer membrane, stretched its body and flew up with overwhelming momentum. Zhao Wu was stunned, a look of astonishment in his eyes. Su Lingyu's face was filled with joy, and she shouted, "Let's see her laugh now." Fang Tianji immediately sneered, her tone full of mockery. "Ha ha!" It charged up and bit the mad doctor's face repeatedly. The system kept sounding, its mechanical voice reporting rapidly. "Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a breathworm. Evolution points 330. The dinging continued. 270, 260, up to a maximum of 350. The bloodthirsty Kui Long continued to roar. "Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a breathworm. Evolution points 320, then 340. Dr. Shui screamed in pain. "Ah!" He frantically devoured the breathworms, ignoring the tentacles crawling all over his face. He held his nose open and his mouth wide, trying to swallow them all while struggling to push Kui Long away. But Kui Long was fearless, licked its teeth, stood still for a moment, and then rushed over like lightning, biting his nose. Dr. Shui, his face contorted, deserved to be sent straight to the hospital, yet he was still roaring. "It's useless. I can regenerate infinitely." The system kept sounding again. "Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a breathworm. Evolution points 330, 270, 260, 350, 320, 340. Finally, a new notification appeared. "Ding, your host Kui Long has been detected to be injured. Use evolution points to heal Kui Long." Lin Shu pursed his lips, a smug smile on his face, his tone full of challenge. "Let's see who can last longer. You can revive, can't we?" Lin Shu stood on a high place, cheering loudly, his momentum soaring. "Kui Long, eat hard, eat them and you'll recover your injuries. Get well soon." Kui Long's entire body emitted a brilliant green light, like a burning flame of life. A flicker of greed appeared in Dr. Shui's eyes, and he murmured, "This dragon's recovery ability is beyond my expectations. If I could transplant this ability to my breathworms, that would be great." Kui Long didn't hesitate and charged straight at Shui Mu's face, roaring majestically, "Recovery skill is nothing, I have one too." But that madman Dr. Shui was not to be trifled with. He sneered, his tone full of arrogance. "A monster is a monster after all, powerful but not very smart. The entire gymnasium is my body, and you still want to fight me?" He waved his tentacles, trying to entangle Lin Shu, and blatantly threatened, "Even if you can recover, can your companions?" Lin Shu's energy-filled fist struck violently, breaking the connection of the tentacles. Su Lingyu and Zhao Wu stood by, their faces tense. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Lin Shu gritted his teeth and murmured, "If this continues, everyone will soon be at a disadvantage. What should we do now?" Suddenly, a piece of tentacle fell, emitting white smoke. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as if he had an idea. "Right, if I use thunder." The image of master and servant fighting side by side was clear, their momentum erupting. He shouted, "As long as I use bursting breath, I can wipe out this swarm of breathworms in one go." From the conveyor belt above, the candidate slid down, one of them cursing as he escaped with his life. A staff member reminded him in a concerned tone, "Be careful next to you." A freckled candidate excitedly recounted the entire incident. The pink-haired girl quickly grasped the key point and asked, "So you're saying at the critical moment it was Lin Shu who saved you?" The three of them cheered excitedly and answered in unison, "A big-mouthed monster ate a pet monster, and the pet monster came out and bit the big-mouthed monster, making the big-mouthed monster cry. Lin Shu's pet looked like it was eaten, but it was all an empty fort strategy. As expected of Lin Long's son, truly remarkable." The pink-haired girl murmured, her eyes full of confusion, "I have no idea what they're talking about. But is that traitor Lin Long's son really that powerful?" Meanwhile, on the arena, Su Lingyu and Lin Shu were fighting the monster. Zhao Wu's eyes were wide and he roared in anger. "Damn it!" He released his spiritual energy and provoked, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The monster lowered its head, a look of arrogant contempt on its face. "Be good, you're a useless piece of trash on your own, you can't do anything. Sooner or later, you'll be minced meat in my stomach." Zhao Wu's body trembled, and he began to retreat, feeling scared, but just then a weapon flew from a distance, and directly pierced the monster's face, making it scream in pain. Su Lingyu shouted from behind, "Stay sharp, be vigilant, this monster is ever-changing, we can't be careless." Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Ring, ring, ring. The pink-haired girl was furious and shouted into the phone, "Su Lingyu, what on earth is happening in there? The escaped candidates told me so much, but I didn't understand a single word, and so many people have escaped, why aren't you out yet?" Just leave the rest to the Countermeasures Bureau. Su Lingyu listened to the string of complaints, frowned but still replied softly, "Sorry, I refuse." The pink-haired girl frowned, her eyes full of suspicion, and murmured, "What's going on? Is it because Lin Shu's pet monster was eaten and then he used the empty fort strategy, which you find hard to believe?" Su Lingyu shook her head, her tone firm. "No, it's because Lin Shu's monster is still fighting with all its might." The pink-haired girl was stunned and shouted, "Su Lingyu, don't mess around, this is no joke." Suddenly, a strong hand snatched the phone, and Ding Dao said to Su Lingyu in a steady voice, "No problem, do what you want. But the Countermeasures Bureau is breaking down the door. You have at most 10 minutes left." The pink-haired girl shouted in surprise, "Director Ding." Then she shook the phone vigorously and urgently informed, "Lin Shu, did you hear that? The Countermeasures Bureau is breaking down the door. We have to solve this in 10 minutes. Lin Shu murmured, his eyes cold. 10 minutes? Su Lingyu and Zhao Wu didn't hesitate and channeled their power into the surrounding weapons, the monster, and laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry. By the time the Countermeasures Bureau gets here, you'll all have been devoured by me." The examination hall's main gate shook violently, repeatedly struck by a force from outside as if heralding that time was running out. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp as he analyzed. "There's no time left. The breath worms possess incredible vitality and recovery abilities." He quickly made a decision, his tone resolute. "It seems the only way is to blast it to pieces with the thunderous power of bursting breath." He roared with overwhelming momentum, "Kui Long, I demand that you use bursting breath." Kui Long was ferociously tearing at the monster, ripping off its tentacles, and answered while chewing, "It's useless. A single bursting breath was not enough to quickly eliminate the opponent." It explained, its voice low. "Bursting breath is a fan-shaped spray. The closer you are, the smaller the attack radius. At this distance, it will only punch a hole in it. No different from taking a bite." The monster laughed smugly. "Ha, that's right. The breath worm's recovery ability is extremely strong. Unless you can inflict massive damage over a large area all at once, you'll never be able to defeat me." Its tentacles spread out, entangling the entire gymnasium. It arrogantly declared, "And if I wish, I can devour the entire gymnasium in an instant." The powerful tentacles pushed up the roof of the gymnasium, causing Su Lingyu to lose her balance. "It's tilting." She quickly grabbed a nearby iron rod, her eyes firm. Lin Shu's mind was in turmoil, and he muttered, "Damn it, I have to find a way, but how can I inflict massive damage over a large area?" Su Lingyu suddenly shouted, "Magnetic Iron Fist." Lin Shu's eyes lit up as if he had seen a glimmer of hope, and he said in a low voice, "Right, if I use this, all I need is a solid foothold to swing the sword." Lin Shu caught sight of Fang Tianji across from him and immediately rushed over, stopping her like a flash of lightning. "Fang Tianji, wait a moment." He squatted down in front of her, his voice low but full of determination. "I'm going to chop with a greatsword. I need your help with the sword in the air," pinned to the ground. Ling Qin was stunned when she heard this, her eyes full of suspicion. "You need my help? Are you crazy?" Lin Shu pointed at her, his eyes sharp, his tone full of provocation. "You're a monster too, right?" He lifted Ling Qin's face. Just then, an electronic notification panel flashed in the air. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taming the monster fake Ling Qian." Ling Qin struggled with difficulty, roaring in anger. "Do you take me for a dog?" Another ding sounded, and a line of text appeared on the panel. "Congratulations to the host for successfully taming the monster fake Ling Qian." Lin Shu laughed smugly, his tone full of joy. "A humanoid monster is still a monster. I knew it could be tamed." He immediately gave an order without hesitation. "Hey bird girl, fly me over there." Ling Qin's face turned crimson with anger and she roared, "Why the hell should I listen to you?" Lin Shu smiled cunningly. "That's not up to you." Suddenly, Ling Qin's legs began to move. She looked down at her own body and said in astonishment, "Why is my body moving? How is that possible? What kind of sorcery is this?" Fang Tianji stood aside, smiling brightly, and said excitedly, "This trick is so convenient. Why didn't you use it sooner?" Lin Shu sat on Ling Qin's back, laughing with satisfaction. "I didn't expect a humanoid monster could be controlled too." Although Ling Qin was being controlled, she still roared helplessly, "Controlling me is useless. Besides, I can't beat the doctor either." In a flash, Lin Shu and Ling Qin had flown in front of the monster. Su Lingyu and Zhao Wu looked up at Lin Shu in the air, their eyes full of surprise. Zhao Wu's mouth dropped open and he blurted out, "He caught her just like that." Kui Long spotted the two from a distance, its mouth wide with surprise. Lin Shu pursed his lips, made an okay sign, and said confidently, don't worry, I have my ways." He flew directly in front of the monster, attracting its attention, and shouted, "Doctor, I command. You fly up to the tower now." The monster laughed smugly, its joyful voice echoing, "Perfect timing. You actually brought this kid over. Fantastic." It immediately shot a tentacle from its mouth, extending it like a giant snake's tongue. Lin Shu hurriedly shouted, "Quick, get out of the way or we're dead." Just then, Kui Long charged over and bit down hard on the monster's tentacle, making it roar in pain. Lin Shu's eyes were sharp. Knowing the time was right, he reached out and grabbed an iron rod, gripped it tightly, and shouted, "Got it, let's go." Ling Qin's face was contorted in pain as she struggled and howled. Woo woo woo, the powerful iron rods fell one by one. The monster gritted its teeth, thinking, "I forgot this guy can control monsters, and he can even control Ling Qin." Zhao Wu was stunned, his eyes wide as he stammered, Although the greatsword is cool, this big-mouthed guy's recovery ability is super strong. Chopping him will be useless." Ling Qin trembled with fear and shouted, "Hey, if we fly any higher, we'll crash." Lin Shu replied calmly, his tone full of confidence. Just charge straight through. A violent force erupted, and the iron rod shot upward, piercing through the roof of the gymnasium. Ding Dao watched from outside, laughing loudly, and exclaimed, "Haha, this kid Lin Shu even leaves differently from the other students." The iron block, imbued with immense power, shot straight out. Lin Shu, holding the iron block, levitated in the air, his sharp eyes pinpointing the right moment. He let out a thunderous shout. Now Kui Long instinctively turned towards Lin Shu upon hearing his voice. Its body swelled in an instant, claws gleaming with a metallic sheen and a fierce light burning in its eyes. Kui Long roared, launching a ferocious attack, spewing a spiritual energy storm like a fiery tempest from its mouth. At the same time, Lin Shu hurled the iron block at the monster. Ling Qin was pinned down, roaring in anger, "Are you crazy? I'm getting out of here." She immediately struggled and broke free from Lin Shu, but he had already charged forward, merging into the ocean of power. The iron block in his hand vibrated violently. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, struggled to lift it, and shouted, "Everyone get out of the way!" He swung the iron block violently, throwing it directly at the monster. The monster gritted its teeth, thinking, "I still underestimated you." The monster of Jiuan Island. Its face split in two and it roared in agony. All the tentacles were completely destroyed, shattering in midair. The gymnasium shook violently and exploded with a bang. Lin Shu closed his eyes, his body thrown out, free-falling through the air. The monster tentacles surrounding the gymnasium gradually dissipated, turning to ash. Lin Shu lay in Kui Long's arms, laughing heartily. "I'm so happy, I actually solved it." Zhao Wu's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, "That powerful? What realm is that monster?" Su Lingyu looked at Lin Shu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Although Chen Hu is strong, you're not bad either." Lin Shu replied excitedly, his tone full of pride. "What's so strong about Chen Hu? This monster is the strong one. I'm going to get its autograph now. I'll have to wait in line if I'm late." With that, he ran to Kui Long's side and shouted, "Monster bro, your autograph, I'm the first one." Fang Tianji sat alone, lost in thought, her eyes deep. She murmured, "It's finally over, but now is not the time to relax. The people from the Countermeasures Bureau are about to come in. We can't let them see monsters everywhere." Fang Tianji showed a brilliant smile, her eyes twinkling with a cunning light. "I've got it. They all came out of that backpack, so stuffing them back in should work." Ling Qin was tied up on the ground, her face red with anger, roaring at the shorty. "Why did you tie me up? Let me go, do you hear me? Let me go." The chains suddenly tightened, pulling Ling Qin back. Seeing Fang Tianji walk over, Ling Qin gritted her teeth, her tone full of resentment. "It's you again." Fang Tianji pursed her lips, her tone dangerous and a little teasing. HMPH, did you think I would let you escape?" Ling Qin's eyes blazed with fire as she warned, "Shorty, let me go now or I'll make you regret it." Fang Tianji calmly stated her condition. "Letting you go is not out of the question. As long as you take me to that backpack down there, I'll let you go immediately." Ling Qin gritted her teeth and reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll give you a chance." On the other side, the people from the Countermeasures Bureau were forcefully breaking down the door. A faint light flashed, causing a commotion in the crowd. A person asked doubtfully, his voice trembling, "Did you guys feel a flash of red just now? What happened?" Hebai appeared, his aura menacing, and roared, "Everyone get out of the way." He kicked out violently, and the iron door shook intensely. The people around him cheered in admiration. As expected of the captain, he cracked the gymnasium with one kick. The people from the Countermeasures Bureau quickly rushed in, but Hebai suddenly stopped, his eyes blank, and he murmured, "Holy crap, what's going on? I just kicked a door." He frowned and asked in confusion, what kind of power could destroy the gymnasium like this? The people from the Countermeasures Bureau surrounded Lin Shu and his group, their eyes full of astonishment. One of them, his face pale, blurted out, "What is that thing?" Another staff member shouted in a trembling voice, "I've never seen such a big monster. What monster's face is this? Its face is so big. How big must the monster's main body be?" Hebai walked in, his aura menacing, and pointed at the pile of rubble. "This is what you took care of?" Lin Shu shrugged and said nonchalantly, "We couldn't help it. Who let your Countermeasures Bureau be so timely?" A staff member from the Countermeasures Bureau pointed directly at Lin Shu, his tone full of accusation. "Captain, this is the kid from the Secret Realm's surveillance a few days ago." Hebai narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembering something. He patted Lin Shu's shoulder and praised him, truly a formidable young man, but then he suddenly tightened his grip on Lin Shu's shoulder. Su Lingyu's eyes were sharp as she shouted, "What do you want to do?" Hebai replied calmly, "Just checking the strength of the person who killed the monster." He looked directly at Lin Shu, his tone serious. "Aren't you an awakened constitution? Tell me what happened or I'll have to use force." Lin Shu was a little worried, thinking, what should I do? Kui Long's projection has been used up. The others are definitely not enough. Kui Long suddenly spoke from the side. "Leave it to me." Ling Qin, bound by chains, roared in anger. "You dare to trick me again?" Suddenly a figure stopped. Hebai turned around, his eyes suspicious. "Ding Dao, what are you doing here?" Ding Dao held a cigarette and replied calmly, "This is the Grand Arts Guild's territory. Where else would I be? Besides, the monster has already been taken care of by the Grand Arts Guild's people." Hebai pursed his lips, his tone mocking. "The Grand Arts Guild is pretty quick to recruit people. The exam just ended and you're already here sniffing around." Ding Dao pointed at Lin Shu and said confidently, "Lin Shu's results are no problem. Defeating a giant monster is a common goal. Besides, there are plenty of reporters outside waiting to interview him." He suddenly frowned and asked the reporters in confusion. Lin Shu walked out the door, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, surrounding him. They pressed him with questions. Classmate, what was your biggest feeling when you were fighting the monster? Have you been working hard in this area since you were young? As a new member, do you have any thoughts to share with the audience in front of the screen? Lin Shu's image appeared on the big screen, accompanied by dazzling text. Grand Arts Guild's young hero bravely rescues candidates. Grand Arts Guild gains another fierce general. Chen Kaliang turned to Chen Hu seriously. Now do you still say he hasn't awakened his ability? Chen Hu's face was pale, his voice trembling. What should we do now? He smiled meaningfully and replied, you made the mistake, you have to fix it yourself. At the Monster General Hospital. 3 days after the great battle, everything gradually calmed down, thanks to the arrangements of President Ding Dao and Dr. Su Tiankai. The news about Kui Long was eventually covered up, Su Lingyu proposed. Her eyes bright. After Lin Shu gets his qualification from the Grand Arts Guild, he can raise Kui Long under the name of a tamed beast in its normal state. Lin Shu asked curiously, does it need a monster checkup? Can Kui Long pass the checkup? Su Lingyu smiled confidently and replied, no problem. As long as we have this medicine, it's guaranteed to be fine. I've already contacted the monster hospital. Lin Shu frowned, his tone full of worry. Although Su Lingyu was in charge and had given her guarantee, he still couldn't feel at ease on the hospital bed. Kui Long stared at him and roared, are you that scared? Don't come over here. The light above went out and the doctor walked in, calmly announcing that the examination was complete. This little guy is pretty good, strong body, no problems in any aspect. He handed over a piece of paper and reminded him, the owner signs here. Lin Shu nodded and asked curiously, all right, are there any other checkups after this? The doctor replied, the physical examination is over, next is the obedience test. Lin Shu asked in surprise, obedience test means. He turned to the few monsters and reminded them to listen to the doctor. Don't run around. The doctor rotated his wrist and said with a smile, follow my commands to complete. Kneel, shake hands, turn your head. Very good, very good. He threw a frisbee and commanded, that dragon over there, go and get the frisbee back. The frisbee hit the wall and fell down and the air suddenly became quiet. Kui Long snorted, its tone full of pride. I am a dragon with dignity. To do such a shameful thing, I'd rather die. Lin Shu walked over and tempted in a low voice, as long as you do it, you'll get Mom's roasted meat certification, guaranteed to satisfy you. Kui Long's eyes lit up, its tone excited. For roasted meat it was a small matter. With that it shot out and quickly, obediently, handed the frisbee to the doctor. The doctor smiled and said, actually there was no need to be so fast. He stroked Kui Long's head and praised, so well behaved, so well behaved. Su Lingyu kicked the door open and rushed in, her tone urgent. Doctor, how much longer until the checkup is over? I'm here to take him to this afternoon's awards ceremony. Seeing Kui Long's obedient look, she shouted excitedly, ah, little Long Long is so cute. How adorable, I have to take a picture first. The doctor walked over and announced with a smile, the checkup is over, you can take him with you. The certificate will be issued in 7 to 15 days, just hang it on the monster's neck then. Su Lingyu urged anxiously, hurry up, we're almost out of time. Lin Shu lowered his head and politely thanked the doctor. Thank you, doctor, sorry to have troubled you today. The doctor waved his hand and replied with a smile, you're welcome, feel free to come back anytime. The kids these days are so impressive, just got his Grand Arts Guild qualification and already has 4 pet monsters. Lin Shu followed behind Su Lingyu and asked curiously, President Su, did you come all this way just to pick me up for school? Su Lingyu glanced at him and replied coldly, don't flatter yourself. I came to find you for something important, of course. Let's talk in the car. She handed something to Lin Shu and said calmly, right, this is for you. Lin Shu asked in surprise, what's this? He took a closer look and shouted happily, ah, is this my Grand Arts Guild emblem? Su Lingyu looked out the car window, her tone placid. It was just made today. I figured you might want to wear it to the school's awards ceremony today. Lin Shu put on the emblem, his eyes sparkling with light, and sighed, I didn't expect you to be so nice. Su Lingyu roared, her eyes sharp. Are you asking for a beating? She suddenly stopped and looked out the car window. We're here, Lin Shu reminded her in surprise. Here for what? Don't change the subject. Su Lingyu pointed outside, her voice low. Take a look. A voice giving a speech came from outside. After the bamboo dragon invasion, we established a monster response mechanism. Although no monsters have appeared for many years, the people of Tianhai City have never let down their guard. Today at Tianhai City First High School, we once again welcome a fruitful season. We have a large number of students who have passed the Grand Arts Guild's assessment. A special commendation goes to student Lin Shu for his heroic performance in the Grand Arts Guild assessment. Let us all applaud these outstanding students. The students pointed and whispered among themselves. Is he this year's young hero? I heard he inherited his father's thunder power. He can summon lightning and even split the examination hall open, another student praised. So amazing, not only did he protect all the candidates, he even electrocuted the giant monster to death, the teacher on stage announced in a resonant voice. Next, let's welcome student Lin Shu to give a speech. Everyone gave a warm welcome. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction, thinking, I guess they would call on me to speak. Good thing I prepared early and saved the speech in the system. But at that moment the system panel suddenly flashed with an alarm. Warning, warning. The radar around the host has detected an extremely high, unmeasurable concentration of spiritual energy. Lin Shu looked up, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. The door was suddenly pushed open and Chen Hu walked in, his demeanor strange. The crowd immediately buzzed, whispering and guessing. Chen Hu, why is he dressed like that? I heard long ago that Chen Hu and Lin Shu don't get along. Could Chen Hu be here to cause trouble? Last time I saw Chen Hu and his gang cornering Lin Shu. He's definitely not going to let this go. Damn, we're in for a good show. Lin Shu stood on the stage, cleared his throat and asked, full of confusion, Chen Hu, what are you doing here? Suddenly Chen Hu fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. The crowd was stunned and Lin Shu was frozen in place. Chen Hu cried and pleaded, Student Lin Shu, please forgive me. He disregarded his image, cursed himself in self-reproach, and begged Lin Shu, Student Lin Shu, no brother Lin, I was wrong, I was blind and didn't know you inherited General Lin's thunder ability. You are a man of great magnanimity. Lin Shu cut him off coldly, his tone firm. That's enough. When my dad was alive you were always a hypocritical sycophant, trying every way to please him. I won't fall for it again. The students whispered among themselves, their tones full of surprise. What's going on? Isn't that young Master Chen? Why is he in such a sorry state? Maybe after bullying someone. He found out the guy inherited his father's thunder ability and got scared? I heard he was kidnapped in the restroom when he was taking the Grand Arts Guild exam. He looked just like this when he was rescued. The teacher walked over, grabbed Chen Hu's clothes and gently persuaded, Student Chen, get up. How can you kneel like this at school? If you have something to say it properly. Chen Hu violently shook off his hand, continued to kowtow and cried with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading, Brother Lin, young Master Lin, I know I was wrong, please you have to forgive me. He recalled his conversation with Chen Kaliang, his heart full of regret. The first thing to do now is to find out what Lin Longzhen did to make Lin Shu improve so much in such a short time. Chen Kaliang had replied calmly at the time, aren't you two classmates? Go apologize, admit your mistake and he will let you go. If that doesn't work, kowtow. Chen Hu had shouted in dissatisfaction, why should I apologize to someone like Lin Shu? Besides, even if I apologize, will he forgive me? Chen Kaliang's eyes were sharp as he said coldly, my meaning is kowtow until he forgives you. Chen Hu continued to kowtow, repeating in a hoarse voice, please forgive me. Forgive me, forgive me. The people around them started to discuss and voices of blame rose and fell. Lin Shu is really something else. What kind of deep-seated hatred is this? They're classmates, he should help him up. Looks like neither of these two is any good. One is worse than the other. I think Lin Shu is going too far, so narrow-minded, it's a disgrace. If it were me I would have helped Chen Hu up long ago. So shameless. He's the bureau director's son coming to beg for mercy. What's he got to be so smug about? Lin Shu is so petty, isn't it just about a woman? Young Master Chen is the real man, a man of steel. Haha. Ha, they're all scumbags. Lin Shu listened to the mockery in silence, his face darkening, but a trace of smugness rose in his heart. Your dad was right after all, he thought to himself, his cold gaze sweeping over his opponent. Lin Shu, let's see what you do now, kid. Chen Hu pretended to be pitiful on the surface, his voice trembling as he said, Lin Shu, just forgive me. Lin Shu bit his lip gently, then showed a bright smile and replied, forget it. I forgive you. Chen Hu quickly lowered his head and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Lin. Suddenly, the system notifications flashed wildly, and a line of bright red alarm appeared. Internal system error, spiritual energy value has exceeded detection limit. From the entrance a steady footstep sounded. A man walked in quietly, his imposing figure like a gust of cold wind. The system immediately displayed information. Chen Kaliang, age 45, ability undetectable, ability rank undetectable, cultivation realm undetectable. Chen Kaliang walked through the crowd with composure. His sharp gaze sweeping around, he stopped, smiled and said in a deep voice, Young Master Lin, it's been many years and we haven't even said hello. At this moment Lin Shu's legs suddenly began to tremble. He frowned, thinking to himself, why are my legs suddenly shaking? Nearby, Lin Shu's mother was so angry she gripped the stone table, her nails digging deep into the cold surface. A nearby teacher spoke up to remind him, his tone serious. This student's parent, if you're late, please sit quietly in the back and don't disturb the award ceremony. Chen Kaliang smiled slightly and replied calmly, how could I? There's a conflict between the children. I just came to take a look. I wasn't planning on going in, so you and sister-in-law don't have to worry. Lin Shu's mother pressed her lips together tightly and said nothing. Chen Kaliang pointed at Chen Hu and continued, it's because I failed to discipline my son that my boy Chen Hu has troubled young Master Lin multiple times. When I found out, of course I had to criticize him, but failing to discipline one's son is unforgivable. Chen Kaliang suddenly bowed to Lin Shu and apologized sincerely. Lin Shu was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. The surrounding discussion started again, surging like a tide. Even though he's the bureau director, how is he so approachable? A classmate whispered, Chen Hu is so arrogant, I didn't expect his father to be so humble, even bowing and apologizing to a student. Chen Kaliang smiled faintly, his tone steady. I just wanted to come and apologize to the son of an old friend. I didn't expect to cause such a big disturbance, it's truly regrettable. He suddenly became serious, his eyes sharp. But there is one thing I must tell you, he began to narrate slowly. That day after young Master Lin saved the city, a strange bird escaped from your backpack. Luckily our soldiers shot it down with their guns. This monster is now in the custody of the Countermeasures Bureau. He paused for a moment, his voice deepening. It revealed a major truth about the mastermind. Some of the content was very interesting to me. It's nothing major, just a mention of GUN Island and your esteemed father in its words. He turned around, his tone gentle yet full of meaning. Because the Chen and Lin families are on good terms and young Master Lin was also involved in this capture, I would like to invite you to participate in the interrogation of the monster. The next morning, Lin Shu, Su Lingyu and Kui Long walked towards the Countermeasures Bureau building. The guard at the entrance stopped them and reminded them seriously, pets are strictly forbidden inside the Countermeasures Bureau. Please check your pet. Lin Shu immediately raised his hand and explained decisively, not my pet, my companion. He walked over and ordered in a deep voice, let them in. They are Director Chen's guests. The guard hurriedly nodded, repeating, yes, yes. He led the group, explaining as they walked, his tone heavy. After the great battle 4 days ago, we carefully inspected the Grand Arts Guild's examination hall and the area beneath the gymnasium. Although we found a huge skeleton that looks exactly like Shui Mu, there was no spiritual energy residue. He stopped, his eyes sharp. We suspect this was Shui Mu's diversion. So we interrogated fake Ling Qin, hoping to trace his whereabouts, but she refuses to say a word. Lin Shu pursed his lips, his tone full of sarcasm. The Countermeasures Bureau can't even make a monster talk and you still came to trouble me. He replied calmly. That's because of my humanity. Lin Shu frowned, confused. Humanity? He hesitated for a moment, then turned to him, his eyes complex. You still don't know? That monster, he paused, his voice deepening, was originally human. Su Lingyu and Lin Shu were both stunned and said in unison, human. He nodded affirmatively. That's right. She was originally Shui Mu's assistant when he was teaching at the university. An ordinary person who hadn't even awakened an ability, he sighed, his tone heavy. Later, she became a sacrifice for Shui Mu's monster cloning experiment. And that's how she became what she is now. This experiment is a taboo, so very few people know about it. The interrogation room door opened. The motto of the Countermeasures Bureau is eliminate beasts, bring peace to the people. They have countless methods for dealing with monsters. Su Lingyu and Lin Shu looked inside together. Fake Ling Qin was tied tightly to a chair, her eyes empty. He shook his head gently, his voice low and sad. Even if I were more cold-blooded, I wouldn't want to use torture on a human. Fake Ling Qin pursed her lips, her eyes sharp. Once a human. Lin Shu frowned slightly, thinking, if that's the case, it's no wonder the system's taming skill was less effective when controlling her. I think I saw a photo of them together in Dad's office. Lin Shu wondered curiously, what on earth happened? He muttered to himself, his tone full of confidence. Maybe I can reform her, I'm such a genius. Walking closer, Lin Shu said sincerely in a gentle voice, I'm sorry. I didn't know about you and Shui Mu before. Fake Ling Qin replied coldly, what are you trying to say? Lin Shu smiled and proposed, I'm on good terms with Shui Mu's teacher, Professor Su Tiankai. As long as we can get Shui Mu's experimental data, I believe he has a way to restore you to your original form. She was suddenly startled and shouted, next you're going to ask where Shui Mu is now, right? How can you be so absent-minded when you're trying to get information from someone? Besides, who told you I was forced to undergo the transformation? Fake Ling Qin screamed, her tone full of anger. Let me tell you, I underwent the transformation completely voluntarily. In this world of spiritual energy recovery, no matter how hard you work, as long as you fail to awaken, you'll be treated like trash and trampled underfoot. This is all because the gap in abilities between people is insurmountable. But monster clone modification can stabilize everything. It's what gave me the ability to fight against the awakened, and it's what finally made you high and mighty awakened willing to condescend to talk to me. Lin Shu lifted Fake Ling Qin's chin, his eyes firm. She sneered, her tone full of mockery. Here we go again, this trick is useless, give it up. Suddenly a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. A scene from Lin Shu's past suddenly flashed in her mind. After examination, no abilities have been awakened. Fake Ling Qin pursed her lips and sneered. Haha, you're the same. She frowned, her eyes scrutinizing. Maybe you understand me too. Lin Shu immediately shook his head, his tone firm. No, he walked forward, a fire burning in his eyes, and said, it's precisely because of that experience that I had the chance to understand what a true monster is. A monster is not defined by its appearance but by its actions. That is a monster. I never want to become that kind of monster. I want to eliminate that kind of monster. Seeing his intense reaction, Fake Ling Qin nodded gently, her voice deepening. You dare to say that? But since you've said this much, I can grant your wish. You guessed right. Professor Shui Mu is on GUN Island right now. And I can also tell you the specific location of the research institute. She gave a dangerous smile, a challenging glint in her eyes. You still dare to teach the monster doctor what a monster is? Then go. The door to Director Chen Keilang's office slowly opened. He let out a soft grunt, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. He respectfully led them in. Chen Keilang gestured for them to sit. Lin Shu immediately reported, his tone certain. I've just found out the specific location of Shui Mu's research institute. Chen Keilang was not surprised, replying calmly, I've already seen it, just as expected. So he's really on GUN Island. He sat down and mused. I heard that before he was wanted he was always obsessed with studying the monsters on GUN Island. Now that he's a fugitive, he's still not willing to give up. Tell me, is a single monster really that captivating? Lin Shu sat opposite him, his eyes hesitant. What's the next step? Are we going to the island to hunt him down? Chen Kaliang pondered, his eyes filled with calculation. It probably won't be that easy. He took a sip of coffee and said slowly, the last time I went to Jiuan Island was 16 years ago. Back then, I often patrolled the island with your father. But too much time has passed. After the Bamboo Dragon incident, Jiuan Island underwent a massive change, and the surrounding waters became exceptionally treacherous. Let alone an ordinary awakened, even if your father were to go to the island. I'm afraid the odds would be against him. Lin Shu suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing. Let me go. I want to capture Shui Mu. I'm not afraid, even if I have to swim there. Chen Kaliang paused, then gave a faint smile and sighed. Like father, like son indeed, but he immediately turned serious. The problem is Jiuan Island is now floating in the sky. He stopped, his eyes cold. Jiuan Island used to be just a sea region with many ordinary islands, but a few years ago, it suddenly rose into the air, leaving a huge pit on the sea's surface, as if someone had lifted it from the ground. Chen Kaliang raised his coffee cup and reminded him, Young Master Lin, although your courage is extraordinary, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to swim up to Jiuan Island. Lin Shu pursed his lips, his tone firm. Even so, I can still climb up, he thought to himself, full of determination. This old fox is definitely doing this on purpose to make things difficult for me. Chen Kaliang nodded upon hearing this and proposed, however, young Master Lin, since you're so determined, we can also help. The Countermeasures Bureau will dispatch a plane. Su Lingyu's eyes suddenly narrowed with suspicion. This conversation is going too smoothly, she thought. I wonder what Chen Kaliang is plotting. She spoke up, her tone cold. We won't trouble Director Chen with this matter. Since Lin Shu is already a member of the Grand Arts Guild, we at the guild will naturally arrange for such a small thing ourselves. Chen Kaliang gently set down his coffee cup and said steadily, We're all working for Tianhai City. Why distinguish between you and me? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze appraising. Actually, the Countermeasures Bureau has been trying to find a way to get on the island this afternoon if young Master Lin and Miss Su don't mind. Lin Shu didn't hesitate, nodding immediately. I'll go. Su Lingyu was stunned, anger flaring in her eyes. Big bro, what do you think I came up with 100 ways to refuse for? At the Countermeasures Bureau's airfield, Su Lingyu tightly grabbed Lin Shu's collar and said angrily, Damn it, why did you just agree like that? Didn't you hear that Chen Kaliang was trying to set us up? Lin Shu frowned and pondered. I wasn't being impulsive. Now that it's come to this, what else can be said? He glanced at the Grand Arts Guild emblem in his hand, his eyes firm. Besides, even if it's dangerous, this is the closest I can get to my parents. No matter what schemes there are, I will overcome them. Kui Long nodded in support. That's right. That's right. If there's any problem, you can count on me. Hearing this, Lin Shu was moved and hugged Kui Long tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Kui Long, you're the one who understands me best. Kui Long patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Su Lingyu sighed and rolled her eyes at them. These two must be crazy. That's not what they said a month ago. She glanced at the nearby plane and said coldly, and even so, we don't need to take a Countermeasures Bureau plane. Lin Shu lowered his head slightly, his tone heavy with regret, but we can't delay this any longer. If we don't handle it today, we'll have even fewer chances in the future. Su Lingyu frowned, her eyes questioning. What do you mean? Lin Shu sighed, recalling his mother's instructions. Everyone in the Countermeasures Bureau is more narrow-minded than the last. You're not to associate with them, and you're not to go to Jiuan Island. Who knows what kind of traps are in there, do you hear me? You're not allowed to go. Su Lingyu narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously, But today, did you? Lin Shu nodded honestly and said decisively, That's right, I lied to my mom and said you were specifically picking me up for school. Su Lingyu panicked and shouted, Damn it, if you're going to cause trouble, can you not drag me into it? All three were startled. A voice came from the crowd. Oh, someone recognizes you. Have they arrived? 3 Countermeasures Bureau staff members cleared their throats and spoke one after another. You must be the person Director Chen mentioned, another person continued. Director Chen said you're the hero who saved the day for the Grand Arts Guild, so we have to take good care of you. Su Lingyu leaned close to Lin Shu's ear and said in a low voice, See, I told you that old fox Chen Kaliang had a scheme from the start. Lin Shu swallowed hard upon hearing this, his resolve wavering slightly. A staff member suddenly spoke, his tone contemptuous. The Grand Arts Guild is so useless, needing a brat like this to save the day. How embarrassing. He moved closer to Lin Shu's face in a show of intimidation. Kid, you don't have to brag. The Countermeasures Bureau's missions aren't that easy to complete. He glanced at Kui Long and said disdainfully, Damn, you even brought a pet. Do you really think this is a picnic? Kui Long roared, bared its teeth in anger, and immediately charged forward, unleashing a powerful force that sent the staff member flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Lin Shu pursed his lips and sneered sarcastically, You're not even as strong as a pet. The Countermeasures Bureau is truly full of hidden talents. The staff member's face turned crimson, unable to speak, and could only roar, You brat! Everyone in the room who witnessed this was stunned. Su Lingyu crossed her arms and said coldly, No one in our Grand Arts Guild would have that kind of expression upon seeing a pet at this moment. Lin Shu and Su Lingyu had no idea that a great storm was about to brew. At Lin Shu's house, books were strewn everywhere. Lin Shu's mother was fuming and said angrily, The brat didn't even take his books. What kind of school is he going to? He must be hiding from me to go find Chen Kaliang. She shot up, her demeanor menacing. He's rebelling. We'll see how I drag him back. The door was slammed shut with a loud bang. Suddenly the alarm system blared incessantly. Warning, warning, an intruder, stop her quickly. Watch out, the security guards chased after her, but in a flash they were knocked to the ground. A security guard shouted in panic, "Damn, is she even human?" Lin Shu's mother stood imposingly, brandishing a weapon and roaring, "Chen Kaliang, get your ass out here. Where have you hidden Lin Shu?" A shout came from the distance. Make way, make way. Director Chen is here." Chen Kaliang walked over, smiling calmly. "Yo, sister-in-law, you've arrived," he continued composedly. "But you're too late. Lin Shu has already taken a plane to Jiuan Island." Lin Shu's mother was stunned and looked up at the sky. "What?" she shouted, her voice echoing. In the air, Lin Shu heard a report. "Captain, we have arrived above the sea region, 2 nautical miles from Jiuan Island," a staff member reported. His tone resolute. "The accompanying fighter jet squadron is ready." He requested instructions. "Shall we begin the operation to land on Jiuan Island?" Gong Yushin smiled confidently and ordered. "Begin the operation," the announcement echoed. "Beginning island landing operation. All teams, change to operational formation as planned. Fighter jet squadron, prepare for combat." Fully equipped planes took off with a roar. Gong Yushin chuckled and said smugly, "Hee hee, you see, we can succeed in landing on the island this time too." Lin Shu looked at Gong Yushin, his eyes questioning. "Isn't it just landing on a floating island? Is there a need to be so excited?" Su Lingyu stood aside and explained calmly, "You don't know. The Countermeasures Bureau had attempted to land on the island many times before, but they all ended in disastrous failure. It is said that Jiuan Island and the surrounding sea are enveloped by a strange and powerful magnetic field. This magnetic field disrupts machines, causing ships and planes to crash." She paused, her eyes sharp. "The reason for this magnetic field is still debated. Some say it's a magnetic field disturbance. Others say it's a gravitational anomaly." The crew member piloting the plane laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, as expected of a top student from the Grand Arts Guild. You've recited the textbook content word for word," another person chimed in, his tone meaningful. "But unfortunately there are some truths that only frontline members of our Countermeasures Bureau know. For example, the real reason for Jiuan Island's magnetic field." Gong Yushin suddenly became serious and interrupted. "Cut the crap and focus. We've already entered Jiuan Island's magnetic field range." On the control panel, a red warning light flashed. "System anomaly." A staff member reported anxiously, "Captain, the machines are malfunctioning due to the influence of Jiuan Island's magnetic field. If we continue to approach, I'm afraid the communication equipment will also fail." Gong Yushin frowned, his tone regretful. "Damn it, I was hoping to get a bit closer, but it seems that's not possible." He gave a decisive order. "Relay the order to the fighter jet squadron, fire the cannons." The Thunderfire howitzers were launched, whistling through the air. Lin Shu covered his ears and said blankly, "These are a patrol ship's cannons. Are they trying to land on the island or blow it up?" A world-shaking explosion sounded as 4 shells hit their mark precisely. Gong Yushin laughed loudly, pleased. "Well done." Suddenly a giant monster appeared in the air outside the island. Lin Shu hurriedly shouted, "There's a monster in the thick fog." The patrol ship's cannons are completely useless. The control panel displayed analytical information. Oolong, form, growth stage, evolvable bloodline. Overlord class, upgradable length 40.9 meters, weight 3 tons. According to the classic of mountains and seas, this is a primordial monster entrenched on the desolate western island of Jiuan. It is said to possess impenetrable armor and astonishing, almost devastating power, capable of shattering even the stars in the sky. Gong Yushin was calm and said steadily, "What's there to be afraid of? This was all expected. The cannons were just to attract the giant ape's attention. What comes next is the crucial part." He raised his hand and gave a decisive order. "Order the transport plane squadron to charge towards Jiuan Island at full speed while the fighter squadron keeps the monster's attention." "Roger that." The planes quickly changed direction and charged straight for Jiuan Island. The monster was already waiting on the island. It opened its mouth, roared, and fired black spheres. The planes were blocked by their immense gravitational pull. A red-haired staff member shouted, "Damn it, the gravity of those black spheres is too strong. We've pushed the engines to maximum, but we can barely keep from being pulled in," another staff member added, his tone worried. "And we're still being affected by the magnetic field. The radar and communication equipment are all down." "We're completely blind and deaf right now," Gong Yushin immediately replied. "We can't just sit and wait. Keep trying to break free. You, come with me to the cockpit. We'll use the window to see and command the transport directly." Lin Shu squinted and guessed. "So you're saying the real reason Jiuan Island generates a magnetic field is because of this giant ape's special ability?" Su Lingyu frowned, saying uncertainly, It might be an ability similar to magnetism, and a very powerful one at that." She turned around resolutely, a glint of determination in her eyes. "I wonder if I can block it with my ability." Lin Shu was stunned and said, "How is that possible? A monster like that outside?" The Oolong monster stared at its own giant palm and clenched it with astonishing force. The planes trapped in its black spheres suddenly exploded with a deafening bang. The monster held its stomach and laughed. "Ha ha ha!" Suddenly it noticed an intact plane enveloped in a brilliant spiritual energy, suspended in the air. Su Lingyu shouted, her tone urgent. "Now get out of the cabin, quickly." 2 staff members were so scared their voices trembled. "But we're still 20 to 30 kilometers away from Jiuan Island, and at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Gong Yushin immediately ordered decisively, "Listen to her. Jump for me now." At this moment the monster noticed the anomaly. It shot up, pushed off forcefully, and leaped into the air. With astonishing speed it grabbed a plane, held it high, and aimed it at Lin Shu's plane. Lin Shu shouted, his voice panicked. "Damn it, it's going to crash into us." The monster struck viciously again and again, the immense force shaking the plane. Lin Shu was knocked towards Su Lingyu and hurriedly shouted. Kui Long's body suddenly changed, and a light flashed. It opened its mouth and bit the plane in the monster's hand to pieces, making it retreat in terror. Meanwhile at headquarters, Chen Kailing was still interrogating fake Ling Qin, his tone icy. "Where is Shui Mu now?" she sneered and said resolutely. "Why should I tell you?" Chen Kailing pursed his lips and pretended to sigh. "It's up to you whether you tell me or not," he began to act, a conspiracy twinkling in his eyes. "But perhaps you already know," Chen Kailing said in a deep voice, his eyes cold. Shui Mu causing such a huge mess was clearly to embarrass the Grand Arts Guild. Now the entire Grand Arts Guild has poured all its resources into vowing to hunt him down, no matter where he is. He looked directly at fake Ling Qin and emphasized. "Under these circumstances, the only one in Tianhai City who can help him is probably our Countermeasures Bureau." His words made her waver slightly, a trace of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly replied, "The doctor is still on Jiuan Island right now." Chen Kailing calmly picked up his teacup and said placidly, "Jiuan Island, is that the one in the sky? It's not easy to get there." Fake Ling Qin pursed her lips, revealing a cunning smile. "That's right, there's a giant ape on Jiuan Island now. No matter what machine or vehicle gets close, it will be shot down. But Dr. Shui Mu and I have our own way of getting on the island." She lowered her voice, a hint of sorrow crossing her face. "As long as Director Chen promises to protect Dr. Shui Mu's safety, I can tell you both the method to get on the island and the location of the Doctor's Research Institute." Chen Kailing crossed his legs, his attitude unhurried. "But before that I have one more question." He frowned slightly, recalling, "I had Shui Mu sneak into the exam hall to create a disturbance, but he disregarded my instructions and caused such a huge mess." His eyes grew deep and inscrutable. "I want to know the reason, or to be more precise, what happened in the gymnasium before the connection was cut off." Seeing his dangerous demeanor, fake Ling Qin gritted her teeth, wondering to herself, what does this old fox really want to know? How much does he already know? Sensing that the time was not yet right to press further, Chen Kailing waved his hand gently, his tone mild yet profound. "Forget it, it's fine if you don't want to answer. In exchange you'll do something for me." Chen Kailing explained calmly, his tone filled with deep meaning. "After all, a monster appearing on the streets of Tianhai City isn't like being in a secret realm where you can hide your aura. There's no reason for me to help you for free." He looked at fake Ling Qin, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Shu is coming here tomorrow. I need you to cooperate with me in a little act to lure him to Jiuan Island." Fake Ling Qin was stunned and shrieked. "Why?" At that moment, an image of Lin Shu and his monster appeared on the screen in Chen Kailing's office. He stressed, his tone icy. "HMPH, stop pretending. I know everything about Shui Mu's shenanigans on Jiuan Island over the past 16 years. Hearing this, fake Ling Qin could only remain silent, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes. The next morning, the Countermeasures Bureau's Special Operations Archaeopteryx Squad had arrived in the waters of Jiuan Island. A loud shout came from among them. "Which way should the bird turn? Lead the way." A team member reported to He Bai, his tone urgent. "Report, we have arrived in the waters of Jiuan Island." He Bai commanded coldly. "Continue to advance." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, someone pressed a control switch and the collar on the Archaeopteryx's neck sparked with electricity, making it jolt violently. "Hiss, that hurts, wah wah," Aliyu laughed beside them. "Hee, I thought I'd found a treasure, but I didn't expect this thing of Shui Mu's to actually work." A new report came in. "Captain, signs of battle detected at the 11 o'clock position." He Bai raised his binoculars, observed carefully, and then nodded. The transport unit's island landing operation has begun." Through the binoculars he could clearly see the full view of the giant ape, Oolong. Its power was astonishing, its movements agile. He Bai thought to himself, as expected, it's intelligent and resourceful. Looks like Captain Gong is in for a tough fight. A Special Forces member spoke up. "This giant ape seems to be using sound waves and electromagnetic waves to locate its opponents. The method of riding a bird to land on the island is truly brilliant." Suddenly, fake Ling Qin's expression was tense, her eyes flickering. She thought of Lin Shu, a sense of worry for his safety rising in her heart. "It's precisely because of that experience that I had the chance to understand what a true monster is. A monster is not defined by its appearance but by its actions." "Impossible, it must be because of that strange ability." She stroked her chin, her eyes filled with contemplation. He Bai commanded coldly, "Continue to lead the way." Seeing his serious attitude, fake Ling Qin just snorted coldly and did not reply. In the sky, Wolf quietly observed the Special Forces' movements. A loud shout came from among them. "We need to go a little lower. The Doctor's Research Institute is right ahead. Descend slowly, everyone, be careful." Aliyu turned to fake Ling Qin, his tone arrogant. "You're being too careful. What could happen while riding a bird?" Suddenly, Wolf appeared behind Aliyu. His sword blade pressed against his neck, his deep voice was filled with menace. "Although humans know how to hide their weaknesses, weaknesses tend to reveal themselves." Aliyu was terrified and stammered, Who Who are you? I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. I'm the son of Chen Kaliang, the director of the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau. After hearing this, Wolf shouted, You're human, you know pain and you fear death, so why do you bully other animals? Liu looked at Wolf in terror. He had the form of a wolf but could speak fluent human language. What the hell are you? Are you human or a ghost? Damn it, where did you come from? Wolf calmly sneered, his sword still pointed at Liu. Don't worry, I'm not human, nor am I interested in torturing the weak. I'm just here to borrow this Archaeopteryx to go and save the child of an old friend. Suddenly, the Special Forces team behind them noticed something was wrong and shouted, It's an enemy attack, young Master Chen has been captured. A burly man with a cigarette in his mouth roared, It's nothing, watch me turn him into a sieve with a round of bullets. A curly-haired man beside him quickly cursed, Damn, are you crazy? If you fire a round, young Master Chen will become a sieve too. He pursed his lips, his tone contemptuous. Who cares? That kid was just here to pick up girls, what's it got to do with me? Only he charged straight ahead, shouting, Everyone get out of my way, Captain. He activated his ability, Bursting Steel Body, and his body became as hard as steel. The two who were arguing just now cheered, their eyes shining. The captain is really here, and he's in midair. Wolf was slightly surprised. Oh, he swung his huge fist at Wolf, but his opponent was agile and dodged with ease. Not only that, Wolf counterattacked, the sharp blade of his sword slashing across Hebai's chest, drawing blood. Hebai let out a light grunt, his tone somewhat pained. HMPH, Wolf was a little surprised by his strength but still attacked ruthlessly. Although the sword struck Hebai's chest, it only left a small gash. Hebai smiled proudly. Too bad, I'm an awakened with a muscle-type ability. With the boost from my ability, my body is as tough as a monster's. You can't cut through it. Wolf leaped onto the Archaeopteryx's back and said calmly, I see, but it's not that I can't cut through it. He stomped hard on the bird's body, making it grit its teeth in pain. Wolf continued, his eyes sharp. I'm afraid this big bird beneath my feet can't withstand the force I'm about to use. Hebai was not flustered and sneered. In other words, you're out of moves. Wolf immediately retorted, his tone full of mockery. Has anyone ever told you that your mind is as simple as a monster's? He crossed his arms, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Haven't you heard of shooting the horse before the man? Wolf unleashed his golden blade, Extreme Slash. The move was as sharp as a knife, and both man and beast were immediately shaken. The Archaeopteryx's body was severed, letting out a piercing shriek. Hebai shouted in alarm. What? Having lost his mount, he began to freefall through the air. From a distance, Fake Ling Qin rushed over like a bolt of lightning, grabbing Hebai's arm with her agile feet. Although he was saved, Hebai still looked arrogant, but there was a hint of gratitude in his tone. I didn't expect you to come and save me. Fake Ling Qin showed no signs of happiness and explained coldly. The condition Director Chen and I agreed upon was to bring you to the Doctor's Research Institute. Hebai frowned, his tone full of suspicion. That sounds like an excuse. Did you let that wolfman go to save Lin Shu on purpose? Fake Ling Qin couldn't be bothered to answer and warned him urgently, her tone sharp. Stop talking. My body isn't as tough as yours and I don't want to test it against a blade. Besides, my agreement with Director Chen was only to bring Lin Shu to Jiuan Island, Hebai sneered. You're quite the honest person. At this moment, the two monsters, the giant ape Aolong and Kui Long, were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of their clashes echoing thunderously. Kui Long's teeth were small but as sharp as knives, capable of biting through even thick steel pipes. Seeing how ferocious Kui Long was, Aolong instinctively dodged in fear. It tried to retreat, landing on a dark cloud. Kui Long held onto the plane tightly, trying to prevent it from falling, and roared, HMPH, trying to run? Lin Shu and Su Lingyu screamed loudly, but in reality only Lin Shu was wailing while Su Lingyu stood aside, her face full of anxiety. Forget it, the plane is going down. Hurry and transform, the giant ape roared in anger. Grunting, it gripped its Rui staff tightly, gritting its teeth and using all its strength to keep from slipping. Its eyes were bloodshot as it swung the giant staff at the plane as if to smash everything. Anger blazed in Kui Long's eyes, and it cursed furiously, damn it. The staff came crashing down with a deafening bang and the plane shattered into pieces. Kui Long whimpered, woo woo woo. Su Lingyu and Lin Shu struggled to hold on. She shouted, this monkey's strength is immense. This is bad. Lin Shu's voice trembled with worry. The monster Kui Long can't hold on much longer. The staff swung down, pointing at the sea. The giant ape was now leisurely sitting and picking its teeth with a small branch, humming to itself. Lin Shu was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. I'm going to fall. I have to think of something quick. Seeing Lin Shu making so much noise, Su Lingyu shouted, shut up. She panicked, her voice trembling. I've exhausted my stamina. I can't use my ability anymore. Lin Shu, behind her, still had a stern face as he unfolded his shining wings. This matter, he turned to Fake Ling Qin, his eyes sharp. Even though it's only half tamed, you should be able to throw it, right? Lin Shu and Su Lingyu began to free fall, caught in a whirlwind. In a moment of desperation, they struggled to save themselves. Suddenly, they crashed straight into the soft feathers of the Archaeopteryx, controlled by Wolf. Did Wolf catch them on purpose? Both of them grunted. Ouch, rubbing their heads groggily. Lin Shu asked blankly, what happened? He suddenly turned around and saw Liu also sitting there naked, which startled Lin Shu. Holy crap, why is it you? The three of them looked at each other. Although they weren't familiar with each other, there seemed to be a strange sense of understanding between them. Wolf sneered, his tone mocking. Now I get it. That monster said it was saving someone, so it was saving you? The traitor's son is indeed in league with monsters. Lin Shu's expression immediately changed, his tone serious. What are you talking about? Why are you here too? Are you up to no good again? Su Lingyu hurriedly tried to stop them, her tone urgent. Stop arguing, look. Half of the plane was suspended in the air, held tightly by a hand using all its inner strength. It was Su Lingyu, she said hesitantly. Almost there, Lin Shu shouted anxiously. Stop using your ability, you're already exhausted. You'll die if you keep this up. Wolf gently placed a hand on Su Lingyu's shoulder, his eyes steady as if to comfort her. All right. You've done your best, he smiled, exuding a reliable aura. Then without hesitation, Wolf brandished his sharp sword and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Charging straight into the plane's interior, he used his move Golden Blade Extreme / Sky Splitter to single-handedly take on the entire massive machine on the ground. Lin Shu was stunned, looking up. What kind of monster is this, to dare to take on a plane head-on? Su Lingyu stood beside him, her eyes shining with astonishment shaken by Wolf's incredible power. The plane, under the pressure of gravity and astonishing speed, was no ordinary object, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. In the end, everything was resolved. Wolf landed heavily beside them with a thud. Gong Yushin was hiding behind him. Su Lingyu frowned, her tone serious. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you all to jump? Gong Yushin laughed awkwardly, scratching his head as he admitted. Haha, I'm afraid of heights. I didn't have time to jump. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the wreckage. I didn't expect the plane to be smashed to pieces by that big ape with one strike. Only then did Lin Shu panic. Right, where's my Kui Long? Wolf answered calmly, his tone steady. No need to go back and look. There's nothing left on the plane. Besides, there are too many people on the other side of the island. We need to find a place for everyone to land safely. He patted Lin Shu's shoulder comfortingly. You don't need to worry about something of this level. That monster is much tougher than you think. Suddenly, from a distance, Kui Long appeared, holding onto the end of the staff, a mischievous smile on its face. Kui Long, I'm sorry. I'll come find you later. From its mouth a magic sphere shone as brilliant as a purple flame. The giant ape nearby suddenly froze, its eyes wide open. Terrified, that sphere was called Bursting Breath. The explosion was deafening, with black smoke billowing and sparks flying. A huge deep crater appeared in the ground, shaking the entire area. Kui Long murmured, its tone weary. I'm so hungry. Maybe this way I can eat sooner. Kui Long narrowed its eyes slightly, its sharp gaze seemingly locked on its prey. It crawled over, each step heavy and powerful, and then suddenly unleashed its thunderclaw. Dazzling red electrical currents erupted, dense and numerous, intertwining with the swirling dust and smoke. The electrical currents collided, tearing through the air and creating a piercing sound. When the smoke cleared, several monsters appeared on the ground, their bodies glistening, laid out like a delicious feast. Kui Long chuckled with satisfaction. At this time, the Countermeasures Bureau's Special Operations team had already appeared at the Research Institute. Fake Ling Chin announced in a low voice, "We're here. Below is Professor Shui's Research Institute." The team members' voices were heard, mixed with sounds of relief. We're finally here. Where did that thing jump out from just now? What was it doing here? The curly-haired man turned to the guy with the cigarette and asked with a frown, "But Captain, are we really not going to worry about young Master Chen?" That guy answered impatiently, "HMPH, who cares?" Hebai had just landed and interjected, his tone icy. "It's not that we don't care, but we're already at Professor Shui's doorstep. We should at least say hello first, right?" Suddenly, a figure stumbled out, covered in injuries. Fake Ling Chin hurriedly ran over. Seeing that Professor Shui could still walk, he let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "Thank goodness." Then he spoke. "You're out. The wound from that kid's slash was from a breathworm and couldn't heal. It could only be stitched up bit by bit with an ability-based surgery, which is why it took so long. I couldn't get here in time to save you, but it seems you weren't idle during this time." Professor Shui looked miserable, blood still seeping from his hastily bandaged wounds, a chilling sight. Hebai got straight to the point. "Drive Shui, Director Chen has requested your presence to clarify this matter," Fake Ling Chin hurriedly interjected. Her voice panicked. "No, Professor, let me explain," Shui Mu responded icily. "It's just a small matter. There seems to be no need to trouble Captain Hebai. Let's get straight to the point." He let out a soft sneer, his sharp gaze seeming to see through everything. "I guessed correctly. Chen Kaliang sent you to take over the Research Institute, right? It's just a pity that the old fox overplayed his hand and shot himself in the foot." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Fake Ling Chin panicked and stammered, "What on earth is going on?" "An earthquake?" Shui Mu said in a low voice, slowly explaining so Fake Ling Chin would understand how that old scoundrel planned to deceive that kid Lin Shu and use him as cannon fodder. But just now, Lin Shu's monster defeated the giant ape guarding Jiuan Island. This island floats in the sky, guarded by a giant ape with gravity-controlling abilities. "I'm sure you two already knew these things," Hebai, impatient with Shui Mu's long lecture, snapped. "Get to the point. No one wants to hear you lecture." Shui Mu laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha, have you never considered that there might be some kind of connection between these 2 points? Hebai frowned and asked, "What connection?" Shui Mu explained smugly. "Jiuan Island relies on the giant ape's gravity ability to float in the sky. If the ape falls, the entire island will fall with it." Seeing him still beating around the bush, Hebai said impatiently in a harsh tone, "It looks like you don't want to cooperate with us peacefully." Seeing that Hebai was about to attack, Fake Ling Chin quickly rushed in front of Shui Mu to block him and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? When we were coming here following your route, we ran into a monster with a beast's head and human body that suddenly appeared and snatched young Master Chen. And now you're threatening us? Are you trying to say that violence is the only language monsters and doctors understand?" Deep in the forest, while it seemed peaceful on the surface, a fierce battle was unfolding. With its overwhelming power, Kui Long was devouring all the wandering prey in the vicinity. The system's cold and precise notifications sounded continuously. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a winged lizard. Evolution points 520. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured an emperor crocodile. Evolution point 666. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a hyena. Evolution points 452. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a hyena. Evolution points 479. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a giant python. Evolution points 320. Ding, your Kui Long has successfully devoured a great mountain ox. Evolution points 520. Well-nourished, Kui Long's body suddenly burst with immense power as it entered its adult form. Overlord class bloodline ready for an upgrade. Height 29 meters, weight 22.6 tons. Its current attack methods are terrifying ram, ferocious bite, divine dragon's tail whip, and the bursting breath skill. Seeing Kui Long, the other monsters shrieked in panic. The scourge of the past, why is it back? Run! Having eaten its fill, its belly round, Kui Long let out a satisfied roar. It looked around. It saw the panicked beasts fleeing with their tails between their legs. Everywhere it looked, they were scattering in all directions. Kui Long muttered smugly to itself, "Why do they run the second they see me? It's as if they guessed I was about to have a meal. How am I supposed to catch them now?" Suddenly, an idea flashed through its mind. Looking at the birds circling in the sky, it shouted excitedly, "I've got it!" Meanwhile, Wolf's group had landed safely on the ground. Lin Shu sighed in relief, murmuring, "We've landed safely at last, Gong Yushin." As the person in charge of this mission, he immediately spoke decisively upon landing. "I will reconfirm the true purpose of this trip. To survey the natural environment of Jiuan Island and to capture Shui Mu, everyone must follow orders." A team member named Aliyu suddenly rushed out and interrupted. "Wait, Gong Yushin, didn't you notice? That tall guy in the wide-brimmed hat is a monster. He kidnapped me." Although Aliyu was still a little scared, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. "I caught a glimpse of his face under his wide-brimmed hat before. It was a wolf's face." He lowered his voice and continued, "And he admitted with his own mouth that he came to save Lin Shu. Lin Shu and his dad must have defected to the monster's side. They're working together." Hearing this, Gong Yushin's eyes turned cold. He immediately channeled his inner power, but still asked for confirmation. "Is that so?" Not waiting any longer, he charged directly at Wolf and shouted, "Sorry for the intrusion. Take off your hat." Wolf frowned, his voice deepening with displeasure. Losing his composure, Gong Yushin suddenly attacked. He roared. Not bad moves. At that moment, Gong Yushin used Twin Star Slash, attacking as fast as lightning, but Wolf remained composed and dodged it easily. In an instant, Wolf swung his clawed hand and landed a precise strike on Gong Yushin's abdomen. So painful, Gong Yushin coughed violently and spat blood, knocked to the ground before he could even counterattack. Wolf stood proudly, saying confidently, "You think someone like you can force me to take off my hat?" Gong Yushin clutched his wound, his eyes burning with fury. "HMPH," he roared. "Don't look down on me." Suddenly, a terrifying 40-meter-long giant blade materialized. Su Lingyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, as expected of a young talent from the Countermeasures Bureau. To reach the God King realm at such a young age and even be able to materialize his spiritual energy. Gong Yushin roared as he built up his power, and launched himself into the air. The giant blade was raised high, threatening to kill, but Wolf remained calm, even leisurely analyzing his opponent. Materializing chi into a blade, "That's interesting," he murmured to himself, a playful look in his eyes. "For an old friend's sake, I'll play along with you." Suddenly, the internal system blared an emergency alert. "Spiritual energy value exceeds measurement limit, cannot be determined." The situation was identical to when he faced Chen Kaliang, making the atmosphere even more tense. The monster stomped its foot fiercely and let out a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. A piercing scream of awe rang out. It was obvious who it was without even looking. Wolf bared his teeth, his eyes cold, then closed his mouth again with a look of annoyance. With a casual wave of his hand, he generated a shockingly powerful shockwave that shattered everything nearby. Looking at Gong Yushin huddled on the ground, Wolf said coldly, "HMPH all for show." He added mockingly, "I've never seen such a fragile blade of chi." Su Lingyu watched intently, saying in astonishment, "I didn't expect a monster could disguise itself as a human." Lin Shu nodded in agreement and whispered, "What's more, I'm afraid his strength is far beyond that of the giant ape." In Lin Shu's mind, a thought flashed. "I'll have to give it my all, then find a chance to slip away." Seeing him get into a fighting stance, Su Lingyu quickly stopped him, saying worriedly, "Lin Shu, don't do anything reckless." She could feel the terrifying spiritual energy coming from the monster, a power so immense it made her heart pound. But that's not what Lin Shu was thinking. His eyes were resolute. "I know, but I want to give it a try." Just as he was about to rush out, a phone suddenly started ringing, stopping Lin Shu in his tracks. He roared in frustration, "Damn it, who the hell is calling now? Besides, isn't this supposed to be a secret realm?" He hastily pulled out his phone, answered the call, and shouted, "Hello?" The voice of his mother, Miao Xian, came from the other end. Her first words were a tirade laced with a tender threat. "You little brat, you dared to lie to me again. I'm on my way to sort you out right now." Hearing his mother's thunderous rage, Lin Shu could only say quietly and awkwardly into the phone, "Oh my God, Mom, how are you able to call me in a secret realm?" On a plane heading to Jiuan Island, Lin Shu's mother, Miao Xian, sat there tightly gripping a pink iron hook. Through the phone her booming voice rang out, "I'm flying over to beat you up right now. You stay right where you are and don't you dare move." Lin Shu feared neither monsters nor powerful opponents. The only person in his life he was truly afraid of was his great mother. Even if he were wearing 3 layers of iron armor, his mother's iron hook could still leave several welts on his behind. Knowing this full well, Lin Shu hastily begged for mercy, his voice trembling. "Mom, I was wrong. Can we talk about this when we get home?" But Miao Xian's rage had already peaked. She only interpreted her son's words as him trying to get rid of her. "You still want to send me away? Dream on," she roared, her killing intent so potent that even Wolf standing nearby felt the terrifying aura. Suddenly the monster turned and quietly slipped away. Su Lingyu looked around, baffled to find herself standing alone. "Why did he run off?" she murmured, a confused look on her face. Seeing the 2 strongest individuals leave at the same time, Chen Hu and Gong Yushin trembled and then cried out in relief. "Holy crap, we've been saved out of nowhere." By now the plane had landed, indicating that Miao Xian had set foot on Jiuan Island, still clutching that adorable pink iron hook in her hand. She stepped off the plane, her stern voice ringing out, "Lin Shu, you damn brat, get your butt over here." But all she saw was an empty clearing with only a bewildered Su Lingyu standing there. Miao Xian frowned and immediately asked, "Where's Lin Shu?" Su Lingyu, equally clueless, replied, He was here just a second ago." Miao Xian, the protagonist Lin Shu's mother, scanned the mottled marks on a nearby tree trunk, her gaze drawn to them. Then as she turned in another direction, she was stunned by a massive crater. A pit so deep its bottom couldn't be seen. A light flashed in her eyes as if she had realized something. Clearly Miao Xian also knew about Wolf's existence. Gritting her teeth, Miao Xian spat out word by word. That damn Wolf! The rage in her heart, already at its peak and yet to subside, was further inflamed by Wolf's appearance. Her powerful fist slammed down with a loud bang, and a nearby tree trunk snapped. Her shout echoed, seemingly shaking the entire forest. "Where did you take my son this time?" Su Lingyu, Chen Hu and Gong Yushin stood nearby, trembling at the terrifying killing intent, feeling a fear they had never felt before. In the distance, Wolf could still clearly hear Miao Xian's shouts and feel her towering rage. Even a monster like him couldn't help but shiver at her presence. Wolf frowned, turned to Lin Shu and asked unhappily, "Why did you follow me over here?" Only then did Lin Shu timidly poke his head out from behind Wolf's tail, obviously afraid of being spotted by his mother. He said in a small voice, "I came to this island to find him. If my mom saw me, she would never agree to it, so I was hoping you could help me avoid her for a while." Wolf looked at Lin Shu's composed demeanor, pursed his lips and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" "I'm a monster." Unafraid, Lin Shu slid down Wolf's soft tail and replied nonchalantly, "If that attack from earlier had connected, we'd all be dead. I don't know why you've approached me, but I can tell you don't have any ill intent." Suddenly Lin Shu's tone shifted, his expression becoming as severe as an interrogator's. "You know my mom, right?" Startled by his astuteness, Wolf's eyes widened and he stammered, "How did you know?" Lin Shu explained with absolute certainty. "It was easy to guess. The only variable that made you run away when I was on the phone with my mom was my mom." Hearing this, Wolf simply grinned mysteriously, then gently lifted Lin Shu onto his back and began to walk slowly. "I don't just know your mom, I know your dad too," he said in a low voice, "and I was with him not too long ago." Lin Shu immediately became excited, his eyes lighting up. "My dad, where is he? I'm begging you, take me to him. I'll do anything." Just then, a whistling sound filled the air as a massive boulder suddenly began to float, threatening to fall at any moment. Wolf narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, his figure darting swiftly through the scattering rubble. Finally, he landed on the ground, sending a shockwave that made the earth tremble. It was this anomaly that was causing the rain of falling rocks. Lin Shu, still reeling from the shock, asked, "The island has been shaking for a while now. What's going on?" Wolf's expression was slightly tense, but he calmly explained, "Jiuan Island's existence mechanism depends on that giant ape. It possesses a gravity-controlling ability that keeps the island afloat, but now that it's been knocked unconscious, that power is gradually failing. The island hasn't fallen completely, but it has lost its perfect balance and could collapse at any moment." Lin Shu suddenly remembered something and said in a panic, "The island could collapse, but my mom just arrived." Wolf remained perfectly calm and answered, "What is there to fear? Didn't they arrive by plane? They can leave at any time when things get critical." As if remembering something, Wolf continued, a cunning glint in his eyes, "But didn't you just say that if I could let you see your dad, you would do anything?" Hearing Wolf's reminder, Lin Shu nodded decisively. "That's right." Wolf was amused by his decisiveness and willingness to keep his word, and he smiled with satisfaction. He gazed leisurely at the vast forest below and said calmly, "I happen to have a favor to ask of you." Before he finished speaking, the two of them vanished. It turned out Wolf had carried Lin Shu on his back and stopped in front of the massive crater from before. Lin Shu asked blankly, "Where are we?" Wolf explained in a deep voice, "This crater was created when the giant ape fell." Even though he already knew about the giant ape, Lin Shu was still left speechless by the sheer scale of the impact. "Holy crap, is it really that big? Wait, what are we doing here?" Wolf didn't beat around the bush and answered concisely, "We're going to jump down." And so they did. He instructed, "Close your eyes and hold on tight." Before Lin Shu could react, Wolf jumped straight into the pit with him. The astonishing speed and increasingly steep slope made Lin Shu scream in terror. Just before they reached the bottom, it suddenly became pitch black, swallowing all light. Finally, the two of them landed safely. Wolf glared at Lin Shu, who was busy looking around. He exclaimed in amazement, "The space inside is huge. Are we at the bottom of the cave?" Wolf shook his head and said vigilantly, "No, not yet. Someone is watching us." Worried that Lin Shu might be in danger, Wolf sternly instructed, "Don't act on your own and don't wander off." In the dark space, an ethereal light flickered as if guiding the way. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Lin Shu's shoulder. He subconsciously turned his head, his face full of confusion. Before him stood a man with platinum blonde hair, a scruffy beard, and casual clothes, but his face exuded masculinity and resilience. He was Lin Longzhen, the protagonist, Lin Shu's father. The moment Lin Shu saw the man, his eyes lit up and he happily shouted, "Dad, Dad, what are you doing here?" Lin Longzhen showed a gentle smile, his eyes filled with love as he looked at his son. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said, his voice immediately becoming hearty and excited. "Come son, let Dad give you a hug." But contrary to his father's joy, Lin Shu stood frozen, his face gradually turning to anger. "Why are you only showing up now? Everyone outside says you were scared out of your wits by the monsters and deserted." Lin Shu's face was flushed with a mixture of anger and heartache, his voice trembling as if he were about to cry. "Mom and I have been unable to hold our heads up all these years." Lin Longzhen looked at his son with heartache, only replying gently, "Good son, don't cry, it's all in the past. Isn't Dad here now? Come, let Dad hug you." But Lin Shu clenched his fist tightly, unable to suppress his anger at his father's nonchalant attitude. A father with no sense of shame, he roared, "Can't you just apologize?" With a heavy punch, Lin Longzhen was sent flying, disappearing into the darkness in the distance. Lin Shu was stunned. Suddenly realizing he had hit too hard, he blamed himself in a panic, muttering, "I forgot I'm just in a projection state." Then he sighed, his tone softening. "Actually, Mom and I believe in you 100, but you should have at least said hello to us first." After talking for a while, Lin Shu realized his father was gone. From the depths of the darkness, piercing hisses echoed, adding a chilling and unsettling feeling to the space. Lin Shu was stunned, not understanding what the piercing hisses were. It turned out that the image of Lin Longzhen just now was just an illusion created by the swarm of breathworms. They writhed, their bodies slimy and disgusting, and the sounds they made were enough to cause splitting headaches. "My son, did you hit me again?" they said in unison, each wearing the fake face of Lin Longzhen. The swarm of breathworms excitedly chatted among themselves. "We acted for so long, not only did we not find an opportunity, we even got punched. I told you, this kid is not easy to deal with. We already suffered a great loss in Tianhai City before." A hideous-looking breathworm roared. "Since you don't want me to hug you and I'm tired of talking, I might as well just eat you." Lin Shu hadn't recovered yet and stammered. Dad was turned into a breathworm. Just then, Wolf appeared in time, providing support while cursing nonsense. He summoned a divine staff from his mouth and shouted, "With your dad's strength, even in your half-beast state, it would be impossible to make him move an inch." A trace of disgust flashed in Wolf's eyes as he continued, "I didn't expect breathworms to appear on Jiuan Island." Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into a brilliant ring, blocking the path of the swarm of breathworms. A dazzling golden light burst forth, accompanied by the image of a giant hand raised high, ready to strike. In an instant the hand slammed down, crushing the swarm of breathworms into pieces. It was the giant ape. It let out several deep roars, shaking the surroundings. Lin Shu was repeatedly startled by the sudden events and blurted out, "Isn't that the big monkey from just now?" But Wolf was different. The wolf-like monster's eyes sparkled with interest, showing no fear. Although his size couldn't compare to the giant ape's massive body, Wolf's roar was still full of power, as if he were greeting the giant ape. The giant ape glanced behind it and saw a giant green python appear at the entrance of the cave, its body coiling and suspended in the air. It slid down the snake's body, its steps heavy, each one making a thud-thud sound on the ground. It was as if it could crack the ground. "Ah!" The giant ape lowered its head slightly and responded to Wolf with a polite caca sound. Lin Shu was stunned, his mind filled with questions. Does this monkey know that Wolf man? He stared with wide eyes at the giant python, which had its head raised and was drooling. Suddenly, Lin Shu blurted out, "Is this monkey using this thing as a vine to climb up? It looks painful." Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned directly to Wolf and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Wolf immediately understood and explained in a steady voice, "I came here this time to find him. The fact that Jiuan Island can float in the sky is entirely due to this guy's ability. If he loses consciousness, the entire island is in danger of falling." The giant ape, as if it had met a soulmate, became witty in its tone and more casual in its expression. It said to Wolf with a crooked mouth, "I was knocked down by this big lizard." Lin Shu was angered by this sudden accusation and retorted, "That's because you attacked me first, and that's not a lizard, it's a dragon. Right? Give me back my dragon." The two glared at each other, arguing as if they were about to fight. But it looked like nothing more than two children arguing. Wolf, standing aside, suddenly had a flash of insight and said, "Why did it fly to Jiuan Island?" Then he answered his own question, still maintaining his composure. "I was going to ask that too, but after seeing this pit and that swarm of breathworms just now, the answer is already obvious." Wolf stomped his foot hard, crushing a breathworm under it, and said sternly, "Is it because of this guy?" The giant ape nodded lightly and sighed. "That's right, take a look." The two of them looked at another small pit together. My God. Below, a swarm of breathworms clung tightly, writhing like a tide, giving people goosebumps. Not only were their bodies slimy, but their attitude was also extremely arrogant, their tone full of provocation. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wolf looked at those smiling faces, driven mad with anger, wanting to wipe them all out with a single wave of his hand. The giant ape spoke, its voice low. Not only that, it snapped its fingers and a purple sphere with terrifying gravity appeared. 3 huge spheres shot down and with a thud they smashed into the swarm of breathworms. But the worms only suffered superficial injuries, remaining conscious and stubborn. The giant ape sighed. These worms recover extremely quickly after being injured. They're impossible to kill, it confessed. I was afraid the island would be gnawed away by the worms, so I made it fly. Wolf's eyes were sharp as he asked sternly, how on earth did these guys appear on this island? Lin Shu felt this was his chance to shine. He cleared his throat, coughed, and with a confident smile he said to the 2 monsters, I know where these breathworms came from and I've fought them before and I have a way to deal with them. Wolf looked at Lin Shu and smiled gently. HMPH, just like back then. The giant ape also showed a gentle smile. Lin Shu seized the opportunity and proposed his condition. I can help you eliminate these breathworms and the person behind them. In his heart, his greatest goal at this moment was to see Lin Longzhen again, the father he had missed for so long. Lin Shu decisively announced, but after this is done, you must take me to him. Just then, a world-shaking explosion came from the distant mountaintop. For some reason, the mountain was split in 2. Gong Yushin's eyes widened in amazement. Holy crap, how is this fat auntie so powerful? I wonder who's stronger, her or Captain He? Chen, who stood by, trembling, his voice full of fear. I can't believe I actually messed with her son. Lin Shu's mother Miao Xian gritted her teeth, her face dark and full of killing intent. Su Lingyu was stunned by the sight and blurted out, Auntie, why are you here and in one of our Grand Arts Guild's planes? Fang Tianji poked her head out of the plane and answered excitedly, ha ha ha, of course I brought her. She spread her legs, jumped to the ground in an extremely ladylike pose, then quickly walked over and said angrily, you 2 are so boring coming to such an exciting place without me. Su Lingyu calmly replied, we have business to attend to, no irrelevant personnel allowed. And so the 2 of them started arguing like cats and dogs, neither giving an inch. Just then, Su Lingyu's father walked out of the plane trying to make his presence known. Hey, there's still one more person here. Su Lingyu's expression changed instantly. She walked up and bowed respectfully. Dad, you're here too? Fang Tianji glanced over and said with disgust, putting on a show, how disgusting. Su Lingyu curiously turned to her father and asked, Dad, why did you suddenly come to Jiyuan Island? He opened a suitcase with a serious expression and said in a low voice, the situation is urgent, take a look. Su Lingyu recognized the breathworms at a glance. The ones I sent you last time. He nodded and took out an experiment box. And introduced, that's right, this is a breathworm. I've only seen it in ancient books. The books say they have extremely strong vitality, and their appearance is always accompanied by great disasters. They don't belong to this world. Su Lingyu's father declared with a determined look in his eyes, if these breathworms were created by Shui Mu, then as his teacher, he paused, his voice sinking, I must put an end to all of this. Gong Yushin, standing aside, hurriedly called to report the situation. Sorry, Director, another team member has gone missing. Our team has been completely wiped out this time. On the other end of the line, Chen Keilang's voice remained calm. Don't worry about it. I underestimated the enemy this time, it's not your fault, he continued in a soothing tone. Besides, the soldiers who were in the plane crash have all been rescued and are safely on the army ship. Gong Yushin was moved to tears. That's great. I will definitely make up for my mistake and complete the mission to search Jiyuan Island. Before he could finish, Chen Hu snatched the phone and cried, Dad, I was captured by a big monster. That bastard He Bai abandoned me and ran away on his own. Send someone to save me. Chen Keiliang wasn't worried at all and laughed. You got separated from He Bai? That's perfect. He decisively instructed, you follow the people from the Grand Arts Guild. If they find anything, report to me immediately. Chen Hu shouted anxiously, Dad, aren't you going to send that bastard He Bai to pick me up? It's very. Before he could finish, Chen Keiliang interrupted him. He Bai has an important mission to carry out right now. Meanwhile, outside the hall, a soldier with binoculars screamed in terror. A large group of bloodthirsty monsters charged over, their momentum overwhelming as if they would tear apart any enemy that dared to stand in their way. The soldier's face was pale, and he said worriedly, The captain has been in there for so long, why isn't he out yet? Another soldier cursed, Who cares about him? Once we take care of this group of monsters, that kid Shui Mu will have no choice but to surrender. Although the soldier's words were fierce, he couldn't help but panic when he saw the writhing swarm of breathworms rushing over. He cursed angrily. But this is just killing more and more of them. How many of these did that kid Shui Mu raise? At this moment, only his desperate prayer remained. I really hope the captain can capture Shui Mu soon. As he wished at this time, Shui Mu had already been defeated, leaning against a crumbling wall that was about to collapse. He Bai's eyes were cold as he spoke. I suggest you order the monsters outside to stop. They're just coming to die. He pursed his lips, his tone full of mockery. Your recovery ability is truly astonishing, but unfortunately, your previous injuries don't seem to be fully healed. Then he threatened, his killing intent erupting. My next punch might just take your life. Although his internal organs were spilling out, Shui Mu still sneered calmly. What, want to keep wearing me down? Don't you need to go find young Master Chen? Hebai replied unshaken. Too bad, I just received news from Director Chen that young Master Chen is safe now. With that, he grabbed Shui Emu's collar and dragged him, demanding, let's go, trade your 16 years of work for your life and the life of your assistant. That bird of yours, are you going to agree or not? Suddenly, a soldier stumbled in from outside the door, shouting, Captain, bad news. A monster has come from outside, at least 10 tons, equivalent to the void returning realm. Hebai was startled and murmured, a void returning realm monster. Shui Mu was also surprised and repeated, a void returning realm monster. Hebai's hand still held Shui Mu's neck tightly as he dragged him outside. Looking up, he saw a huge black cloud-like object with lightning striking down towards the ground. The scene was terrifying. Hebai couldn't help but blurt out, damn it, what's going on? A giant monster, its mouth gaping like a cave, picked up the smaller monsters and stuffed them into its mouth, roaring excitedly. What a feast, I didn't expect there to be so much good food on this island. Shui Emu's face turned green with anger and he roared at it. Why did you bring this monster here too? Do you know what you're doing? Hebai's eyes were full of suspicion as he asked sternly, isn't this monster one of yours? Shui Mu shouted helplessly, my ass, I'm in this state because it beat me up. Hebai immediately turned around and ordered, curly hair, use the device to measure this monster's power. The curly-haired man replied respectfully, yes sir. He raised the measuring device, but the screen only showed a long string of ellipses. The curly-haired man reported in a panic, the device is broken. A person beside him murmured in disbelief, how is that possible? Could it have already stepped into the Saint Realm? Shui Mu couldn't help but curse directly. You idiot. The power of a GUN island monster doesn't come from its size. Look closely. The giant monster moved, trees collapsed and dust flew as if heralding a dark future. It focused on devouring its prey, its eyes suddenly widening, flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. Its entire body emitted a dazzling glow, its roar echoing through the sky. Its body gradually swelled, its mouth still chewing and swallowing nonstop, like an unstoppable machine of destruction. The soldiers were stunned and blurted out in unison, holy crap. It can grow bigger by devouring things. Hebai was horrified, thinking to himself, could he have been with Lin Shu back then? Why did he bring this monster here? Looking at the monster before him, he felt despair. He was no match for it at all. Shui Mu, however, showed a smile of keen interest. Ha ha ha, I told you, the only thing that can deal with a GUN island monster is another GUN island monster. In the depths of the dark cave, huge cables were connected to a bright screen. Inside, another giant monster was sleeping with its eyes closed while the brilliant sun shone on the lush land outside. Wolf's voice sounded low and sharp. You keep saying you want to eliminate the breathworms and the mastermind behind them. Do you have a plan? Down in the deep cave, Lin Shu's group was gathered. He announced confidently, watch me, but first we have to find Kui Long. Lin Shu opened the screen and began to reconnoiter. First, turn on the monster radar, then confirm Kui Long's position. When the screen lit up, Lin Shu was stunned and blurted out, holy crap, what the hell is this? Is the system bugged again? The dense red dots on the radar made him panic. Are we surrounded by monsters? Suddenly, a tentacle-like thing shot out from the darkness, charging straight at the group. Wolf immediately recognized it and roared. As expected, they're back. Oolong and Wolf charged forward at the same time, meeting the strange tentacle that was writhing from Lin Longzhen's direction. Wolf landed on the ground, snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. The attack was completely ineffective. Unwilling to give up, Lin Shu jumped up and landed a heavy punch on the monster. The punch caused the tentacle to explode and he shouted, lure the breathworms over here, I'll take care of them. But just then, the armor on Lin Shu's body suddenly disappeared. He roared in anger, the monster projection time is up. Damn it, why do you always give out at the most critical moment? Wolf glanced at him with a scrutinizing gaze and snorted softly, unreliable as expected. Then he transformed, appearing beside Lin Shu like a majestic god, exuding a cool aura. You two stay back for now, he commanded, his voice firm. Lin Shu watched blankly, unable to guess what he was planning to do. Oolong, like a loyal fan, cheered excitedly. Wolf is always so reliable. But Lin Shu stood in the corner scratching his head and cursing, holy crap, you're going to jump up and slash? If you make this cave collapse, are you trying to bury us all here? Wolf held his sharp sword and chanted. Greed, hatred, and delusion. The three poisons, the three defilements, the three fires. His spiritual energy erupted, enveloping him. His eyes shining as brightly as headlights, dazzling with golden light. You arise from sin, cultivate in formlessness, he continued to chant, attain transcendence and reach the pinnacle of no thought. His sword move spun, unleashing the great thousand-sword Tao with one extreme golden light claw. Wolf split the island in two, a world-shaking scene. Lin Shu and Oolong were stunned and shouted in unison, holy crap. Oolong hurriedly shouted a reminder, Wolf. Hold back your sword, Chi, restrain yourself. I'm barely holding this island together with my ability. It can't withstand a slash like that. A huge black hole appeared, gravity was distorted, and everything was torn apart. Lin Shu was clinging tightly to the rock wall, watching in astonishment as the tentacles trembled and reconnected. He suddenly realized that the island seemed to be repairing itself. Lin Shu broke out in a cold sweat, a bone-chilling feeling creeping over him. The island seemed to have become a giant breathworm with lightning shooting out from the black hole, connecting to the cracks on the ground. They gradually closed, becoming as smooth as if nothing had ever happened. Oolong and Lin Shu were exhausted after the battle, panting heavily. The breathworms had been defeated, but Lin Shu still couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes shining with admiration, Wolf is so cool. Wolf sheathed his sword and replied. Oolong shook his head, his voice low. No, he explained. This was just to verify that no matter how powerful the attack, it can't completely destroy these things. The heads that looked like Lin Longzhen were still cackling madly, their tones full of contempt. Ha. Come on, hee hee. Lin Shu was on the verge of collapse, his body trembling, lamenting his fragile fate. He shouted in despair, "Then why were you acting all cool? What are we supposed to do now?" Aolong stroked his small beard, pondered for a moment, and then shouted, "Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run. What are you waiting for? Run." Aolong suddenly grabbed Lin Shu, startling him. "What are you doing?" Lin Shu shouted in a panic. Aolong said calmly, his eyes sharp, "I can't smell any trace of spiritual energy from you." Lin Shu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, that's because I'm not an awakened at all. I already failed the awakening ceremony a few months ago. It's impossible for me to become an awakened. The thunder skill I use, there's actually another reason for it." He hesitated, wanting to say more, but felt it was a long story. Suddenly, Aolong's eyes widened, his gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce through people's hearts. He suddenly recalled a past battle, a clear image of a woman desperately trying to stop him flashing in his mind. Her voice echoed, "Don't go any further. It's not too late to turn back now. The deeper you go into the secret realm, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, and the stronger the monsters you'll encounter. We're no match for this kind of monster," the man roared, his voice firm. "No." Lin Longzhen stood steadily, a strong will burning in his eyes. "How will we know if we don't try? Our goal is the source of the secret realm." Aolong frowned and asked in confusion, "Why are you so obsessed with going to the source of the secret realm?" The rain poured down, drenching Lin Longzhen's body, but it couldn't extinguish the fire of determination in his heart. He replied, his voice low but full of power, "Because I want to create a blue star where even non-awakened can live as equals." Aolong was stunned. Finally understanding, he said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you knew from the very beginning that your son's awakening would fail?" Lin Shu glanced at him, a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Aolong laughed hoarsely. "Ah," he continued, "I can promise to take you to your father, but before that you must answer one question for me." He paused, his eyes sharp. "As a non-awakened, do you think the world of spiritual energy recovery is an opportunity or a difficulty for humanity?" Seeing Lin Shu hesitate, he waved his hand. "It's fine, you can answer me after we've solved the crisis on Jiuan Island." Lin Shu murmured blankly, "What kind of question is that?" Aolong replied calmly, "It's a question a human asked me once." In the distance, Su Lingyu frowned, covering her mouth tightly, and turned to ask, "How much longer?" Fang Tianji replied with certainty, "According to the GPS, we have about another 2 hours of driving." Su Lingyu sighed worriedly. "Are you sure Lin Shu is over there?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure, but from the spiritual energy reaction, it's at least kui long." Fang Tianji frowned, her tone annoyed. "But Sister Su, you can't be like this. You even called it a secret realm exploration." The two started arguing again, their chattering voices ringing out in the rain. Su Lingyu pursed her lips, her tone full of mockery. "Damn, look at what kind of car you're driving." Fang Tianji immediately retorted, her eyes sharp. "I'm flying a plane. It's already impressive that I can drive a plane on the ground like this. Why don't you talk about the person who won't let us fly?" She pointed at herself, full of confidence. "Besides, your dad is so old and he hasn't said a thing. This is what a true Grand Arts Guild explorer is." Su Lingyu turned her head and suddenly noticed her father was tinkering with something in the back. She called out curiously, "Dad, what are you doing?" Seeing that he didn't answer, she asked again patiently, "Isn't this the soil we just collected? Is there something wrong with it?" Su Lingyu's father carefully plugged 2 plugs into a socket, and only after finishing his work did he slowly reply, "This isn't ordinary soil." Su Lingyu lowered her head and focused on the dirt on the floor. Suddenly, the pile of dirt moved slightly, trembled, and then slowly turned into a small monster. She was startled and blurted out in horror, "It's turned into a breath worm." Her father narrowed his eyes, his tone calm. "Just as I suspected. The breath worms you mentioned are actually the living soil recorded in ancient texts." Su Lingyu was still confused, and murmured, "Living soil." Her father slowly explained with his profound knowledge, "According to ancient texts, living soil is life formed from soil nourished by spiritual energy. It can grow infinitely. The more you dig, the more there is." It is said that in ancient times, when the floods were raging, the gods sent down living soil to block the floods and eliminate the disaster. Su Lingyu's face contorted, her tone full of disgust. "Why would the gods send down such a disgusting thing?" Her father smiled and continued to share. "It is said that the form of the breathworms changes according to the nature of the spiritual energy they contain." He pondered, his eyes sharp. "Which is to say, I'm afraid there is an extremely powerful and evil monster hidden on Jiuan Island, which is what caused the soil here to turn into breathworms with that face." Su Lingyu understood her father's meaning and asked in a panic, "Could it be the legendary monster of Jiuan Island?" Her father pondered, his tone full of caution. "I only know that 16 years ago, when Shui Mu heard about the Jiuan Island monster, he had already started researching it." He frowned, his eyes firm. "Whether it is or not, I must stop him." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, shaking the ground. Miao Xian shouted loudly, her tone full of anger. "You have no idea about the abilities of the Jiuan Island monster," she said with certainty, her eyes cold. "It doesn't need to do these strange things at all." Su Lingyu's father walked forward and asked seriously, "You know about the monster of Jiuan Island?" Su Lingyu was also curious, her eyes shining. "Could it be that you came to this island for the Jiuan Island monster?" Miao Xian shook her head vigorously, flatly denying it. "What Jiuan Island monster? I don't know what you're talking about." I came to drag that brat Lin Shu back. Su Lingyu pondered, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, Fang Tianji shouted, her tone panicked. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. Before her, the island had been split in two by a sword, leaving a huge crack. She roared in annoyance. Damn it, how did such a big ditch suddenly appear? Su Lingyu turned around and scolded. I didn't watch you for a few minutes. How did you cause such a big mess? Fang Tianji shouted helplessly. Sister Su, you're overestimating me. How could I have caused this? Su Lingyu ordered urgently. Pull up the fuselage. You're flying a plane, not driving a car. Fang Tianji retorted, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Do you think I don't want to? The plane's lifting mechanism broke just now. Miao Xian's face was grim. She clenched her fists, her voice as cold as frost. You're all a bunch of bastards making people worry. Miao Xian jumped down from the plane, an astonishing power erupting from her. She grabbed the tail of the plane tightly with one hand, her feet planted firmly on the ground. She roared in anger, spinning the huge machine like a tornado. Who let you bring my son to such a dangerous place? With a sudden throw, she hurled the plane into the air. The three people inside simultaneously let out terrified screams. Ah! The plane whistled as it flew across the sky from one end of the island to the other, then landed safely with a piercing screech. Miao Xian frowned, jumped down from a high place and landed as lightly as a ghost. The three people inside hurriedly rushed out. Thick smoke billowed, making Su Lingyu cough nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Tianji squinted and cautiously scanned her surroundings. Where are we? The two girls were stunned by the devastating sight before them. Although her heart was filled with confusion, Shang Qing still murmured, a huge chunk must have collapsed here. The two girls' eyes widened as they stared at each other blankly. Su Lingyu said in a daze, I don't really get it, but it looks like we've arrived. In a magnificent research institute, Shui Mu's group was taking an elevator. Is the monster above Jiuan Island useless? Ibai asked cautiously. Shui Mu replied calmly, no need. What do you think I've been researching? This research institute is as strong as a fortress. As long as we don't open the door ourselves, even a 100-ton monster can't get in. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning tore through the space. Shui Mu was a little puzzled. Did a light just flash by, or was I seeing things? Ibai frowned, sensing a familiar aura. This aura is very familiar. It's the wolf we encountered on the way here. Ling Qin was stunned and said in disbelief. How is that possible? The professor said this place is as strong as a fortress. Suddenly, the power system exploded, and the lights went out in an instant. What happened? A power outage? Ibai asked in a panic. Shui Mu immediately denied it, his tone decisive. No, the research institute has 2 sets of backup power. It's impossible for the power to go out. The circuit is broken, Ibai roared, grabbing Shui Mu by the collar. Didn't you say this research institute is as strong as a fortress? He felt helpless, as the other party had already struck the circuit center buried deep underground. The system's cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded, emergency notification, the research institute's circuit center has been severely damaged. It cannot be automatically restored. The evacuation route has been forcibly opened. All personnel, please evacuate immediately. Repeat, all personnel, please evacuate immediately. Shui Mu was in a panic, his face pale. Damn it, the door is really open. Kui Long walked to the entrance of the research institute, its eyes wide as it looked inside. A faint red light shone from a huge empty space as if it were dying in the darkness. On Lin Shu's side, a large part of the island had already collapsed, leaving a bottomless pit. Aolong climbed to the edge of the pit and let out a sigh of relief. We're finally out. Lin Shu looked dejected and murmured. If what I saw just now was all true, then this island has really been infiltrated. Aolong turned around, his eyes sharp. Tell me what on earth happened on this island. Lin Shu slammed his fist on the ground, gritting his teeth and saying, it's all because I was soft-hearted back then and saved that woman. Aolong frowned and asked curiously, which woman? Lin Shu sank into his memories, his voice low. Back then, Jiuan Island hadn't started flying yet. That day, I found a woman from a shipwreck on the beach. The scene from the past clearly appeared in his mind. He held the woman in his arms and called out to her softly. Aolong hurriedly explained, Uncle Wolf, you said before that monsters and humans can be good friends, so I saved her, treated her injuries, and sent her off the island. Uncle Wolf pulled his hat down to cover his face and remained silent. Lin Shu continued, his tone full of regret. I didn't expect that 6 months later that woman would turn into a strange bird and bring a man here. Lin Shu suddenly realized, and a light flashed in his eyes. It's really them, Shui Mu and Ling Qin. Aolong continued, his tone heavy. But they built a laboratory on the island, and then the breathworms spread like a plague, infiltrating every corner of the island. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with regret. I'm sorry, Uncle Wolf. I failed to protect Jiuan Island, which you entrusted to me. Aolong hurriedly knelt down to return the gesture, but almost bumped into the two. Uncle Wolf panicked and dodged to the side, shouting, Don't suddenly pounce on me. Lin Shu looked at him, his eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling. I'm calling you Uncle Wolf, and you still dodge away when I need comfort the most. Uncle Wolf frowned. Comfort is one thing, but I don't want to be crushed by him. After speaking, he turned around and gently patted Aolong's head, saying softly as if coaxing a child, Don't cry, you were just being kind and helping a human no matter what. It's not your fault. Lin Shu suddenly became serious, his eyes firm. The ones at fault are those who exploited your kindness, and you for releasing the breathworms that polluted the entire island. Don't worry, I've defeated him once before, and I definitely won't let him go this time. Aolang was stunned and looked at Lin Shu blankly. Are you not following my train of thought? A human who released the breathworms? I think you might have misunderstood something. Lin Shu confidently affirmed. That's right, I know that man. His name is Shui Mu. Uncle Wolf crossed his arms, his eyes stern. That's right, breathworms are not something a person like you can obtain so easily. Tell me, what on earth happened on this island? Aolang whispered aggrievedly. The person you mentioned, Shui Mu, is probably just one of the creatures contaminated by the breathworms. The one who brought the breathworms to this world is the terrifying monster he worships. When I realized the existence of the breathworms, I immediately traced their tracks and then discovered Shui Mu's research institute. Aolang sank into his memories, recalling the moment he landed at the research institute on a cloud. He roared, his voice full of authority. You think you can stop me with this? Dream on, hand over the source of the breathworms. He gripped the huge staff tightly and roared, Ah! He slammed the staff heavily on the ground, making the surrounding monsters tremble in fear, the sound echoing far away. He smiled smugly. Hey! Suddenly the ground shook violently, as if the entire island were roaring. A huge monster emerged from underground, making Aolang, who was gripping the staff tightly, panic. Damn, what the hell is this? The monster opened its bloody maw, wanting to swallow him. Peeved, it closed its mouth, swallowing Aolang whole. Inside the monster, Aolang was in free fall, screaming in terror. Ah! Finally he landed in a place that looked like a stomach. He panted heavily, looked up and was terrified to find a bottomless pit beneath his feet. He sighed to himself. The skeleton is really huge. The breathworms attached to the flesh on top of the monster's head moved slightly. Aolang pondered to himself. What kind of monster is this? He planned to use the swarm of breathworms to escape. Suddenly a cold voice came from the swarm of breathworms. How foolish! Another monster gradually formed from the swarm of breathworms and roared. How dare you barge in here? Do you not want to leave alive? It stretched out a giant hand and grabbed at Aolang with lightning speed. He hurriedly dodged, but his chest still touched the breathworms, and a layer of green slime immediately stuck to him. Aolang shouted, Ah! He thought to himself, so heavy I can't beat this kind of monster at all. Aolang gritted his teeth, a strong will burning in his eyes. Even so, I can't give up Gun Island, which Uncle Wolf entrusted to me. Suddenly he noticed that under the monster's neck skin was a white skeleton. An idea flashed in his mind and his eyes lit up. He smiled wickedly. Hee, I'll let you know that coveting Gun Island is your biggest mistake. He clenched his fists and tiny lightning bolts flickered in his hands, accumulating powerful energy. Soon, Aolang's entire body glowed, enveloped in a dazzling electric light. The swarm of breathworms refused to give up and charged fiercely to attack. Aolang, as fast as lightning, dodged the attack, then flew up to distance himself from the monster. He pressed down hard on its flesh. Ah! A crack gradually widened. Aolang tore off a part of the breathworm's body with even more force. He escaped, but swarms of breathworms immediately poured out, chasing after him frantically. Aolang didn't have time to rest and fled for his life. Elsewhere, Kuilong was connecting the screen to Lin Shu. It knocked, its voice urgent. Hey, can you hear me? Finally, there's a sound. You come over to my side quickly. Kuilong pursed its lips in disdain and replied, I'm not going. There's a lot of good food here. Why should I go find you? Lin Shu pointed at the screen angrily. What's wrong with you? You're my monster. Of course you have to listen to me. Come here when I tell you to. Kuilong coldly waved its hand and cut off the connection, leaving Lin Shu still shouting, Hey, he frowned, and thought to himself, I'm sorry, Lin Shu, it's too dangerous to follow me. Although I'm not sure where you are now, if that person wants to save you, at least he won't hurt you. Kuilong pushed open the door, its eyes sharp. The danger on Gun Island was far beyond its imagination, especially that research institute which hid a terrifying monster. It slowly walked towards the circular staircase leading down, its steps cautious. The spiritual energy ahead was dense, revealing a terrifying fact. At least one monster of nearly 100 tons was hidden here. Kuilong pondered, still unable to guess what it was. It walked down the stairs, came to the elevator door and heard voices from inside. Why did the power suddenly go out? Can't we switch to the backup power? Hurry up and think of a way. If this continues, we'll be suffocated in here. Kuilong pressed its ear to the door. The arguing inside continued. What's the plan? This is a laboratory specially designed to imprison experimental monsters. Even monsters can't get out. What can we do? Kuilong looked around and found that the door had been blown open. Nearby, the damaged power supply was emitting thick smoke. It gathered its strength in its hand, gripped the switch tightly and pulled down hard. The elevator door slowly opened. Kuilong curiously looked inside and was stunned by the sight. A huge monster with tubes inserted all over its body, its eyes empty as if it were already dead. A voice whispered, Use the monster, then suddenly shouted, and mass-produce the breathworms. Those breathworms were injected into the monster's body through the test tubes inserted into it. Seeing this, Kuilong gritted its teeth, its eyes blazing with anger. You lowly humans, how dare you treat a monster like this? The people in the research institute panicked and shouted, How did a monster get here? It must be a helper called by some monster. Quick, inform the doctor. Don't just stand there, run. The monster on the experimental table slowly opened its eyes, its blood-red pupils flashing with an eerie light. It giggled. Hee, you're the monster who fought with me for territory in the cave back then. Hee. Past memories flooded its mind. Kuilong remembered how it opened its mouth and bit its opponent viciously. Kuilong narrowed its eyes and asked in a low voice, Do you know who captured you? The monster answered with difficulty, its voice hoarse. Let me out and I'll take you to him. Otherwise you'll never find them on your own. Kui Long nodded solemnly, its entire body erupting with astonishing power. It waved its hand and smashed the machines around the monster, the sound of shattering metal ringing out harshly. The people below didn't have time to run and screamed in panic. The chains had been blown open. Everyone hurriedly fled, stammering, "Don't eat me." "What?" The monster broke free from its restraints and glanced at the people who were too scared to run, their legs weak. It roared, startling everyone, who then came to their senses and scattered. "Ah!" Kui Long raised its hand to stop it, its voice firm. "Stop." The monster frowned and questioned, "Why are you helping these despicable humans?" Kui Long replied calmly, "I'm not, you just need to fulfill your promise." The monster glared at it, but finally gave in. "Get on, I'll take you to the human's nest." It gestured to get ready. "How do we go?" Kui Long asked. The monster pursed its lips. "Just hold on tight." With that it plunged into the ground, carrying Kui Long as they shuttled rapidly underground. Kui Long thought to itself, "I've made up my mind, Lin Shu, just wait a little longer. Once I've taken care of this research institute." Shui Emu's group was hiding near the bottom of Jiuan Island while Kui Long and the monster were getting closer. He Bai was stunned, cold sweat dripping. "I didn't expect there to be a research institute so deep in Jiuan Island. And there are so many checkpoints." Shui Mu showed a proud smile. "It's all to ensure safety, so the protection here is 100-ton level." He Bai looked at the scene before him, feeling uneasy. "Are you sure this is a Jiuan Island monster?" Shui Mu nodded, his tone firm. "That's right, I got Lin Shu's monster's blood in the Grand Arts Guild's trial, which is enough to prove that this is the legendary Jiuan Island monster." The monster slowly opened its eyes, its sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. He Bai frowned, his tone full of suspicion. "I don't understand what this madman next to me is thinking. To be so arrogant as to revive such a big monster, are you really crazy?" he said in a deep, worried voice. "This is no longer the level of an ordinary Pangu monster. Do you want the tragedy of 7 years ago to repeat itself?" Shui Mu immediately retorted, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Only you awakened would think that way, but for the unawakened, living in your world of ability users is like living in a world overrun by monsters every day." Ling Qin was deep in thought, as if contemplating something profound. He Bai was a little surprised and murmured, "I didn't expect a monster doctor like you could say something so reasonable." Shui Mu continued, his eyes sharp. "But all my plans were disrupted by that giant ape. It moved the island into the sky, making it impossible for the monster to be revived easily, leaving it in its current state of a separated head and body." He paused and proposed a deal. "So I want to make a trade with you. You help me control that giant ape and let Jiuan Island descend. In return, I can hand over this laboratory and the Jiuan Island monster to you." He Bai remained calm and said in a deep voice, "You really overestimate me. There are only 5 of us. We're no match for this giant ape at all." Shui Mu pursed his lips and changed his direction. "No, I'm not talking to you. What do you think of this deal, Commander Chen?" He Bai was startled, his gaze shifting to the intercom that was still connected to headquarters. The light on the control panel flickered, indicating it was working properly. A voice came from the intercom. "Well, Commander Chen." Chen Kailang's face was grim as he listened to Shui Emu's proposal. "If he didn't agree, I can only hand over the research data from Jiuan Island to the Human Council, fully intact. 64 years ago, Jiuan Island was just a peaceful island floating on the sea, protected by Mother Nature. Until one day, during a high-level meeting, a group of people fiercely debated around a table. The person sitting in the command seat spoke, his voice full of authority. After inspection, he said, "There's an unprecedentedly huge secret realm hidden inside Jiuan Island, but we still can't access it." He turned his head and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Jealousy said triumphantly. Laughing, "I found an ancient Eastern plant-type ability user, and arranged for him to use this ability to infiltrate Jiuan Island." She continued, her tone full of confidence. "As long as the other party responds, we can take down Jiuan Island at any time." But unexpectedly, they encountered the monster of Jiuan Island, and the earliest organization of awakened humans, the Human Council, was completely destroyed. Soon after, a surviving soldier trembled as he climbed out of the sea, grabbing a piece of a warship's wreckage. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a giant head, and shouted in panic, "Holy crap, what the hell is this thing?" The giant head let out a low, disdainful voice. "I didn't expect to be wiped out so easily. The rest are all useless trash with no ability or spirit." The soldier trembled, kneeling in panic and begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I didn't come here willingly. Please spare my life." The giant head pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "Enough, shut up. I can help you escape from here, but you need to do one thing for me." The soldier hesitated, his voice trembling. "What is it?" The giant head opened its mouth and a small steamer basket suddenly appeared. Inside, a baby lay quietly, its clear eyes looking at him. The head continued, "Don't ask so many questions. You just have to promise to take this child to a safe place. You don't need to worry about the rest. In exchange, I can provide you with a lifeboat to escape." After speaking, its entire face melted, gradually turning into a small speedboat. The soldier was startled and shouted in terror, "Holy crap. Is this speedboat her made from her brain?" Trembling, he placed the steamer basket on the boat, then picked up the child, feeling it grip his collar tightly. He sighed to himself. To go to such lengths for a child, a guess flashed in his mind. Could this child be her child? As the boat drifted on the vast sea, he thought even the 7 sins of the human council were pushed to this point. What kind of monster is the one on Jiuan Island? Suddenly, another monster burst out of the water, creating a monstrous wave. The soldier's face turned pale as he hurriedly shielded the child behind him, on the verge of tears. Holy crap, it's this guy who defeated our cavalry and the human council. The monster stood before them, its roar shaking the heavens. From that moment on I knew that if I could control that power, it opened its mouth gathering power to attack. I could reverse the balance of Tianhai City, us and that Western human council. Chen Kaliang sank into his memories, his eyes sad, but I didn't expect such an important monster power to be snatched away by Lin Longzhen right in front of me. Chen Kaliang pondered, his eyes cold. He actually gave the power that could change the fate of China to that useless son of his, and that kid happens to have a good relationship with that little girl. He snorted coldly and said decisively, HMPH, I must capture the monster of Jiuan Island. He snapped his fingers and the intercom connected to He Bai immediately exploded with a harsh hiss. Shui Mu sneered smugly. He, it seems Director Chen has accepted my terms. He Bai placed 2 fingers to his ear and ordered in a firm voice. All units. All the ships on standby at sea heard the order to stand down. Immediately, planes roared and took off one after another. Chen Kaliang contacted Kang Ya through the intercom. A 10-ton monster has been found on Jiuan Island. You lead the team to capture it, be quick. Kang Ya stretched her body and let out a disdainful smile. Haha, that idiot He Bai, as expected he messed everything up and in the end I have to do the director's work for him. A soldier hurriedly reported, Captain, found it. He focused on the 2 small dots on the radar and continued, target spotted ahead. Kang Ya ordered coldly, pursue. The entire army responded in unison, yes sir. On the ground, Lin Shu's group was in discussion. Kang Ya analyzed with sharp eyes, first maintain altitude, don't descend. I heard this time's enemy has a gravity ability and is very difficult to deal with. We need to test his limits first. A plane fired an iron arrow, shooting straight towards Lin Shu and his group. Uncle Wolf's eyes were sharp and he immediately jumped up, splitting the arrow with his sword. But the arrowhead still accurately hit its target, piercing Aolong's body. He let out a painful groan. Lin Shu worriedly rushed over. Are you okay? Aolong gritted his teeth in pain and could only groan softly. Uncle Wolf frowned, a look of confusion in his eyes. His blade had clearly struck the arrow, yet it continued to fly forward without slowing down at all. Could this be the special ability of some awakened? On the plane suspended in the air, Kang Ya laughed arrogantly, his tone as crazy as a madman's. Ha, as long as my ability arrow is fired, not even the Jade Emperor himself can stop it. Kang Ya boasted proudly, his eyes shining with confidence. My eyes are the world's #1 targeting system. There's nothing I can see that I can't hit, he shouted down below, his tone full of contempt. You'd better surrender early, you might die a little later. Lin Shu clenched his fists, rage burning in his chest. To launch a sneak attack, how despicable. He turned around and said urgently, quick, use your ability from before when you shot down that plane and teach these despicable guys a lesson. Aolong's body trembled as he supported himself on the ground, replying in pain, I already exhausted all my strength to lift Jiuan Island into the air. The island was stuck and I used up almost all my power. Now I'm seriously injured, I don't have any strength left. Lin Shu was suddenly startled, a flash of understanding in his eyes. I remember now. This thing seems to be the special crystal core that Dr. Shui Mu once used to control monsters. He pondered, his brow furrowed. Why would a monster crystal core appear on the Countermeasures Bureau's arrow? Could it be, he shouted, his tone full of caution. Be careful. There's a monster crystal core on the arrow. This is Shui Mu's doing. Chen Kaliang has probably joined forces with Shui Mu, he analyzed quickly, his voice low and sharp. The only reason they're attacking Aolong with this arrow is to stop Aolong from returning the island to its original position. To prevent that terrifying monster from reviving, Lin Shu shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. What are these guys thinking? The Countermeasures Bureau is actually helping a wanted criminal to release that terrifying legendary monster. Chen Kaliang, what on earth are you planning? Lin Shu's face grew solemn, his eyes flickering with worry. If that terrifying monster is revived, it will be an unstoppable, devastating disaster. Uncle Wolf frowned, looking at Lin Shu with cold eyes. You said as long as we help you find Kui Long. You and Kui Long can solve this crisis, right? Lin Shu scratched his head, his expression a little awkward. That's right, as long as we have Kui Long's thunderous breath we can completely kill these breathworms. He sighed, his tone worried. But I've been calling him for a while now. He hasn't answered. I don't know where he ran off to. Uncle Wolf pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. In that case, let Aolong escort you to find Kui Long. I saw that dragon leave here on a nimbus cloud. Maybe Aolong can track the cloud's trail. Aolong hurriedly waved his hand, his face pale from the pain. Don't. His ability. You can't get any advantage over him. He has a visual lock-on ability. He can hit whatever he aims at. You can't dodge it at all. He gritted his teeth, clutching his wound. Even my sturdy body was pierced. The sharp movement pulled at his wound and he let out a slight groan. Lin Shu looked worriedly at the violently shaking Jiuan Island. Suddenly, Kang Yao's crazed laughter came from the plane high above. Ha. It's just as Director Chen said. This island can fly in the sky. It's really that monster's ability. As long as I control you and make the island fall back to its original position, I will become the #1 person in the director's eyes," he roared and decisively ordered fighters, "Continue to attack that giant ape." Uncle Wolf looked up, observing the sky vigilantly. "Listen to my command, escort Lin Shu to find Kui Long. He's just a bug from a cave. Do you think we can't handle him? If that monster is revived as you said, the consequences will be unimaginable." Long struggled to his feet, his hands trembling but firm. He reached out and grabbed Lin Shu's shoulder. Lin Shu shouted, his tone firm. "Uncle Wolf, be careful. We'll be back as soon as we find Kui Long." Kong Yao roared from above, his eyes cold. "Trying to run? I won't let you escape." Kong Yao roared, his eyes cold, and decisively ordered, "Unit 1, pursue them." Uncle Wolf snorted coldly, his killing intent flaring like fire. "HMPH, I'm not so old that I need a brat like you to worry about me." As fast as lightning, he rushed towards the plane, his figure like a ghost. "Who gave you permission to pursue?" A sharp blade of light swung down, cleanly splitting the plane in two. Before it could react, the iron machine exploded, turning into a pile of scrap metal and free-falling with roaring flames. Kong Yao squinted at the explosion, a corner of his mouth twitching into an interested smile. "So this is the swordsman He Bai mentioned, right?" He laughed, his tone full of excitement. "Excellent. I didn't expect to find a treasure just by taking on a random mission. He Bai, what you couldn't handle, let me solve it," he immediately ordered, his tone arrogant. "Units 002, 003, and 004, lock onto that swordsman. Control his every move." The fleet of planes roared and charged over. Kong Yao smiled confidently, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "No matter how fast you are, as long as the fighters maintain a safe altitude, you'll be powerless." He smiled sinisterly, like a veteran setting a trap. "When you're tired of dodging, I'll send you to heaven with one shot." The launch system on the plane suddenly lit up, surrounded by dense lightning, heralding a terrifying attack about to be launched. Sure enough, dozens of ability arrows whistled out, tearing through the sky. Kong Yao laughed, his tone as crazy as a true villain's. "With the fighter jet's firepower net outside and my deadly arrows in the middle, I'd like to see how you escape my inescapable net." But as soon as he finished speaking, reality slapped him in the face. Uncle Wolf, as light as the wind, jumped onto the tip of his arrow. He moved nimbly, leaping from one arrow to another, completely unharmed. In the air, Uncle Wolf struck a pose, his eyes as sharp as blades. A shockingly powerful sword light swung out, clearing the surrounding planes and making them explode in a dazzling blaze. Kong Yao remained arrogantly optimistic, raised his middle finger and smiled contemptuously. "Useless. As long as I see it, those arrows will immediately change their trajectory and turn around." Uncle Wolf glanced over, his eyes cold, and snorted softly, "You really won't give up until you're at a dead end." Suddenly, his figure vanished into thin air like a ghost. Kong Yao was startled and widened his eyes, quickly observing. In the blink of an eye, he found that Uncle Wolf had appeared above him. The swarm of ability arrows followed closely, chasing relentlessly like a pack of hunting wolves. Uncle Wolf landed on a plane, leading the swarm of arrows to strike down. He spoke coldly, "Your arrows. Return to sender." But just as the arrows were about to touch the plane's body, they suddenly wavered and stopped in midair. An invisible question mark appeared in Uncle Wolf's mind. "All right, since the arrows can't pierce it, I'll chop it myself." He swung his greatsword, the blade as sharp as lightning, and immediately split the plane cleanly in two. Uncle Wolf squinted to look inside, only to see the cabin was empty. He floated in midair, his brow furrowed as if in deep thought. It turned out that Kong Ya had already used his arrows to quietly go after Long. He held a pair of binoculars, observing and muttering to himself, his tone full of arrogance. "Sorry, swordsman. I'm not a muscle-headed idiot like He Bai." Kong Ya glanced behind him, the corners of his mouth turning up. "Continuing to fight you is just a waste of time." He narrowed his eyes, a glint of cunning flashing through them. "My real target is right in front of me." In the distance, he had already locked onto Long and Lin Shu, the two figures moving rapidly ahead. Sharp arrows whistled as they shot towards Long and Lin Shu in the basement of the laboratory. A dark maze stretched out, and Kui Long was approaching Dr. Shui Emi's group. Riding on the monster's back, Kui Long murmured, a hint of contemplation in its eyes. "As expected, the deeper we go, the denser this gloomy spiritual energy becomes. If it weren't for Fengshi, what other secrets does this Jiuan island hide?" Suddenly, Kui Long's body tensed, its senses becoming sharper than ever. Kui Long scanned its surroundings and found several lurking breathworms. It pursed its lips slightly and recalled, "I saw this strange insect in the gymnasium before. But why are they trembling as if they're scared?" A smug smile appeared on Kui Long's face. "Could it be because I'm too strong now? Ha ha ha." Led by Fengshi, the group gradually went deeper into the darkness. Kui Long shouted excitedly, "All right, keep up this momentum, straight to the enemy's nest." The broadcast suddenly blared a piercing alarm. "Warning, monster's spiritual energy reaction detected. Warning, monster's spiritual energy reaction detected." Shui Mu shouted anxiously into the microphone, "The enemy is here, prepare for battle." He hurriedly pressed the control button and switched to mode 1. The breathworms suddenly twisted and transformed into humanoid monsters, fiercely pouncing on Kui Long and the giant Fengshi. Kui Long clenched its fists, its tone tense but full of challenge. "It's not that easy as expected." "In that case, have a taste of my power." Fengshi, on the other hand, replied calmly, "No need to go to such trouble. Whether it's affected by spiritual energy or anything else, dirt is still just dirt." Suddenly, Fengxi let out a world-shaking roar, causing the group of monster breathworms to scatter in panic. Kui Long was surprised to find that they were actually afraid of this guy. Shui Mu shouted in a panic through the broadcast, "This is bad. The Fengxi from the research lab has escaped." He frowned, his voice low. "Could it be the one I caught in Secret Realm A86 before?" Shui Mu nodded and replied, "Of course." He frowned in confusion. "Then what's there to worry about?" Shui Mu hurriedly explained, his tone urgent, "Because Fengxi is the nemesis of the breathworms. The breathworms' life energy comes from spiritual energy, and Fengxi with its special body structure can block spiritual energy. So the breathworms devoured by Fengxi will truly die." He paused, then concluded, "That Fengxi is no longer the same as before." Bai's expression was serious, his eyes sharp. "He's nothing but a defeated foe." He picked up the walkie-talkie, thinking, "Director Chen, what on earth are you planning? I have to ask him." Unfortunately, the walkie-talkie is broken. Bai threw it aside and strode towards the door, muttering as he walked, "Looks like that stupid pig has arrived." His body suddenly erupted with spiritual energy, transforming into the massive bursting steel body, his cold eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. The monster Fengxi rushed towards the iron door like the wind, a strange spiritual energy radiating from behind it. It roared, "This should be the place. I can feel that spiritual energy." Fengxi ordered Kui Long to hold on tight, then used all its strength to ram the door. But unexpectedly, the door didn't move an inch, and Bai stood guard inside like a mountain. He sneered, "That doctor wasn't lying. You have grown a bit stronger." Bai gathered his strength and swung a world-shaking punch at the door, sending Fengxi on the other side flying back a long distance, heavily injured. Bai pushed open the dented door and walked out imposingly, coldly announcing, "I didn't expect you two to be mixed up together. Before I take care of some troublesome matters, neither of you are going anywhere." Kui Long jumped down, its eyes sharp, and hurriedly warned, "Get out of the way. There's a terrifying monster hidden in this basement. If it's revived, not only Jiuan Island, but even Tianhai City will face a great disaster." Bai roared, his tone full of anger, "A monster? Do you think I'll believe you before I complete Director Chen's mission? No one is getting past me." Kui Long pursed its lips, a contemptuous smile tinged with mockery. "Is that so? It seems your Director Chen doesn't plan on explaining about the monster down there, does he?" Bai frowned, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes, but his tone remained firm. "You don't need to worry about that, I'll ask him myself." Suddenly, a world-shaking roar sounded, startling both Bai and Kui Long. Ling Qin stumbled out, her face contorted in pain. "It's bad, the doctor was swallowed by the monster." Kui Long gritted its teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's too late." He gathered all his power into a brilliant energy sphere, his tone urgent. "No time to waste, get out of the way or I'll take you down with it." Bai stood motionless, his eyes cold. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of taking orders from monsters." Kui Long, consumed by rage, attacked without hesitation. "Then I have no choice." Bursting breath erupted like the flames of hell. Ling Qin flew over like lightning, grabbing Bai and helping him dodge Kui Long's astonishing attack. The attack was so powerful that it collapsed a corner of the island, startling the monster below. It roared, transforming into a giant dragon, its eyes burning with flames as it stared intently at Kui Long. It roared, "What kind of skill is a sneak attack? If you are also a dragon descendant, do you dare to compete with me?" A huge dragon skeleton fell into the water, its breath worm-like tentacles twitching violently. Kui Long clenched its fists, sweat trickling down its forehead, and said worriedly, "Things are getting more and more troublesome." Kui Long warned loudly, "Get out of the way. There is an extremely terrifying monster in this basement. If it revives, not only Jiuan Island, but even Tianhai City will be in danger." Ling Qin roared angrily. "Why did that Kui Long break in addition to Fengxi? Isn't this place supposed to be able to block 100-ton level monsters?" Shui Mu replied in a low voice, "It seems the power outage just now was its doing. I don't know how it did it, but it succeeded." Ling Qin's voice trembled in panic. "Are you kidding me? That kind of monster, even with Bai, can't win, right?" Shui Mu replied coldly, "He can't possibly win." Shui Mu walked to the monster's side, his tone firm. "Chen Kaliang has probably already sent elite troops to deal with that giant ape. He only needs to hold out for 20 minutes. The monster pursed its lips, its eyes full of contempt. "You're underestimating that dragon's bloodline. That guy can't even last a minute." It stared at Shui Mu, its voice low. "To deal with a dragon's bloodline, only a dragon is worthy. But I don't have a body now, so I need to borrow yours." The giant monster roared, and pounced on Shui Mu, tearing and biting, blood splattering everywhere. Ling Qin screamed in terror at the brutal scene. "Doctor," the information panel flickered, displaying a line of text. "Devour, obtain ability, surgical arts." A scene from the past flashed in Shui Mu's mind, his voice full of bitterness. "This is my ability. It can only be used for some cutting and transplanting surgeries. It's almost as if I don't have one." Ling Qin, covered in bandages, thought bitterly, "You look like a mad scientist now, and you're still comforting me." Another scene appeared. Ling Qin and Shui Mu were walking together, and he said in a deep voice, "The legendary monster of Jiuan Island can obtain its opponent's abilities by devouring them. As long as we unravel the mystery, everyone can choose their abilities according to their wishes." Back to reality. Ling Qin ran out in a panic, shouting, "Doctor, it's bad. The doctor was eaten by a monster." The monster, on the other hand, replied calmly, "Next, as long as I stitch the head and this island together, I can move freely for a while." It sneered, a hint of pride in its eyes. "I didn't expect human abilities to be so convenient." Suddenly, it noticed a dazzling red light erupting from the direction of the door. The monster's eyes widened in terror, realizing it was Kui Long's attack aimed right at its body. The island shook violently, and a huge corner was destroyed by this terrifying force. From the ruins, a roar full of suspicion came. "Wrong, I can feel that you're not the monster of Jiuan Island. You lied to me." The monster pursed its lips and smiled smugly. "You've only just realized? Don't you think it's a bit too late, Doctor? But in any case, I still have to thank you for your ability." Shui Mu roared madly from inside. "You lied to me, you lied to me, you lied to me." The monster laughed with satisfaction, its voice echoing. "Why didn't I think of this method sooner? Ah," it continued smugly. "Haha, now no one can stop me from connecting my head and body." The arrows whistled at an astonishing speed, catching up to Aolong in an instant and piercing his body viciously. Kang Yao walked over with heavy steps, a sinister smile on his face. "Ha ha ha. How about that? As long as the target enters my line of sight, no matter how far they run, every single one of my arrows will pierce through." Lin Shu watched this scene helplessly, blurting out, "How did this guy catch up? Couldn't even Uncle Wolf stop him?" Kang Yao pursed his lips, his expression smug. "It seems you're very worried about that swordsman. I've already said I lock onto targets with my eyes. No matter how fast your movements are, it's useless against me. So I advise you to give up resisting and just stand there and be turned into a sieve." Lin Shu looked at Kang Yao and secretly calculated in his heart, Kui Long's projection ability hasn't recovered yet. All that's left is… Suddenly, Kang Yao shot an arrow to bid farewell. But unexpectedly, the one who was attacked was its master. Kang Yao fell to the ground, extremely panicked. What on earth is going on? He was astonished to see a figure exactly like himself, from his movements to his expression like a reflection in a mirror. From the air came a cry full of worry. "Damn it, that wolf-headed swordsman has caught up." Kang Yao panicked. The instinct for survival triumphed over everything, and he hurriedly fled, but not without turning back and threatening with a tone full of resentment. "You'd better remember what happened today." As soon as Uncle Wolf landed, he was surprised to find the enemy gone, and only saw Lin Shu in a strange form. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Luckily I had a flash of inspiration and used the evil eye to create a phantom projection and invisibility, tricking Kang Yao." Uncle Wolf frowned and asked in confusion, "Are you Lin Shu? How did you become like this?" Lin Shu replied, a trace of worry in his eyes. "It's a long story. Let's check on Aolong first." Aolong lay unconscious in a pool of blood, his breathing faint. Lin Shu and Uncle Wolf hurriedly shook him and called out, "Aolong, Aolong." He frowned and let out a soft groan. Uncle Wolf said in a deep voice, "You said the beast core used to control monsters is embedded in his back?" Lin Shu asked worriedly, "What should we do then?" Uncle Wolf didn't answer and immediately jumped up, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The sword in his hand swung down, chopping down and causing a world-shaking explosion. Lin Shu shouted in terror, "Uncle Wolf, what are you doing?" Uncle Wolf replied firmly, "I want to see if I can cut off this monster's beast core." Lin Shu hurriedly warned, "Aolong, get out of the way!" Suddenly, Aolong jumped up, but his eyes and body seemed strange. Lin Shu murmured, his eyes full of suspicion. "Wrong, his state looks very strange." Aolong roared, his figure rushing towards the giant monster at high speed. Lin Shu shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Shu suddenly realized, his tone full of panic. "This is bad. Aolong is being controlled by Shui Mu." The giant monster laughed smugly, its voice echoing with self-satisfaction. "Haha, this moment has finally come. No one can stop me from reconnecting my head and body." Suddenly its body shook and the writhing things inside crawled out. An angry voice sounded, "You're clearly not the monster of Jiuan Island. How dare you lie to me?" From the monster's remaining head, Shui Mu's face appeared, questioning sternly. The monster pursed its lips and replied, "I never said I was the monster of Jiuan Island. You were the one who willingly believed it and eagerly prepared for my revival." Shui Mu roared, his tone full of indignation. "Damn it," he panicked, and found that his body couldn't move. "Damn it, why can't I suddenly move?" The monster smiled sinisterly. "Don't waste your energy. You and I are one now, but in terms of consciousness dominance, how could you lowly humans compare to the Pangu monsters who have ruled the Blue Star for hundreds of millions of years?" It looked at the struggling Shui Mu and continued, "If it weren't for your convenient ability, I would have devoured your consciousness directly long ago." Shui Mu was gradually pulled into the darkness within the monster's body, powerless to resist. The monster laughed smugly, "Haha, but I've already cultivated enough breathworms. There's no point in keeping you around." Shui Mu finally roared, "Damn it." But he suddenly fell silent, a strange light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, Shui Mu saw Aolong, Lin Shu and Uncle Wolf. He thought to himself, "They actually managed to embed that monster's beast core into the giant ape." Aolong roared, his power erupting like fire as he charged at the monster, his tone resolute. "Sister Ape, I'm counting on you to save Jiuan Island. I'm leaving Jiuan Island to you." The monster narrowed its eyes, its sharp gaze responding in a deep voice, "It's this overconfident guy again." It gathered its power, forming a brilliant energy sphere, preparing to attack Aolong. Before it could, Shui Mu roared in anger, "Stupid monkey, listen to me and charge now." Aolong, confused, charged straight into the sky. Lin Shu shouted in a panic, Where's it going? This is bad, it's being controlled." As Aolong flew towards the monster, he suddenly spotted Su Lingyu's group hiding in the jungle. He murmured, "It's Sister Ape, she's here too." Seeing Aolong stop, Shui Mu roared, "Why did you stop? Charge." Seeing Aolong charge over, the monster repeated angrily, "It's this overconfident guy again." It created another energy sphere, aiming it at Aolong. but suddenly scorching red threads appeared at the corners of its mouth, weaving together tightly and locking its jaw, making it roar in pain. Shui Mu pursed his lips, his tone full of arrogance. In terms of consciousness dominance, I may not be your match. But in the course of a monster's life, abilities haven't evolved in tens of thousands of years. In other words, when it comes to controlling abilities, you're just a grade schooler. Although the monster trembled with anger, it was still controlled by Shui Mu's ability, unable to resist. It roared a warning, "Let go, we are one, you're committing suicide." Shui Mu laughed. "Who's one with you? A monster that doesn't obey human will has no value to be cultivated." The monster's eyes turned vicious. But Shui Mu continued to taunt, "The breathworms I cultivate. A fake relic like you is not worthy of them. You're not worthy." Aolong charged madly at the monster, and with a sudden violent slash he split the monster's body in two. Seeing his plan succeed, Shui Mu laughed. "Ha!" The side with Shui Mu's breathworms clung tightly to the island, while the other half of the monster's body floated ready to fall. Su Lingyu sensed something was wrong and shouted anxiously, "This is bad, the island is going to fall." Lin Shu's mother was furious and roared, "You're all a bunch of self-righteous fools." Su Lingyu asked hurriedly, "Auntie, but in this situation, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Shu's mother turned around, her eyes as sharp as blades, making Su Lingyu shiver involuntarily. She leapt up and said sternly, "Remember this, never trust stinking men who only have adventure on their minds." Su Lingyu was baffled, both confused and speechless. She shouted, "Everyone back to the cabin immediately." But when she saw her father and Fang Tianji, she was stunned. One was busy with research at a critical moment, the other was busy digging for gold. Su Lingyu roared in frustration, "Stop digging, your life is more important." Fang Tianji's eyes shone with excitement as she held up a gold nugget and cheered, "Another one." But she immediately frowned, noticing Su Lingyu's father was still engrossed in collecting research samples, not moving at all. Su Lingyu's gaze was sharp as a knife as she roared, "Dad, stop playing around, let's go." She gritted her teeth, repeating Lin Shu's mother's words, "Auntie was right, never trust stinking men who only have adventure on their minds." As Su Lingyu activated her ability, the objects around her father and Fang Tianji began to levitate. Fang Tianji hurriedly chased after them, shouting, "Give it back, I want to dig one more." Su Lingyu's father looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Su Lingyu couldn't be bothered to argue and pulled their hands forcefully, her tone urgent. "No more nonsense, come with me now." They rushed to the severely damaged plane, and after entering the cabin and closing the safety door, Su Lingyu let out a sigh of relief, her tone tense. "Quick, get the plane off the ground." Chen Hu, who was with them, asked in a panic, "Holy crap, what's happening now?" The two were still in the cabin, and Su Lingyu hurriedly replied, "The island is going to fall, we have to leave immediately." Fang Tianji pointed at the wrecked control panel and sneered, "Sister Su, did you forget one little thing? This plane was flying close to the ground in the forest just now. The flight system has been broken for a while." The other two panicked and shouted in unison, "What?" Piercing screams echoed through the forest and the cabin. They said in a panic, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Quick, think of something." Su Lingyu sat down and soothed, "It's okay as long as it's made of metal. My ability can handle it." She used all her strength and activated her ability. Fang Tianji shouted anxiously, "Stop, your body can't take it." But Su Lingyu remained stubborn, shouting, "Stop, stop." She persisted until she was exhausted, her eyes wide. Then she collapsed in the cabin. In her unconscious state, Su Lingyu saw a kind woman walk over and say in a gentle voice, "Have you never met your parents? What a pitiful child, but from now on you can think of me as your mother." Su Lingyu happily shouted, "Really?" But then she burst into tears. "Mom, I'll go help you. Mom, don't let go, don't abandon me." Her father appeared, his voice low and warm. "From today on you can call me Dad." Su Lingyu hesitated. Back in reality, Su Lingyu thought with tears in her eyes, "If my ability fails, the important people in my life will leave me one by one." She cried and shouted, "Damn it, why is my ability useless at the most critical moment?" Suddenly, a voice sounded as deep as if it came from the void. A huge phantom. "That's because you don't yet understand the essence of human abilities." Su Lingyu was startled. The essence of human abilities? Before she could understand, Fang Tianji's shouts rang out, "Sister Su, Sister Su." She hugged Su Lingyu tightly, calling out nonstop, "Sister Su, wake up." Chen Hu was in a panic and shouted, "It's over. Even Su Lingyu has fainted this time. We're all going to die." Chen Hu's phone buzzed and he hurriedly answered, his tone urgent. "Dad, it's great that you called. Come and save me quickly. I'm on a plane that's about to crash." Chen Kaliang replied in a calm, unwavering voice. "Don't worry. Several warships have already been arranged below Jiuan Island, but listen closely. The Grand Arts Guild's plane and the members on it cannot be saved. The only one who can be rescued is you, understand?" He continued coldly. "After the plane crashes into the sea, you have 5 minutes to seize the Grand Arts Guild's research results and escape the cabin. After that, the plane will explode due to an energy system collapse and sink to the bottom of the sea forever." Chen Hu was terrified and stammered. "But Gang Yushin and Su Lingyu are also on this plane." Chen Kaliang interrupted him, his voice muffled. "What did you say? The signal is bad on my end if it's nothing important. I'm hanging up." Chen Hu shouted anxiously. "Dad, where are you now?" He replied in a low voice. "In a place very close to you. When the breathworms fell into the sea, they would form a gap leading to the research institute." Fake Ling Chen used all her strength and rushed into the research institute. She inserted a USB drive into the system, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she murmured, "The doctor's data. I will definitely protect it," the system prompted. "Backing up data, please do not shut down." Suddenly, a strange object rushed over at an astonishing speed, piercing through fake Ling Chin's body. She whispered in pain, Why are you here?" Chen Kaliang walked out of the darkness, his eyes icy. "I didn't expect my indulgence to be met with complete betrayal. Shui Mu wants to destroy my Jiuan Island monster, and you want to steal the research data." Fake Ling Chin was terrified, her voice trembling. "Director Chen, how are you here?" He pursed his lips and replied, "Of course I came with a movement ability. I was worried my allies would deceive me." Kui Long hid behind the door, quietly observing everything, its eyes sharp but not making a move. Suddenly a hand gently patted his shoulder. Kui Long turned around and said in a low voice, "Don't come over and cause trouble, it's very dangerous here." The small monster in front of him suddenly changed shape, turning into Lin Shu. He asked urgently, "Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you all day." Kui Long was startled, its eyes wide. "Holy crap, how did you become like this?" Lin Shu pursed his lips and replied, "I didn't become like this, how could I have found you?" Kui Long frowned, its voice deepening, "It's so dangerous here, what are you doing here?" Lin Shu's eyes were firm as he said sternly, "Cut the crap, I came to find you, didn't I?" Kui Long pointed at fake Ling Chin and asked with a sharp gaze, "So are we helping or not?" Lin Shu immediately replied decisively, "Help, we must help, but first take a look at this." He opened the system on the device and continued, "Incredible, right? That guy has mastered at least 10 abilities." Kui Long was startled and said in a panic, 10, I've met Kai Ba and Kong Ya before. One was late God King realm, the other was early void returning realm. Chen Kailang's ability must be far beyond theirs." Lin Shu nodded, his eyes serious. "What's more, my dad was once called the #1 hero of Tianhai City. He might have already reached the Saint Realm. Chen Kailang is now firmly in the position of the Countermeasures Bureau Director. It's very likely he has also reached that realm." Kui Long frowned, confused. "What's the Saint Realm?" Lin Shu explained in a deep voice. "Your current weight is 22 tons. The Saint Realm is equivalent to a 100-ton monster, 5 times your size. So without understanding the opponent's methods, fighting rashly is like hitting a rock with an egg. You're bound to lose." He paused, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "The core of the plan now is to attract Chen Kailang's attention, save the person, and then immediately run." Lin Shu waved his hand, releasing a group of small one-eyed monsters. They flew around as he laughed. "I'll leave this to you." Chen Kailang walked over from the distance, his aura menacing, and said coldly, "So I have to make a trip myself." Fake Ling Chin. Blood gushed from the piercing wound, and she whispered in pain, "You're really taking your time. That monster isn't the Jiuan Island monster, and it just killed Dr. Shui Mu. It's very dangerous." Chen Kailang sneered, unconcerned. "Of course I know that, otherwise how could I have let you mess around for so long? But the situation is different now. That's a real dragon, with the ability to devour and enhance its power, just like the Jiuan Island monster." Lin Shu suddenly rushed out, preparing to attack Chen Kailang, and shouted, "Old man, look over here." But Chen Kailang just waved his hand, striking down like a thunderbolt. However, that was just Lin Shu's phantom, which disappeared as soon as it was attacked. Chen Kailang frowned, feeling annoyed as he saw a group of Lin Shu's phantoms mocking him. They shouted in unison with a provocative tone, "Old man, look here, haha. Come and hit me, are you angry?" Chen Kailang calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Is that Lin Shu? I didn't expect you to have such an ability." Meanwhile, the real Lin Shu was quietly holding the backpack, whispering behind Chen Kailang, "Well done. Big eyes, keep it up." Fake Ling Chin was surprised, and before she could finish saying who, why, Lin Shu had quickly stuffed her into the backpack and said decisively, "In any case, you're a monster who signed a contract with me. I won't let you die at that guy's hands." Chen Kailang said sternly, his eyes cold, "Unfortunately, this is useless against me." He sent out a series of octopus-like tentacles, cutting all of Lin Shu's phantoms in half. The one-eyed little monster lay exhausted on the ground. Chen Kailang walked over and said arrogantly, "So that's your method, impressive." Chen Kailang spotted Lin Shu sneaking away with the backpack and pursed his lips into a cunning smile, "Daring to escape right under my nose." Lin Shu was sweating nervously, moving on tiptoe. Chen Kailang said in a deep voice, "Young Master Lin." Lin Shu was startled and hurriedly threw out the backpack, shouting, "Kui Long, get in the backpack." Kui Long received the signal, immediately charged over, grabbed the backpack and fled quickly. Unexpectedly, Chen Kailang did not pursue. He just stood there, a cunning smile on his lips. He looked down at the map and murmured, "This laboratory isn't that big either," he said as he walked. "Let's see how you escape from my grasp." From his transformed arm, countless sharp blades shot out, chasing after Kui Long and Lin Shu. Those blades were as sharp as razors. A single touch was enough to sever limbs. Fake Ling Chin was in a panic, her voice trembling. "It's that dragon, you're Lin Shu." Lin Shu hurriedly pulled her down, whispering urgently, "Don't stick your head out. It's still very dangerous outside." One of Chen Kailang's blades grazed past, hitting Kui Long's body. Lin Shu's heart tightened with fear. Although Kui Long was in pain, it still soothed. I'm fine. Suddenly, a giant mouth appeared and swallowed Kui Long. It was Feng Shi acting to protect everyone. It brought them to a safe cave, then released Kui Long. Fake Ling Qin asked in astonishment and urgency, what was that just now? Lin Shu let out a sigh of relief and replied, not sure. Maybe it's one of Chen Keiling's abilities. Luckily we have this cave. He turned around, his eyes filled with gratitude, and said, thank you big guy Feng Shi for saving me again. Outside the laboratory, the momentary peace lasted only a few minutes. Chen Keiling's blade suddenly swept through the entire area, razing it to the ground. He witnessed this, stunned as if seeing such a terrifying sight for the first time. As things gradually calmed down, Chen Keiling clicked his tongue. Tisk tisk tisk, to think they could escape the research center in such a short time. He smiled faintly. Forget it, he's lucky. I wonder what other tricks that kid has. But I don't think he can leave Jiuan Island that quickly. Chen Keiling stood by the wall, gazing at the azure sky, and murmured, but is this the power of a Pangu monster? What a disgrace, the monster roared. As long as you reattach my head to my body, I will reveal the secret of the devouring ability. Chen Keiling replied coldly. Don't worry, I've already set up an inescapable net at sea. Beneath the vast ocean surface a ship appeared, carrying a strange skeleton. The monster's head fell off. Chen Keiling ordered with satisfaction through the intercom, all units attention. The monster is falling towards the rear of the warship. Its head has deviated and may land within 5 nautical miles to the southwest. Advance at full speed. A soldier activated the missiles, preparing to aim at the target. Countless sharp arrows shot out, locking onto the monster's head from all directions and hitting it precisely. Despite the monster's frantic resistance and violent roars, the warships held their ground tenaciously. A panicked report came from the base. The base has collapsed. The base has collapsed, a staff member repeated with a trembling voice. Monster capture confirmed. Requesting further instructions, Chen Keiling stood amidst the ruins, smiling with satisfaction. Well done. He glanced at the devastated surroundings and said calmly, I seem to have used a little too much force just now and smashed the entire research base. Elsewhere, Lin Shu was being held tightly by Kui Long, panting and complaining, holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Fake Ling Qin was in the same predicament, murmuring, this is the research institute, even 100-ton level monsters can't break in. Suddenly, a breath worm with Chen Keiling's face appeared. Its voice low. Nephew Lin Shu, by following the scent of blood I've finally found you. Your growth truly surprises me. But the real test has just begun. This underground laboratory is about to collapse and Jiuan Island is also on the verge of falling. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage, and stared daggers at the enemy. An urgent report came from the warship. Director Chen, monster capture confirmed, requesting further instructions. Director Chen, can you hear me? Chen Keiling was triumphant, his tone full of arrogance. It won't be long before the entire island transforms into the monster's body. Good luck to you all. Elsewhere, the real Chen Keiling slowly answered through the intercom. This is Chen Keiling. I've received the report. He ordered. Carry that monster and head towards the center of the vortex at full speed. The warship personnel hesitated. Head towards the vortex, he sneered and said decisively, yes, that's right. Go straight into the vortex. Roger, a triumphant report came from the other side. Director Chen, we have taken control of all the ships and are now accelerating toward the center of the vortex. He smiled sinisterly, but suddenly, a panicked voice sounded. Report, system out of control. What's happening? Get out of the vortex range quickly. Other ships also began to call for help. We can't, the current is too strong, we're being sucked in. A staff member shouted, quick, activate the emergency power system. But immediately after, the ships collided, causing a world-shaking explosion. A desperate cry rang out, it's no use. The ship in front. At this moment, an extremely ferocious light flashed in the monster's eyes. It bared its teeth and laughed savagely. Ha ha ha, human. You are more interesting than I thought. You've completely won my heart. Tell me, what reward do you want? I can grant you anything. Chen Keiling stumbled through a spatial rift, limping back to his office. He panted heavily, leaning against his desk. Suddenly, an ugly, twisted face appeared on his shoulder and said resentfully, you killed us and stole our abilities. Another face appeared, full of blame, and you used our abilities to show off. Other resentful faces appeared one after another. You trampled on our dreams like this. Chen Keiling, Chen Keiling. The resentment was excruciating. Damn it, the backlash is happening more and more frequently. He roared in anger, crushing the faces. All of you shut up. He continued to tear at them, blood and flesh flying. He gritted his teeth and roared. I know what's important. Only I can stop the Human Council's invasion. With that, he forcefully tore the hideous faces from his body. Even though they were mangled beyond recognition, they still taunted, so interesting, human. Tell me, what do you want? Chen Keiling panted and replied, you flatter me. Just tell me how to use the devouring ability to eliminate the original owner's consciousness. Then he stared motionlessly at the human skin on the floor. Suddenly, a voice from the screen made him turn his head sharply. The warship was being heavily damaged. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The warship captain collapsed on the ground in fear. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Before him was a ferocious giant ape monster. It leaped up and stomped on the warships, crushing them to pieces. The warship captain hurriedly shouted, fire, fire now. Instantly, the warships fired a volley of cannonballs from all directions at the giant ape, but it seemed to just tickle it. The warship captain blurted out in panic, "Damn, it's useless after all." This was not something that could be dealt with by weapons. It was its turn to give them a taste of hell. It used its power to attract rocks, then gathered them into a huge boulder, preparing to smash them. The dragon saw this and asked in surprise, "Are there bananas here?" Miao Xian also nodded in agreement. "Why is a monkey meddling?" Hearing this, the giant ape retorted, "What do you mean meddling? You're causing trouble on my turf. Did you ask for my permission?" Then the dragon roared, "If you're going to charge at me, then die." The monkey blocked its attack with its hand. The dragon frowned in displeasure. The monkey immediately flung its hand, sending the dragon flying. "Get lost," but the boulder in its hand changed. "Not good, I moved too much, it's cracking." A part of the boulder cracked and fell. The dragon immediately laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, it still fell," the monkey said in a panic. "Be careful, don't let those pieces of dirt fall into the water." Suddenly, someone shattered the boulder, making it break into even more pieces. Seeing this, the dragon roared in anger, "You're courting death." It used its power to create a huge energy sphere, then launched it with extremely powerful force. The energy beam shot straight towards the one who had just caused the destruction, but it seemed to miss the monkey. Miao Xian shouted Uncle Wolf's name imposingly. Seeing the time was right, the dragon skeleton immediately got into a ready stance. The head of the rolling dragon flashed with a mysterious light and sped over, merging perfectly with the skeleton to form a magnificent body. "Ha, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Then it shot into the sky like a whirlwind. Its power instantly doubled. This dragon, now named the Firmament Rolling Dragon, revealed a savage smile. "Here I come," pride. "Haha, even with only half a body it's not bad. How can a mere overlord-class Pangu monster be a match for a dragon's bloodline?" According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Classic of Regions Within the Seas, the Firmament Rolling Dragon once used the living soil to control floods, constantly swimming towards the dark north. It was born with the primordial yellow earth of creation, possessing the power of the earth and an endless reproductive ability, enough to fill the abyss and support the sky. On Su Lingyu's side, a giant face suddenly appeared, pressed close to her, startling her. The face spoke in a low voice, eloquently explaining the essence of human abilities. "The recovery of spiritual energy has changed the world, causing animals to evolve into monsters. But humans, who also absorbed spiritual energy, why didn't they become giants, but instead evolved abilities?" Without waiting for an answer, it continued on its own, its tone full of conviction. "That's because animals like to continue the past, while humans always desire to find the future through change and negation. Abilities are the way humans entrust their dreams to the future, the crystallization of spiritual energy made manifest. Therefore, an ability is not a crude form of spiritual energy. The greater the power, the better the effect. The key to controlling abilities is to let your imagination run wild, hold firm to your dreams, and have confidence in the future." Hearing these words, Su Lingyu felt as if she were in a profound philosophy class. She vaguely grasped something about imagination, dreams, and belief in the future. She raised her hand and recited a spell, and as soon as she finished, the giant robot suddenly woke up, its mouth agape in surprise. "Cough, you're not wrong." Su Lingyu was so engrossed that she didn't notice it was tall, dark, and smelly. When she realized, she was stunned. Before she could recover, another surprise followed. From the robot's throat, several curved tubes extended, and the figure of a woman appeared faintly. It was a beautiful woman with hair as vibrant as flames, leaving Su Lingyu dumbfounded as if she had met a goddess in a daze. She stammered, "Who are you?" The red-haired woman seemed to be mesmerized by Su Lingyu's beauty and replied blankly, "Ah." Then she couldn't help but step forward and hug her tightly, whispering intimately, "I am the awakened of the magnetic ability. Your predecessor." Hearing the word "your," Su Lingyu's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, unable to hide her surprise. The red-haired woman's eyes shone like fire, and she continued in a charming voice, "Beneath this sea I have left you a rich legacy." A silver crown suddenly appeared, gently landing on her head. The red-haired woman smiled, her voice low and warm. "This mithril circlet can compensate for your current lack of strength and help you adapt quickly. Use your imagination and belief in the future too. Control them and save your friends." The words, like whispers from the deep sea, echoed in Su Lingyu's ears, deeply imprinted in her mind. She repeated them in her subconscious, her voice firm. "Be steadfast, be confident in the future, and give your dreams wings of imagination." These words resonated like a mantra. Perhaps because she had chanted the spell too many times, the robot at the bottom of the sea suddenly opened its eyes and woke up. But in the depths of its subconscious, Su Lingyu's voice sounded, asking itself, "Where am I?" Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar figure lying in the distance. She murmured, her tone full of confusion, "Wait, is that?" Meanwhile, a world-shaking battle was raging on the surface, shaking the heavens and the earth. The beam of electricity from the Firmament Rolling Dragon exploded, piercing through layers of air and heading straight for Uncle Wolf. Lin Shu's mother witnessed this and panicked, worried for Uncle Wolf. Fortunately, Hai Kong arrived in time with astonishing speed, blocking Uncle Wolf and remaining unharmed. Uncle Wolf maintained his charming composure and sighed in relief. "Luckily I dodged at the last moment. If I had taken that hit head-on I would have been blown to bits, and thank you for catching it so precisely. I knew we were destined to be together." Haikong, not to be outdone, snorted coldly and retorted sharply, HMPH, I was just repaying you for saving my life earlier. Cut the crap. Without stopping, Uncle Wolf gathered all his inner strength and warned the giant ape, Giant ape, be careful, this guy's target is Gun Island. He can use this island to form his body, but in return, as long as this island exists, this guy won't dare to use his black fire. In response, Lin Shu's mother let out a soft hum. As soon as he finished his warning, Uncle Wolf and Haikong shot towards the firmament rolling dragon like two bolts of lightning. The giant dragon roared, its tone full of annoyance, here we go again in your dreams. But before they could collide, the two had cleverly changed direction, causing the rolling dragon to miss, gnashing its teeth in anger. It roared, its voice full of indignation. To dare to use the same trick twice in front of a true dragon. Before it finished speaking, Uncle Wolf's eyes sharpened, and he charged straight over, leapt skillfully, and landed on the dragon's body without any resistance. As he got closer to the firmament rolling dragon's weak point, he even pursed his lips and taunted, "Stupid dragon, you fell for it. I just wanted a chance to get close to you." A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He moved nimbly, brandishing his sword and teleporting several meters, unleashing a brilliant technique as dazzling as the sun, the golden light slash. Before it was over, Uncle Wolf swung several more dazzling lights on the firmament rolling dragon, multiplying the power of the golden light slash. Unexpectedly, after a few fierce slashes that sent sparks flying, the dragon's concrete-like thick skin quickly healed its wounds. This surprised Uncle Wolf, who said with a tone full of astonishment, "It actually healed." Despite this, he did not give in and secretly calculated. It's just as Aolong said, this guy's muscles and bones are extremely tough. Even a spiritual energy blade can only scratch its surface, but it's not impossible. There's only one chance. Despite being so painfully slashed, the firmament rolling dragon maintained its arrogance, and taunted him with a sarcastic tone, "How interesting, a monster that actually uses human tactics. But unfortunately your moves are too weak, they don't hurt at all." Uncle Wolf wasn't angered by being underestimated. Instead, he laughed out loud, his tone full of provocation. "Is that so?" With a thought, while his enemy was off guard, he instantly shed his half-human, half-beast form, transforming completely into a wolf. At the same time, he decided to charge forward and stab his sword into the back of its head, intending to directly destroy the monster's crystal core inside its brain. Unexpectedly, an even bigger surprise was in store. Two horns suddenly grew on the firmament rolling dragon's body. It didn't hesitate to take a risk, and seeing Uncle Wolf's longsword whistling towards it, it actually opened its mouth and bit down as if devouring its prey. Before Uncle Wolf could pierce its throat, the firmament rolling dragon had already clamped its mouth shut, biting down on the blade. Now it was its turn to threaten with a tone full of arrogance. "Wolf monster, I don't have Gun Island behind me. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish." Before it could feel pleased for long, a thunderous punch suddenly struck like lightning. The owner of this punch was none other than Lin Shu's mother. The ant rushed over from a distance and shattered the dragon's jaw with a single punch, causing the energy sphere to veer off course. Just like that, a dark beam of light sliced through the air, tearing apart the calm sea. Feeling it wasn't enough, Lin Shu's mother followed up with another heavy punch, sending it reeling as if in a dream. Uncle Wolf seized the opportunity to quickly escape and decisively jumped onto Haikang's bluebird. After delivering the punches, the ant was still struggling to carry the island on her shoulders, panting from exhaustion. The firmament rolling dragon, after taking a heavy beating, immediately began to curse loudly to vent its pain. "You damn monkey!" It took advantage of Lin Shu's mother's exhaustion and shot over like an arrow, launching a surprise attack. But luckily, Lin Shu's mother leapt up in time to dodge. However, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. In order to dodge this fatal blow, the ant lost her grip and dropped the island. As the island floated in the air, Lin Shu's mother shouted in a panic, "Oh no!" For some reason, the island suddenly flew into the distance, making the ant curse in anger. "Damn it!" And the giant dragon at the side roared with laughter, its voice full of triumph. "Haha, Gun Island is mine." But less than 10 seconds later, the island was controlled by another force and suddenly stopped. Aolong panted, his chest heaving as if he had just run 1,000 miles, and let out a dry laugh. "Ha ha ha, I finally made it. Luckily it's only half, otherwise I really couldn't have handled it." The giant robot held Aolong in its iron palm, stunning the crowd below, who said in horror, "Are you jealousy?" After merging with the previous ability user, Su Lingyu had successfully taken control of the Super War body. Her cold gaze swept around, exuding an irresistible authority. Lin Shu's mother, transformed into a giant ape, blurted out in surprise, "Jealousy?" Su Lingyu quickly observed her surroundings, assessing the situation with a sharp gaze, then judged in a deep voice, "So many monsters, and all of them are Pangu class, but it seems the giant ape and the wolf are on our side." Although she herself was shocked by her current form, she still murmured, "But why did I turn into this?" Chen Kaliang stood frozen on the spot, muttering to himself, "Is this friend or foe?" Lin Shu's mother recalled the fierce battle from years ago and replied with a puzzled expression, "It's an opponent I've fought before. As for now," she paused, her eyes filled with suspicion. The extreme swordsman whom Lin Shu called Uncle Wolf commented in a deep voice, But she doesn't seem to be in the right state now, he continued decisively, his tone filled with contemplation. I'm going in. Although he didn't want to take advantage of someone's weakness, Uncle Wolf no longer hesitated. He got into a stance, drew his cold blade and prepared to take down the stranger. But to avoid being surrounded, he had to act cautiously. Suddenly, Lin Shu's mother hurriedly stopped him, her tone urgent. Wait, Uncle Wolf. It turned out that with her keen intuition she had already sensed the stranger's identity and said decisively, this person is not the jealousy who invaded Jiun before, her aura is different. Lin Shu's mother's eyes shone as she looked directly at the girl before her and asked frankly, Su Lingyu, if I'm not mistaken, you're Su Lingyu, the student council president at Lin Shu's school, right? How did you end up wearing jealousy's armor and becoming like this? Su Lingyu still had a look of astonishment on her face as she replied, so you must be auntie. The rolling dragon saw the chaotic situation from a distance and immediately seized the opportunity. A dangerous, murderous glint flashed in its eyes as it roared, good chance. It swung a heavy punch straight into the clouds aimed at Su Lingyu and roared angrily, I didn't expect a human's ability to be able to do this, but unfortunately you still can't adapt to this body, right? Its weakness had been exposed. Su Lingyu hurriedly switched to a defensive stance, thinking, he saw through me. The rolling dragon attacked fiercely with its sharp white claws. Su Lingyu, as fast as lightning, turned and dodged. Hand over the island, with a crisp loud bang the sea's surface surged. The rolling dragon, which had been roaring fiercely just moments before, was now sent flying hundreds of meters away. A trace of admiration flashed in Su Lingyu's eyes as she thought, this level of powerful counterattack could only be from Lin Shu's mother. She roared with overwhelming might, how dare you touch my future daughter-in-law, are you tired of living? Hearing the words daughter-in-law from Lin Shu's mother, Su Lingyu was stunned and stood frozen for a few seconds. Before she could recover and settle the score with the rolling dragon, Lin Shu's mother had already gone all out, charging over menacingly, determined to crush her opponent. Finally, I don't have to carry this island anymore. I can have a proper fight with you. Her world-shaking blow shook the space, panicking the research team on the warship. The rolling dragon, full of killing intent and unafraid, roared, you're courting death. Lin Shu's mother unleashed her powerful strength, launching a relentless attack. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, their terrifying powers clashing head-on as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. Lin Shu's mother was majestic, landing a series of thunderous punches on the rolling dragon's body. That's more like it. She pulled back her fist, retreated to maintain distance and observed her opponent with a cold gaze. Her power and presence erupted like a surging tide. Using that set of boxing techniques from back then, even though it hasn't been used in over 60 years, it's still as skilled as ever. Take this. On the rolling dragon's side, the hazy smoke gradually dissipated, revealing its battered body, but its tone was still arrogant. I underestimated you to be able to beat me this badly. What was even more surprising was that in the next second, all the wounds on its body completely healed. It roared, its eyes shining, and then, it's my turn to attack. Lin Shu's mother was stunned by this scene, thinking, even after punching through its body it can still fully recover. The rolling dragon roared fiercely and repeatedly. Die? From above, Uncle Wolf, riding the divine bird, hurriedly offered advice to Sister Ape. Attack the head now, directly shatter its monster core. Having received guidance, Lin Shu's mother immediately charged over, menacingly. Leave it to me, she roared and swung a fierce punch aimed straight at the rolling dragon's head. Her fist landed precisely on its skull, but the result was not as expected. The dragon's skull was as hard as steel, causing her to pause. The rolling dragon grinned, its arrogant smile obvious. You're right, it immediately counterattacked using its ultimate move, Evil Thought Guardian, which generated a terrifying force that blew Lin Shu's mother backward. She let out a long painful cry. Su Lingyu, at this critical moment, shouted, Auntie. At this time, the crew on the warship were still in a panic, not yet recovered. A crew member shouted in terror, it's finally gone. The warship suddenly sped away uncontrollably. The captain replied helplessly, holy crap, it's still here. It turned out that Lin Shu's mother had used her spiritual energy to control the two warships, turning them into surfboards under her feet. She gave Su Lingyu a thumbs up, her tone full of pride. I told you this girl was good. The rolling dragon was still gathering its power, its entire body filled with killing intent, and it nodded, commenting, you are indeed very interesting and strong, but you are no match for me. This is the difference in species, because I am a dragon, the rolling dragon explained eloquently with an arrogant tone. Unlike you low-level beasts who can only obtain spiritual energy from nature, our dragon bloodline is born with spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as the crystal core is not destroyed, no matter how severe the injury, it can be healed. Faced with this cruel reality, Uncle Wolf nodded lightly, reluctantly agreeing, the rolling dragon is right. To shatter its monster crystal core, we must penetrate its shield-like, sturdy skull. Lin Shu's mother's face darkened, and she replied seriously, even Uncle Wolf says so. Is there no better way? Suddenly, a light flashed in Su Lingyu's eyes, and she came up with a bold idea. If it's just a lack of attack power, perhaps I have a way, she announced decisively, her voice clear. With an attack of that level, it might be possible to shatter that dragon's skull with one punch. Lin Shu's mother scratched her head, her expression hesitant. I also believe my son's father has that kind of strength. But the problem is, who knows where his dad is now? Su Lingyu replied resolutely. Although Uncle Lin longs and is not here, with Lin Shu here, I believe he can do it too. Lin Shu's mother, worried about her son, suddenly became angry and roared, "In the end you still want to drag my son into this." Uncle Wolf smiled and soothed in a calm tone, "Sister Ape, don't be agitated. I've met Lin Shu. He has indeed inherited the power of thunder, but his power is far from his father's." Su Lingyu became even more decisive and chimed in, "I believe in him. He has that kind of determination." After fighting alongside Lin Shu many times, she had complete trust in the boy. "Even if his power is not enough, I will help him make up for it." For the plan to succeed, Su Lingyu immediately decided, "But before that, we must find Lin Shu first. I need you all to help me hold off the rolling dragon." Lin Shu's mother and Uncle Wolf replied in unison, their tone decisive, "No problem, you go quickly, we'll handle things here." In Su Lingyu's mind, the plan was already meticulously calculated. First, she had to find Lin Shu. Fortunately, she had the mithril circlet, a treasure as useful as a compass. She focused her mind, released her full power, and quickly connected to and manipulated all the metal objects around her. Soon, Lin Shu's position was clearly revealed. He's here, at this moment, in the deep underground research lab. Lin Shu was using the modern machinery in the room. Su Lingyu hurriedly connected to the mithril circlet, her urgent voice echoing, "Lin Shu, Lin Shu, Lin Shu, are you nearby? Come here quickly." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Shu was stunned and murmured to himself, "Who's calling me?" When he saw Su Lingyu, he shouted in surprise, "Holy crap, what the hell have you turned into?" Lin Shu was equally surprised and replied, "You're one to talk, and how did you get here?" Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Su Lingyu explained seriously, "Let's not talk about that for now. The situation is urgent. Auntie and the half-wolf man are still on the sea." Lin Shu blurted out worriedly, "Wasn't my mom on the plane with you guys? How did she end up on the sea?" Su Lingyu frowned, her expression troubled. "How should I explain this to you?" Auntie turned into a gorilla. As soon as she finished speaking, she found that Lin Shu was gone. She asked in confusion, "Lin Shu, where are you?" It turned out that he, with a comical dirty face, had already rushed towards the sea, shouting, "Mom, wait, I'm coming to save you." Su Lingyu shouted helplessly, "Lin Shu, wait, listen to me first." But he was extremely stubborn, not listening at all, and jumped directly into the sea. She immediately raised her hand and created several rows of metal fences to block him. Lin Shu shouted impatiently, "Let me down, I'm going to save my mom," she replied with a firm tone. "Auntie is very safe right now. If you just jump down, you're asking for death." Suddenly, a strong wind blew, attracting the attention of both. The rolling dragon's huge mouth opened wide as if to swallow Lin Shu. He shouted in a panic, "I'm up," but at that moment, the rolling dragon stopped. It turned out that Lin Shu's mother had landed a heavy punch on its body. Lin Shu screamed in terror. A giant dragon and a gorilla. He glanced at Su Lingyu and found her watching with great interest, drooling and muttering "Gundam" under her breath. The metal fences surrounding the cliff were still extended, trapping Lin Shu inside. He asked blankly, "What on earth is happening down there?" Su Lingyu sighed and explained, "It's complicated. It's like this. Dad discovered that the entire Jiun island is made of breathworms, but after the rolling dragon seized the breathworm skull, it could be revived as a true rolling dragon." Aolong might have already discovered this, but Lin Shu didn't hear a word she said. He was completely bewildered, not understanding anything, so tired. Su Lingyu explained while drawing a diagram to illustrate, "Let's put it this way, the giant ape, the wolf, and the Gundam are friends, and that dragon is the enemy. Got it?" Only then did Lin Shu nod in understanding, which is to say, "As long as we defeat that dragon, the problem will be solved, right?" She replied, "Yes, but that dragon's defense and regeneration are extremely strong. The only way we can think of right now is to use an incredibly powerful attack to directly shatter the crystal core in its head. That's why I came to find you." Kui Long spoke, its expression contemplative. "In that case, I'm afraid this will be a bit difficult. I've already fought that rolling dragon once. At the time, I was planning to finish it off directly with my bursting breath." It turned around and reminded them urgently, "There's no time to waste. Get out of the way or you'll get hit too." But unexpectedly, the rolling dragon used such a powerful defensive ability. Su Lingyu pondered after hearing this and replied, "However, if the attack wasn't deflected by that shield, it means the power wasn't enough. We just need to strengthen the attack a little more." Lin Shu asked with eyes full of doubt, "Do you have a way?" She smiled confidently, her tone firm, "Of course. Who do you think I am? Have you heard of an electromagnetic railgun? By combining your thunder power and my magnetic energy, we can create an ultra-powerful attack." Su Lingyu explained with great enthusiasm, "An electromagnetic railgun uses the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field in the system to accelerate a metal shell. As long as a charged object moves in a direction that cuts through the magnetic field, it will generate ampere force. The ampere force will then push the object, making it move faster." She drew a series of complex formulas and diagrams, leaving the other two dumbfounded. After being accelerated like this many times, it can generate immense speed. "The firing rate of an electromagnetic railgun is more than 3 times that of a naval cannon," Kui Long muttered blankly. "Electromagnetic railgun," Lin Shu frowned, "ampere force." Su Lingyu waved her hand wearily, "All right, just get ready to use your thunder power, leave the rest to me. Just be ready." Lin Shu looked out the window and said in a deep voice, "It's almost midnight, only 2 hours left. We can use it by then." Su Lingyu nodded, "Okay, I'll let you know when I'm ready." The screen went dark suddenly. Fake Ling Qin rushed in from outside, covered in injuries, and gasped, Are you confident you can defeat that terrifying beast? Lin Shu replied firmly. I don't know, but I think we can give it a try. After all, we defeated the breathworms by working together like this before. Fake Ling Qin staggered forward and took out a scepter-like treasure. Lin Shu exclaimed in amazement. This is, she replied. That's right. As long as this can be inserted into the monster's crystal core, it can directly disrupt the monster's spiritual energy and cause it to detonate. Outside, Su Lingyu had returned to the giant robot to control it and shouted, I found Lin Shu. Everything is ready. Lin Shu's mother asked urgently, Where is he? She replied, He's on Jiuan Island. It's ready. Su Lingyu continued, We'll start the attack tonight, but we still need to put some distance between us and the rolling dragon to give the shell space to accelerate. She walked over slowly, but suddenly, Lin Shu's mother reached out and scooped her up, making her scream. Auntie, what are you doing? Lin Shu's mother explained as she rushed out like the wind. We just need to create some distance. Leave this to me. She turned her head, her voice booming. Brother Wolf, we're preparing for battle. Then she shouted behind her, I'll leave this to you, brother. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of the rolling dragon's mouth. Trying to run, dream on, it charged over, its huge figure tearing through the sky. Suddenly, countless sharp slashes rained down from the sky, shattering its bone armor, the fragments falling straight into the sea. The rolling dragon smacked its lips and paused for a moment. A wolf-shaped monster spoke, its voice low. Although I'm not strong enough to hurt you, I can still hold you off. At this time, Lin Shu's mother, transformed into a giant ape, held the Gundam tightly in her arms and quickly escaped from the ferocious rolling dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was in a deep pit on Jiuan Island, his heart filled with worry. It's already 10:30, only a little over an hour until midnight. Only Uncle Wolf is left over there. I don't know if he can handle it. In the distance, the Uncle Wolf Lin Shu mentioned was in a fierce battle with the rolling dragon. He unleashed an supreme slash, the sword light so brilliant it seemed to tear through space, but his stamina was gradually draining. Uncle Wolf panted and commented, These tricks are starting to work, but it's still a bit difficult to hold on with just this. When the rolling dragon turned its attack on him, the nearby warship suddenly shook. Uncle Wolf was surprised and looked down at the sea. Wait, which way is that warship heading? Inside the warship, he roared at the crew member at the helm. Which way are you looking? Didn't I tell you to head 36 degrees northeast where that swordsman is? The crew member replied with difficulty. But you also heard that Director Chen ordered us to rendezvous with the other ships and regroup. A loud broadcast came from the warship. All ships assemble and regroup. All ships assemble and regroup. He muttered to himself, full of doubt. Could it be that Director Chen gave this order because he saw the current situation? He pondered, although this monster is not as strong as the Zhulong that landed in Tianhai City back then, it's at least Pangu class. If it's allowed to fully recover, the consequences will be unimaginable. What on earth is Director Chen thinking? He immediately shouted. Director Chen doesn't understand the situation. Turn around. His warship immediately turned, heading back. On the other side, Lin Shu's mother stood steadily on two warships, still holding the Gundam tightly. The Gundam spoke, its tone certain. This distance should be fine. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was discussing with Su Lingyu through the screen, his sharp gaze focused on the plan. Lin Shu, full of worry, asked anxiously, My mom and Uncle Wolf, are they okay? Su Lingyu's tone was also uncertain as she replied, I'm not sure, so we have to speed things up. It's 11 o'clock now. I'll use 30 minutes to prepare the electromagnetic railgun. After that, it will take about 10 minutes to aim and adjust, she continued seriously. Controlling the railgun's barrel requires immense magnetic energy. With my current ability, I can probably only maintain it for about 10 minutes. I'll activate it at 11:50. We only have one chance, so we must prepare well. Lin Shu nodded, his eyes firm. Kui Long and I will be ready. We'll fire before midnight. On Lin Shu's mother's side, the Gundam spoke, requesting, Auntie, I'm going to transform, please get ready. The Gundam propped itself up with both hands, stood on Lin Shu's mother's shoulder and immediately transformed into a giant cannon. It shouted, Lin Shu, hurry up. Lin Shu, through the scope, had already locked onto the target, raised his hand as a signal, and began to aim. Suddenly, the Gundam shouted in a panic, Oh no, Uncle Wolf is in danger. The rolling dragon gathered all its energy in its mouth, preparing to shoot at the warship where Uncle Wolf was. It roared, You're courting death. A powerful blast shot out from the rolling dragon's mouth, blowing the warship to pieces. Uncle Wolf sank into the sea, blaming himself. Damn it, I was still too careless. There were only 30 minutes left. Now it's all up to Sister Ape and that kid Lin Shu. The rolling dragon laughed triumphantly. Haha, feel the wrath of a true dragon. It turned to Lin Shu's mother and said coldly, Now it's your turn. Lin Shu's heart was uneasy, he murmured. Uncle Wolf. Su Lingyu shouted, Focus, last 10 minutes, the magnetic field is about to activate. I'm counting on you for the rest. The giant cannon transformed from the Gundam began to gather energy, shaking the space. The rolling dragon sensed the danger and shouted, What tricks are you playing now? HMPH, who cares? I'll just fire a shot first. It gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to shoot at Lin Shu's mother and the Gundam. Lin Shu shouted in a panic, The cannon fire is coming, hurry up. Su Lingyu said urgently. 5 more minutes. A powerful blast shot out from the rolling dragon's mouth, hitting Lin Shu's mother. Lin Shu screamed, Ah! The Gundam also shouted in a panic. Kui Long, quick-witted and agile, grabbed Lin Shu's head and pushed it to the ground, preventing him from seeing the painful scene. A loud bang was heard. When the cannon fire ended, Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she's still alive. The Gundam shouted, Auntie, Lin Shu's mother, despite having a huge circular hole blasted through her body, still stood with difficulty. Lin Shu couldn't remain calm and asked, Su Lingyu, how is my mom? The screen in front of Su Lingyu flickered, the signal cutting in and out as if it would disconnect at any moment. Lin Shu's mother, despite being covered in blood, still roared, Su Lingyu, since you've already made up your mind, stop dawdling. I'm here, you just focus on doing your best. Lin Shu's mother's image suddenly appeared on the screen. Lin Shu stared blankly at the giant ape scolding him on the screen, and it suddenly dawned on him. Since you've already made up your mind, stop dawdling. Lin Shu murmured to himself, his eyes full of astonishment. Could this monster be? Familiar memories flooded his mind, taking him back to the old days with his mother. He clearly remembered his mother preparing meat skewers for the next day's business, smiling and asking, Mom is preparing the skewers for tomorrow. Why are you helping? Lin Shu's mother questioned him with a suspicious look. You're usually not this well behaved. Tell me, what do you want from Mom this time? While skewering the meat, Lin Shu hesitated and said, Mom, about high school, I've decided I still want to go to Tianhai City's #1 high school. After I awaken my ability when I come of age, I want to go on adventures in secret realms just like Dad. Hearing her son insist on venturing into danger, she warned him sternly. Secret realms again? Your dad went to secret realms every day, and in the end didn't he just leave without a word? Gone for 7 years? But Lin Shu was still resolute, his tone firm. I don't think Dad left without a word. He must have been trapped by some unexpected difficulty. So I want to go and help him. Suddenly, his mother snatched the meat skewers from his hand. Fearing his mother's anger, Lin Shu quickly explained, Mom, listen to me. It turned out she didn't intend to stop him, but instead taught him decisively, Since you've already made up your mind, stop dawdling. It was this sentence that made Lin Shu realize. Through the intermittent communication screen, he understood that his mother was entrusting him with everything. Mom is still here as long as you wholeheartedly. The signal was unstable, and before the connection was lost, he only heard the words, do your best. Lin Shu shouted, Mom, are you okay? The screen was full of static. The communication ended, leaving him in a state of confusion and worry. Suddenly, Su Lingyu's face appeared on the screen, making him exclaim in surprise, Lingyu. She cleared her throat and urged, Lin Shu, it seems Auntie has made it clear to you. The electromagnetic railgun is ready now. There's no time. We must fire immediately. When she asked, Are you ready? The fire of determination ignited in Lin Shu's eyes. He clenched his fists and answered decisively, I'm fine. But his heart was still heavy. He turned to Su Lingyu and said urgently, My mom is injured. Sister Su, please take care of my mom. Knowing he couldn't hesitate any longer, he shouted, Kui Long, let's go. The cannon on Lin Shu's mother's shoulder began to erupt with energy, spreading from the muzzle and converging into a terrifying force. A huge shell shot out at supersonic speed, causing an astonishing vibration. The rolling dragon still roared arrogantly. Kui Long dares to come over. Aren't you afraid of angering a true dragon? It fiercely used its evil thought armor to counterattack. Kui Long gritted its teeth and charged forward with all its might. With unparalleled courage, it successfully broke through the rolling dragon's evil thought armor. It pursed its lips, its tone full of sarcasm. Admitting Kui Long's effort, You've got some skills. Kui Long became even more furious and charged forward. The barrier protecting the rolling dragon and the shell named Kui Long collided fiercely, causing cracks to appear in the barrier. Su Lingyu supported Lin Shu's mother and shouted excitedly, It looks like it's working. After breaking away from the shell form, Kui Long found that the barrier blocking it had cracked and immediately rushed up to hold it tightly. It used its astonishing strength to tear an opening in the barrier, gathered a powerful airflow in its mouth, and roared, Go to hell. Kui Long unleashed its bursting breath, shooting the terrifying power straight at the rolling dragon. But the rolling dragon was confident and arrogant, already prepared. I've anticipated the two-stage attack. I was already on guard. It spat out a stream of energy, meeting Kui Long's breath head-on, not showing any weakness. Kui Long became even more ferocious and roared, This level of breath is no match for me. Kui Long's breath completely suppressed its opponent, and with a full-power attack it landed precisely on the rolling dragon's face. Su Lingyu shouted excitedly, Success! Oops. Although the rolling dragon was hit, it still roared arrogantly, as expected of a monster with dragon blood. To be able to stand after taking such a powerful attack completely unharmed, it pursed its lips, its tone full of provocation. But it's a pity, although you can suppress my breath, you must have used up most of your energy, right? What's even more unfortunate is that my breath isn't a once-a-day thing. Can you take my next one? Su Lingyu was stunned and whispered to herself, Did we lose? Only Kui Long still maintained a resolute smile. Its eyes not wavering in the slightest, Su Lingyu suddenly noticed something was wrong and looked up. What's that in the sky? Sure enough, in the night sky an object was suspended, mysterious and full of threat. It was Lin Shu's magical backpack. Lin Shu suddenly appeared from inside, charging out to attack. The rolling dragon immediately went on the defensive, its eyes turning cold as it sensed the danger. Lin Shu was domineering. He landed with a loud laugh. Since that was the case, he would use his own dragon transformation ability. He raised his fist, his aura exploding. Can you guess this time? A fierce punch descended, causing the space around the rolling dragon to vibrate violently. but Lin Shu blurted out in astonishment, "What?" When his fist touched the rolling dragon's body, it felt like hitting a soft, slippery gel. A cheerful voice came from inside. "This dragon has super strong vitality. Even the power of the Jiuan Island monster is probably not enough to destroy it." Lin Shu vaguely recognized the person's identity and said in a low voice, "You are." That voice decisively continued, "If you're willing to believe me." The next second, the breathworm appeared from within the rolling dragon's body and said, "I have a good idea." Lin Shu was startled and shouted, "Breathworm, why are you here? What bad idea do you have now?" The breathworm answered concisely, "If you want to kill that dragon, I have a good suggestion." The two young men with their different forms had a conversation filled with tension. Lin Shu said sternly, "Like hell I'd believe you. Weren't you the one who created this monstrous dragon? If you don't listen to me, you'll suffer for it." Lin Shu didn't have time to escape and shouted vigilantly, "What are you trying to do?" It was too late. The rolling dragon's massive mouth closed, swallowing both him and the breathworm. Witnessing this, Kuilong blurted out in panic, "Holy crap, he got eaten." The inside of the rolling dragon was like a dark labyrinth with black dots flickering and moving. The breathworm dragged Lin Shu along like a sack, making him shout weakly, "Damn it, where is this? You really were trying to trick me." After being questioned, the breathworm replied calmly, "To superimpose magnetic force on the electromagnetic railgun's ability. I'm surprised you guys even thought of it." He sneered and continued, "However, this level of attack is simply not enough to kill the rolling dragon." Lin Shu went crazy with anger and roared, "Are you looking down on me?" The breathworm, not to be outdone, pursed its lips. "Whether I'm looking down on you or not, you'll know once you see." Suddenly, a scene that stunned Lin Shu appeared. Before them was a crystal core as brilliant as a crystal, shimmering with magnificent light. The breathworm pointed and explained this monstrous dragon's crystal core. He continued in a confident tone, "The body structure of a dragon is extremely special. They can directly integrate spiritual energy into their bloodline, forming flesh with extremely strong regenerative abilities. To kill the rolling dragon in one blow, you must completely shatter these crystal cores. Can you do that?" Hearing this, Lin Shu recoiled slightly and replied worriedly, "It's so big it'll be hard to destroy it successfully. And this guy looks disgusting." Although the breathworm was a villain, it still explained patiently, "This is because this monstrous dragon has been devouring all kinds of crystal cores everywhere. For example, this one here is mine." "Were you eaten by the monstrous dragon?" Lin Shu asked curiously. Reaching out to gently touch the crystal core, it suddenly burst with a brilliant light. The breathworm shouted, "Stop!" The breathworm transformed into a computer and said urgently, "This monstrous dragon is preparing to attack again. We can't let it succeed. Your mother is already seriously injured and can't withstand another attack." Lin Shu was in a panic. "What should we do now?" The breathworm chuckled as if it didn't care. "Wait, you rush over. Fake Ling Qin probably gave you a machine, right? I can use that controller to manipulate the energy in the monster's crystal core." In this critical moment, Lin Shu remained suspicious. "Why should I believe you?" The breathworm cursed inwardly but still replied, "I don't think you have any other choice. Besides, if I had a way to control a monster's mind, would I have ended up in this situation? Don't worry, I just think that if I saved this monster, I also have the right to take it away." Lin Shu listened, pondered for a long time, struggling between reason and emotion. Finally, he chose to trust his gut and give this guy one last chance. With that, without hesitation, he pulled the scepter from his body, held it high with steel-like resolve, and then announced loudly, "If you dare to trick me, you just wait. A gentleman's word is his bond." He immediately swung his hand fiercely, stabbing the tip of the scepter straight into the crystal core. A huge force erupted, merging from the scepter and the crystal core, and spread with increasing intensity, enveloping the entire space. After a tense moment as the situation gradually became clear, Lin Shu shouted excitedly, "Did it work?" Just as the rolling dragon was unleashing its violent power, Shui Mu suddenly asked, "What about my sprayer?" Kuilong lurked underwater, its tone full of doubt. "What is Lin Shu doing?" However, Shui Mu forcefully cut off the huge energy flow. His conspiratorial voice echoed, "I want to release all the energy from the crystal core. It might cause a huge explosion. You should run, you'll die if you stay here." Lin Shu asked back worriedly, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Shui Mu took a risky move, but Lin Shu didn't expect him to forcefully push him away, and say sternly, "Are you still worried about me? Get lost. You'd better hope I die here, otherwise I'll definitely snatch Kuilong without hesitation next time." After hearing this, Lin Shu sneered in reply, "Go ahead and try to snatch it." Without hesitation, he began to attack, unleashing thunderous demon scroll, open gate. He decisively dived down and the rolling dragon's body trembled violently under his attack. A terrifying force penetrated every inch of its flesh, seeping out a pungent smell. The rolling dragon also felt considerable pain as lightning bolts pierced its body. It said in pain and anger, "You people are so annoying. I already told you this is useless against me." It twisted its body and roared, "I have infinite recovery ability." After spitting out smoke, the rolling dragon began to regenerate its body, but suddenly countless tentacles grew from its skin like maggots. Not only did its body not heal, but it also swelled and deformed, making the rolling dragon blurt out in panic, "What the hell is going on?" Shui Mu seemed very interested and said loudly, "You must not know how much humans, with their fragile vitality as you call it, fear pain and death. So much so that it produced something like these cancer cells. I only know that since I blindly copied life to escape death, I instead pushed life towards its ultimate existence. I've always wanted to know what would happen if I injected the human fear of death into a dragon's infinite vitality. The rolling dragon grew impatient listening to this long-winded speech and roared angrily. "You dare to trick me again, you insignificant humans," he continued. "If I'm about to die," suddenly the rolling dragon charged over, "I might as well drag you all into the secret realm with me." Cancer cells formed tumors all over the rolling dragon's body. It had truly gone mad. To become a sacrifice for a dragon is worth it for you in this lifetime. All of you go to hell. Amidst the surging waves, Su Lingyu, as fast as lightning, grabbed Lin Shu's mother's wrist and pulled her forcefully to prevent her from being swept away by the fierce current. She roared, her voice low and firm. "Don't let go." On the warship, a panicked voice suddenly sounded. Still no answer on the phone? Commander Chen's face was livid as he gritted his teeth and ordered the attack to continue. A staff member's voice trembled with fear as he replied, "Report. The Countermeasures Bureau's command center line is always busy." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I must stop this situation. If this continues, the chaos of the Zhulong from back then might repeat itself." Immediately after, an urgent notification came through Chen Keilang's intercom. "Report, the situation on the front line is extremely critical. Requesting the first wave of reinforcements to prioritize dealing with the giant monster. Most members have lost their combat capability. A rift has appeared in the secret realm, which may lead to super-strong monsters from the secret realm appearing in the real world. Requesting the Countermeasures Bureau to immediately mobilize all forces to fight the monster. If the situation is allowed to develop, it could even lead to a crisis for the entire Tianhai city." He immediately frowned, his face dark. He had initially only wanted to use this fake Pangu monster to uncover the secret of the dragon's beast control ability it had seized, but he never expected it to cause such a huge commotion. At this moment his gaze was fixed on Lin Shu and Kui Long, who though small were filled with tenacious vitality. Chen Keiliang said sternly with a hint of mockery, "Lin Shu, kid, you really are lucky." Then he immediately picked up the phone, his voice heavy. "Hello, it's me. The situation in the waters near Jiyuan Island is extremely dangerous and may affect the safety of Tianhai City. Our Countermeasures Bureau must fight to the death immediately. Over here, a large number of military forces and firepower were already prepared for battle." Planes roared and charged over, quickly flying towards the center of the battle. When Lin Shu saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned and blurted out in astonishment, "What a huge formation. Is Tianhai City's Countermeasures Bureau mobilizing all its forces this time? It seems they're also planning to use firepower to push that monstrous dragon into the secret realm." At this moment, Kui Long suddenly spoke, its tone full of doubt. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Look over there." Lin Shu immediately turned his head, his mouth agape in terror. "Crap, what's that?" Swarms of monsters poured out of the secret realm, from underwater to land, from strange to extremely bizarre, appearing suddenly like a nightmare. Su Lingyu also noticed and hurriedly shouted, "Auntie, look!" Lin Shu immediately felt extremely uneasy. Damn it, if these monsters from the depths of the secret realm get into this world, not just Jiyuan Island but probably even Tianhai City will suffer. She roared loudly, her voice like thunder, "Take Aolong and leave Jiyuan Island immediately. Let Lin Shu gather everyone." Lingyu was worried and unwilling to let her go alone, and hurriedly tried to stop her. "Auntie, auntie, it's dangerous." But before that cry she had already decisively plunged into the water, swimming while roaring angrily, "Watch me push you brats back immediately." Then she shot into the air like an arrow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the rolling dragon, but she underestimated this monster. It pursed its lips, its tone full of provocation. "Can you even get past?" Her attack was blocked by a chicken spirit while strange tentacles tightly bound her limbs, making her unable to move. She gritted her teeth and roared, "Damn it." Seeing this scene, Aolong and Lin Shu were both panicked. "This is bad." Suddenly those tentacles were chopped into hundreds of pieces. Lin Shu was stunned, astonished by the sight of Uncle Wolf majestically descending with a group of pterosaurs. Lin Shu and Aolong cheered, "Uncle Wolf." But Kui Long spoke, its tone full of caution, "It's not just that." Lin Shu asked in astonishment, "What on earth is going on?" He raised his head, his eyes widening in terror, seeing the swarms of pterosaurs in the sky continuously wreaking havoc, interrupting Chen Keilang's warships. Not only that, they also saved Lin Shu's mother. The rolling dragon was stunned, slightly surprised. "I didn't expect that not only that stupid dog and ape but you came too." A flash of light appeared, and the girl's figure emerged, a mocking smile on her face. "Ha ha." The rolling dragon smiled contemptuously. "Maybe you know my strength, you and those two together are no match for me." The girl frowned, and replied coldly, "I know, my mission is just to stop you from continuing to destroy Jiyuan Island," she announced confidently. "Someone else will deal with you." Hearing this, the rolling dragon sneered. "Someone else? Ha, it's useless no matter who comes except for that guy." Her eyes darkened, flashing with an interested look as if watching a good show. "Congratulations, you guessed right." The rolling dragon immediately widened its eyes in terror but still stubbornly said, "Impossible. He should still be at the very bottom of the secret realm's spiritual vein right now." Its voice became even more frantic. "You can't fool me. Besides, with his physical condition, he can't withstand the density of this world at all." But as soon as it finished speaking, a huge monster hand reached out from the surface of the water and pushed it down. A new monster appeared, looking to be on a completely different level. As expected, the one who could suppress the rolling dragon had shown up, and it was much larger and more magnificent than that little shrimp, the rolling dragon. Lin Shu's eyes widened and he blurted out in astonishment, "Is this the monster of Gun Island?" Then he seriously speculated, "Maybe it knows my dad's whereabouts in the city." At this moment the alarm blared, a voice constantly urging, "Alert, alert, level is special grade. Residents in the vicinity, please evacuate quickly. Alert, level is special grade. Residents in the vicinity, please evacuate quickly." It turned out that Zhao Yu was trying hard to evacuate the public. "Everyone, don't be afraid, form a line, don't cut in." At the Countermeasures Bureau, Chen Kalian was slightly astonished. "I didn't expect such an unexpected gain." He observed the monster of Gun Island and commented in a contemplative tone, "You really can't let go of Tianhai City." Then he asked with deep meaning, "But when the people you're protecting see this scene, will they thank you or be afraid of you?" Lin Shu looked around and pointed at the monster, shouting, "Quick, follow the Gun Island monster, let's go," he said seriously. "Maybe it knows where my dad is." Kui Long was sweating profusely, thinking to itself, "I think you might have misunderstood something." The two-toned hair girl spoke, her eyes sharp. "I didn't expect you to come out directly in your monster form. Aren't you afraid this world won't be able to bear it and will be crushed?" The monster of Gun Island replied, its voice low. "After all, the situation is urgent, and I'll go back after I've helped." It looked up at the sky and asked, "Everyone has been saved, right?" The two-toned hair girl pursed her lips and replied confidently, "I've saved everyone who should be saved and those who shouldn't. When have I ever messed up? Hey, so heavy, can't you turn back into a human?" She was speaking to Lin Shu's mother, who immediately realized and transformed into a slender young woman. Incredibly beautiful. The girl with two-toned hair asked with concern, "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" Lin Shu's mother smiled, her tone gentle. "Luckily, I usually store a lot of spiritual energy in my body. I used that energy to block the wound just now, and that's how I escaped." The two-toned hair girl nodded and continued, "We won't wait for too long, we'll leave once this is settled, but before we go I can have the pterosaurs take you to Gun Island." Lin Shu's mother replied thoughtfully, "I've caused such a huge commotion, I'm afraid I can't go back to Tianhai City. I've decided to go with you all." The two-toned hair girl hesitated, but suddenly, the monster of Gun Island spoke, its voice full of authority. "Listen to her, she knows the situation here better than we do." "Since she said so," it laughed, its eyes twinkling, "then it can only be for one reason, which is that someone can take over her duties." It looked down at Kui Long and Lin Shu below. Lin Shu looked up, his eyes blank. The two-toned hair girl closed her eyes and said, "All right, since you've all said so." She cast a spell to seal the secret realm, and a brilliant light burst forth. Seeing this, Lin Shu hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait for me." He shouted at the monster of Gun Island, "Monster of Gun Island, I have something to ask you." It turned to listen, giving a thumbs up. Lin Shu was stunned, completely clueless as to what that meant. The wolf-like monster riding on the bird's back looked at him and said, "I have fulfilled my promise to help you see your father." Lin Shu frowned and muttered, "I have fulfilled my promise to help you see your father." "Your father, father." At that moment, as if struck by lightning, he pointed at the monster of Gun Island and shouted in terror, "Holy crap, that's my dad." The wolf-like monster cursed impatiently. "Damn it, you still don't know." But then it smiled, its tone softening. "All right, let's leave it at that." Seeing them about to disappear, Lin Shu hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't run, explain it to me." But everything had already vanished. Lin Shu stood there alone, his mind filled with images of his parents, his heart in even greater turmoil. Just how much were they hiding from him? Everything that had just happened was captured by Chen Kalang's surveillance. His laughter was sharp and cold, a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "With these images, even if you don't die, someone will make you die." Suddenly the signal was disturbed, the screen flickered, and the image became blurry. He frowned slightly, surprised by the sudden malfunction. Before him, Zhu Ji, the director of the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau, spoke seriously. "Director Chen, I've received intelligence that an extremely serious incident has occurred around Tianhai City. Headquarters has decided to block all news related to this incident." Chen Kalian pondered, his voice becoming stern. "But the situation is very serious this time. It might even develop into a catastrophe like the Zhulong invasion 3 years ago." Zhu Ji replied, his tone calm and sharp, "Director Chen, don't worry. The Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau will immediately begin observation. Now that the group of Pengu-class monsters has disappeared and the traces of the secret realm have closed, there will be no danger." Chen Kaliang raised an eyebrow, his tone full of doubt, "But I still want to ask, what is the reason headquarters wants to block this sudden incident?" Zhu Ji frowned, his voice sinking. "You also know that there is a high-level secret realm under Gun Island, and it's an important spiritual vein secret realm in the southeast of China. Years ago, the Human Council explored Gun Island, but because the monsters were too strong, their entire army was wiped out and they had to give up. Later, our country explored and turned it into the most important island. But it is said they never gave up on Gun Island, and in this incident, I heard that the missing opponent and many traces have appeared. If this news gets out, do you think they will remain silent?" Chen Kaliang thought to himself, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. These were all just excuses. I heard he has a friendship with Lin Longzhen, and for him to jump out like this now, it seems the rumors are true. Zhu Ji turned around, his voice cold. It seems Director Chen has no other opinions on headquarters arrangements this time. Then I'll take my leave. Chen Kailing nodded, his expression calm as he replied, understood. Thank you for your hard work. The screen went dark. Chen Kailing immediately showed his excitement. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, what's so great about you? Just the Countermeasures Bureau of the Imperial Capital, and you want to step on my head. As long as I get that thing, whether it's the Countermeasures Bureau or the Human Council, one day you will be no match for me. A knock came from outside the corridor. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. Come in. Kang Ya walked in, holding a box tightly to her chest, and said respectfully, Director Chen, I've got what you wanted. I brought it to you immediately. Chen Kailing's eyes widened, looking in astonishment at the huge magical piece of flesh. This is the heart of that monstrous dragon. Kang Ya nodded, recalling the battle, her voice low. At that time, that gray monstrous dragon struck down with its palm. At that moment I found the crack activated my ability to control an armor-piercing shell specifically for monsters, and directly pierced the ancient dragon's chest, taking its heart. If I had been a step slower, I would have been knocked into the secret realm with it. Chen Kailing placed his hand on the box, carefully feeling the power it emitted. Kang Ya stood aside, unable to hide her curiosity. Was this really a dragon's heart? How can a giant dragon's heart be so small, or dragon's heart so narrow? Chen Kailing's lips curved up slightly as he replied, This aura can't be wrong. As soon as I touched it, I could feel a surging power. He paused, his eyes sharp. This dragon's heart is already big enough. If the heart were any bigger, even a dragon would die of exhaustion. Kang Ya nodded and asked excitedly, Then can it help Director Chen become stronger? Chen Kailing laughed and confidently gave a thumbs up. That's right, alright, you can go out now. Kang Ya obediently left the room. As soon as the door closed, he excitedly muttered, Ha, it seems this dragon's heart is really important. My contribution this time far exceeds that musclehead's. Suddenly the box containing the dragon's heart became empty. Chen Kailing had already swallowed the heart, and the power in his body erupted violently. His veins bulged, and he fell to the ground, coughing nonstop. His eyes bloodshot, as if he were possessed by something. With a painful roar he tore open his chest. Countless tentacles gushed out. His body swelled up, and he gradually transformed into a ferocious giant dragon. His face was hideous. Chen Kailing roared in despair, Damn you, Belial, you actually tricked me 64 years ago. 64 years ago, in a small house, a baby's cries continued incessantly, and a voice full of helplessness sounded, Little ancestor, if you keep crying like this, I won't be able to hide you. Toys flew around the baby, but it still cried loudly. The then young Chen Kailing awkwardly held a bottle to soothe it. All right, wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. The baby still cried nonstop, so he had to dance around, trying to get its attention. Food's here. Here, drink your milk. Finally, the baby took the bottle and obediently drank it all. Chen Kailing breathed a sigh of relief, placed the toys on the ground, and muttered, Finally quiet. This little one's ability is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I won't be able to hide it for much longer. If anyone finds out I have a child of the 7 sins of the Human Council, the consequences will be unimaginable. A dark thought flashed in his mind, his tone full of jealousy. Don't blame me. I only promised to take you to a safe place. I've already done that. Suddenly the baby stopped drinking milk, looked at him with a serious expression, and a dazzling light erupted, making Chen Kailing panic. Some unexpected fragments appeared, tightly wrapping the baby, forming a small cocoon like a butterfly. He blurted out in surprise, Is this like an evolution? I must hand it over to the Countermeasures Bureau immediately. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded, Mr. Chen. He was startled. Who? A girl dressed like a clown riding a giant monster appeared. She jumped down and said with a smile, Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the trickster. Among the 7 sins of the Human Council, you can call me Belial. She walked forward and continued, I hope you can take care of this child and at the same time help me create a new identity for her so she can live peacefully in Tianhai City. Chen Kailing frowned, his tone full of suspicion. Impossible. You've seen it too. This child's ability is too terrifying. How can I hide it? Belial calmly walked over to the child and smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about that. She stretched out her hand and cast a spell on the child, saying softly, I can temporarily seal its ability until it grows up and learns to control it. The cloth strips wrapped around the baby suddenly came loose and flew into the air. Chen Kailing watched quietly, thinking that the child seemed to have no resistance to the woman in front of it. He asked curiously, But why don't you take her with you? Isn't her mother also a high-ranking member of the Human Council like you? Belial picked up the child, a trace of sadness in her eyes. Not anymore. Jealousy caused some trouble on Jiuan Island. This child is now homeless. She looked directly at Chen Kailing and continued, Jealousy's ending was her own choice. I don't care, but at least I want this child to live. She walked forward, extended her hand, and said seriously, Are you willing to cooperate with me? Chen Kailing hesitated, his eyes sharp. You said this is a deal. If I agree, what do I get? Belial laughed heartily. Haha, you actually want to make a deal with me, knowing I'm the trickster of the 7 sins. You're the first. How interesting. She turned to the monster and said gently, Hey Jen, you like this child too, right? The monster slowly walked forward. Chen Kailing was startled and hurriedly asked, What is this guy trying to do? Belial soothed. Don't worry, I'm just having it bring the reward. The monster spat out a bright red heart from its mouth. Belial pursed her lips and explained, everyone knows that dragons can plunder spiritual energy and abilities, but few know that it's all thanks to the dragon's heart. It's like a furnace storing spiritual energy and power. She showed a cunning smile and continued, as long as you get the dragon's heart, even a low-level ability user like you can seize the power in this illusion. This is a rare opportunity to change your destiny. Chen Kaliang clenched his fists, his voice sinking. I agreed to the deal with that trickster. He gritted his teeth. Later she would send me a dragon's heart every year. And now I have countless hearts in my body. He paused, a flash of anger in his eyes. The dragon's heart can indeed help me devour spiritual energy and abilities, but she didn't say that these spiritual energies and abilities still retain the will of their original owners. Only by continuously devouring dragon hearts do I have enough power to suppress them. His body gradually returned to human form, and he let out a sinister laugh. She wants to control me with the dragon's heart, but she could never have imagined. He pursed his lips, his eyes cold. The monster of Jiuan Island possesses the perfect devouring ability. As long as I get its heart, I can completely master the power of devouring. After a world-shaking battle, the sea was still raging. The huge Jiuan Island hung in the air as if it would fall at any moment. When it slammed into the ocean, the immense force sent white waves splashing. Just like that, the entire island gradually sank into the deep sea. Despite riding on the mighty Kui Long, Lin Shu was still swept far away by the waves. He swayed, the ability within him gone, and whispered in a panic, "Is this the end?" Suddenly, an intuition flashed, and he hurriedly ordered, "No, there are still breathworms on the island. Get back to the island quickly." Lin Shu pointed ahead and said urgently, "They're still there on the shore." Oolong stood majestically waiting. He shouted excitedly, "Hey!" This shout heralded his imminent arrival. Su Lingyu waved her hand vigorously and shouted excitedly. Lin Shu rushed to her side and asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" Su Lingyu glanced at Oolong and said happily, "Luckily, Sister Ape used her ability to stabilize the plane and save everyone just now. Otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened." Lin Shu gave a thumbs up and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I'll remember this kindness." Suddenly, Chen Hu rushed over from behind and chided in a panic, "It was so dangerous just now, kid. Where were you hiding?" But the sight before him stunned him. The huge Oolong and the mighty Kui Long were protecting Lin Shu, realizing he had misspoken. Chen Hu hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, "My lords, please spare me. Give me another chance to be a human." Lin Shu pursed his lips and said sarcastically, "Geez, how did even this guy get saved?" He turned to Su Lingyu curiously, "I never knew President Su had such skills, but you didn't show any of it during the Grand Arts Guild's assessment." She replied frankly, "I don't know either. This power was given to me by a mysterious red-haired woman just now." She looked at the calm sea and continued in a deep voice, "But she just took back the robot, and only left me this bracelet." Lin Shu pursed his lips and muttered, "What a pity. I wanted to pilot that cool robot myself." As they chatted, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, I almost forgot. These breathworms are very dangerous. Be careful." But Su Lingyu and the others smiled calmly. Seeing his panic, she explained calmly, but Lin Shu still warned urgently, "How can you still be smiling at a time like this? It's really dangerous." Su Tiankai held a breathworm in his hand, and slowly explained that after the rolling dragon was defeated, the soil had returned to its original state. Therefore it could be inferred that it was the strong evil thoughts from the rolling dragon that caused the soil to turn into breathworms. Mr. Su continued, saying that this was exactly what was recorded in the ancient texts. In ancient times, when the floods were raging, Gun stole the living soil from the heavens to control the floodwaters. Although the flood was stopped, the theft was exposed. Afterward, Gun was executed by a messenger sent from the gods. A miracle occurred from his corpse. Yu was born from Gun's abdomen. A phantom of the rolling dragon flashed by, reminding people of its terrifying power. Based on Mr. Su's words, Lin Shu came to a sharp conclusion. That monstrous dragon, just like Ling Qin, was a monster transformed from a human. The young man continued speaking as he rummaged through his backpack. Speaking of the monstrous dragon, Lin Shu searched frantically, muttering, "Wait, where did it go?" Suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "Found it." In his hand was a blood-red crystal core. Luckily I was quick enough to grab this at the critical moment. Looking at the glittering treasure, Su Lingyu and her father were stunned and said in unison, "This is a monster crystal core." Eager to confirm, Lin Shu opened the system and asked hurriedly, "System, can I use this crystal core to upgrade?" The system replied enthusiastically, "Hello, host." Then it confirmed decisively, "Of course you can." Without hesitation, Lin Shu placed the crystal core into the system. After the item was received, a ding sounded, and a notification appeared on the screen. "Congratulations, host. The Monster Overlord system has been upgraded to level 3. The Taming skill has been upgraded, the Monster Encyclopedia has been upgraded, the Spiritual Energy Compass has been upgraded, and the Projection ability has been upgraded." Looking at the 3 empty slots on the screen, Lin Shu shouted excitedly, "There are 3 new slots. Doesn't that mean I should find some new followers?" Oolong, standing beside him, showed a brilliant smile as if teasing him. Lin Shu turned excitedly and proposed, "Do you want to be my follower?" Unexpectedly, unlike Kui Long, Oolong shook its head and refused. It looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, "No, I must always stay on this island." Then it confessed that its children were still on the island and needed its protection. At this moment, Lin Shu suddenly realized a serious problem. He murmured, "I almost forgot about this. The GUN Island secret realm has returned to normal, so won't it fall into the hands of the Countermeasures Bureau? Won't the monsters here be killed in the future?" The scene became chaotic. Smoke filled the air and rubble was scattered everywhere. Everything seemed to be over. On one side was water, on the other was smoke and fire, a clear division. Ling Qin sat alone, disheartened. 12 years of hard work had turned out to be nothing but a fleeting dream. She looked sadly at her reflection in the water. The entire research institute was now just a pile of ruins, and the monsters the doctor had cultivated had been devoured by that ugly dragon. She thought resentfully, even the GUN Island monster that the doctor had personally raised for decades was ultimately buried by the doctor's own hands. Suddenly, the grieving Ling Qin realized something was wrong. A part of her feet was obscured. When she came to her senses, her face instantly turned pale. Who was playing tricks here? Meanwhile, Lin Shu shouted triumphantly, "Here she comes, here she comes." Ling Qin's figure gradually appeared in its entirety, just as Lin Shu was triumphantly carrying out his mischievous trick. He turned and started chatting with his beloved pet Kui Long. "The upgraded monster space skill is just incredibly awesome, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Ling Qin was extremely confused. She asked hurriedly, "Where is this? Is it still GUN Island?" Lin Shu flashed his signature smile and nodded in confirmation. "Come and see for yourself. This is the upgraded monster space. From now on, whenever I want, I can summon the monsters I've tamed to my side. Of course, only the ones I've tamed, like you for example." He said this while pointing directly at Ling Qin, leaving her speechless. Lin Shu smiled slyly, thinking about the Evil Eye's projection ability. With this skill, he could move freely between the locations of the Evil Eye's avatars. This skill was just too amazing. If I combine the monster projection with the Evil Eye, who could possibly catch me? Looks like I'll have to get Big Eyes to make a few more avatars. As they were chatting animatedly, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Huge rocks crumbled one after another, plunging into the deep water. Lin Shu looked ahead in confusion, muttering, "Good thing I have this skill. It's number one for escaping." Ling Qin flew closer and shouted resentfully, "Who asked you to save me? Who needed you to meddle?" Tears of grievance streamed down her face. "We've already lost anyway. You might as well have let me disappear from this world along with the doctor's last legacy." Lin Shu paid no attention to this, replying nonchalantly, "Who cares about all that?" He turned and said sternly, "You're my monster now. Only I have the right to decide your life and death." Lin Shu continued triumphantly, "Taming like this really gives it a sense of ceremony." After hearing this, Ling Qin could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. She flew up and attacked with her sharp claws, shouting as she struck, "I'll show you for being so smug, I'll show you." Seeing Lin Shu's face being repeatedly scratched, Aolong immediately rushed forward to protect him. It glared at Ling Qin and warned, "Don't you touch my master." Lin Shu was deeply moved, and quickly waved his hand saying, "It's fine, we're just playing around. She doesn't really want to hurt me." Suddenly, Aolong lifted Lin Shu up, startling him. It asked seriously, "If I'm tamed by you, will I be able to come to your side this quickly too?" Lin Shu nodded blankly. "Yes." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Aolong decisively announced, "All right, tame me. You are the new king of GUN Island and I will protect you at your side." Lin Shu's face fell when he heard this, thinking, "What the heck is king of GUN Island?" But he still put on a brave face and said, "All right, let me touch your chin." After stroking Aolong, the system immediately sounded with a crisp notification. "Congratulations, host, for successfully taming the monster Aolong." Then the system provided details about Aolong: form, growth stage, bloodline, overlord class, evolvable and upgradable, height 40.9 meters, weight 36 tons, attack method, monkey fist skills, gravity magic and Ruyi Bang. Aolong said softly, "All right, let me try the teleportation. Teleport me to the tree with the most bananas." Lin Shu shot at a helpless sidelong glance. "You just want to be lazy, don't you?" Suddenly, Su Lingyu called out from a distance, "Lin Shu, your teacher is on the phone for you." Lin Shu looked up and asked in surprise, "What's up, President Su?" She handed him the ringing phone and replied, "I don't know, you can ask Teacher Ma yourself." Lin Shu took the phone and said, "Hello, Teacher Ma," on the other end of the line. Teacher Ma's voice came through. "Lin Shu, when are you coming back?" the teacher continued. "There's going to be a commendation ceremony in 2 days to celebrate your contributions this time." Lin Shu replied excitedly, "No problem, I'll be at school on time for the ceremony." But Teacher Ma sternly interrupted him. "The ceremony isn't at the school, it's at the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau headquarters." Lin Shu was stunned. "Why at the Countermeasures Bureau?" The voice on the phone explained, "Because Chen Kaliang said that this expedition was a rare great victory for Tianhai City. He wants to hold a grand commendation." Hearing this, Lin Shu's face darkened. What is that Chen Kaliang up to now? Despite this, he calmly listened to Teacher Ma. "I'll send you the relevant news about this event in a bit. In any case, just take a look for now. Don't worry, I'll handle it." After hanging up, Lin Shu browsed the reports on the Tianhai Morning Post about the latest developments in the GUN Island expedition. He frowned and muttered, "What is all this garbage news? I finally get my phone and this is what I see." Seeing the headline of one report, Lin Shu almost choked. "A giant barbarian ape monster uses its ability to steal GUN Island. The Countermeasures Bureau launches a crusade. The hero's son, Lin Shu, displays great skill, successfully defeats the barbarian ape and recaptures GUN Island. Su Lingyu, having just read the sensational news, was startled and asked, "What is this?" Lin Shu had no choice but to explain simply. "Teacher Ma just called and said that at the Countermeasures Bureau's celebration banquet I should recount my glorious deeds according to these rumors." One would have thought this unexpected windfall would make Lin Shu ecstatic, but he was furious instead. "This news is too fake, how am I supposed to say this?" Fortunately, Su Lingyu was there to calmly analyze and persuade him. "Isn't this what you've always wanted? Son of a hero, at the Grand Arts Guild selection and now this expedition, you've achieved great merit twice in a row, and even your title has been restored." Despite Su Lingyu's earnest persuasion, Lin Shu remained stubborn, insisting on his own ideas. "I only want to clear my dad's name. I don't need this fake reputation. Besides, the barbarian ape was also a hero in this crusade against the rolling dragon, but it ended up being written as the main villain." As soon as he finished speaking, Aolong suddenly roared, "Not good." A sky-shattering shout came from behind, startling the two of them into looking back. It turned out that the people on the boats had spotted them and were cheering boisterously. "Great, you're all safe. We've come to get you." As soon as the fleet docked, Lin Shu immediately jumped out and aggressively questioned He-Bai. "These rumors are so outrageous, isn't your Countermeasures Bureau going to clarify them?" Despite facing Lin Shu's anger, He-Bai calmly explained, "How do we clarify? This news was released by the Countermeasures Bureau itself. Besides, if we don't say it this way, what should we say? Are we supposed to say that Jiuan Island was infected by a terrifying monster parasite and almost destroyed everything, and that 4 Pangu-class monsters of unknown origin on the same level as the Zhulong fought fiercely near Tianhai City? It nearly caused a major disaster." Hearing He-Bai's words, Lin Shu felt as if he had just woken from a dream. Realizing that his words were not without reason, he could only remain silent, nodding awkwardly. Su Lingyu still hadn't given up and continued to persuade him. "Given the current situation, this kind of news is also beneficial for you." But the stubborn young man still held his ground. "But this way, the barbarian ape is being wrongly framed as a villain." Before Lin Shu could continue complaining, Aolong quickly spoke up to smooth things over. "It's fine, I don't live in Tianhai City. As long as it's good for you, it's okay." Hearing this, Lin Shu could only manage a wry smile, as if joking, "You're amazing, Aolong." A while later, on the ship heading towards the mainland, He-Bai suddenly became interested and spoke up. "But there's something I have to remind you of. The situation on Jiuan Island was so dangerous. Why would Director Chen bring his son?" He-Bai's voice turned serious. "Have you ever thought about it?" Without waiting for Lin Shu to answer, he continued on his own. "It was to take the credit, but in the end he gave all the credit to you. If I were you, I'd be on pins and needles right now." Despite what He-Bai said, Lin Shu remained as calm as if it had nothing to do with him. "Why are you reminding me of these things?" He-Bai replied emotionally. "This group of people has followed me for many years. Although they're a bunch of fools, you grow attached to them after a while." Just as he finished speaking, a tall, dark-skinned soldier walked over and asked considerately, "Boss, your water is here." This princess-like treatment energized He-Bai even more, and he continued, "At the critical moment when Jiuan Island was collapsing, it was Ling Qin who arranged for the pterosaurs to save them. For her, you are now the only reason for her to continue existing." Just then, Lin Shu's monsters stood on the island watching him. Lin Shu shouted loudly, his voice full of confidence, "Don't worry, I'll be back safely." At the same time, at Tianhai City No. 1 High School, a chorus of yes, yes, yes and fawning could be heard from outside the campus. In an office, a man was continuously speaking loudly, thank you, to be honest with you. That kid is actually my direct disciple. All his achievements are because of my teaching. Haha, although I'm the principal, my teaching skills are nothing to sneeze at." Back in the day, his bragging skills were on a level that made even Teacher Ma, standing beside him, feel embarrassed for him. It was unclear whether the person on the other end of the phone believed him, but they still played along. "Haha, congratulations to you too. I hope your school can cultivate more outstanding students like Lin Shu." The tense conversation ended. But the man's attitude suddenly did a 180. He was Wang Yuying, a member of the Tianhai City Jianmu Alliance and also the principal of the No. 1 High School. He said in a deep voice, "So this Lin Shu you're talking about hasn't actually awakened any abilities at all?" Teacher Ma quickly replied, "Yes, but his academic performance is excellent, and he always gets full marks in the Secret Realm Exploration class. He also qualified for the Grand Arts Guild's event, but it's true he hasn't awakened any abilities. He probably has no combat capability." Wang Yuying wasn't fully convinced and continued to press, "Then why is he so outstanding?" As if determined to belittle the protagonist to the very end, Teacher Ma answered, "Su Lingyu went with him this time. Her ability is extraordinary, and the two seem very close. Perhaps he just got lucky thanks to her." Hearing this, Wang Yuying didn't seem to care at all and laughed like a patient who had escaped from a mental asylum. "Finally, a chance to become famous, but I didn't expect it to be such a huge hassle." Accustomed to his temperament, Teacher Ma calmly suggested, "Should we contact the media and clarify this false information?" Unexpectedly, Wang Yuying disagreed and enthusiastically wanted to make an even bigger deal out of it. "That's right, the more wrong the better. Send this content to that student Lin Shu and have him say it exactly like this at the commendation ceremony." Teacher Ma still felt uneasy and objected, "That doesn't seem right." But Wang Yueying, with a bright and handsome look, replied confidently, "What's not right about it? If it's wrong, it's the Countermeasures Bureau's fault." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tianhai City Grand Arts Guild, a man was painfully dealing with a phone call. "No problem. No need to be so polite, I'll be there." As soon as he hung up, the president of the Grand Arts Guild, Li Taigu, showed his true colors, muttering, "This old guy is really hard to deal with." Just then, the pink-haired woman walked in, having heard everything, and kindly asked, "What's the situation?" Li Taigu sighed and replied, "Who else but that Chen Kaliang? He said this event was a victory achieved through the joint efforts of the three major organizations, so he wants to hold a grand celebration ceremony, and specifically requested my attendance." The pink-haired woman didn't seem too concerned, just reporting on her work. "This is the video Su Lingyu and the others sent back from the plane." But Li Taigu's brow was still furrowed. He mused, "That's not the most important thing. For Chen Kaliang to be willing to spit out the meat in his mouth and give us a share, there's only one possibility. He wants to use me and Principal Wang to control someone he can't deal with directly himself. He's using the Grand Arts Guild and the Jianmu Alliance. The urgent task now is to figure out who that person is," the pink-haired woman added calmly. "I think I received a transfer order this morning. Lin Shu has been appointed as the person in charge of Jiuan Island. The signatory is the director of the Countermeasures Bureau." She emphasized the name Zhu Ji. "The spiritual energy of the Blue Star has been revived. Under the influence of spiritual energy, living beings divided into two types. Humans converted spiritual energy into abilities, while monsters used it to construct their flesh and blood. After a long evolution, they eventually specialized into abilities for attacking, defending, or tracking to deal with monsters. Except for Chu Wangchuan. Holding a gun pointed at the ground, he pursed his lips slightly. But unfortunately, these abilities, known as the light of humanity, are not suitable for dealing with humans themselves." His eyes sharp, he continued, "This ancient weapon, though crude before the revival of spiritual energy, doesn't use a crystal core as its energy source, so it doesn't produce a spiritual energy reaction when attacking. As long as the aim is true, even an awakened can't detect the danger or killing intent with their spiritual energy," he whispered thoughtfully. "This era of spiritual energy revival and my living fossil are really good friends." At this time, on Captain He's side, his subordinates were discussing among themselves. One said, "I can't believe there's such a strong monster in this E-Class secret realm A86. Coming in here is getting more and more dangerous." Another subordinate glanced back and said doubtfully, "Captain, I find today's events very strange. That kid who got into trouble doesn't even have an ability, so how could he move so freely in the secret realm? And how did he provoke that huge monster?" Captain He said in a deep voice. "That's not the only strange thing. We must investigate everything thoroughly when we get back." Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air, hitting a wheel and sending the small car lurching forward. A large truck was coming from the opposite direction. The driver frantically turned the steering wheel, but it was too late. The two vehicles collided violently. The small car was crushed and pushed back some distance. Thick smoke billowed from the engine and the scene was a complete mess. A pair of blood-soaked hands struggled to pull open the mangled car door, trying to escape. The first one out was Captain He, his body covered in wounds and bloodstains. His voice trembled with rage. "Who dares to ambush the Countermeasures Bureau?" Before he could even steady himself, 3 more bullets shot out, embedding themselves directly into his body. He couldn't dodge. His body had already suffered severe internal and external injuries, and he couldn't stop coughing. Hearing footsteps, he snapped his head around and roared, "You're Chu Wangchuan from the Wild Beast Squad." The man who had been holding the gun now had his upper body transformed into a crow. He gripped Captain E's neck tightly and said coldly, "Even for a Keeman type awakened with physical enhancement, whose strength and constitution are on par with a monster's after being enhanced by spiritual energy, it's a pity you're not a monster. And that's precisely why our Wild Beast Squad was created." As he choked him, he smiled sinisterly. "Captain He, it's time to go." Then with a vicious peck of his crow's beak, he tore off the other's head and swallowed it with a gulp. "It's been a while since I've tasted this. The crystal cores of Awakened are much more delicious than monster cores." Chu Wangchuan searched him, took Captain He's phone and muttered, "Sorry, Captain He, Director Chen didn't think you were capable of investigating, especially not sneaking around behind his back." The phone was playing the thrilling battle between the monsters. He sneered, "What were you planning to say at the commendation ceremony? That monsters are humanity's enemy?" He deleted all the data, declaring, "This is the foundation of all the rules that run this world." After speaking, Chu Wangchuan transformed into a crow and flew away, leaving behind only the shattered phone and the dead subordinates. There were only 3 days left until the commendation ceremony, but Captain He had already officially gone to meet the King of Hell. That night in the bustling city center, a barbecue restaurant was still brightly lit. A brown-haired man shouted, "Miss, 40 lamb skewers and 5 large kidneys." The person next to him excitedly added, "And 2 more bottles of beer ice cold." Su Lingyu came out with the beer and slammed it on the table as if making a statement, and snapped impatiently, "How long are you two going to eat? Is the work at the Countermeasures Bureau that relaxed?" The brown-haired man teased while drinking his beer. "Well, it is the shop of the Grand Arts Guild's genius girl. You won't find another one like it in the whole world." Su Lingyu slapped the table and a handful of sharp skewers flew into the air. The red-haired man questioned in a panic, "Holy crap, what are you trying to do?" The brown-haired man nearly dropped to his knees and quickly soothed her. "Big sis, calm down, your little brother was just joking with you." The sharp skewers were slowly controlled and returned to their original place. Su Lingyu forced a stiff smile and said, "Sorry customers, let me clear the table." The two guys trembled inwardly, thinking, so scary. The brown-haired man asked curiously, "Why isn't Lin Shu at the shop?" She replied, "He was here just a moment ago, but he was called away by a phone call." He continued in a teasing tone, "The owner ran off. Why are you, an employee, still guarding the shop?" Su Lingyu pointed to a small table in the back. "That old lady hasn't finished eating yet. She seems to be a regular customer." The brown-haired man frowned and said impatiently, "Let her eat by herself, you come with me first." She refused. "I can't. If you have something to say it quickly and then get lost," he roared angrily. "You were the one who called me here, and now you're telling me to get lost." Suddenly, the old lady, leaning on her cane, slowly walked over and said in a weak voice, "I'm so sorry, young lady. I'm old and eat slowly. I've taken up your time." Su Lingyu replied happily, "It's all right, it's all right. Please wait a moment, I'll go get my phone." Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, she frowned, thinking, "Why is this kid Chen Hu looking for me?" On the other end of the line, Chen Hu, tied up tightly and stripped naked, was desperately shouting a warning, "Su Lingyu, get out of there quickly." "No matter where you are, run," she asked, confused. "What are you talking about? Are you drunk?" But she didn't know that the old lady behind her was slowly transforming into a strange monster crawling on the ground. The brown-haired man shouted in a panic, "Su Lingyu, run, it's an assassination by the Wild Beast Squad." The monster gritted its teeth, its eyes a deathly white. Suddenly a world-shaking explosion erupted, the shockwave sending countless people flying. Aolong appeared, its roar echoing through the sky. Su Lingyu collapsed on the ground, her breath faint, and said, "Aolong, go find Lin Shu quickly. Tell him not to attend the commendation ceremony. Go quickly." There were only 2 days left until the ceremony. A few days earlier, in an unfamiliar room, a voice rang out, "You made us wait 17 years and spend tens of billions on research, and this is all you have to show for it?" On the room's projection screen, several strange figures appeared. The voice continued, "To only achieve this result." The man in the virtual image stood before the screen facing Chen Kaliang and said seriously, "Mr. Chen, this behavior of yours makes it very difficult for me to answer to the members of the council." Chen Kaliang frowned, thinking with worry, could it be that Ling Qin and that bird man had already taken precautions against the theft of the research data? The man in the virtual image with the strange device continued, "What's worse, not only has Jiuan Island resurfaced, but it has also fallen into the hands of that young man named Lin Shu, who is Lin Longzhen's son." A young virtual image sat on the right, and sneered, "Based on that alone, I'd say that young man might just discover the entrance to the Jiuan Island secret realm with another win or two." The man with glasses frowned, his tone tense. "We cannot let that happen." Chen Kaliang crossed his arms and replied seriously, "I have already made arrangements for this matter. In just 1 week I will retake Jiuan Island from that kid's hands." The screen was still running, the image flickering. The man with glasses slowly walked forward, his voice low, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, we are not doubting you. But a great disaster is imminent. If we cannot open the Jiuan Island secret realm before then, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, we can only resort to special measures. I hope you can understand." The young man beside him continued, "We have already sent Kuang Yan of the Seven Sins to supervise you and resolve everything as quickly as possible." He smiled fawningly, "I will be hosting you in Tianhai City today." The man in the virtual image with glasses nodded. "So be it, Mr. Chen, I wish you a swift recovery of Jiuan Island." After speaking, the two virtual images disappeared, leaving Chen Kaliang alone in the room. He muttered, a glint of calculation in his eyes. "Please rest assured, everyone. I know this is a special time." The next day, a knock came at the door, and a voice said, "Director Chen, it's Kong Ya." From inside, Chen Kaliang answered, "Come in." He sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in his hand, and said leisurely, "I need you to go and capture someone for me." Chen Kaliang brought the coffee cup to his lips, his voice icy. "Su Tiankai's daughter, the Grand Arts Guild Su Lingyu, and I want her alive." A hint of viciousness flashed across his face as he spoke each word deliberately. Chen Hu was peeking through the crack of the door. When he was discovered, he was startled and fled in a panic, scrambling and tumbling away, crying as he ran. "I'm done for, they saw me. This is something I shouldn't have heard," he muttered in terror. "Dad wants to capture Su Lingyu. Should I warn her or not?" In the room, Chen Kaliang calmly drank his coffee and said, "No need to chase him, it's just my useless son." Kong Ya asked doubtfully, "Young Master Chen?" Chen Kaliang didn't answer, silently placing a piece of paper on the table. "Right, this is for you. Give this list to Chu Wangchuan," he ordered. Kong Ya walked over curiously, picked up the paper to look at it, and then blurted out in surprise, "Yes, sir." He clutched the paper, which was covered in a string of incomprehensible things, and asked hesitantly, "But do we really need to mobilize that group of monsters from the Wild Beast Squad?" Elsewhere in the commercial district, the night streets were bustling with people, and splendid lights illuminated every corner. Kong Ya stood on a rooftop, sighing incessantly. "So boring. I've been sitting here for 3 hours already." He held up a bottle of blue liquid containing tadpole-like creatures looking strange and muttered with a frown, I could clearly solve this with one move, why must I use such disgusting things? He recalled Chen Kaling's instructions before the commendation ceremony. No matter what happens, you cannot cause a commotion. Kang Ya's face fell as he slowly poured the liquid from the bottle onto the roof. The strange creatures evolved rapidly, growing legs and slowly enlarging, turning into ugly purple toads covered in black spots. Kang Ya pointed forward and commanded, "As soon as that barbecue restaurant explodes, you are to charge over immediately and self-destruct as a group." Just then, a huge explosion shook the entire block. Kang Ya shot to his feet, crossed his arms and shouted, "Move out!" The 4 toads leaped down from the roof, heading straight for the explosion site. But unexpectedly, from within the fiery glow, Oolong suddenly rose up, its roar shaking the heavens. Kang Ya raised an eyebrow. "So there's an ambush." However, the group of toads paid it no mind and continued to charge forward as ordered. Oolong roared. It bared its sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes when suddenly a voice called out, "Go quickly, inform Lin Shu." Oolong hesitated for a moment, then leapt high into the air, bursting out of the sea of fire, not forgetting to leave a message. "Then you be careful." Kang Ya stood on a high vantage point, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Now blow them up." The group of toads charged straight towards the person who had just spoken, who was currently buried under the rubble from the explosion. That person was none other than Su Lingyu. A splash of water erupted as the toad's purple skin was pierced by a sharp object flashing with electricity. Suddenly the toads were impaled by a strange spiky sphere and instantly killed. Kang Ya's toad army was completely wiped out after a few stabs. The dying toads let out weak moans. The golden spikes delivered the final blow, finishing them off completely. Their bodies shattered, scattering like dirt and rocks. This golden spiky sphere had done an excellent job of protecting its master when danger struck. When everything had calmed down, the sphere shrank, the spikes disappeared, and an unscathed Su Lingyu was revealed. Kang Ya's face turned red with anger, and he roared, "Damn it, that old geezer Su Tiankai's golden crow powder is really good stuff to give to his daughter." Su Lingyu carefully asked the people trapped under the rubble, "Are you all right?" Gang Yushin coughed a few times and replied, "I'm not dead." Kang Ya had not given up. Holding several sharp throwing knives, he roared, "Dealing with this bunch of toads is just a matter of opening a bottle of champagne." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a barrage of hidden throwing knives. Su Lingyu quickly used the golden crow powder to erect a barrier protecting herself and Gang Yushin. She questioned him sternly. "Kang Ya, you and Gang Yushin are both from the Countermeasures Bureau. What are you trying to do?" he replied arrogantly. "I'm just following orders to capture you. Who knew that kid would be at your shop? He deserves it." Su Lingyu stood up imposing and powerful and said sternly, "Capture me?" She decisively summoned her weapon, her long spear already in a battle stance, and challenged him. "Kang Ya, let's see if you have what it takes." This power made Gang Yushin secretly marvel. Even without the golden crow powder, this girl's magnetic control ability is too strong. Kang Ya sneered contemptuously. "Miss Su, your weapon seems a bit short. Do you think I'll let you get close?" He smiled smugly and shot another volley of hidden throwing knives, kicking off the battle. Su Lingyu steadily formed a perfect barrier around herself with the golden crow powder. None of Kang Ya's throwing knives could touch her. His ability to lock onto targets within his line of sight was completely neutralized. Kang Ya gritted his teeth. "Damn it, that golden crow powder can change shape at will. It's an impregnable defense, completely countering my ability." Su Lingyu dispersed the golden crow powder and switched to a counterattack. She raised her face contemptuously. "Why aren't you talking, Kang Ya?" With her long spear ready, she confidently challenged, "If you don't like to talk, then take this fatal blow." She swung a powerful slash, tearing apart the building where Kang Ya was. He fell backward, cursing in a panic. "The boost from this golden crow powder is just cheating." Su Lingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Scared already? This is just the beginning." Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked and she exclaimed in surprise, "Something's wrong." From underground, a clawed monster suddenly burst out, launching a surprise attack. Su Lingyu cleverly controlled the golden crow powder, releasing countless sharp spears towards the hole the monster had just dug. But its movement speed was too fast for her to keep up, so she could only hold her ground and focus on dealing with it. Suddenly she shouted, "It's here!" and immediately launched an attack. The spears made of golden crow powder flew at an astonishing speed, destroying a corner of the street in a violent explosion. But she realized the monster was nowhere to be seen. It disappeared. The sound of rapid footsteps rang out as the monster's powerful punch shot towards her with lightning speed. Su Lingyu was stunned and took the punch head-on, spitting blood in pain. Unable to fight back, the golden crow powder lost its control and fell like rain. The monster easily slung Su Lingyu over its shoulder and arrogantly reported, "Target Su Lingyu has been captured." Kang Ya breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect this little girl to be so strong. Luckily I had an ambush planned." He jumped down to meet the monster, and continued, "Once we deal with these two guys in front, we can report back to Director Chen." But the monster bluntly refused. "That's not my business. Wild Beast Squad members are strictly forbidden from attacking Countermeasures Bureau members." Kang Ya pursed his lips and cursed in frustration. "HMPH, damn beast." He walked towards Gang Yushin, who was still buried under the rubble. Gang Yushin said sternly, "It's you, Kang Ya." He was on high alert but lacked the strength and asked, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Kang Ya replied coldly, "Director Chen's order is to eliminate everyone who knows about Jiuan Island." A cruel pleasure flashed in his eyes, especially for those who had been helped by that giant ape monster. When Kang Ya struck to kill Gang Yushin, blood stained the street corner. The monster walking beside him asked curiously, "Don't we need to deal with that giant ape that escaped?" Kang Ya shrugged and replied concisely. Director Chen said that while capturing monsters is important, it's more important to ensure the residents of Tianhai City don't forget their fear of monsters. In the quiet night of the city, Kang Ya's voice sounded particularly heavy, in a secluded place under the bright sun. A voice sounded, "Actually, I'm personally very curious to know just how strong Lin Longzhen was at his peak." The white-haired woman spoke up and asked, "Between the current Director Chen and him, who is stronger?" Chen Kaliang replied as he walked, his tone annoyed. "You really have too much time on your hands." Then he turned around, stretched out his arms and thoughtfully recalled a monster with a giant eye on its head. He continued, "It's probably still him." The white-haired woman burst out laughing. "Director Chen is so honest, I thought you'd be more arrogant." He looked at his own large, sturdy hands and said softly, "No matter how arrogant, a chicken would never think it's taller than an ostrich." Suddenly, memories of his youth flooded Chen Kalang's mind. He began to speak to the white-haired woman. "It was thanks to the dragon heart you gave me back then that I awakened my ability," he recalled, his tone excited. "I finally awakened my ability." In a building from his memories, he realized that an awakened's duty was to eliminate monsters, he continued. "In the end, I was transferred from the Countermeasures Bureau's logistics team to the combat team." On a high platform, Director Zhu was reading a document, announcing that defending the country was the inescapable duty of an awakened. The then passionate Chen Kaliang recalled, "I finally became an official member. I believe that one day I will stand in the same position as Director Zhu." He remembered Director Zhu's passionate speech on the stage, viewing him as an idol. He dreamed of working under him. After the speech ended, Chen Kaliang chased after him, shouting, "Director Zhu!" He bowed and greeted him. "You are a role model for our generation. I hope to serve you." But what he received in return was a cold gaze and sharp words. "I remember you just transferred from the logistics team, right?" Director Zhu said sternly. "The average age for an awakened to awaken their ability is 18. Do you know what that means?" The Chen Kaliang of that time could only bow his head, trying hard to listen to the harsh words and express his gratitude. But all he got was a bucket of cold water. Director Zhu walked away coldly without looking back, leaving behind a frosty remark. "Someone who only awakens their ability at 27 is no different from a student who has been held back for 9 years and barely graduated. Rushing to the front lines is a death sentence. I advise you to give up." These words were like a knife, bringing Chen Kaliang to tears. He tried to speak, his voice trembling. "I'm so sorry for wasting your precious time with my incompetence." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. He looked up and was surprised to see a white-haired man. He asked, "Are you Lin Longzhen?" The man replied without hesitation, "I am Lin Longzhen of the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau. Are you willing to work with me?" Not long after transferring to the Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau, Chen Kaliang learned that Lin Longzhen was a figure on par with Director Zhu. This excited him for a long time. At that time, Lin Longzhen was holding a piece of paper with "failed" written on it. Chen Kaliang fell to his knees in despair. Director Zhu was right. He, a rookie, couldn't flexibly control his spiritual energy and abilities, even after half a year of special training. He still couldn't pass the basic qualification test. He cried and asked Lin Longzhen, "Director Lin, please tell me honestly, what did you see in me back then?" Lin Longzhen replied, his tone firm, "You have an imposing way of speaking." This evaluation left Chen Kaliang helpless and confused, and he lowered his head and wept. Lin Longzhen comforted him. "An imposing presence is very important in battle." Chen Kaliang looked up confused. "How important is an imposing presence in battle?" Lin Longzhen patiently explained. "You failed the combat test because you were too focused on your spiritual energy." He clenched his fist and a green energy swirled around it, radiating light. "Don't focus on spiritual energy. Just believe that your fist can pierce through anything anywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Longzhen threw a powerful punch forward, the astonishing force shattering the building in front of them. Chen Kaliang was dumbfounded, stunned by the power. Lin Longzhen shouted, his fist brandished with great momentum, "This is how you punch." Witnessing this, Chen Kaliang immediately pointed at the rubble of the destroyed building, his tone heavy with blame. "But that was the combat testing center." A booming voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Longzhen!" A man rushed over from behind, closing in on Lin Longzhen and Chen Kaliang. Years later, when he had become more mature and steady, Lin Longzhen stood proudly on a cliff overlooking the battlefield. His aura erupted and he threw a powerful punch, roaring, "This is what you did back then when the Zhulong invaded, right?" He charged forward without hesitation, delivering a thunderous blow to the monster before him, declaring, "Now I can do it too." At this time, Director Chen, whose power was growing daily, faced the one-eyed monster. He calmly charged forward, flying into the sky like a whirlwind. He clenched his hand, forming a giant fist, and smashed it into the monster's mouth. His eyes were determined as he let out a loud shout. His power destroyed a huge statue, sending dust flying everywhere. The white-haired woman approached, her tone full of admiration. "Even Lin Longzhen at his peak fighting the Zhulong didn't have this kind of power." "Right?" Director Chen replied, his eyes sharp. "Lin Longzhen was at his peak when he fought the Zhulong." He turned to her, his tone suspicious. "You've got it wrong, right? He was a traitor back then." She didn't answer, just silently turned her face away, then suddenly screamed. Director Chen was startled and roared, "What are you trying to do?" A giant monster suddenly appeared. The white-haired woman smiled brightly. I wasn't trying to test your strength, this is all an order from the council, she explained. The council specifically emphasized that the surviving Zhulong should be handed over to you. Director Chen frowned and asked. Why? She replied calmly. This Zhulong was cultivated from the genes of the one that attacked Tianhai City. It was kept in an iron cage, but it has relied on nutrient solution to survive since birth. Although it grew, it never woke up and showed no signs of life when eating. Suddenly, that one-eyed monster woke up, the white-haired woman continued. Her tone full of deep meaning. This Zhulong suddenly woke up recently. It became uncontrollable and started destroying its cage, and it goes on a rampage every few days. She smiled mysteriously. Can you guess why? Director Chen pondered for a moment, then thought of someone. Could it be because of Lin Shu? She nodded and continued. You and the council are thinking the same thing, although the specific situation is unclear. Since Lin Shu suddenly awakened his ability just like you, it's reasonable to assume he also ate a dragon's heart, right? The white-haired woman raised her hand and cast a spell, a dazzling red light flashing before her eyes. She spoke, her eyes cold. Although the probability is low, the council wants to test how many dragon hearts would resonate with the blood of spiritual energy, and of course the memories too. She turned to Director Chen, her voice low and full of deep meaning. Only you can do this. Director Chen's face darkened, and as the red light shot directly into his mind, a thought related to Lin Shu flashed in his mind. What I'm seeing. Is it really true? The white-haired woman smiled mysteriously and replied, although I don't know how he did it, it's clear that spiritual energy and blood don't lie. At this time, Director Chen had already transformed into a giant monster with spikes growing from his back, adorned with a streak of snow-white hair. She looked at him, her tone full of admiration. To obtain spiritual energy and abilities through devouring, and to instantly strengthen one's body in a strange way, this young man has gained so much convenience, and what's more interesting is that he doesn't have to become such a hideous monster. Then she spoke, her eyes twinkling. Director Chen, this is what's truly in your heart, isn't it? Director Chen looked at her, his blood-red eyes burning with rage, and roared. How dare you? He charged forward, swinging his massive hands ready to attack her. It's all because of your schemes that I've become like this. But she leapt up nimbly and landed on Zhulong's back. As soon as she steadied herself, she said in a mocking tone, Director Chen, with such a fiery temper, it's a good thing I saw this coming. That's why I found this abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Director Chen suddenly fell silent, listening to her every word. Otherwise, if the citizens of Tianhai City were to see that the director of the Countermeasures Bureau is actually a monster, I really don't know what they would think. Seeing her so smug, Director Chen retorted sternly, Don't get too cocky, let me tell you, Su Lingyu is in my hands. I can end her little life whenever I want. After hearing this, the white-haired woman pursed her lips, then suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect Director Chen to be such a naive man. I just told a casual lie, and you actually believed it all these years, she continued in a mocking tone. Have you ever considered that it might have just been a lie fabricated to lure you into eating the dragon's heart? Hearing this, Director Chen's face changed drastically, and he asked with a trembling voice, What did you say? The white-haired woman spoke, her eyes sharp. You want to eliminate everyone who has seen Jiuan Island to isolate Lin Shu. I have no objection, but I advise you to use your adaptability and excess energy on how to retake Jiuan Island from Lin Shu. She looked up, a meaningful smile on her face, and said to Director Chen, The Human Council has been helping you for over 60 years. Please do not betray us. After speaking, she and Zhilong quickly left, leaving Director Chen standing there alone. The day of the commendation ceremony arrived. At the Countermeasures Bureau headquarters, a huge crowd had gathered, from students and adults to television reporters, all coming to participate with great enthusiasm. Lin Shu stood there, his eyes fixed on his watch with Kui Long by his side. He frowned and said impatiently, We agreed to meet at the entrance at 9. Su Lingyu and Gong Yushin, those two are never on time. In the distance, a clear voice called out, Lin Shu, I'm here. Su Lingyu ran towards him, panting. Lin Shu sighed and muttered, Finally. Seeing her bent over and catching her breath, Lin Shu looked around but didn't see Gong Yushin, so he asked, Where's Gong Yushin? She looked up and replied, He's still stuck in traffic, so I ran over first. Su Lingyu smiled and said softly, Forget about him, let's go inside first. In the main hall of the Countermeasures Bureau, Lin Shu followed blankly behind Su Lingyu. He observed everything around him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, It's so crowded, and walked to the seats marked with their names. Su Lingyu turned to Lin Shu and said, Let's sit here for now. I don't know how long he'll be stuck in traffic. Lin Shu turned his head, his gaze searching everywhere, muttering, Besides Gong Yushin, why isn't he by here yet? He turned and asked her, Why didn't you bring Aolong? Su Lingyu held up a piece of paper in front of him and replied, These reports are very unfavorable for him, so this morning I used a skewer as bait to make him stay home. As soon as Kui Long heard the word skewer, its eyes lit up like two flames. It lunged straight at Su Lingyu, shouting skewer, which startled her. Kui Long's eyes flashed with two heart-shaped symbols as it chanted fanatically, Skewers, skewers. Its actions made Lin Shu very embarrassed, a look of helplessness on his face. Pinned down by Kui Long, Su Lingyu immediately shouted, Get up, you're being so unreasonable. Seeing this, both Kui Long and Lin Shu looked embarrassed. Lin Shu thought to himself, The only reason Kui Long is so unruly is because you spoil it too much, isn't it? On the stage, the host walked up, skillfully adjusted the microphone, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. The commendation ceremony will now begin. Next, I will introduce the leaders participating today. He began the introductions, his voice loud and clear. They are the Director of the Countermeasures Bureau, Chen Kaliang. Next is the President of the Jianmu Alliance, Wang Yuying, and finally, the President of the Grand Arts Guild, Li Taigu. After the introductions, the host officially began the commendation ceremony. Today we are commending an outstanding individual from the GUN Island operation, a young man who saved the island. For the specifics, let's invite the man himself to tell us in his own words. In the audience, Lin Shu immediately realized the host was talking about him. He turned to Su Lingyu and asked worriedly, "Do I really have to lie like it says in the report? I feel really bad for Aolong." Su Lingyu leaned in and whispered in his ear, "To get the authority to manage GUN Island, you must use this opportunity to shape yourself into a hero. It's a rare chance that Chen Kaliang isn't giving you trouble, so just go along with it." The host pointed at Lin Shu, a friendly smile on his face. "Next, let's welcome our hero Lin Shu to the stage." The stage spotlight shone directly on Lin Shu, and the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The people around him were all talking about him. Lin Shu cautiously walked onto the stage, came to the podium and shook hands with the host. He pointed at the microphone and asked something, then confidently began, "Hello everyone, I am—" Suddenly he stopped, his gaze falling upon a figure. The doors of the venue slowly opened and a dark figure walked in. Lin Shu immediately recognized it as Aolong. He continued his speech, his voice even louder at that time. It was clear that the island had not disappeared but was floating in the sky. Outside the door, Aolong hid to the side, listening intently to Lin Shu's echoing voice. The clearer his voice became, the more he spoke. "We had already found the reason for the island's disappearance. A giant beast was using its ability to make the island float. Of course, we were prepared for this. We had already arranged for the pterosaurs." Watching Lin Shu speak, Aolong pondered, thinking that he had to tell Lin Shu about what happened at the barbecue restaurant. But he was still on stage giving his speech. Looking at Lin Shu, who was shining under the camera's lights, Aolong hesitated, thinking, if this is what Lin Shu wants, it's best not to disturb him. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang in Aolong's ears. It immediately turned around, its ears perked up to listen. "Found him, he's here." Aolong was stunned to see Kong Ya leading a group of armed men who had completely surrounded it. Kong Ya shouted, "Aim!" Hearing the command, the group immediately raised their guns and prepared to fire. Aolong reacted with lightning speed, firing thousands of energy bullets to block the group. Kong Ya stood in the middle of the team, carefully commanding, shouting, "Attention, activate the shield." A protective shield immediately rose in front of the group, blocking Aolong's fierce attack and ensuring their safety. Outside, the situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring, but inside the venue, Lin Shu continued to speak calmly, his voice steady. "A giant ape guards that island. It will destroy any plane or warship that dares to land. Trying to get on the island is next to impossible." Hearing Lin Shu's words, Aolong suddenly remembered that he had told it not to harm humans. It immediately lowered its weapon. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. Aolong quietly walked away from them, which made Kong Ya anxious, and he shouted for them to give chase. Aolong was being pursued intensely, while Lin Shu's voice still echoed, "That giant ape is enormous, capable of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. It also has a savage nature, making it extremely difficult to deal with." Soon Aolong was forced into a dead end surrounded by impenetrable walls. Kong Ya's men slowly approached, their eyes like those of bloodthirsty demons. Just then the tenacious and unyielding quality of humans within Aolong erupted. Kong Ya frowned and commanded, "Catch it quickly. Don't let it see Lin Shu." Seeing Aolong cornered, a sinister thought arose in Kong Ya's mind and he roared, "From there you can get directly to the main hall, stop it quickly." Aolong observed quietly, a cunning smile playing on its lips. Suddenly it charged out, escaping through a drain pipe on the wall. Kong Ya's men were stunned, shouting chaotically, "Catch it!" Although the archers scrambled up the drain pipe, Aolong had already left them far behind in the blink of an eye. Aolong appeared in the auditorium. Lin Shu, oblivious to all this, continued his spirited speech. "In the end, we defeated the giant ape and released it back to GUN Island." Aolong quietly crept along the sound equipment from above. It chuckled to itself smugly. "Haha, it'll be easier if I get a little closer." After a while, it was directly across from Lin Shu. Just then, the host's voice rang out, "Now we'll take questions from the reporters." A man with glasses raised his hand and asked, "Why didn't you just eliminate that monster?" Lin Shu was stunned, at a loss for how to answer this sudden question. At that moment, Wang Yuying, sitting next to Chen Kaliang, thought with displeasure, "What is the Countermeasures Bureau playing at? This question wasn't in the plan." Lin Shu struggled to answer. "Yes, doing that would be too dangerous. Who knows when it might run out again?" A bald man shouted, "You still want to keep the monster? If it runs out, won't you have to catch it again? Isn't that a waste of manpower and resources?" The person next to him spoke just as sharply, "Just eliminate it and be done with it. Why make things so complicated?" Seeing the representative's mood turning tense, Wang Yuying stood up and used a steady voice to smooth things over. "There's a reason for this, isn't there?" He turned to Chen Kaliang for his opinion, but saw no response. Wang Yuying kept calling out to Director Chen. "Director Chen." Seeing the tense situation, Wang Yuying could only force a helpless smile and smooth things over himself. Director Chen and I are both clear that eliminating this monster is not something that can be done overnight. The representatives below shouted and roared angrily. You caught it but won't eliminate it. Isn't this a conspiracy? There's an inside story. Looking at the chaotic scene, Lin Shu was angry, thinking, could it be that Chen Kaliang tricked me? And on Chen Kaliang's side, he received a notification that the giant ape had already infiltrated the venue. He pursed his lips, a calculating smile on his face. I see it. Suddenly, the surrounding lights went out and the entire venue plunged into darkness, leaving only spotlights on Chen Kaliang and Lin Shu. Aolong felt uneasy, its finger suddenly pointing upwards. The representatives, not having received a satisfactory answer, roared intensely. There's an inside story, 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 an inside story. A restless man rushed forward and slammed his hand on the table. He questioned angrily, why not eliminate that monster? Wang Yuying hurriedly explained in a steady voice, this plan must be considered from a long-term perspective. There will be negative consequences if we eliminate it. But the guy was reckless, grabbing Lin Shu by the collar and lifting him up like a chicken, roaring. What benefits did you get? He swung his fist, punching Lin Shu directly in the face, demanding, give us an explanation. Seeing Lin Shu get hit, Aolong burned with rage, thinking, how dare you hit my family? It shot to its feet. It threw an iron fist accompanied by a thunderous roar. The punch was unstoppable, frightening the man into screaming for help. Chen Kaliang saw Aolong make a move, sneered contemptuously, and quickly counterattacked. The two fists collided violently, shattering everything around them. The people present were terrified. At this moment, Chen Kaliang, wearing a spiked arm guard, revealed his true colors. He pursed his lips. What reason is there? He declared. The consistent principle of our countermeasures bureau has always been to eradicate all evil. The representatives were all stunned. As if being led by the nose, they chanted in unison, Director Chen, Director Chen. Immediately after, the group of archers rushed in, shouting, it's here, quickly, and they surrounded Aolong. Kang Ya ordered them to fire. Seeing Aolong surrounded, Lin Shu shouted, stop. Don't you hurt it? Chen Kaliang frowned, pursing his lips grimly. Young Master Lin, what did you say? Seeing his determined expression, Lin Shu gritted his teeth in anger and roared, I told you to stop. Don't hurt it. Just then, Kui Long appeared, standing beside Aolong ready to fight back. The representatives panicked at the sight of Aolong and Kui Long fleeing in all directions, their cries for help echoing one after another. Help, there are monsters. Kui Long grew larger and larger, extending its sharp claws which flashed with a threatening electric light. In the face of Kui Long's terrifying power, the crowd stood frozen, then fled in a panic, shouting, it's getting bigger, run! Kui Long's power continued to erupt, charging straight towards the Grand Arts Guild's building, causing the people inside to flee in a panic. The representatives shouted, how did the monsters get in? This is the Countermeasures Bureau headquarters. How on earth did two monsters get in? Seeing the chaos caused by Aolong and Kui Long, Kang Ya angrily ordered, surround this monster. Li Taigu stood to the side, his face extremely grim, and murmured, both of these monsters were brought by that young man. Chen Kaliang knew this, which is why he specifically organized this event. Wang Yuying trembled, and hurriedly shouted at Lin Shu, don't be rash, don't do anything reckless. But Lin Shu, burning with anger, retorted, but the barbarian ape helped a lot on Jiuan Island and saved many people. It's our friend. Seeing the two argue, Chen Kaliang sighed and said with feigned innocence, what are you talking about? You're friends with this monster. Did you bring these two monsters here? The onlookers took the opportunity to whisper among themselves. A black-haired man spoke up. It seems the son of the traitor Lin Longzhen is also a traitor. A blond man frowned and judged. This isn't just the son of a traitor, he's also friends with monsters. Hearing these taunts and with the mention of his father, Lin Shu gritted his teeth. His heart burning with rage, he roared, what do you people know? Before he finished speaking, Kang Ya stepped forward and delivered a cold verdict. Lin Shu has destroyed public property and colluded with the enemy. The evidence is conclusive. Arrest Lin Shu now. Just then, Su Lingyu appeared majestically with her weapon in hand and shouted, you wish. She charged at Kang Ya, launching an attack, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight back. Su Lingyu single-handedly took on Kang Ya, then threw her backpack to Lin Shu and said decisively, you go take care of business, I can handle this. Lin Shu nodded and replied thanks. Amidst the ruins, he shouted to Kui Long, deal with that side first. Looking at the motionless Aolong on the ground, Lin Shu shouted worriedly, barbarian ape. Seeing this, the archers hurriedly ordered for the monster-catching nets to be prepared. They aimed at Kui Long and shot the net. With a shout of fire, Kui Long was enveloped by the net. The archers charged up, shouting, now all of you get it? After struggling for a moment, Kui Long roared, tearing the net to shreds and breaking free. It roared in anger. Roar. Kui Long stood majestically alone in front of Lin Shu and Aolong, protecting them. Lin Shu asked hurriedly, Aolong, are you badly hurt? Can you still move? The situation was critical, so Lin Shu opened his backpack and commanded, get in first, we'll talk later. Aolong obeyed and quickly got inside. In the distance, an archer shouted in a panic, the monster has been put away. Lin Shu stood up and ordered Kui Long, it's done, stop fighting, let's go. Kui Long immediately got into the backpack. The archers hurriedly gave chase, swarming to catch Lin Shu. He protected the backpack with all his might while the soldiers attacked relentlessly. Kang Ya shouted, "Don't let that kid get away." On Su Lingyu's side, her sharp eyes quickly spotted an opening. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a fierce attack on Kang Ya, making him parry clumsily. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. Su Lingyu was startled, and when she turned around, she saw Lin Shu in his evil eye form, who said, "Stop fighting, it's time to go." Before she could react, he covered her with the backpack. A deep blue space appeared and a system voice sounded, "Warning, warning, unidentified creature has invaded the monster space." Su Lingyu asked blankly, "What? Where is this?" The system repeated, "Warning, warning. Unidentified creature has invaded the monster space." Lin Shu was confused. "What's going on? It was fine when I came in before." Kang Ya looked at Lin Shu's evil eye form and pointed at him, cursing angrily. "Playing tricks again, take my arrow." The arrow whistled over, but Lin Shu easily teleported away. Seeing him unharmed by the piercing attack, Kang Ya was dumbfounded. What? It turned out that the evil eye form allowed Lin Shu to instantly move between his avatar's positions. While the archers were distracted, he leaped up and escaped the encirclement. Kang Ya roared and ordered, "Activate the shield." But just as the shield deployed, Lin Shu was a second faster and passed through it. Kang Ya cursed in frustration. Damn it. A while later, the area outside the Grand Arts Guild building returned to calm, but the consequences were significant. Chen Kaliang looked at the scene and criticized. The Countermeasures Bureau's response was really terrible. The losses are not small. Kang Ya lowered his head and said with a tremble, "This subordinate has failed. I let the monster and Lin Shu escape." Chen Kaliang sighed. "Let's not talk about that for now. See if anyone is injured. The lightly injured should be sent to the Countermeasures Bureau's treatment room for bandaging, and the seriously injured should be sent to the hospital by the Bureau's plane." Kang Ya accepted the order. "Yes, sir." He turned and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone move out." The blond man knelt on the ground, trembling like a small dog. "Director Chen, thank you for saving my life." Chen Kaliang bent down and helped him up. "It's all because of the Countermeasures Bureau's lax investigation, allowing someone who controls monsters to get in and threaten everyone." He feigned a pained expression. "What's even more worrying is that this guy has also been appointed as the administrator of GUN Island," he emphasized. "I hope for a thorough investigation of GUN Island," the subordinates shouted in unison. "Thorough investigation, Li Taigu spoke up. "I agree, a thorough investigation of GUN Island." Wang Yuying sighed and also nodded in agreement. Li Taigu secretly judged. This must be Chen Kalang's goal for GUN Island. On a lush green island, fake Ling Qin was playing with the evil eye. Suddenly the evil eye lit up and let out a cry. Lin Shu appeared right after, scaring fake Ling Qin out of her wits, and she blurted out, "What are you doing here?" Lin Shu hurriedly replied, "It's a long story, but luckily I left an evil eye on GUN Island. What a wise move." He quickly released Aolong, Kui Long, and Su Lingyu from the backpack. Seeing more people appear, fake Ling Qin hurriedly covered her still dazed body with her wings. Lin Shu spoke up, "We need to discuss what to do next." Suddenly, a sword pierced through Lin Shu's body. Looking at the blade in his body, he was stunned and looked back in a panic. The one who attacked was Su Lingyu, but she had been controlled by darkness. She roared angrily, "My suggestion is that you stick the sword in deeper." Lin Shu was in extreme pain while Su Lingyu coldly demanded, "Next, you'd better not leave." Kui Long was stunned looking at Lin Shu. Fake Ling Qin frowned and shouted in a panic, "Let him go. Su Lingyu, you're being controlled, back off or I'll burn him." But Su Lingyu pursed her lips. "A normal person without monster projection has no abilities at all. Am I right, great hero?" Lin Shu thought with disgust, "How does she know?" Suddenly a man's voice sounded, "You clearly have no abilities, yet you still want to protect others." Su Lingyu's neck stretched out like a chicken's and she tilted the sword upwards, making Lin Shu groan in pain. Chen Kaliang appeared in a strange posture and sneered, "Did you really think you could replace your father and become a hero?" Fake Ling Qin was in a panic, and seeing Chen Kaliang looking like he was courting death, she jumped up angrily and attacked with her sharp claws. Her claws slashed across and Chen Kaliang's head rolled to the ground. Looking at the head at her feet, she noticed a strange black claw on his face and recognized it as a breathworm. But Su Lingyu still didn't stop. She roared, "I told you, one more step and he's dead." She swung her sword and cut Lin Shu in half. Kui Long roared, "Lin Shu!" It angrily breathed fire, the roaring flames burning Su Lingyu to ashes. Lin Shu fell down, his body also scorched by the intense flames. Fake Ling Qin rushed over, looking at Lin Shu's motionless upper body, which showed no signs of life. Her eyes filled with tears, full of regret. Lin Shu murmured in a weak voice, "I'm not reconciled in the end. I'm still a useless piece of trash." Fake Ling Qin came to Lin Shu's side, and hearing his words, she cried angrily and chided, "Don't talk nonsense, I won't let you die just like that." Kui Long and Aolong hurriedly ran over, and Fake Ling Qin requested of them, "Quickly carry him to the underground laboratory. There are emergency treatment devices there." Fake Ling Qin flew ahead, carrying Lin Shu's upper body, while Kui Long carried the lower half and followed behind. At the commendation ceremony venue, ambulances came and went. Chen Kaliang and the other two leaders sat stunned as medical staff worked hard to treat the injured. Chen Kaliang crossed his arms and announced, "The Tianhai City Countermeasures Bureau will do its best, but the three major organizations can't just let the Countermeasures Bureau investigate alone, right?" The crowd below shouted in unison, "A joint and thorough investigation, a joint and thorough investigation." Seeing the representatives' emotions being gradually manipulated, Li Taigu frowned, thinking, This situation, that old fox Chen Kaliang planned it long ago. Chen Kaliang spoke up. President Li, what is the Grand Arts Guild's decision? Li Taigu replied seriously. I support a thorough investigation, but the condition is that this operation must be approved by the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau. Wang Yuying nodded in agreement. That's right, a thorough investigation is fine as long as the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau agrees. A red-haired man below retorted. Why so bureaucratic? A blonde man also chimed in. Reporting level by level like this, how long will it take? The crowd chattered away as noisy as a wet market. Chen Kaliang raised his hand to signal for quiet and said sternly, I will handle these complicated procedures. Suddenly, Kang Ya appeared holding a stack of documents and presented them to Director Chen. Chen Kaliang opened them and smiled triumphantly. The documents had already been approved. The Imperial Capital Grand Arts Guild had agreed to the investigation of Jiuan Island. He glanced at the representative's expressions and announced, in 1 week the investigation of Jiuan Island will officially begin. The crowd below erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Kaliang looked up at the sky triumphantly, thinking, Lin Shu has gone to meet the King of Hell. I will immediately crusade against the monster and reclaim the management rights of Jiuan Island. In the sky a figure was faintly visible. It was Belial, sitting on the head of a mighty monster, her chin in her hand, feeling bored with life. This time that cunning old geezer got the upper hand. Belial's voice echoed, I was expecting a fight to the death between the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau, the Tianhai Countermeasures Bureau, and Jiuan Island. That would not only be a good show, but we could also reap the benefits. Belial looked at the scene before her and secretly commented, I didn't expect Zhu Ji of the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau to be so calm. Since it had come to this, Belial ordered the monster, let's go back. Belial and the monster left. At the Imperial Capital Countermeasures Bureau a golden light shone brilliantly. Zhu Ji flew on his sword to a divine tree. The divine tree spoke, Where are you going? Zhu Ji was intently looking at his phone, frowning with indignation. I miscalculated. I wanted to force Chen Kaliang a little, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation and kick someone when they're down, and almost get Lin Shu killed. The divine tree sighed. Even so, you still agreed to let him investigate Jiuan Island. Zhu Ji explained unhappily. I could only agree. The Human Council has been eyeing it covetously. If I fight internally with Chen Kaliang, it will only hurt both sides, allowing the Human Council to take advantage. The divine tree swayed gently. So are you going to Jiuan Island to help them now? Zhu Ji replied with a headache. Even if Chen Kaliang's ambition is obvious, I can't openly oppose him, he pondered, thinking of a suitable candidate. Only that person can solve this matter. Zhu Ji gazed into the distance, thinking, on Jiuan Island only this group of monsters can protect that place. He immediately set off to find the other party. In a secret realm filled with an ancient atmosphere in the jungle, giant insects and fierce green snakes crawled everywhere. Fang Tianji sat behind a large rock, stuffing food into his mouth like a starving ghost, a pained expression on his face. Suddenly a giant foot appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw a dinosaur roaring behind him. Fang Tianji looked at the beast chewing with great relish and thought smugly, I thought I was going to eat my way through my fortune, but finally one came. The dinosaur angrily opened its mouth, roaring repeatedly, its sharp teeth glinting coldly. It stomped its foot, and the huge rock behind Fang Tianji shattered. He nimbly jumped away, but the monster still pursued him relentlessly, its roar shaking the heavens. Fang Tianji turned around with a mischievous smile, stuck out his tongue and made a funny face like a child, taunting, Naya Naya, the dinosaur can't bite me. The enraged dinosaur monster roared and charged straight at Fang Tianji. But he leaped up lightly, landed on its back and dodged the attack. The dinosaur, in pain and exhaustion, slammed its head into a tree trunk, getting a large bump and letting out a few miserable cries. Suddenly, Fang Tianji jumped up, drew the blade from his back and shouted excitedly, just the right chance to try out the new sword technique I learned from Master. He swung with all his might without hesitation, the blade cutting through the air and slicing the dinosaur in half at the waist. With a dull thud and a shake of the ground, the beast fell, going to meet the King of Hell. Fang Tianji stood to the side. He looked contemptuously at the dinosaur and the stone wall that had been split in two before him, patting the wall with satisfaction and sighing, the power is greater than I imagined, it can even split mountains. He excitedly pulled out his knife, speared a piece of dinosaur meat. His eyes lit up and he shouted, time to eat. A moment later, amidst the split valley, white smoke curled upwards. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat was irresistible. The dinosaur meat was grilled to a golden brown, exuding an indescribable allure. In the distance, Zhu Ji quietly observed the split mountain wall and secretly commented, I didn't expect this girl to improve so quickly. This power has already reached the level of a divine palace realm awakened. Standing beside him was a woman with platinum blonde hair and blood-red eyes. Hearing this, she said, what does that have to do with you? The air in the secret realm was filled with spiritual energy. She continued, monster meat is rich in spiritual energy, so this kind of improvement is normal. Zhu Ji retorted, what are you doing here? It's getting late. The birds are chirping and flying back to their nests, the platinum blonde woman replied. You flew here on my dragon wings, of course I have to look after my property. Suddenly, Fang Tianji set a trap. Catching a bird from the sky, his eyes shining like headlights, a smug smile on his face, in his excitement he charged forward, not recognizing Zhu Ji, and even let out a few arrogant shouts unexpectedly. Zhu Ji reached out and blocked his small foot. Fang Tianji was both surprised and panicked, his eyes blank. Zhu Ji immediately flung him away. Fang Tianji landed safely, slowly stood up and observed Zhu Ji without a word. He had a sudden realization and said, a sneak attack is useless. There's no way I can beat Master now. Hearing this, Zhu Ji let out a soft HMPH, a hint of smugness in his voice as he replied indistinctly. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards Fang Tianji at an astonishing speed. In an instant, Zhu Ji had grabbed him by the collar, startling Fang Tianji, who cried out in astonishment, Master. Zhu Ji's voice was deep and angry. You want to reach my level? He mercilessly threw Fang Tianji into the distance, laughing loudly and taunting. You're still far from it. Fang Tianji hung in the air, screaming in panic, then fell to the ground with a thud, creating a deep crater. He sat up, rubbing his head and complaining. It was just a daily sparring session, you're being too harsh. Falling from such a height really hurts. Zhu Ji stood on the mountain wall and replied coldly, I don't have time to play sparring with you, I have something important to say. Fang Tianji's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, what important thing? Zhu Ji didn't keep him waiting and explained, Lin Shu has been assassinated. Fang Tianji was stunned and blurted out in disbelief, what master, that joke is too ridiculous. Seeing his doubt, the red-eyed platinum blonde woman flew down holding a piece of paper and said, it's true, we just received a message for Zhu Ji. Fang Tianji hurriedly took the paper, his eyes widening as he read, frowning as he asked, how could this be? What on earth happened? Zhu Ji jumped down from the mountain wall and explained, the situation on Jiyuan Island is very bad right now. If you want to go back, I can have the death spirit bird use its dragon wings to send you out of the secret realm immediately. Fang Tianji listened intently, then suddenly stood up, bowed 90 degrees and said seriously, thank you, Master, for your care over the years, but before I leave, I have one more wish that I hope Master can grant. He looked at Zhu Ji with anticipation. Zhu Ji didn't answer, just looked at him with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, the platinum blonde woman behind him spoke on his behalf. Go ahead and say it. After all these years, you're still Master's first beloved disciple. No matter what the wish is, he will probably grant it. Hearing this, Zhu Ji said, go on. Fang Tianji replied seriously, before I go back, I hope to meet Lin Longzhen and have him explain in person the reason he left Tianhai City 11 years ago. He looked at Zhu Ji, his eyes filled with determination. At this moment, on an island surrounded by a turquoise sea, lush trees grew and exquisite buildings were faintly visible, creating a mysterious landscape where plants and animals thrived. In the center of the island, a unique base rose up, containing countless huge chemical culture tanks. In one tank, Lin Shu was trapped, unconscious and in a miserable state. The people in the base were chattering away. At Lin Shu's family's barbecue restaurant, an old granny came to eat. Suddenly she turned into a toad and exploded. Outside the culture tank, Kui Long, Fake Ling Qin and Ao Long were quietly observing Lin Shu. Ao Long spoke up at that time. Su Ling Yu realized something was wrong and asked me to stop Lin Shu from attending the commendation ceremony. She stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Fake Ling Qin frowned. So that's why they took advantage of the chaos and impersonated that girl, Kui Long shouted in surprise. Then why didn't you tell Lin Shu right away? Ao Long explained. I was entrusted by Su Ling Yu. I had to find Lin Shu immediately. It continued its account. On the way, I was stopped by a group of people led by Kang Ya. That guy is very cunning. The defense was tight everywhere, so I could only follow the path to the venue. Luckily, even though I was being chased closely, I still managed to escape. After hearing this, Kui Long seemed to understand something, stroking its chin and thought, now that I think about it, neither the way home nor the way to the venue was guarded. I'm afraid someone had already planned this. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling Kui Long, Ao Long and Fake Ling Qin. They looked at each other blankly, not understanding what had happened. Kui Long looked at Ao Long and said in a deep voice, lure you to the venue, create chaos to ruin Lin Shu's reputation, and then take the opportunity to ambush him. Ao Long nodded in agreement and asked back, so what should we do about Lin Shu now? Fake Ling Qin interjected, explaining, when he was ambushed, Lin Shu was in human form and was already very weak. Now he's on the verge of death. Looking at the mutilated Lin Shu in the culture tank, her heart ached. Despite her best efforts to treat him, the situation was still not optimistic. She held a part of Lin Shu's body and continued, if the breathworms weren't dead, there might still be a way. Kui Long imagined the scene of Lin Shu merging with a breathworm and thought, using a breathworm's body is too disgusting. It shook its head, dismissing the thought, and said seriously, the only way now, Ao Long and Fake Ling Qin both looked on with anticipation. Kui Long continued, is to get Lin Shu out first. The three quickly moved Lin Shu out of the culture tank and placed him on the experimental table. Kui Long instructed, use my tail to repair him. It and Fake Ling Qin began the experiment. Kui Long looked at Lin Shu's body and warned, but my tail contains monster genes. Lin Shu's genes might be replaced and he could even completely turn into a monster. An image of Lin Shu merging with Kui Long's tail and transforming into a monster appeared in the minds of the three. Ao Long interjected, But since Lin Shu is already on the verge of death, we can only give it a try. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Shu was like a soulless corpse, his face pale and lifeless. Aolong said worriedly, "That sounds really dangerous. Can your tail and Lin Shu even match?" Fake Ling Qin explained. "Lin Shu's condition can't wait. Even if the success rate is very low, we must do our best." Immediately after, Kui Long's tail was connected to Lin Shu's body. The missing body parts gradually regenerated, almost completely restored. But Lin Shu gritted his teeth in pain and unconsciously let out a world-shaking roar. The power of the fusion was too terrifying, causing him to suddenly open his eyes and stare intently. The two sets of genes intertwined as if trying to devour Lin Shu. Meanwhile, where Fang Tianji and Zhu Ji were standing, a deep pit suddenly appeared. Fang Tianji, Zhu Ji, and the red-eyed platinum blonde woman all looked down to observe. At the bottom of the deep pit, a group of monsters was surrounding a white-haired man in a gray cloak, who stood proudly facing the horde. Fang Tianji said anxiously, "It's too dangerous. Why don't you go down and help?" Zhu Ji and the woman replied in unison, "If you want to go, go ahead." Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted from the bottom of the pit, and a dazzling blue light shot into the sky, so bright that all three were blinded and couldn't dodge. The astonishing force almost sent Fang Tianji flying. At the bottom of the pit, after the energy explosion, the white-haired man stood proudly on a mountain of monster corpses. He was none other than Lin Shu's father, Lin Longzhen. He shouted, "Hey!" Fang Tianji replied excitedly. "Ha!" Lin Longzhen warned, "Don't come down casually. I can't guarantee your safety." As he spoke, he looked worriedly at the remaining monsters which were charging over angrily. On Jiuan Island, warships and helicopters filled the sky and the sea. A team member reported, "Combat personnel are in position." Kang Ya asked, "Shall we begin?" Chen Kaliang replied, "Don't rush. First send someone to read out the investigation order and ask the people on the island to come out and cooperate." Kang Ya was puzzled. "Will that work? Why would the people on the island be willing to come out and cooperate?" Chen Kaliang said sternly, "HMPH, that kid Lin Shu definitely won't come out, but this island involves the Imperial Capital and the Countermeasures Bureau, so we must be cautious." Looking at the test tube containing the monster, he squinted and smiled. "Kid, this show has left behind some good stuff." Kang Ya hung up the phone and ordered, "Get 2 helicopters over here, read out the investigation order, and ask the people on the island to come out and cooperate." 2 team members immediately mobilized the helicopters and shouted loudly, "Listen up inside, come out and cooperate with the investigation. This is your only choice." Looking at the radar, a team member said in surprise, There's a red dot nearby, it's getting bigger and smaller, and the monster's spiritual energy reaction is intermittent. What on earth is going on?" That team member looked down and suddenly blurted out, "This looks like the laboratory from the show." Outside, the announcement continued to echo, "Listen up inside. Come out and cooperate with the investigation. This is your only choice." Inside the laboratory, Lin Shu's condition was getting worse. Fake Ling Qin impatiently looked up and growled, "Damn it, what a time to choose." Lin Shu was now hovering between life and death. After saving him with its tail, Kui Long had fallen into hibernation. The barbarian ape had been seriously injured before and couldn't fight. Suddenly, Lin Shu sat up abruptly and let out a world-shaking roar. Fake Ling Qin said worriedly, "It's starting again." A dazzling red light emanated from Lin Shu's chest, and he kept shouting, "Ah!" His muscles gradually turned red, and Fake Ling Qin said in a panic, "He can't suppress the monster genes, instead he's being controlled by them." Lin Shu had now transformed into a monster, his skin crimson with sharp claws growing from his hands and a face resembling Kui Long. Suddenly he shot out a crimson beam of energy piercing through the laboratory ceiling. Outside, the team member in the helicopter was still repeating, "Listen up inside. Come out and cooperate with the investigation." After seeing the red light, he blurted out in astonishment, "Wait, what's that?" That crimson beam of energy destroyed the helicopter, and the unlucky team member let out a miserable scream. In the base, Kang Ya asked doubtfully, "What on earth happened?" A team member reported, "The helicopter has lost contact." Kang Ya said sternly, "You don't have to tell me something so obvious." Looking at the red light on the screen, he was startled. "This is the red monster with Lin Shu. How dare it provoke the Countermeasures Bureau?" He roared, "Seal off the underground laboratory. Attack from the warships, all firepower aimed there." But when the bombs and cannon fire approached the laboratory, a mysterious purple energy stopped them, and then they exploded in midair. A team member reported in a panic, "Sir, all the machines have malfunctioned." Kang Ya roared, "What on earth is going on?" The warship shook violently. Kang Ya said in terror, "What's happening?" Through the screen he saw a giant monkey face. It was Aolong riding on a dark cloud, grabbing the warship tightly with its hands, causing the vibration. It confidently announced, "Even if I'm injured, I will never let you set foot on Jiuan Island." In the fierce battle, the sea and sky seemed about to explode. Aolong held up a warship and roared as it wreaked havoc. "This is as far as you go." Kang Ya replied smugly, "It's time for this to end." Chen Kaliang's forces immediately turned to attack the vital medical equipment on Aolong's body, which contained the seawater that sustained the giant creature's life. The enemy warships charged forward to destroy it, but this move only made Aolong even more furious. It roared, grabbed a warship and threw it into the distance, causing the ship to explode and taking down several enemy planes. Strange purple rings appeared around Aolong. The enemy soldiers panicked. There it is, the gravity ability. They hurriedly opened the ship's hold and threw poison into the sea. Aolong went mad with anger, roaring as it destroyed several enemy planes. Chen Kaileng's soldiers continued to throw poison, attempting to pollute and hinder its power. But the more ferocious the attack, the more terrifying Aolong's anger became. Despite the enemy attacking from all directions, Aolong remained proud and unyielding. Suddenly, a cloud beneath its feet burst into flames. Aolong roared angrily, "Still not stopping, are you?" It stood majestically. A huge purple ring formed behind it, sucking in all the enemy planes. Just then, a plane shot out countless arrows aimed straight at Aolong. Kang Ya rode on one of the arrows, charging towards Aolong, and smiled sinisterly. "I told you, once I see you, you can't escape." Aolong roared, "Every one of your arrows can hit anything, but my ability can attract everything. Do you want to challenge my strength head-on?" A world-shaking explosion erupted and smoke filled the air. Kang Ya smiled cunningly. "You lost to me before, how dare you be so arrogant? Didn't you see that your deathly aura has weakened?" He flew forward, stabbing the arrow straight into Aolong's chest, causing blood to gush out. He mocked, "My flames aren't for you to see for free." Aolong, covered in blood, replied calmly, "You hit me, but that's all the power your arrow has." It swung its hand to attack Kang Ya on the other side. Fake Ling Qin cried out anxiously, "Lin Shu, wake up, you were out of control just now." Lin Shu frowned and opened his eyes in a panic. Fake Ling Qin asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lin Shu sat up, held his head and rubbed his eyes. Fake Ling Qin continued, "You just woke up, take a moment to adjust. Kui Long might be waking up soon too." Lin Shu said nothing, silently walked over to Kui Long and stood there watching for a while. When Fake Ling Qin walked up and touched Kui Long, Lin Shu coldly rushed over, kicked her to the ground and ignored her. Fake Ling Qin shouted in terror, "I didn't hurt it." But Lin Shu, without a word, walked up to Kui Long and attacked it violently, roaring madly. This behavior stemmed from an evil force controlling him, turning Lin Shu into a puppet who obeyed the invisible commands of a mastermind. In his uncontrolled state, his subconscious brought him to a familiar street corner, a desperate voice echoing in the air. "Wake up, are you okay?" Lin Shu looked around blankly and muttered, "What on earth happened? Where am I?" In his mind, the memory of Su Lingyu's sword, actually a breath worm in disguise, stabbing him from behind, was still clear. He remembered being on Jiyuan Island, being ambushed and then being taken to the underground base for treatment. Observing his surroundings, Lin Shu determined this was not Jiyuan Island, nor did it look like Tianhai's city. Suddenly, the sound of an argument caught his attention. "You're so old and still playing with children's toys. No wonder you're so sissy and cowardly." A group of young hoodlums was surrounding a boy of similar age, punching and kicking him. The boy hugged an object tightly, shouting, "Give it back." The hoodlums became even more aggressive. "I didn't expect a rookie like you to dare to fight back." A familiar figure made Lin Shu freeze, and he blurted out, "This is Dad." Without hesitation, he roared in anger, "Damn it. What are you doing?" He directly pulled up a lamppost. Seeing this intimidating display, the hoodlums were terrified, screaming in panic, "Mom, a monster," before fleeing for their lives. Noticing the ordinary infrastructure around him, Lin Shu judged that this was before the Zhulong invasion, when the city's buildings had not yet been reinforced. He walked up to the younger version of Lin Longzhen and asked kindly, "I chased them away, are you okay?" He gave a reassuring smile. Although covered in injuries, Lin Longzhen was no longer wary and took Lin Shu's hand to stand up. Lin Shu said warmly, "Let's get out of here." Lin Longzhen looked at the bent lamppost and asked innocently, "Are you sure it's okay?" Lin Shu smiled and replied confidently, "It's fine, I've already plugged it back in." The two of them walked to a nearby grocery store. The female shopkeeper said cheerfully, "Here's your change." Lin Longzhen smiled and replied, "Thank you, auntie." It turned out he had bought ice cream for Lin Shu to thank him for his help. He handed over the cold popsicle and said, "Thank you, this is for you." Lin Shu was stunned, and replied briefly, "Thanks." Looking at the kind figure, he gazed intently at Lin Longzhen. Seeing Lin Shu staring at him, Lin Longzhen asked in surprise, "Why are you looking at my face like that? Is there something on it?" Lin Shu quickly scratched his head and changed the subject. "Why were they bullying you?" Lin Longzhen happily held up the paper box he had desperately protected. "Here, because of this." Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out of the box. Lin Shu quickly bent down to pick it up, saying, "Something fell." He didn't expect it to be a letter written by his father. The neat handwriting read, "Son, your birthday is coming up. Dad can't celebrate with you, so I'm sending you your favorite Godzilla model as a gift. Dad hopes that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you can be like Godzilla, bravely moving forward, fearless, and become a strong and brave little monster." Lin Longzhen's endless love flowed out, deeply moving Lin Shu. So his father had once been so gentle and sentimental. Lin Longzhen excitedly took out the Godzilla model, showing it off with a smile. "This is it." He gazed at his beloved model, his eyes shining. He said, "Every time Dad goes to work, he sends me this back." The familiar appearance of Godzilla made Lin Shu blurt out, "This is Kui." Suddenly, a pickup truck charged over like an arrow. The driver shouted in a panic, "The brakes have failed." The truck headed straight for the two of them. A loud bang was accompanied by the sound of shattering. To protect his father, Lin Shu stopped the truck with his bare hands, crushing the front of the vehicle. He turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" But the next sight horrified Lin Shu. A giant black shadow rushed over, attacking the younger version of Lin Longzhen. He shouted, "Run!" Under the black shadow's sharp teeth, Lin Longzhen asked blankly, "What's wrong? Why are you so nervous?" The ground split open and Lin Shu shouted desperately, "Grab my hand," but an earthquake separated the two and they both fell into the mouth of a strange dragon-shaped monster, the surrounding scenery disappearing. Time and space shifted. When Lin Shu opened his eyes, he was in a vast dark space, thinking, "Where am I this time?" A few strange noises came from ahead. Lin Shu curiously walked forward, muttering, "What's that sound?" After walking for a while, he stood before a dragon skeleton. The roars were coming from it. He was stunned. "The roar is coming from this skeleton. What is this?" The jaw, full of sharp teeth, let out a steady roar. Lin Shu blurted out, "This giant dragon is still alive." Sensing a stranger, the dragon skeleton awakened. Flesh and blood gradually enveloping the white bones, its huge eyes flashed with a wild light and it spoke. "In billions of years you are the second person to come here." Lin Shu was dumbfounded by the majesty of the creature before him. The dragon ancestor's eyes stared at him and it said in a deep voice, "In billions of years you are the second person to come here." Lin Shu asked in surprise, "The second person?" Suddenly, a familiar image flashed in the dragon's eye. Lin Shu immediately recognized it and shouted decisively, "It's my father." The dragon ancestor sighed excitedly. "You're finally here?" Lin Shu asked in confusion. "Dragon ancestor, you knew I was coming. Who are you?" The dragon ancestor didn't answer immediately but erupted with spiritual energy, its huge body shining with a crystal-like light. Lin Shu was stunned by the wondrous sight. What dense spiritual energy! The one-eyed dragon ancestor shone brightly, recounting an ancient truth. "I am the spiritual energy, the root of the secret realms, the ancestor of the ancient monsters. A long time ago, the surface of Blue Star was filled with spiritual energy. It recreated a vivid scene for Lin Shu." The dragon ancestor continued, "Billions of years ago, an asteroid hit Blue Star, causing a devastating catastrophe. The spiritual veins were destroyed, the spiritual energy on the surface was depleted, all the plants and animals that relied on spiritual energy died, and Blue Star became a desert. In despair, only the dragon ancestor did not give up. It plunged into the desert, digging frantically. The deeper it dug, the more barren it became. But it still persisted. The smaller creatures were already exhausted, whispering pessimistically, 'I heard there's spiritual energy deep down, but I don't know if we can last until then.' The dragon ancestor dug even more frantically, spurring itself on, 'Faster, if I don't find it soon, everyone will die.' But the group of small spirit beasts grew weaker, their breathing labored, and they moaned, 'We can't hold on.' The dragon ancestor shed tears of blood, digging in a panic, repeatedly muttering, 'A little faster. Damn it, or everyone will die.' The group of spirit beasts could only call out to the dragon ancestor. As if its faith had run out, it still kept digging. Just a little more, there might be spiritual energy ahead. But even after digging a bottomless pit, it still couldn't reach the spiritual energy. The dragon ancestor roared in pain. 'Why isn't it there yet?' The painful cries rekindled the spirit beast's will. 'The dragon ancestor is in so much pain, we can't just sit and wait. Let's go together.' Despite being on the verge of death, they stood up to follow the dragon ancestor. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon ancestor's claws touched a place where spiritual energy was gushing out. It was ecstatic, shedding tears of blood. It had finally succeeded. But when it turned back, the group of spirit beasts had been reduced to white bones. The dragon ancestor wailed in pain, lamenting its cruel fate. 'What did I dig all this for?' Tears of blood streamed down, and it closed its eyes, deciding to shed its physical body and merge with the spiritual energy buried deep underground. On the desert, a lush ancient tree shot up like a tombstone, marking the dragon ancestor's resting place. Blue Star gradually revived. Experiencing this memory, Lin Shu was silently moved. The dragon ancestor showed him an image of Lin Longzhen and said softly, "Until that person appeared." Lin Shu asked in confusion, "Did he want to extend the cave to the surface?" The dragon ancestor stated flatly. "No," it said in a low voice. "He wanted to close everything." Lin Shu was stunned. "Close? Why?" the dragon ancestor explained. "His world has no spiritual energy." Lin Shu had a sudden realization, recalling the scene where he met the young Lin Longzhen. "A world without spiritual energy. My dad is from another world," the dragon ancestor said calmly. "Since I started digging, the spiritual energy gushed out, separating another world. There is no spiritual energy, no injustice, and people live more equally and happily." It listed its targets. "Fake Ling Chen, Fang Tianji," the dragon ancestor said with certainty. "I made a bet with Lin Longzhen. The fate of this world will be decided by the humans born here." Before Fang Tianqi's eyes was a giant blood-red maw with razor-sharp teeth, looking as though it meant to swallow the heavens and the earth. Her eyes widened in terror as she cried out, "No way, is this an ancient bristle beast? How can I possibly be its match?" At that hair-raising moment, her master, the white-haired man with mysterious pointed ears, appeared like a god. Without a word, he silently clenched his fist, channeling his entire strength into a single strike. One punch. A thunderous roar followed as a brilliant blue light vast as the ocean exploded outward, striking the beast and taking it down in an instant. Fang Tianqi tumbled to the ground, gasping for air, but her eyes shone with awe as she gazed at the towering back of her master. She cried out in excitement, "Now I finally know why Sister Sue has been obsessed with that punch for all these years." Her master turned around, his voice steady yet stern. "I told you to be more careful." He stepped forward to pull Fang Tianqi up. Looking at his majestic presence, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you always fight at such a terrifying level?" He merely smirked enigmatically. "This is nothing. What comes next is what will truly astonish you." The master and disciple walked across a strange bridge, together slaying massive monsters along the way. In reality, the bridge was a segment of an incredibly long giant spine stretching across the abyss. Fang Tianqi shivered and asked, "What on earth is this skeleton?" Standing silently and looking into the deep darkness, her master's voice dropped into a commanding tone. "This is the oldest beast in the world." Together they continued forward. As they walked, he told stories of the ancient era when spiritual energy suddenly dried up. Only this stubborn creature refused to wait for death, spending an eternity digging for spiritual energy from deep within the earth. Suddenly, clouds of dust billowed up and glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. "More monsters? Let me show you my skills, master." Fang Tianqi's fighting spirit surged. She sneered. "After studying under you for so long, taking down these small fries is a piece of cake. Watch me." She lunged into the fray. Before her were massive skeletal beasts crawling toward her. She nimbly dodged their bone-shattering strikes. She charged forward, grabbed the leg of one beast and used visceral physical strength to swing it around several times. She crushed the enemies into pieces. Witnessing his disciple handle the monsters so cleanly, the master nodded in appreciation. "For someone without spiritual energy like you, this strength is truly remarkable." Suddenly, he dropped to one knee before her, startling Fang Tianqi. "Master, what are you doing? Please stand up." With a grave expression, he looked directly into her eyes and said, "There is something I must entrust to you. Years ago, traveling with Zhulong was the mother of monsters. She has remained in this egg form for thousands of years. Only those born without spiritual energy, yet possessing the strongest physical body, can touch it. I hope you will help me do this." Fang Tianqi replied shyly, "It's just a touch." "Did you really need to go that far, master?" he continued. "Since Zhulong died, countless monster remains have risked everything to protect this egg. Touching it may awaken ancient spirits. Even I cannot guarantee your safety." Though her heart was filled with anxiety, Fang Tianqi replied resolutely, "Master, I'll go, even though I don't fully understand. If doing this helps you and Lin Shu, I won't refuse." He then led her to a stone pedestal where an egg shimmered with an ethereal, illusory light. He said, "Go ahead and touch the egg. I will protect you from a distance." The space suddenly became terrifyingly silent. With fear on her face, Fang Tianqi slowly approached the egg. The moment her hand touched its smooth surface, a crisp crack echoed, and tiny fissures began to spread. Blinding light shot out from within, and immediately a powerful gale blew from the depths, sending dangerous shards of rock flying. "They're here," her master shouted. Giant monsters with eerie bright red eyes appeared before him. He urged her urgently, "Run, I'll deal with these monsters." But Fang Tianqi seemed to be pinned to the spot, held fast by the egg's pull. A surge of brilliant golden energy enveloped her body, lifting her into midair as the egg fell and shattered into countless pieces. The master stared in shock. "What is happening?" Amidst the radiant light, a pair of giant butterfly wings with vibrant black and pink patterns suddenly sprouted from Fang Tianqi's back. Her entire being radiated a terrifying pressure. Her golden hair billowed and long hymenopteran antennae grew from her head. Her eyes transformed completely into a deep purple with strange patterns. Carrying the aura of a new sovereign, Fang Tianqi was no longer a weak girl. She had fully awakened, manifesting the form of the legendary Zhao Chong Queen, standing tall in the dark cavern. She was a symbol of power and rebirth. As the cave shook violently and stone dust rained down, Fang Tianqi's master shouted with a serious face, "Watch out, this place is about to collapse." Just as he spoke, massive black shadows with eerie red eyes rose from deep within the earth, their deathly breath filling the air. Before this horrifying sight, the master did not flinch. Instead, a mysterious smile played on his lips. He muttered, "Finally, they've arrived." Floating in the air in her Zhao Chong Queen form with her radiant wings, Fang Tianqi saw the horde of skeletal beasts surrounding her master. She cried out in worry, "I'm coming to help," but the master immediately cut her off, giving a firm command, "Don't worry about this old man, get to Jiuan Island quickly." Fang Tianqi froze for 5 seconds, watching her master and the monsters engage in a fierce battle that sent bones flying everywhere. But seeing his resolve, she gritted her teeth, flapped her wings and flew away, leaving his majestic silhouette behind amidst the circle of giant skeletal beasts. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Fang Tianqi happened to run into Wolfuncle and the Death Spirit Bird. She said urgently, "Sorry, I have to get to Jiuan Island to help Lin Shu. Master is still down there alone." Wolfuncle replied, "Don't worry, that guy isn't that weak." The Death Spirit Bird added, "To him, that's just a minor challenge." Seeing her haste, Wolfuncle pointed toward the coast, his voice low and full of trust. "Leave things here to us. Get to Lin Shu quickly, time is running out." Fang Tianqi nodded decisively and sped away, turning into a streak of brilliant light as she lunged toward the sea. At that moment on the water, the battle was in total chaos. Aolong was struggling to face Lin Shu, who had completely lost control, transforming into a bright red beast with sky-high killing intent. Aolong roared amidst the violent waves. "Lin Shu, wake up!" However, Lin Shu was now nothing more than a killing machine. His roar tore through the sky as he faced off against Kong Ya in a tense confrontation. Aolong still tried to wake Lin Shu. "It's dangerous, wake up!" Kong Ya immediately laughed with smug satisfaction. "Ha, a madman and a sickling, a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." As he spoke, he unleashed energy arrows that whistled toward Aolong, causing blood to spray. The power of the arrows knocked Aolong into the sea. Just then, Jia Ling Pin Jia appeared, her face full of worry. She shouted, "Hey, are you okay?" and ordered her squad of winged dragons to catch Ao Long. Seeing this, Kang Yao barked angrily. Shui Mu's pet bird, your master is dead, what are you doing out here? Jia Ling Pin Jia retorted, even the dogs beside Chen Kailing who only know how to sneak attack have come out. So why shouldn't I? With that she ordered the winged dragons to attack Kang Ya. Quickly kill him. The winged dragons lunged at Kang Ya in unison. He continued to fire arrows in defense, but while he took down a few, the rest zoomed forward, causing his aircraft to explode and fall into the sea. While he crashed onto a warship below, he roared in rage, that hateful bird. Jia Ling Pin Jia laughed triumphantly. You're not even as good as a pet bird, you're too weak. Chu Wangchuan stepped up from behind Kang Ya with a smug laugh. Haha, I should be the one to handle things here. He flicked his finger, commanding a swarm of eerie black crows to attack. The crows and winged dragons engaged in a fierce aerial battle while below. A swarm of red frogs dove into the sea, preparing to strike. Kang Ya said gleefully, it looks like we have the advantage in numbers. Jia Ling Pin Jia turned back to warn Ao Long. Man Yuan, be careful, absolutely do not let those frogs get close, they will destroy Jiyuan Island's defense system. Below, the black crows had surrounded Ao Long. Jia Ling Pin Jia gritted her teeth. Damn it, now we can only hope for Lin Shu. But thinking of Lin Shu still acting like an uncontrollable monster, she was moved to tears. Suddenly a massive explosion and intense smoke erupted from beneath the island. Above, the sharp whoosh of air being torn apart echoed through the space. From behind the white clouds, a series of brilliant orange-gold streaks suddenly ripped through the sky. They lunged forward with terrifying speed like bolts of lightning. Jia Ling Pin Jia could only stare blankly, her mouth agame in shock. What is that? It was unmistakably Fang Tianqi. This old lady is here. She swept over the island and wondered, is the fight already on? Just then, she encountered the hovering Lin Shu. Witnessing him glowing red like hellfire, she cried out in shock, Lin Shu, what's happened to you? Her only response was the mad roar of the red beast as it lunged to attack her. Realizing Lin Shu was completely possessed by a monster's consciousness, she channeled all her spiritual power, her hands cupping a sphere of glowing golden light. Lin Shu, wake up for me. She threw it straight at him. The blinding light enveloped Lin Shu's crimson body. The light cleansed all the killing intent tormenting his body. As the aura faded and the white smoke dissipated, Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes, regaining his senses in a powerful new form with red skin and a formidable dragon tail. He looked at his hands in shock. Have I mutated? Fang Tianqi descended gently on her butterfly wings, reaching out her hand to him with a radiant smile. Welcome back. And that wraps up Lin Shu's blood-soaked rise to power, covering right up to chapter 91 of the original work. What an absolutely epic comeback from rock bottom to the absolute pinnacle, right? If you were hyped by this video, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps. Your massive support is the ultimate fuel that motivates me to hunt down and bring you even more fresh, hardcore, and incredibly addictive manhwa masterpieces. For now, don't click away just yet. Head over to our channel right now to binge watch some other insane overpowered series waiting for you. Until next time, stay epic and I'll see you in the next video.